My name is Etian. I woke up this morning in a completely different world. In my past life, I was just a salesman. I'd worked for months to land a huge contract, but right before my promotion, my boss gambled everything away and the company went under. I got so angry that everything went black. When I opened my eyes, I was here, on a planet called Blue Star. It's a lot like Earth, but 200 years ago, a red meteor fell from the sky. After that, monsters started pouring in from other dimensions, and foreign races began invading through portals. The only people who can fight back are called professionals, people who awaken special powers. Today was Awakening Day at my high school. Over 200 of us stood in a big hall, waiting to step onto a glowing golden platform. You hold a special stone, the platform lights up, and you get a profession. It's completely random. Some people train their whole lives and end up as blacksmiths. Some lazy kids become powerful warriors overnight. It's basically a lottery that decides your entire future. When my turn came, I stepped up and held out my stone. It crumbled to dust, but there was no light. Everyone thought I failed. Even the principal looked shocked. But I didn't fail. When I checked my personal panel, I saw something no one had ever seen before. My profession was called boss. It had no rank because it was beyond ranking. Here's how it works. I can look at anyone's resume and see their true potential. Then I can spend special funds to recruit them as my employee and invest in a new profession for them. Once I do, I get all their abilities, all their stats, and all their experience. The stronger my employees grow, the stronger I become. I can even invest in legendary or divine professions, things that almost never appear in the world. I started with 20 fun points. That's enough to recruit one legendary level talent if I can find the right person. After the ceremony, everyone rushed to team up for something called the apprentice trial, a dangerous test you have to pass to become an official professional. If you fail, you wait a whole year. People were throwing money and begging the strong fighters to carry them. Nobody came to me, of course. They all thought I was a failure. But I wasn't looking for a team. I was looking for employees. I activated my resume viewing ability and started scanning the crowd. Most people had ordinary white level potential. A few had yellow or blue. Nobody special enough to justify spending my limited funds on. I needed the right person, someone with high potential who could earn achievements and bring me dividends to keep growing. Then the principal called the next name, and a girl walked toward the platform. Bai Qiuli, please come up for awakening. When Bai Qiuli walked up to the platform, everyone was watching. She was the school's top student, beautiful, talented, first place in swordsmanship and martial arts every single year. Teachers always said she'd become a pillar of the nation. But when the light appeared around her, it was just a faint white glow. She got a life profession, gardener. The whole hall went crazy. People couldn't believe it. The principal looked like he was in pain. The dean quietly crossed her name off the list for top universities. Bai Qiuli stood there frozen for a few seconds, then forced a smile and said she was fine. But I could see her fingers trembling. I understood exactly how she felt. In my past life, I gave everything to and ended up with nothing. Then I opened her resume with my ability, and my heart nearly jumped out of my chest. Gold potential, the second highest tier. Her background showed her parents were killed by foreign invaders, and she'd won national championships in swordsmanship and combat 3 years in a row. And the investment options? I could give her a legendary profession called Cold Moon Sword Immortal for 20 points. Exactly all of my starting funds. She was the one. My first recruit. The ceremony ended soon after. The results were bad overall, no epic professions at all. The principal announced the apprentice trial was coming up. He told everyone to form teams of 5 and said students with life professions could leave and skip the trial to stay safe. Almost all the life profession students walked out crying. Nobody wanted them on a team because they dragged the score down. Then some girl in the crowd made a nasty comment, calling Bai Qiuli a flower vase. The principal exploded. He reminded everyone of Daxia's rule. You never mock someone's profession because nobody chooses what they get. The girl got a severe warning and lost part of her allowance. I respected that. This really was a nation at war. After things calmed down, Bai Qiuli still refused to leave. She told the principal this might be her only chance to ever enter a dungeon. She wanted to give herself an answer for 10 years of hard work. But nobody would team up with a gardener. That's when I stepped forward. There is someone. I sent her a team invite. Everyone looked confused. The principal thought I had failed my awakening. I told him my profession was just special. Bai Qiuli accepted. She warned me honestly that she was a gardener with only 5 base stat points, basically dead weight. She wanted me to think carefully. I waved it off. I believe in you. Everyone thought I was crazy. Maybe they thought I was doing it for friendship or because I liked her. But the truth was, I'd seen her resume. I knew her real potential better than anyone in this hall. You might not believe it, I told her, but I trust you more than anyone here. Maybe even more than you trust yourself. A bell rang, and a glowing gate appeared on the platform. The principal told everyone to be careful, especially us two. I gave him an okay sign, and Bai Qiuli and I stepped through. We landed in a huge misty forest with gray skies. Each team got dropped in a random spot, so it was just the two of us. The mission appeared on a panel: kill at least 10 beasts, or cross the forest to the exit. There was also a challenge mission to beat a boss. We had 2 hours. Bai Qiuli immediately knelt down and started looking for dry moss to hide our scent from monsters. Smart, but unnecessary. I activated my recruit skill and chose to invest all 20 points into the legendary option, Cold Moon Sword Immortal. A contract appeared in Bai Qiuli's hands out of thin air. She looked confused. Before I could explain, a monster charged out of the fog straight at her, a savage bone bull demon. She dodged instantly, rolling out of the way, and counterattacked with her iron sword. But with only 5 stat points, she barely scratched the thing. Want more power? I asked. Just press your handprint. She didn't fully understand, but the bull demon was recovering fast. She pressed her hand on the contract. A massive golden beam of light exploded into the sky, punching through the clouds. The bull demon stumbled back in shock. Bai Qiuli's gardener profession was gone. She was now a Cold Moon Swordswoman, a legendary class. She just stood there, frozen. This girl who could dodge a monster attack in under a second needed 5 whole seconds to process what happened. Then 2 quiet tears rolled down her face. She'd trained for 10 years, lost everything this morning, and now her dream had come true when she least expected it. I told her maybe we should deal with the bull demon first and cry later. She raised her sword. A blade of icy light cut through the mist and split the bull demon clean in half. One hit. From several meters away, frost formed along the cut. I checked her stats and nearly choked. Strength 35, Agility 40, Endurance 25, Spirit 30, more than triple a normal professional. She had 3 skills and a special talent. Legendary professions were no joke. And thanks to my boss ability, I got all of it too. Her stats stacked onto mine. Her skills became my skills. Her experience became my experience. I nodded to myself. My profession was even more powerful than hers. I just needed the right people. That golden light beam, though, everyone in the secret realm saw it. Somewhere else in the forest, a team of 5 rare class students, led by a guy named Lu Chuang, spotted it too. They decided to head our way to check it out. Bai Qiuli wiped her tears, but looked worried. She was afraid this dream might be taken away. I told her not to worry. As long as I'm alive, her dream stays real. I found a piece of armor near the dead bull demon and took it for myself. Safety first for the boss. She asked me why I chose her. She'd read about elves in another land who could grant powers but had to give up their lives to do it. She wanted to know what price I was paying. I told her the truth. Because you're a good employee. She didn't fully get it, but she smiled and said, "All right, boss. I'll protect you from now on." I glanced at my stats. Every single one was 10 points higher than hers, thanks to sharing her attributes on top of my base. I decided not to mention that. We pushed deeper into the forest. Bai Qiuli spotted 2 more bull demons, sensed them before they attacked, and cut them down instantly. She apologized for not leaving any for me to finish off. I told her it was fine. I was getting the experience anyway. 3 beasts down out of 10. Plenty of time left. But I wasn't aiming to just pass. I wanted first place, because the top score came with a bonus reward, and I desperately needed funds. Then we heard fighting ahead. A 5-person team led by Lu Chuang was getting chased by 2 black ape demons and 4 bull monsters. They were panicking, and the one running fastest, not even bothering to use her skills, was Linyu, the girl who had mocked Bai Qiuli earlier. I asked Bai Qiuli if she wanted to help. She raised her sword without hesitation and charged in, saying she wasn't doing it for anyone. She wanted the kills and first place. She was incredible. She killed an ape demon with one thrust to the throat, then took down a bull demon and another ape in quick succession. Lu Chuang's whole team just stood there, stunned. They couldn't believe this was the same girl who'd gotten a gardener profession. Lin Yu turned around and nearly fainted when she saw Bai Qiuli holding a bloody sword, staring in her direction. But Bai Qiuli just cut down the last beast that was about to attack Lin Yu from behind, then walked back to me without even looking at the girl. 10 beasts down. We hit D rating. Way too low. The school record was A level. I set my goal at S. Lu Chuang came over and asked to join our team. Bai Qiuli didn't answer. She looked at me. Boss, do you want to take them? Lu Chuang and his teammates nearly had a heart attack hearing her call me boss. They couldn't understand how the untouchable school beauty was following some ordinary-looking guy. I shook my head. No time for passengers. We needed to keep earning points and find the trial boss. Bai Qiuli nodded, and we walked away. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the principal was watching our scores on a big screen. A regional director named Wei Yuan had come by looking for talented students for some big national competition against a foreign race. He'd already visited the #1 high school and found their best team only reached A level. The principal told him our school probably wouldn't do much better. Wei Yuan sighed and left to check the next school. He had no idea what was happening inside our trial. Back at school, the teachers were losing their minds watching the scoreboard. Our team hit D rank before anyone else even finished. Then within an hour, we climbed from D to C to B to A to S. The principal came running back and nearly lost it. No team in the school's history had ever done this. The funny thing is, I didn't fight at all. Bai Qiuli did everything. She was a machine, fast, precise, always hitting weak points, never wasting energy. I just walked behind her collecting equipment. She felt guilty about taking all the experience. I told her to just keep fighting. What she didn't know was that I got every bit of experience she earned. Why would the boss do the work himself? At one point, she even offered to carry me across a swamp because she thought I was some weak support type. I jumped across it easily with my 50 points of agility. She looked pretty surprised. Then we found the trial boss, a troll. Huge thing, 4 or 5 meters tall, arms like tree trunks. Bai Qiuli knew exactly where to hit. She cut off its right arm at the joint, then unleashed her strongest skill, Cold Moon Sword Dance. Her body turned into a blur of white light, 10 sword strikes in 1 second, slashing the troll from every angle. It crashed to the ground, but it wasn't dead. The troll opened its eyes and swung its remaining arm at her. She was out of energy and couldn't dodge. I grabbed an iron axe off the ground and threw it. It hit the troll and finished it off instantly. Bai Qiuli stared at me in shock. She couldn't figure out how I was stronger than her. Then the notifications came flooding in. Our rating jumped from S to SSS, the maximum. New record for the entire Qingqing region. We both hit level 6. I got her growth stats shared to me. Strength plus 60, agility plus 72. And the bonuses rolled in. 5 funds for first place, plus 25 funds and a high-tier equipment box for setting the record. Just like that, I went from 0 funds to 30, with gear on the way. When we stepped out of the portal, the teachers swarmed us. But the principal noticed right away that something about Bai Qiuli had changed. She felt like a completely different person now. He pulled us into his office and set up some kind of barrier to block anyone from listening in. He was shaking. In 200 years, no one had ever changed their profession after awakening. He asked how it happened, and Bai Qiuli just looked at me. I thought it over quickly. I could hide my ability and grow on my own, but that would be exhausting. I'd have to search for talent by myself, stay hidden, and deal with threats alone. Why should the boss do all the hard work? Daxia needed legendary professionals badly, and I needed help finding talented people. It was a perfect deal. I checked the principal's resume first. Retired soldier, clean record, trustworthy. Then I told him the truth. My ability lets me change other people's professions, and it's not random. He nearly fell over. He immediately called someone important. That someone was Wei Yuan, the regional director of East China. The guy had just left our school to visit #3 high school. His secretary told him about our S-rank score, but he figured he'd check it out later. Then his encrypted satellite phone rang. After hearing what the principal told him, he jumped out of his car, turned into a streak of blue light, and flew back to our school in under a minute. The man was level 74, the strongest person in all of East China. I pulled up his resume. Golden potential, legendary star soul master profession. 20 years of military service, countless monsters defeated. A true national hero. I wanted to recruit him, but his profession was already legendary at level 74. He'd never give that up, and it wouldn't make sense anyway. When we met, he was polite but cautious. He said he couldn't just take my word for it. Fair enough. I told him I could prove it. I had 30 funds now and could awaken another legendary profession right in front of him. His eyes lit up. He asked what I needed from the country. I kept it simple. Protect me and help me find talented people. He smiled and said, Daxia has never lacked talented people. What they lack is just an opportunity. Then he picked up his phone and called the principal of No. 3 High School, telling them to gather their best students. We were on our way. Wei Yuan took me straight to number 3 High School. They'd already hung a welcome banner at the gate. Having the regional chief visit was a big deal for them. When the principal saw me walking side by side with Wei Yuan, he couldn't figure out who I was. Wei Yuan put his hand on my shoulder and introduced me as his special recruitment officer. Anyone I picked would get key support from the Ministry of Education. After that, everyone was shaking my hand like I was some important official. They brought me 12 of their best students. I checked all their resumes. Most had blue potential, 2 had purple. Good, but not good enough. I needed gold. People who could become legendary professionals and bring in steady results. I told Wei Yuan none of them fit. He said we'd keep looking. As we left the meeting room, we heard an argument from a nearby office. Some young guy was begging for a promotion from teaching assistant to full instructor, and the director kept shutting him down. Apparently, he'd been an intern for almost 3 years. Wei Yuan recognized him right away, Wan Jiang. 3 years ago, he'd been the top combat talent in the area, famous across multiple cities. But he'd awakened a carpenter profession, so his career hit a dead end. All he wanted was to get to the battlefield. Not even as a fighter, logistics, support, engineering, anything. His father had disappeared during a monster invasion, and he'd been training for real combat ever since, hoping to find him someday. The school wouldn't let him go because teaching assistants weren't allowed on the battlefield. Only full instructors could. While everyone was arguing, I quietly pulled up his resume. Gold potential. Background. Military family. Incredible spear skills. Unmatched talent. Investment opportunity. Legendary profession. Dragon spear god. Cost. 20 points. I had 30 funds. This was exactly the kind of person I'd been looking for. I checked Wan Jiang's resume again. Gold potential. Rated. Pillar of the nation. His father had left him a mysterious ring before disappearing. That ring was important enough to show up in his record. I gave Wei Yuan a look. He understood immediately. We brought Wan Jiang into the meeting room, and Wei Yuan sealed it with a starry barrier. Wan Jiang thought he was just signing an employment form. I asked if his dream was to join the army. He stood straight and said yes, to protect the homeland and drive away the enemies. I spent 20 funds, and a contract appeared in his hands. He hesitated for a second when he saw it was a binding contract, then signed it anyway. A golden pillar of light exploded around him. Wei Yuan watched with wide eyes and quietly said, Etian, Daxia thanks you for your arrival. Wan Jiang's new profession was Dragon Spear God, a legendary battlefield class. His starting stats were massive, 40 strength, 35 agility, 35 endurance. His talent made him stronger the more enemies surrounded him and ignored fear completely. A born warrior. All his stats and skills stacked onto mine. 2 legendary employees now. I was getting seriously powerful. Wei Yuan immediately locked my files with the highest security clearance. Then Wan Jiang ran out to say goodbye to the academic director, who turned out to be his mother. She'd been blocking his promotion for 3 years because she was terrified he'd get himself killed on the battlefield. He knelt down and bowed to her 3 times before leaving. Wei Yuan drove us to the border city. What I saw shocked me. The city was shared with aliens, the Yaga dynasty. Huge lizard men, scorpion-tailed creatures, half-dragons walking the streets. 25 years ago, while Daxia was fighting monsters, the Yaga dynasty invaded through portals from another world and seized the city. Wei Yuan told me the story. He'd personally led the counterattack years ago, fighting all the way to the Yaga royal city. After killing 3 royal dragon descendants in 3 days, a peace treaty was signed. The city was split, half Daxia, half Yagu. Both sides stationed troops there, pretending to cooperate against monsters while secretly competing for control. Every 5 years, there's a big competition between the two races. 5 one-on-one fights and a team battle in a secret realm. The winner controls resources and territory for the next 5 years. Daxia had never won. They'd already given up 27 small secret realms just to avoid losing land. The Yaga dynasty had thousands of years of history. Their royal dragon descendants bred for powerful bloodlines. Humans needed years of training to get strong. They were just born that way. At the military camp, we dropped off Wan Jiang. There was a martial arts competition happening. New soldiers fighting aliens on a platform. Our guys kept losing. Then Wan Jiang stepped up and finished a lizard man in 2 seconds flat. One dodge, one knee kick, one legendary punch that buried the alien into the ground. The whole camp went wild. The Vanguard team leader went from suspicious to practically begging me for more recruits. On the drive home, Wei Yuan explained everything about the racial competition coming up in half a month. If we won, we could take back the other half of the city, maybe even push into the Yagu Kingdom's own world. He gave me some barrier orbs, epic items that hide awakening light so enemies can't detect when I change someone's profession. Smart. As he dropped me off at my new apartment, he smiled and said, "Let's hope the competition gives the other races a real surprise." We looked at each other and both smiled. I was already thinking about how much the bonus rewards would be if we won. My new apartment was nice. Over 100 square meters, a balcony, and buttons on the wall to activate defense barriers or call for help. Wei Yuan lived nearby too. For someone who grew up as an orphan in a welfare home, this was more than I ever had. Before midnight, I opened the high-tier equipment box from the trial. Out came an epic-level armor called Sandstorm Armor, defense plus 30, magic damage reduction, and a shield that activates when I get hit. I put it on immediately. You can never be too careful, especially with traitor organizations out there. Humans who actually help aliens hunt down their own kind. Then midnight hit, and my management log refreshed. Wan Jiang had won first place in the Border Army's martial arts competition. That earned me 7 funds. Bai Qiuli hadn't rested either. She'd soloed a hell difficulty dungeon called Beast Ridge and cleared it 5 times. Her first clear gave me 4 funds. The repeat runs only gave 0.1 each. Clearly, first-time clears and new achievements pay the most. But the best part was the shared experience. Between everything my employees earned, I jumped straight to level 10. I literally leveled up while sitting at home doing nothing. Level 10 meant I could advance my profession. I checked the quest, recruit 3 gold-level talents. I already had 2, Bai Qiuli and Wan Jiang. Just 1 more to go. My funds were back to 21.4. Enough to invest in another legendary profession. I plan to look for the right person tomorrow. I was really curious what exclusive skill the boss class would unlock after advancing. Meanwhile, at Daxia's central headquarters, the leaders were stressing over threats from every direction. Wolf tribes in the north, vampires in the west, the Yaga dynasty in the east, and insect invaders that had just destroyed a nearby country. They were spread dangerously thin. Then the old commander checked his phone and told everyone that East China didn't need reinforcements this year. Wei Yuan said they could handle it themselves. The whole room was stunned. If the East could hold on its own, they could send more support to the other regions. All because of what we'd started. And we were just getting started. I woke up the next morning to a nice smell and found Bai Qiuli standing in my living room in casual white clothes, offering me breakfast. Wei Yuan had told her to stay close and protect me. I wasn't sure who was protecting whom, but I didn't argue. Then I looked at the food. It was basically hay. She called it a specially prepared salad. I stared at it like I was facing a life or death decision. She mentioned Wei Yuan had arranged a team to help me level up, since everyone assumed I was some weak support class. I told her I was already level 10. Her jaw dropped. She'd fought through hell difficulty 5 times just to reach the same level. Silently, I thanked her for that. Her advancement quest was to clear a dungeon nobody had ever beaten before. Tough, but she was motivated. And first-time dungeon clears meant big fund rewards for me. We decided to find a team and go for it. We headed to number 2 high school, where the college entrance exam was 6 days away and students were grinding dungeons to level up. Wei Yuan had arranged a leveling team for me, the Xingho martial arts team. 3 siblings, Jiang Che, a level 25 epic dual gun ranger. his sister Jiang Han, a shield swordsman, and the youngest, Jiang Che, an elf priest. I checked Jiang Xing's resume. Purple potential, which was good, but not what I needed. He was stuck at level 25 because higher levels were too hard, so he made money helping newcomers grind. Then I looked at Jiang Che, and my heart jumped. Gold potential. His resume said he was an orphan raised by a martial arts hall director, an inheritor of ancient fighting techniques, a true combat genius. But he'd awakened as an elf priest. His dream was to earn enough money to open a new martial arts hall for his old master. His investment opportunity was a legendary profession, martial arts grandmaster. Cost, 20 funds. This was it. My third gold-level recruit. The last one I needed to advance. I blurted out that he was a martial arts genius stuck as a priest. He got offended, thinking I was mocking his profession. His brother tried to shut him up. I looked him straight in the eye and said, "I can change your profession. Do you believe that?" All three siblings froze. Jiang Che stared at me for 2 seconds, then rushed forward, clasped his hands together like he was meeting a king, and said, "I, Jiang Che, have wandered half my life, only to regret not meeting a wise leader." I woke up to find Bai Qiuli in my apartment making breakfast. Wei Yuan had assigned her as my personal bodyguard. The breakfast turned out to be basically hay. She called it a balanced salad. I stared at it with deep regret. She mentioned Wei Yuan arranged a leveling team for me, thinking I was some weak support class. I told her I was already level 10. She couldn't believe it. She'd ground through hell difficulty 5 times just to reach the same level. Her advancement quest was to clear a dungeon nobody had beaten before. Perfect, since first clears meant big fund rewards for me. I spent 20 funds and recruited Jiang Che. When the golden light hit him, his elf priest profession disappeared, and he became a martial arts grandmaster, legendary class. Strength 40, agility 40, and a talent called Heart of Martial Arts that boosted all his damage by 50%. All 7 of his skills were 8 extremes fist techniques. Pure fighting machine. His stats and skills stacked onto mine. 3 legendary employees now. And with that third gold-level recruit, my advancement quest was complete. I went from Tier 0 to Tier 1. My resume skill upgraded. Now it automatically detects anyone with gold potential or higher nearby. No more checking people one by one. And I got an exclusive boss skill, meeting. It lets me pull all my employees into a virtual space, no matter where they are. I can choose a strategic meeting for an experience boost or a tactical meeting for a 30% attribute buff lasting 3 hours. There's also an employee benefits option. For 3 funds per person, everyone gets a shield that blocks 1 fatal hit. Too expensive for now, with only 1.4 funds left. I tested it immediately. Bai Qiuli appeared instantly. Wan Jiang, dozens of kilometers away at the border base, told his squad leader he had a stomach ache, found a quiet spot, and teleported in. Even his squad noticed he seemed stronger after coming back from the bathroom. Jiang Che cried when his siblings saw his new profession. He told his brother they didn't need to do cheap leveling work anymore. The principal asked about the college entrance exam. Bai Qiuli wanted to take it and apply to study under the strongest swordswoman in Daxia. I decided to skip it. She'd earn me a bonus by ranking high, and me taking the exam with 3 legendary professions worth of stats would be unfair to everyone else. We headed to the dungeon area to find something for Bai Qiuli's advancement quest, an uncleared dungeon. Most low-level ones had already been beaten. Then Bai Qiuli spotted something at the top of the bounty board. Beast King, a sealed dungeon. Level 10 and below, 3 players max, difficulty unknown. It had been sitting there for over 10 years. 2 years ago, a legendary and 2 epic players from central China tried and failed. Sealed dungeons are special. Clearing one creates a secret realm in the area, which produces valuable resources. The government always tries to conquer them immediately, so if this one was still uncleared, it had to be incredibly hard. I wasn't worried. Between my 3 legendary classes worth of abilities, the tactical meeting buff, and 2 legendary teammates, we were way stronger than any team that had tried before. The receptionist warned us about strange changes inside, maybe a mutated boss or unknown creatures. She gave us emergency exit tokens just in case. Jiang Che complained that nobody in the crowd recognized him. I told him to shut up and get in the dungeon. We stepped into the Beast King dungeon and landed on a desolate plain covered in bones and broken weapons. Wolves attacked us immediately. Their stats were way higher than normal dungeon monsters. Jiang Che tried to punch one. Being level 0, he barely scratched it and got thrown several meters. Bai Qiuli cleaned up the whole pack in seconds. Then something incredible happened. A notification flashed in front of me. A special, potential talent detected nearby. Not gold, not rainbow, special. The description said it meant someone with a unique ability, the only one of their kind across countless worlds. If I recruited them, I'd share that unique ability too. The cost was 60 funds, way more than I had. Before I could even finish reading, the alert vanished. The talent was gone, either killed or they left the dungeon somehow. I didn't know it at the time, but deep inside the dungeon, someone in a black robe had been advising the boss monster, a massive tiger called the Cracked Rock Tiger King. The robed figure had warned the tiger that this group of challengers was different, suggested traps and ambush tactics. But the tiger was too arrogant to listen and charged out alone. Meanwhile, the robed figure opened some kind of portal and disappeared from the dungeon entirely. That must have been my special talent, slipping away. I told Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che to clear the dungeon fast and search every corner for hidden rooms or passages. I couldn't sit back anymore. I started fighting myself, punching through elite monsters one after another. Jiang Che watched with his mouth hanging open. He hadn't realized I had legendary level power. Then the ground shook and the Tiger King appeared. Level 18 epic boss, stats slightly above Bai Qiuli's. It roared something at us. I don't speak beast language, so I ignored it. I wasn't in the mood for a long fight. I needed to find that special talent. I combined my martial arts talent damage boost with the breaking army skill and threw one punch. The Tiger King's eyes went wide. It crashed into the ground, creating a crater with cracks spreading everywhere. One hit. Done. Jiang Che nearly fainted. Bai Qiuli stared at me wondering why she was so much weaker, probably thinking she needed to train harder. She had no idea I was carrying the combined stats of 3 legendary professions. We searched the whole dungeon, but couldn't find any hidden rooms or passages. Then Bai Qiuli interrogated a dying monkey demon. Turns out she's fluent in beast language. The monkey said there used to be a figure in a black robe near the Tiger King, but he wasn't there today. So the special talent was real, and they'd left the dungeon on their own. No dungeon monster can do that, which meant this person was truly extraordinary. I decided to ask Wei Yuan to investigate later. For now, I needed to focus on saving up funds. 60 points for a special recruit is expensive. We left the dungeon, and the rewards were incredible. Clearing the sealed dungeon gave me 30 funds from the bonus alone. Bai Qiuli completed her advancement quest and became a Cold Moon Sword Master with a new skill. Jiang Che jumped to level 8, and his shared stats were massive, 96 strength, 96 agility. My level hit 14. Best of all, a medium-sized secret realm would appear near Qingsheng in 2 days. And I'd get 9.5% of its resource output permanently. A medium secret realm produces as much as 10 small ones. That's enough to support multiple cities. Back at the school hall, everyone was cheering. The principal was already talking about the college entrance exam and the alien race competition. What I didn't see was what happened outside. Wei Yuan had been stuck in a meeting with a dragon envoy from the Yaga dynasty. The envoy had come to negotiate this year's competition terms and had the nerve to demand control of 2 whole Daxia cities. When news of our dungeon clear reached both sides, the envoy's attitude shifted fast. He detected 2 new legendary professionals, Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che, and immediately started planning to have them assassinated before they could grow stronger. He also wanted to steal the medium secret realm before anyone claimed it. He couldn't read my profession at all, so he decided the safest move was to kill all 3 of us. He was about to slip away and send the message back to his kingdom. But Wei Yuan had been watching him the entire time. The moment the envoy tried to leave, Wei Yuan cast Starry Net. Chains of light locked down all 7 aliens before they could even react. Blocking, silence, disarmament, everything. The envoy passed out. Wei Yuan looked down at them coldly and said, "Finished gathering information and want to leave? That's not possible." Wei Yuan locked up the 7 alien envoys instead of killing them. Killing messengers would provoke the Yaga dynasty into a fight East China wasn't ready for. Better to just hold them quietly. He pulled me aside afterward. He was glad we cleared the sealed dungeon but told me I was reckless going in without proper gear. He promised to have the logistics team equip me properly. I told him about the black-robed figure from inside the dungeon. He'd never heard of a creature that could leave a dungeon freely. He agreed to post bounties through the military and the Fighters Guild to track this person down. We also talked about Jiang Che. He wanted to team up with his siblings to explore dungeons on his own, not join the army or go to university. Wei Yuan and I agreed to let him choose his own path. Then Wei Yuan told me to stay in the city. The whole place was going on lockdown. A magic tide was coming. Magic tides happen when evil monsters get driven into a frenzy by some unknown force, triggering massive invasions. They've been happening since the red meteor fell 200 years ago. Nobody fully understands where the monsters come from. They just kill everything, humans and aliens alike. I went home, locked the doors, activated all my security systems, and grabbed a soda. As the boss, my one job during a crisis is simple: stay alive. My employees are strong enough to handle things. Then Wan Jiang messaged me. The magic tide was hitting the border city first, and he wanted the meeting buff. His squad leader wouldn't let new recruits fight unless their stats hit 150. He was close, but not there yet. I used my meeting skill for the second time that day, tactical mode. With the 30% attribute boost, Wan Jiang's strength jumped to 192, and all his other combat stats cleared 150. He was battlefield ready. His squad leader was confused about how a level 9 soldier had such high stats. Wan Jiang just grinned and asked which unit to report to. The squad leader sent him to the reserve team. Out on the battlefield, the reserves were supposed to hang back and pick off leftover demons while the main force handled the heavy fighting. Wan Jiang's squad found 3 low-level demons called Ghost Children, gray-skinned creatures as strong as level 30 elites. Before anyone else could even move, Wan Jiang leaped into the air and drove his spear straight through one with breaking army. Killed it in one hit. The whole squad was stunned. But something nobody noticed happened next. When the demon died and turned to black mist, thin strands of dark energy flowed into the ring on Wan Jiang's hand. The ring his father had left him. It started glowing with a faint, strange light. Wan Jiang vanished from the battlefield. His whole squad panicked. The report went up the chain fast. A legendary professional disappearing is a big deal. Wei Yuan called me right away. I had a feeling it was the ring. I checked his employee panel and saw his status. Demon Tower Trial Challenge. Cannot leave this space. So his father's ring wasn't just a keepsake. It was hiding something incredible inside it. Kill notifications started popping up. Wan Jiang was fighting ghost children inside the ring, one after another. He'd cut himself down to low health on purpose to trigger his talent. The lower his health, the higher his agility. Smart and reckless at the same time. He cleared all 10 without getting hit once. The rewards were amazing. His talent upgraded from brave to unmatched. Now instead of just boosting agility when hurt, all 4 of his stats increase, and nearby enemies boost all stats by 3% each. That's terrifying for a battlefield fighter. Then came the body tempering. The tower used extreme gravity to strengthen his body, laying the foundation for something called an extraordinary physique. Humans have never been known to have one. It's always been an alien race thing, like the dragon body of the Yaga royal family. But now Wan Jiang had a real shot at developing one. He reached 270 out of 1,000 on his first attempt, with 2 more tries available. Even at 270, the effect was huge: strength plus 50, constitution plus 50, spirit plus 20. I got all of that shared to me. He also got a profession advancement card, jumping straight to tier 1. New profession name: Shadow Spear Soul. New skill: Spear Shadow Formation. When he finally reappeared on the battlefield, his squad was seconds away from being overrun by a pack of monsters. Wan Jiang stabbed his spear into the ground and activated Spear Shadow Formation. Golden light exploded outward, creating dozens of spear illusions that cut through every monster in range. His teammates just stood there with blank faces. His fighting power had basically doubled since the morning. The demon tower had 9 levels total. The next challenge required killing stronger demons. The higher levels would get much harder, but I figured the rewards would scale too, probably leading to unlocking the full extraordinary physique. I started thinking about ways to help him. If I could boost his attributes with items, he'd reach 1,000 gravity faster, which would benefit both of us. Borrowing someone else's golden finger felt pretty good, honestly. Back at home, I sat in my chair browsing forums and waiting for midnight. Bai Qiuli was out soloing dungeons. I think me one-punching the Tiger King earlier might have motivated her a little too much. The college entrance exam was 6 days away, and the honor rewards from it would mean big bonuses for me. The magic tide faded. Midnight arrived. The management log started refreshing. The midnight settlement came in nicely. Wan Jiang took first place in both new soldier training and the magic tide reserves. Bai Qiuli soloed 2 new hell difficulty dungeons. My funds climbed to 51.7 and my level hit 16. But Jiang Che's log was strange. He gained experience but had 0 dungeon clears. I figured I'd ask him about it later. Bai Qiuli also transferred her 0.5% share of the medium secret realm's output rights to me, bringing my total to 10%. That's like owning a piece of a gold mine. Whoever holds those rights gets a steady flow of equipment and materials forever. The remaining 90% would go to whichever team clears the secret realm first once it opens. Countries, guilds, and even alien races all compete for that. The medium realm was set to appear the next day. Meanwhile, in the Yaga dynasty's capital, the Red Emperor noticed his envoy hadn't returned but assumed humans were just trying to flatter him. Then a scout reported that their Green Emperor had detected the medium secret realm forming near Qingqing. The Red Emperor immediately ordered 2 fighters dispatched to seize it. They wanted those resources badly. The next morning, I went down for breakfast and Jiang Che rushed over looking desperate. He explained what happened yesterday. His team had found a small secondary secret realm and arrived first, but another team with average fighters beat them to the first clear. The other team's leader apparently had brilliant tactics, clearing it fast with mediocre teammates. That's why Jiang Che had no dungeon clear records. He'd been beaten to every finish line. He was furious and begged me to let Bai Qiuli join their team. With major guilds recruiting everyone for the medium secret realm, nobody wanted to join a small team like his. I agreed to ask Bai Qiuli about it. As we left the cafeteria, Jiang Che suddenly froze. He spotted someone walking down the street. A scruffy, thin figure. That's him. Jiang Che's eyes burned. The team leader who stole my secret realm yesterday. Yexiu. At the exact same moment, a notification flashed in front of me. Colorful level potential talent detected nearby. My funds hit 51.7 after the midnight settlement. Bai Qiuli was a monster, soloing new hell dungeons every day. Wan Jiang took first place in everything at the border. But Jiang Che had no dungeon clears at all. Turns out he'd been racing other teams to clear secret realms and losing every time. Bai Qiuli also transferred her 0.5% secret realm rights to me, bringing my share to 10%. The next morning, Jiang Che came begging me to let Bai Qiuli join his team. He explained that yesterday some guy named Yexiu, leading a team of average players, beat him to a secondary secret realm clear using brilliant tactics. All the top players were being scooped up by big guilds preparing for the medium secret realm, so nobody wanted to join Jiang Che's small team. I agreed to ask Bai Qiuli. Then as we walked outside, Jiang Che spotted Yexiu on the street. At the exact same moment, my upgraded resume skill pinged. Colorful level potential detected nearby. I checked Yexiu's resume. 20 years old, elite class battle mage. Tactical genius who understood nearly every profession. He'd led his guild to tons of first clears. Then they dumped him the moment they recruited an epic class player, forcing him to hand over his secondary secret realm rights. He'd just quit. His investment opportunity, divine level profession, Lone Ranger. Cost, 40 funds. I had 51.7. I invited him to my apartment. He was skeptical until Wei Yuan showed up. Having the leader of East China standing behind me was pretty convincing. Yexiu signed the contract. The job change light was terrifying. A colorful beam so powerful it nearly shattered Wei Yuan's barrier. He had to cast 3 extra layers to contain it. If he hadn't been there, every demon and alien in the region would have seen it. Divine level. The 4th in the entire world. The 2nd in Daxia. Yexiu's stats were insane. 170 in every single attribute. His profession came with 2 talents. The first was a mythic level weapon called the 1000 Machine Umbrella that could transform into any weapon form with no cooldown. Mythic is the highest equipment quality in the world, and currently nobody else has even one piece. The second talent let him learn any profession's low-level skills without restriction, with super enhancement on top. I got all of it. My attribute totals were becoming absurd. Wei Yuan gave us shielding rings to hide our profession quality from detection. He also promised equipment. Then he left, looking like a man who'd just seen the future change. Yexiu calmed down and called me boss without hesitation. He asked for work immediately. The weight of receiving a divine profession made him desperate to prove his worth. I told him the medium's secret realm opens tomorrow, and he'd be our tactical commander. I shared the team lineup: Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, Yexiu, and me. 5 people, 3 legendary professions, and 1 divine. Yexiu nearly choked. He said a team like this would scare off 90% of the competing guilds. But he also pointed out problems. All 3 combat members were close-range damage dealers. No healer, no tank, no ranged attacker, no aerial combat. Then he smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, boss. These problems, I can solve them all by myself." Yexiu went through the skill library like a kid in a candy store. Every basic skill he touched transformed into something incredible. A simple gunner skill became Metal Storm, 500 to 800 bullets in an instant, each one reducing enemy defense and speed. A basic lightning spell became Divine Punishment Thunder Domain, a massive area that paralyzed everything inside and ended with a killing strike. Taunt became Chaotic Domain. Rolling became 3-stage Blink. A basic clone skill became multiple Shadow Clones. 8 skills total, all team-oriented. He stopped there because his energy and stamina had limits. Every single enhanced skill was shared with me too. Our team's weaknesses: no healer, no tank, no ranged damage, no crowd control, were all solved by one person. Back at the apartment, I called a strategic meeting. All 4 employees appeared at the crystal table under the starry sky. I introduced Yexiu as the tactical commander and announced we'd be taking the medium's secret realm tomorrow. Wan Jiang pointed out the obvious: our levels were way too low. Yexiu said he'd already planned the leveling route and could get everyone to at least level 17 today. Then I activated the meeting's real power. I chose the strategic type for the experience buff and spent 12 funds on employee benefits, insurance shields for all 4 employees that could block 1 fatal hit each. My funds dropped to 0, but I figured the bonuses from clearing the secret realm with 4 employees would more than pay it back. When the meeting ended, everyone saw their buffs: 120% bonus experience for 3 hours. Yexiu nearly fell over. He said with this buff on top of his leveling plan, our level disadvantage would be completely fixed. Meanwhile, Bai Qiuli was at school where the principal wanted her to join a team dungeon trip before the college entrance exam, a chance to get better gear. She turned it down. She told the principal she'd be the top scorer in all of East China, no excuses, then left to join us for the secret realm preparation. The principal approved her leave. He didn't know she was about to do something no high school student had ever attempted. The team gathered at the Qingqing Dungeon Center. Bai Qiuli showed up first and met Yexiu. She noticed his battle mage armor and asked about it. He just smiled and said he had abilities in different areas now. Some guys from the Sega Guild spotted Yexiu and sneered about how far he'd fallen, teaming up with low-level kids instead of conquering medium secret realms with them. They had no idea what was coming. I went to Wei Yuan to get Wan Jiang pulled out of the military camp. One call from Wei Yuan, and a special car was on its way. He reminded me again not to be reckless. Losing even one of my team members would be a disaster. Then the leveling began, and Yexiu showed everyone why he was worth a divine profession. In the first hell difficulty dungeon, Bai Qiuli asked if his plan was really that fast. He said wait here, then blinked away. 2 minutes later, 10 copies of him came running back with every single monster in the dungeon chasing behind them. He'd used his shadow clone skill to split into 10 bodies, each one managing monster aggro from a different angle. His control was insane. He funneled all the monsters into a narrow canyon, blinked back to the team, and called for area attacks. Everyone unloaded their strongest skills at once: Thunder Domain, Metal Storm, Frozen Slash, Crashing Fist. The whole canyon exploded. Dungeon cleared in seconds. 1 run, 1 level. Rinse and repeat. When Wan Jiang arrived, the 4 of them kept going together. Yexiu warned them the grinding would be boring and repetitive. Bai Qiuli cut him off and said stop wasting the buff timer. Nobody complained. They just worked. Yexiu was quietly amazed. He'd seen legendary players in other guilds act like spoiled celebrities, refusing orders and demanding special treatment. My people were different. They followed instructions, worked harder than anyone, and kept going until they hit the extreme fatigue debuff late at night. I set them all up in rooms on the 5th floor of my apartment building. Wei Yuan had the whole floor covered. As they rested, I sat there wondering if pushing employees this hard might get me in trouble somehow. Then midnight hit, and the management log started processing. Management log, Bai Qiuli. Cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon. Dead Wind Gorge 36 times. Funds 3.6. Wan Jiang. Cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon. Dead Wind Gorge 35 times. Funds 3.5. Jiang Che. Cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon. Dead Wind Gorge 36 times. Funds 3.6. Yexiu. Cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon. Dead Wind Gorge 36 times. Funds 3.6. You shared employee dungeon / monster experience. Level increased from 16 to 24. After a 3-hour strategic meeting buff, Tian used the strategic meeting again, but this time the experience bonus was only 40%. Even so, the team's dungeon clearing efficiency remained high. Among them, Bai Qiuli, the highest level, had risen from level 14 to 20. Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yexiu also advanced to level 19. It's important to note that experience needed for levels above 15 increases exponentially. Historically, the fastest to reach level 20 was a wealthy second generation who hired 2 rotating teams of professional players, taking nearly 10 days. With Tian's buff and Yexiu's dungeon efficiency, the whole team was very close to level 20. Especially Tian, whose level soared to 24. He was very close to the second job advancement at level 25. Getting the first-tier meeting skill made Tian more excited about the second-tier boss skills. Unexpectedly, before the medium-sized secret realm even started, the funds had already paid for themselves. Now, the funds balance had recovered to 14.3. No achievement rewards, just a simple dungeon run that cost only 0.1 in funds, completely earned through effort. For a moment, Tian couldn't help but feel a bit amazed. As the boss, having these employees really makes life much easier. The next day, a new medium-sized secret realm appeared on the outskirts of Qingqing's East City, sweeping through the entire city and nearby districts. Suddenly, everyone's attention was focused there, and many heroes gathered. The major guilds with good information quickly arrived in the East City outskirts, not wanting to fall behind. At this moment, the Daxia army outside the city had already sent troops to set up defenses. A faint illusion of an island kept forming in the distance, showing that the secret realm entrance was about to open. At first, it looked like a mirage on the horizon, faint and flickering, like a city in the sky. Then, the outline of a floating island became clearer, as if a staircase made of starlight was ready to guide people onto the island. When the staircase solidified and the entrance opened, exploration teams could enter to challenge it. If they succeeded, the secret realm would stay as a resource zone, continuously producing materials. If no one succeeded within 3 days, the secret realm would disappear forever. Within just 10 minutes, more than 10 guilds' exploration teams had gathered here, ready to go, including the Seagull Guild. Seagull's leader, Wan Jiang, was very confident, bringing along 3 new epic-level teammates. Look, boss, that should be the official exploration team from East China. And that team, they even sent people from the Dragon Base. The competition is fierce. That's the Earthquake team. The blue-haired leader, Jiang Che, is a legendary professional. With each comment, Wan Jiang's confident expression dimmed a little. His 3 newly recruited epic teammates seemed a bit insufficient against such competition. Wan Jiang's face darkened with anger. Damn, is the competition for medium-sized secret realms really this intense? If it weren't for Yexiu helping him take a lower-level secret realm, allowing him to afford recruiting epic-level players, the Seagull Guild wouldn't have the strength to compete for a medium-sized secret realm. His confidence was a bit misplaced. At this moment, another guild leader nearby said, "The resources for medium secret realms are abundant and very profitable. It's easy for outsiders or extreme groups to sneak in and compete. So that's why the Dragon Base came." As he spoke, a few guilds, realizing they couldn't compete, quietly left. But Ma Xiang stubbornly stayed. On the other side, Jiang Che, a tall, thin man with blue hair, is the leader of the special team, Earth Roar, at the Hidden Dragon base. He is walking alongside Wei Yuan with his teammates. As the leader of a special team, he feels very respectful toward Wei Yuan. But thinking about what their boss said, he can only smile nervously and speak carefully. "Old Wei, our boss asked us to pass along a message," he said. "For helping others compete for the secret realm, the reward doesn't matter, but if it's just for you, we need at least 5 legendary items as a start." Jiang Che carefully watches Wei Yuan's expression. Of course, this is only our boss's idea. Nothing to do with the Hidden Dragon base. As a special team, they often help other regions fight for secret realms to prevent losing them due to failed raids or being taken by alien tribes or extreme groups. When they successfully claim a secret realm, they return the ownership to the regional leader but also take a small symbolic fee. However, asking for 5 legendary items is a huge demand. Wei Yuan doesn't get angry. Instead, he smiles as if recalling something interesting. "Hee, your leader Ling Luo has been starting fights and getting beaten in the military camp for decades. He's quite resilient." Jiang Che purses his lips, respectfully lowering his head, not daring to speak. "It's best not to offend anyone." "Don't worry," Wei Yuan says gently with a smile. "If you really manage to be the first to claim the secret realm, I will personally bring 5 legendary items and deliver the reward." Hearing this, Jiang Che straightens up a bit. "Don't worry, Old Wei. Our Earth Roar team is determined to win. We won't give the enemy any chance." The other members of Earth Roar also express their confidence. Although they are the newest special team, they believe they can crush the others, including guilds and other groups. Wei Yuan looks around, feeling a bit puzzled. The secret realm is about to start. Where is Tian's team? In fact, Tian's team is currently preparing for another round of dungeon runs before the secret realm appears. Since waiting at the entrance is just waiting, it's better to level up. That was Bai Qiuli's idea. So, when Yexiu and the others come out of the Withered Wind Gorge again, their levels have risen to 20. Bai Qiuli's level has increased to 21. On average, they've each gained 1 level. Tian's experience bar has also reached 80% at level 25. A medium-sized secret realm, entry restricted to below level 2. Almost all competing teams, including the Earth Roar squad, are level 25 at stage 1. Currently, the gap between our team and theirs is much smaller than Night Repair originally planned. Adding in our profession quality, we are actually far ahead in equipment compared to other teams. Additionally, Tian once again boosts the team's tactical buff. All members' 4-dimensional attributes increase by 30%. As for why we didn't spend 12 more resources to raise the boost to 80%, of course, it's not necessary. At this point, Tian simply doesn't want to fight, but it doesn't mean he can't. In the eastern suburbs of Qingcheng, the entrance to the medium-sized secret realm is about to open. Wei Yuan, the Earth Roar squad, the Eastern Army Exploration Team, and various major guild teams are all waiting here. Suddenly, the sky becomes silent, covered by a fierce, intimidating figure. Everyone looks up, and a wave of seriousness, worry, and fear spreads among the crowd. It's a very imposing figure, with a large, majestic dragon body, wings that block the sky, and scales that burn like eternal flames. Its thunderous roar announces its arrival loudly. This is the Red Emperor from the ancient kingdom. Behind him, 5 half-dragon people with different shapes, all carrying the bloodline of the ancient royal family. Clearly, they are here to fight for the secret realm. Damn, these foreigners are here to snatch it again. The Eastern Army members look angry. A few members of the Earth Roar squad frown. It seems the pressure is on us now. Captain Zhao's eyes are firm. We will win. The Red Emperor crossed his arms, flapped his wings, and floated in midair, looking at Wei Yuan with a teasing smile and laughing loudly. Wei Yuan remained calm, showing no surprise. It seemed he had already expected the ancient kingdom to come and compete. After all, Qing City was not far from the ancient kingdom's portal to another world. But now was not the time to turn against the ancient kingdom. The Great Summer was surrounded by enemies, facing many wars, and it was not suitable to add more chaos. Wei Yuan said in a deep voice, "The secret realm was opened by our human race. Do you, the ancient kingdom, Think you can just come and take it? The Red Emperor laughed loudly. That small secret realm we sealed off. Consider it a token of entry for our race. A medium-sized secret realm produces resources dozens of times more than a small one. And the larger the secret realm, the higher the chance of producing high-quality items. Seeing that Wei Yuan did not refuse, the Red Emperor led a few royal half-dragon people to the entrance of the secret realm, showing a confident, wild smile, as if he had everything under control. It was like he was trading a small secret realm for a medium one. Haha, that's more like it. The Red Emperor's dragon eyes looked around confidently and said, secret realms should be for the capable. Send my order. If the ancient kingdom finds a secret realm in the future, the Great Summer can challenge at will. Anyone who comes is welcome. Haha. The royal dragon descendants are naturally strong because of their bloodline and dragon bodies, especially at lower levels, with strength and physique far surpassing humans. This made the entire ancient kingdom always so confident. When the ancient kingdom arrived, nearly half of the guilds immediately withdrew from the secret realm competition. These half-dragons are almost all legendary-level fighters. No contest. Don't waste time. However, as many people left, a team of 5 led by Etion pushed against the flow and finally reached the secret realm. Seeing the alien race, Bai Qiuli's cold eyes turned icy, and she translated for Etion. Boss, this dragon says we can go and snatch secret realms from the ancient kingdom anytime. Oh, Etion's spirit immediately lifted, teasing, sounds like the ancient kingdom is quite friendly. Jiang Che scratched his head. I may not have read many books, but judging by their expressions, something seems off. Yexiu, who also understood the alien language, nodded affirmatively. To us, that's what it means. Wan Jiang stared at the secret realm entrance and said in a deep voice, it's starting. As the voice fell, the entrance to the secret realm officially opened. A path like starlight stretched out, becoming almost real. All challengers who approached were pulled into a medium-sized secret realm. Get ready to fight. The Earth Roar squad and 5 half-dragonmen rushed to the entrance immediately. Then, all teams, including Etion and others, entered the secret realm one after another. In the blink of an eye, Etion and his team were transported to another space. 5 people stood on a floating island. At the edge of the island, a waterfall of light flowed down, and broken runes were scattered on the ground, giving an ancient feeling. You have entered the medium secret realm trial, Sky Isle Realm. Current trial stage 1. Defeat all monsters on the floating island to pass. Most medium secret realm trials are divided into 3 stages. Knight Repair, who was familiar with secret realms, spoke. It seems the first stage is a speed run to clear the monsters. This is a common trial method. Most secret realms start with this kind of challenge. But after last night's intense training, Knight Repair, Bai Qiuli, and others were very familiar with monster-clearing tactics. As the tactical commander, Knight Repair put away his usual relaxed attitude. After examining the terrain, he quickly ordered, attack, cross-group the monsters. Understood. Boss, just find a place to rest. Jiang Che will stay and protect you. Okay, Jiang Che. As soon as the words finished, Knight Repair, Bai Qiuli, and Wan Jiang ran in different directions. The terrain of the floating island was different from Kufeng Gorge. There were no natural canyons to gather monsters, so each team had to attract the monsters' attention separately and pull them together. Knight Repair's multiple shadow clones, after reaching level 20, could create 20 clones. Most of the monster pulling was still done by him alone. Controlling 20 clones at once was very difficult, but for Knight Repair, precise control was his comfort zone. Boom, 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 from all sides of the round floating island, in several directions, all of Knight Repair's clones, along with Wan Jiang and Bai Qiuli, attracted monsters toward the center of the island. This was the core of Knight Repair's cross-group monster gathering. Gather all monsters' movements into a single crossing point for better attack coverage. Knight Repair's 1,000-machine umbrella transformed into a legendary staff, and a terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky, like a mighty heavenly power. Boom! The monsters at the intersection were instantly cleared out by nearly half. As Knight Repair's level increased from 10 to 20, his attributes more than doubled, and with the buff effects, his combat power greatly improved. Cold Moon Sword Dance, Gun Shadow Formation. After practicing intensely last night, Bai Qiuli and Wan Jiang became very skilled at timing their attacks. In an instant, 3 waves of area of effect skills were released, completely clearing the monsters in the first stage. Etienne saw Night Repair's 1 wave attack style for the first time and couldn't help but be amazed. Compared to other teams, push-through, tactics, Night Repair's 1 wave method is like a powerful blow from a higher dimension. Of course, this is also because his skills are very strong. Night Repair worked efficiently and decisively said, second stage. After the secret realm opened, the illusory floating island turned into a holographic array. It displayed each team's progress with progress bars. Most of the people who gave up on participating in the secret realm stopped here, wanting to see how intense the competition was. Wow, the half-dragon people from the Yaga dynasty and the Earth Roar team are so fast at clearing monsters, someone exclaimed, drawing nods from others nearby. Wei Yuan and the Red Emperor, standing at the front, also noticed this. The Yaga dynasty and Earth Roar team quickly cleared monsters upon reaching the first stage, with their progress bars soaring to over 30%. This was expected by the 2 strongest warriors. But what puzzled Wei Yuan was that the progress bar of Etienne's team remained at 0% for a long time. What's he doing? Before he finished speaking, the progress bar of Etienne's team suddenly shot up. In just 1 or 2 seconds, it jumped from 0% to 98%, 99%, and finally 100%. Wei Yuan's eyes showed surprise. Similarly, everyone watching, including the Red Emperor, widened their eyes in disbelief. Bro, did they cheat? Even with hacks, this is too fast. Which team is this? I've never heard of them before. The crowd kept exclaiming in amazement. Meanwhile, the Red Emperor's expression darkened slightly. However, at the next moment, after Easy Sky team cleared the first level, the scene for the second level was unlocked. In the scene of the floating island, 5 small floating islands appeared. Each small island had a mini-boss. This means all 5 mini-bosses on different islands must be defeated to pass the level. Seeing this, the Red Emperor's expression changed from gloomy to bright, and a slight smile appeared on his face. The other spectators, including military personnel, looked somewhat annoyed. Damn, this second level is really favorable to the Yaga dynasty. Yes, the Yaga dynasty's half-dragon people are very strong individually, and 5 players can challenge 5 mini-bosses at the same time. The Earth Roar squad has a healer, support, and tank. They will definitely take longer to challenge each one. Not just the Earth Roar squad. All professional teams are the same, unless there's a team where every member can defeat a mini-boss alone. But usually teams need to include healers and tanks. How could they do that? 5 floating islands, each with a mini-boss. Inside the secret realm, seeing the scene of the second level, Easy Sky's face looked strange. If the first level's monster gathering was Night Repair's comfort zone, then the second level is basically the whole team's comfort zone. Before Night Repair arrived, Easy Sky's staff had no special abilities. They just knew how to fight. Seeing this, Night Repair looked surprised and even felt a bit relaxed. No need to say more. 1 for each. Let's go. The team members stood at the edge of the floating island, with 5 teleportation arrays in front of them, each leading to a small floating island. Hearing this, Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and Jiang Che stepped forward one after another, each teleporting to a small island to challenge the mini-boss. Boss, I can kill the remaining 2 in a row, don't worry. Night Repair turned to Easy Sky and said, then stepped into the teleportation array and left. Easy Sky didn't want to slow down the team, so he also entered the last teleportation array. Night Repair transformed the 1,000-machine umbrella in his hand into a long sword, stepped forward quickly, and appeared in front of the boss. Time is tight. We must kill it quickly. The small boss he faced was called Sky Island Fungus Lord, level 40. The Sky Island Fungus Lord looked like a small mountain made of mycelium and flesh, very large, covered with thick fungal folds, and skilled at defense and toxin stacking. To fight a normal team, you could use high defense to slowly build up toxin damage, which can be quite troublesome. But with the blessing of the Night Cultivation mythical weapon, this defense was no longer enough. Suddenly, several sharp, powerful blades slashed out from the sword's body. The air seemed to vibrate where they passed, causing waves to rise. Soul-dispersing sky-splitting slash. Compared to other skills learned to increase area damage, this slash not only has some control effects, but also deals the most damage. However, based on the health bar of the Sky Island Fungus Lord, it was hard to see any control effects. As the slash fell, the small boss let out a scream and collapsed heavily. One down. Night Cultivation moved without hesitation, heading straight to the last island to deal with the final small boss. He quickly teleported back using a 3-step blink. When Night Cultivation arrived at the last small floating island, he found Etion already sitting beside the corpse of the small boss, quietly waiting for others to finish. Boss, Night Cultivation's face showed surprise, and he looked at Etion with some astonishment. This was the first time he realized that the boss didn't seem to lack fighting power, and he didn't seem weak either. Ding! All 5 small bosses on the floating islands had been defeated. 5 floating rune stones shining with golden light formed a bridge-like connection, guiding the team toward the final challenge. Let's go. Etion stood up and signaled. Night Cultivation didn't hesitate and followed Etion. Let's go. Compared to other teams, Etion's team was far ahead. Even the Ancient King Dynasty and Earth Roar teams, who were behind, had only just reached the second stage. This speed was truly terrifying. Etion's 5 members arrived on the final massive floating island. The place was surrounded by storms, with lightning crisscrossing in the clouds, and thick fog forming a gate, welcoming their arrival. Meanwhile, behind this foggy barrier, a figure dressed in a black robe kept moving back and forth. The style of this scene doesn't match the other monsters in this secret realm. Rock-shattering guardian. The black-robed person fixed their gaze on 2 small monsters nearby. 2 purple flying knives shot out silently from under the robe, instantly killing the 2 guardians and turning into experience points absorbed by the black-robed person. If anyone else were here, they would be very surprised, because no monster in a dungeon can be defeated to gain experience. Not far now from evolving into an elite monster. The black-robed person thought silently. In dungeons below level 2, as long as I don't encounter that pervert from last time, I won't be in much danger. At this moment, 5 people suddenly appeared from the fog nearby. Already at the 3rd level so quickly, the black-robed person was surprised and instinctively turned to look. In the next moment, she exchanged a glance with the leader among the 5, her face showing fear. On the other side, Etion saw the black-robed person and was extremely happy. Ding! Detected a special potential talent nearby. It's you. It's him. Since leaving the sealed secret realm last time, Etion asked Wei Yuan to find her, but there had been no news of the black-robed person. Unexpectedly, they meet again in the secret realm now. The black-robed person and Etion looked at each other, almost without hesitation. Run. Damn. Why do I keep running into this troublemaker? She was sure she was no match for Etion in a fight. As a dungeon monster, if you can't beat a professional player, why not run? Don't run. I don't want to hurt you. Etion quickly chased after her, moving swiftly. The 4 team members stayed behind, looking at each other in confusion. Yexiu was briefly stunned by Etion's speed, then quickly said, "Forget about the boss. We need to fight for the secret realm. Getting the dungeon is more important." Anyway, Yexiu hadn't planned to include Etion in the boss strategy from the start. The group quickly arrived at the central part of the 3rd-level floating island and saw the final boss, the Sky Monarch. It was a 3-meter-tall elemental creature, its body woven from starlight and storms, resembling a seahorse with 6 wings on its back. Vast boundaries, take the lead and distract it. I'll break its defenses. Metal Storm. Night Repair quickly spoke, and the 1,000-machine umbrella transformed into a large, mechanically beautiful gun. It was over 2 meters long, made of dark gray alloy. When activated, it fired hundreds of bullets per second, spewing purple flames. At this moment, on the other side of the giant floating island, the black-robed person realized she couldn't escape Etion no matter how hard she tried. She felt deep helplessness and was very angry. As for what Etion said, "I don't want to kill you." Who would believe that? She knew very well that those professional players, when they saw a boss monster, especially a special one like her, their only thought was, "Can I kill it to get good loot?" During her weak period, she had been killed many times like this. She remembered every painful moment clearly. Once I die again, I can revive, but all the experience and levels I worked hard to gain will be lost. In a moment, the black-robed person looked determined. I can't die again. Void Gate, she waved her hand suddenly. Just like when she first opened the dungeon, a large gate appeared in front of her, leading somewhere unknown. The black-robed person rushed into it and disappeared. Etion stopped, looking helpless. This was the first time he saw such a strange way to leave a dungeon. He felt a strange danger from the Void Gate. He wasn't ready to go in and take risks. Being able to freely travel through dungeons and secret realms. Such a bug-like ability. If he could get this power, he could directly enter other people's secret realms and steal their loot. Etion frowned slightly and thought deeply. He really wanted to recruit this potential talent. But if he didn't find a way to stop her from teleporting through dungeon spaces at will, he wouldn't even get a chance to talk. He didn't know much about this kind of ability, but he decided to take out his phone and ask Wei Yuan, the mysterious person. Is there a way to counter space teleportation? Outside, Wei Yuan, who was focused on the dungeon progress, suddenly felt his phone vibrate slightly. When he saw Etion's message, even Wei Yuan, who was calm, fell into a long silence. Aren't you guys racing through the dungeon? Why do you have time to send messages? Wei Yuan let out a meaningless laugh and replied, Yes. Is this another sub-level space of the secret realm? The man in black robes stepped out from the door and saw that the surrounding scene was still the medium-sized secret realm, the realm of Sky Islands. A sub-level space is a trial area within the secret realm where each challenger faces the same environment and challenges. She looked around and realized she was on the second level. Not far from her, a half-dragon was challenging the mini-boss, the Storm Weaver. The strategy for the second level in the Yaga dynasty was for each person to challenge a mini-boss, but they didn't expect the man in black robes to catch sight of one. Dragon descendant, faced with the many people who thought the half-dragon was quite strong, the man in black robes was completely unfazed. Fortunately, it's far weaker than that disaster star. Since facing Etion Ho, the man in black robes felt much more confident about fighting others. While the half-dragon was fully attacking the mini-boss, the man in black robes quickly shot out 4 purple flying knives from behind. Swish, 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 swish. With sharp wind-breaking sounds, the 4 knives precisely pierced the half-dragon's waist. The intense pain made the half-dragon scream loudly in agony. Seeing this opportunity, the mini-boss, the Storm Weaver, launched another skill, nearly severely injuring the already weakened half-dragon. Great chance. Seeing this, the man in black robes drew out 2 knives again, leaped forward, and with precise and swift swordsmanship, quickly finished off the half-dragon with low health. Immediately after, she didn't spare the mini-boss, who had been damaged by the half-dragon. Killing 2 powerful targets, the abundant experience caused her title to change dramatically. Elite Monster. Outside, Emperor Qi's face was so angry it turned red, as if the surrounding temperature was rising. He clearly sensed that one of the half-dragons with royal bloodline in the secret realm was missing. One half-dragon had died in the secret realm. Good for nothing. Emperor Qi never expected that a half-dragon with royal bloodline could die in the secret realm. That's right. If the man in black robes hadn't been scared off by Etion Ho and had just teleported behind the half-dragon, death might indeed have been unavoidable. However, this not only resulted in the loss of a half-dragon, but also slowed down the progress of the ancient kingdom's clearance. Trash, Wei Yuan casually said. Emperor Qi, mind your image. Hearing this, Emperor Qi's eyes instantly turned scarlet. He stared fiercely at Wei Yuan, growing angrier. Do you think our 4 clans can't win? You guys from Daxia are only at. Just at. Emperor Qi spoke while looking at the progress bar of the secret realm. His eyes widened suddenly, and he fell silent. Because the progress bar showed that the easy team had already reached 95% at the 3rd level, the final boss. They were just 1 step away from clearing the level. In contrast, the remaining 4 half-dragons of the ancient kingdom had just finished the 2nd level. Wei Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. For some reason, after receiving a message from Easy Tian just now, he had an inexplicable feeling. Easy Tian would definitely take 1st place. Inside the secret realm, at the last level, the giant floating island. Yexiu, Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and Jiang Che stood in a semi-surrounding formation, with Yexiu giving commands continuously. Stop, save your skills, and blue energy. Wait for me to break the armor. The boss's health is very low. It's time to use the final move. Qiuli, interrupt him. Before he finished speaking, Bai Qiuli was already ready. Her powerful cold ice energy gathered into her sword. Frozen absolute silence slash. A white streak flashed, and the boss, the Sky Monarch, was engulfed in a frozen crystal of ice. Then, countless slashes struck the ice crystal. Yexiu quickly said, "Focus fire, kill the boss in one hit." The frozen absolute silence slash had a freezing effect that could forcibly interrupt the boss's skills. But after the freeze ended, the boss would release his rage even faster, so they had to kill him during this time. The boss's health was down to 5%. For Yexiu and the others, killing him was an easy task. Bang! The ice crystal shattered, and the boss's body and broken ice scattered everywhere. Your team has defeated the secret realm boss, Sky Monarch. Easy Tian had just returned and saw the boss being defeated. He barely moved his hands and was taken through the level, making him arguably the first in history. Nice! Jiang Che and Wan Jiang high-fived and cheered. Everyone was experiencing their first time clearing a medium-sized secret realm. Only Yexiu felt deeply touched. He had joined the World Gaming Guild for 2 years and had only just cleared his first secondary secret realm. Unexpectedly, they cleared the medium secret realm the very next day after arriving here. Yexiu's smile was like a new life. "How about it, boss?" "Great." Etian nodded confidently. What made Etian even happier was the message from Wei Yuan, who said there was a way to stop space teleportation. This meant that next time they encounter the black-robed man, they might be able to recruit this special talent. Double happiness. At the same time, the settlement announcement was also released. You have cleared the medium secret realm, Sky Island realm, and your level has increased to 25. You have reached level 25. After completing the advancement task, your profession will advance a second time, and you will gain a profession-specific skill. Employees Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, Yexiu have achieved the first clear of the medium secret realm. Rewards include profit sharing, 20 funds for, and 4 legendary equipment blind boxes. This reward was truly luxurious. For people cleared the medium secret realm, earning 4 shares of profit, totaling 80 funds. This was Etian's first large income. With the original balance, his total funds now reached 94.3. Even after recruiting a potential special talent, there was still plenty of money left. Besides, the most important gain this time was the ownership of the medium secret realm. Your team was the first to clear the medium secret realm. According to the team distribution rules, as the team leader, you have 100% ownership of the secret realm's resources. This was decided before entering the secret realm. Etian was entrusted with full ownership of the secret realm's resources. After all, the resources in the secret realm needed someone to develop them. A resource secret realm capable of supporting 2 or 3 cities required management. Everyone agreed that this was something the boss should worry about. However, being so decisive in giving up the ownership of the secret realm, besides the military, Etian's team was probably the only one. The team members' levels had all increased, but there were no equipment or skill rewards for clearing the secret realm. Seeing this, Etian decided to reward the 4 members with 4 legendary equipment blind boxes. After all, the efforts of all employees were evident. As the boss, he couldn't be stingy when it came to rewards. Moreover, Etian already has the Tianlang set gifted by Wei Yuan. Others also need to have decent equipment. Great job, everyone. This counts as a bonus, randomly opening a legendary item for your class. Wow. Jiang Che widened his eyes in disbelief. A valuable legendary piece of equipment was given so casually? Bai Qiuli and Wan Jiang also kept their eyes fixed on the blind box, both a bit stunned. Especially Bai Qiuli, whose gear is quite poor. It might be a disadvantage in exams, but Etian directly helped her improve it. Boss is generous. Yexiu took the blind box, feeling both shocked and touched. He has been in the guild for 2 years and has seen many bosses. He wishes he could hold all the wealth himself. Giving small rewards to employees and acting like he's doing charity. as if the employees are receiving a great blessing. Compared to Etion, who does nothing and yet no one complains. But Etion still gives legendary equipment as bonuses, something unprecedented in the past 200 years. If it was mostly to thank Etion before, now Yexiu truly respects this boss. Come on, everyone say, boss is generous, boss is generous. Awesome. Before leaving the secret realm, Etion checked the upgrade tasks. His level has already reached the point, and the second upgrade is not far away. Level 2 upgrade tasks. Recruit 1 divine potential talent. Any employee earns a regional honor. Progress, 1/2. He has a divine potential talent. Yexiu, just missing one more, the regional honor. The honor, specifically, is some kind of award, like Bai Qiuli's first place in the apprentice trial or Wan Jiang's top contribution in the Magic Tide reserve team. The regional honor refers to the 5 major zones of Huaxia: East China, South China, West China, North China, and Central China. It undoubtedly requires a bigger award. Etion immediately thought of the college entrance exam. Now, Daxia has divided the national college entrance exam into 5 regional exams. The East China regional exam is in 2 days. Bai Qiuli, preparing for the exam, if she ranks well, will definitely earn a regional honor. 2 days later, Etion quietly calculated. On the day of the college entrance exam, all students in East China will participate, and many talented people will surely appear. It's also a great day for his recruitment plans. As Etion's team cleared the secret realm, the other teams were forced to end their challenges, all failing. Because only one team can win. At this moment, Etion and the other explorers emerged from the secret realm. The other teams were all stunned. It ended so quickly. The Seiya Guild's president, Ma Xiangren, was also stunned. He hadn't even reached halfway through the first stage, yet he was suddenly teleported out. Seiya's progress was among the slowest, and Ma Xiang's leadership was poor. His damage output was weak, and he relied entirely on 3 new epic teammates to help him pass. It was just a dream. But then his eyes widened in shock. He saw Yexiu among the winning team. President, could that be Yexiu? How is that possible? He's a top-tier professional. Why would he be tackling a medium-sized secret realm? He must be riding on someone else's coattails. In fact, I think Ye's team's coordination is pretty good. A few members of the Seiya Guild started to argue with the president, making Ma Xiang's face turn red with anger. Yeah, right now, our team doesn't even have a proper leader. We're all just fighting chaotically. Idiot president, I want to leave the guild. Some former members of Yexiu's team looked at him now with envy and regret. Now, Ye's team is really in a different league from us. Meanwhile, the special team from the Hidden Dragon base, the Deming Squad, was also confused. Captain Zhao looked at the first-place team in shock, unable to believe it. Because the ancient Qing dynasty had stepped in, they had gone all out, but they had only just finished the second stage. And someone had already cleared the secret realm? No, you guys are even more powerful than the special team. So what's the point of our special team? The only consolation was that the secret realm hadn't been taken by the alien race. Overall, the outcome for Daxia was still okay. But Zhao was a bit frustrated. The team that was given special permission to help had now become just spectators. The Deming Squad awkwardly said goodbye to Wei Yuan and hurried back to the Hidden Dragon base. At this moment, the angriest person was the Red Emperor of the Yaga dynasty. Good-for-nothings. All useless. Yedra and the other half-dragon participants lowered their heads silently, not daring to speak. Mar is the worst of the worst. If he was killed by the mysterious realm monster, his soul should be thrown into the desolate furnace. The Red Emperor was furious, almost losing control. The Yaga dynasty had fought many times to seize the mysterious realm, but never had they been defeated so thoroughly. Not only that, they failed to conquer the medium-sized secret realm, and they also lost their entry ticket to a small secret realm for nothing. It was a classic case of losing both the battle and the war. They made a wasted trip, and it was a huge embarrassment for Daxia, which the Red Emperor could not accept. Nearby, Wei Yuan watched the Red Emperor silently, with a calm face, as if he was watching a show. This made the Red Emperor even angrier, and he roared, "Wei Yuan!" Wei Yuan smiled faintly, crossing his arms and calmly said, "The secret realm is over." The Red Emperor, safe travels. Good. The Red Emperor's eyes flashed with almost tangible anger. Don't forget, the race competition isn't limited by level like the Secret Realm. I hope you can still smile then. As the Red Emperor prepared to leave, he felt annoyed again. This time, I want you to bet the medium-sized Secret Realm in the race competition. Wei Yuan didn't reply, only casually said, Are you referring to challenging the Yaga dynasty's Secret Realm freely, as you mentioned? The Red Emperor said nothing and spread his wings, flying away. The remaining half-dragons quickly followed back to the Yaga dynasty. Who would have thought this old dragon would have such a day of losing face? This Easy Sky team did a great job. No matter who wins against the alien race, I am their loyal fan. Among the spectators, many who had given up entering the Secret Realm felt quite pleased after witnessing this competition. The Yaga dynasty had fought for many secret realms in Daxia over the years, and now they finally turned the tide, making everyone proud. After the Secret Realm ended, Easy Sky and others were taken away by Wei Yuan. Especially Easy Sky, who was taken alone to a meeting room for a detailed talk. I really didn't expect you all to clear the Secret Realm. Wei Yuan had to admire now. Easy Sky truly created a miracle. Since we are partners, naturally we can work together effectively. Etienne didn't waste words. He directly discussed with Wei Yuan, preparing to transfer the ownership of the resources from the medium-sized Secret Realm to Huadong. After all, developing resources in a medium secret realm requires a lot of manpower and ongoing management and protection. It's too difficult for an individual to handle. Moreover, the resources in the medium secret realm are so abundant that Etienne simply cannot manage them all. Only by handing them over to the state can their full potential be realized. Wei Yuan's eyes showed some admiration. Etienne didn't even take the opportunity to ask for conditions, which showed his farsightedness. For a moment, Wei Yuan, as the person in charge of Huadong, began to seriously consider his partnership with Etienne. All right, since that's the case, I won't say more. Wei Yuan said happily. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. I will also reserve some of the Secret Realm resources for your use. Etienne immediately made a request. Actually, I do need something now. You mentioned you have the ability to prevent space teleportation. What exactly is it? Although Wei Yuan didn't know what Etienne wanted to use it for, seeing his eager expression, he decided not to hide anything. He took out a square-shaped device, with all four sides made of a transparent, illusory grid, looking like a small prison. Death Duel Prison. Once used, it creates a space where no one can leave by any means unless the device holder dies. Hearing this, Etienne's face lit up with joy. Wow, such a good thing. He took the Death Duel Prison and found it was a legendary grade item. With it, he wouldn't be afraid of the black-robed woman escaping again next time. Wei Yuan explained, this was developed by a legendary professional, an inventor, in Daxia. Currently, only a few are owned by the Daxia government. This shows one of the benefits of working with the state. Such a device with unique functions would be very hard to find if Wei Yuan hadn't told him about it. Overall, the partnership was very pleasant. Of course, while some people are happy, others are angry. On the other side, inside the Red Emperor Palace of the Yago Empire, the palace was in chaos. Various rare treasures near the throne had been knocked to the ground, and even half of the stone pillars inside the hall were shattered. The royal dragon descendants in the hall didn't dare to make a sound. As soon as the Crimson Emperor returned, he was furious. It was the first time in over 20 years that he had suffered such a humiliating defeat. Calm down, Your Majesty, one of the half-dragon advisors said soothingly after the Crimson Emperor's rage had lasted for a long time. The Secret Realm was only a small failure. Now, the princes have returned from the dragon ancestors' Secret Realm. The princes' bloodlines are far superior to those of half-dragons. They can easily crush the Daxiao Empire. When the two clans compete, they will make Daxiao pay a heavy price. This speech slightly eased the Crimson Emperor's anger. The princes of the Yagua dynasty are among the purest dragon bloodlines born recently. According to dragon bloodline standards, they are also the strongest. In terms of level, they have already surpassed the second rank. The Crimson Emperor sat back on his throne and let out a thunderous hum. For this year's two-clan competition, I will raise the stakes. Daxiao must produce two medium-sized secret realms. The half-dragon advisor agreed and said, Your Majesty is wise. Let Daxia pay back double what they earned today. Just as the Crimson Emperor's expression softened a little, a soldier entered the hall with news. Your Majesty, Daxia's border army is about to take over one of our small secret realms. With your permission. Ugh. Damn it. The Crimson Emperor's previously calm face darkened with anger. He slammed his fist on the throne's armrest. Luckily, the throne was sturdy. He had gone out once and lost a small secret realm. The words, coward, seemed to be carved into his face. Trying to take my secret realm? I want to see where Daxia gets the courage to do that. The Crimson Emperor snorted coldly and ordered his advisor. Send troops to the Daxia border to stir up demonic energy. Let's see if they still have the leisure to take my secret realm. After finally returning to Qingcheng, he immediately went home to visit his mother after finishing the secret realm. When children achieve good results, they most hope for their parents' approval. Unfortunately, Wan Jiang's father is missing, so he can only share his success with his mother. When will I find my father? Late at night, after dinner, Wan Jiang and his mother lie alone in bed, gazing at the ring on his finger in a daze. Feeling lost. If you're confused, then improve your strength. With this thought, Wan Jiang reignited his fighting spirit and prepared to continue challenging the 1000 June body refinement. After the secret realm, his level increased to 22, and combined with the attributes from the 1000 June body refinement. 270 June body refinement, strength 50, constitution 50, spirit 20. His attributes soared, and the boss rewarded him with a legendary armor from a blind box. Pawn Long armor. Compared to his first challenge of the 1000 June body refinement, his attributes more than doubled. Now, attempting the 1000 June body refinement again, he might even reach the perfect score of 1000 June. Wan Jiang's mind moved, and he disappeared from his room, instantly teleporting to the inside of the ring space, at the center of the demon ceiling tower's first floor. Challenged the 1000 June body refinement. As he spoke, the tower responded. Second challenge of the 1000 June body refinement begins. Next moment, an invisible heavy pressure instantly gathered. This time, he started from his previous score of 270 June. But with his body attributes greatly increased, Wan Jiang felt no pressure at all. 500, 600, 800 June. The heavy pressure kept pushing to the limit. Wan Jiang felt as if countless chains were binding him, every muscle seeming to tear apart. But his willpower, like a tightly stretched string, kept him holding on. 1000 June. The 1000 June pressure, if an ordinary person of the same level faced it, could crush them into pulp instantly. But Wan Jiang persisted. After a moment, a faint glow flashed across his body, and his aura suddenly changed, as if a mountain had risen from the ground. 1000 June body refinement challenge completed, reaching perfect refinement. 1000 June. One of the foundational achievements for refining an extraordinary physique. 1000 June body refinement. Perfect. Strength 150, Constitution 150, Spirit 50, Agility 50. His physical strength greatly improved, his energy and blood surged like a dragon, and his recovery ability increased significantly. Even serious injuries could heal quickly. Success. Wan Jiang's clothes were soaked with sweat as he took deep breaths to restore his energy. Huff. His strength and physique both increased by 100, and his overall attributes rose by 280 points. Now, at level 22, his stats are higher than those of a level 40 epic class professional. Wan Jiang is increasingly looking forward to the next steps in the Demon Suppression Tower, the second level's unlocking condition. Defeat the demon level evil spirits, and aim to achieve it soon. At apartment 502 in Qingshan, Etian and others finished eating and were lying on the big sofa in the living room, chatting casually. Night Repair has decided to form an exploration team with Jiang Che and his siblings, perfectly solving the problem of Night Repair being alone and the team lacking experts. At this moment, a notification suddenly popped up in front of Etian. You have shared the talent of employee Wan Jiang. 1000 Gene body refinement. Perfect. In an instant, his physical quality was enhanced. Just sitting here, his energy and blood surged like a blazing furnace. Who turned the air conditioner to hot air? Jiang Che fanned his collar, looking puzzled. Bai Qiuli was watching Etian from the other side of the sofa, feeling that he seemed a bit stronger. Night Repair also looked at Etian and teased. Boss is still young. staying energetic late at night. Normally, I only do that in the morning. Etienne didn't expect that Wan Jiang's 1,000-gene body refinement reaching perfection would have such a great effect, but hearing Night Repair's words, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Soon after, it was midnight. The management log was refreshed. However, since everyone was mostly resting after clearing the secret realm today, there wasn't much to report. They had only been leveling up in front of the secret realm and running a few dungeons. They earned a total of 2.8 in funds. Compared to the huge income from clearing the secret realm today, it was just a small addition. Current funds balance, 97.1. The next day, Wan Jiang's return time arrived, and he drove back to the border military camp in Ding City. However, as soon as he arrived in Ding City, the urgent mobilization of the border troops surprised him. What's going on? Why are we suddenly in a state of combat readiness? Wan Jiang quickly found the leader of the vanguard group and learned the current situation. A new magical tide has appeared, and it is even larger than the last one, at least a medium-sized magical tide. Why did it happen so suddenly? The last tide just passed not long ago. Source energy. Someone triggered the evil source energy, causing the evil spirits to gather quickly and form the magical tide. Leader Chang Wei of the vanguard group snorted coldly. It must be those guys from the Yaga dynasty. Evil source energy is a special tool that acts like a stimulant for evil spirits. Once triggered, it causes a magical tide. Wan Jian's expression immediately turned furious. A medium-sized magical tide is already a big threat to the border defenses. Defending against it directly would likely come at a high cost. And this time, it was triggered by the Yaga dynasty, causing a sudden appearance of a medium tide. For the unprepared border troops, this could be a deadly blow. Many soldiers might be killed or injured. Seeing Wan Jian's angry expression, Leader Chang Wei smiled slightly and signaled him, "But don't worry too much. The person in charge warned us yesterday." Wan Jian was surprised. Old Wei? Yesterday? He warned us. Leader Chang Wei recalled Wei Yuan's orders from yesterday and couldn't help but feel admiration. The Red Emperor is quick-tempered and stubborn, with cunning tricks. The border defenses are immediately put on alert. Right after the secret realm ended yesterday, Old Wei issued the military alert, so the city defenses were already prepared. Wan Jian's expression changed, his mood fluctuating. Leader Chang Wei raised a finger and pointed upward, signaling him to look at the sky. A figure floated in the air, overlooking the border area. It was Wei Yuan. He was surrounded by faint starlight, his robe fluttering in the breeze, and his calm, scholarly face showed a mountain-like steadiness. The alien race that had planned to make small moves during the medium tide immediately retracted everything when Wei Yuan appeared. If Etienne were here, he would surely sigh. This is what it means to be a talent of the nation. See, that's why they can be in charge. Leader Chang Wei sighed and patted Wan Jian's shoulder. You should learn from him in the future. Wan Jian silently nodded. Then, Chang Wei assigned him a task. Although Wei Yuan had expected it, the threat of the medium-sized magic tide was very real. The border defense army had to be very careful and could not slack off. You don't need to go to the reserve team anymore. Join the guerrilla squad. Yes, Commander. Because of Wan Jiang's performance during the last magic tide, joining the reserve team felt like a waste of talent, but moving to the main force lacked experience. So, the guerrilla squad, a flexible team that allows free action, suited him better. Thinking about unlocking the second level of the ceiling demon tower, Wan Jiang, holding a spear and walking lightly, eagerly rushed to the front line to fight. During a medium-sized magic tide, there were many evil spirits and even some demon kings, so the border defense army would abandon the outer first line and retreat to the second line, using city defenses to fight back. While fighting, Wan Jiang also protected his teammates so they could retreat safely. Now, his strength was enough to handle low-level evil spirits easily. Medium-sized magic tide, indeed more fierce than the last small one, and larger in scale, found it. A demon-level evil spirit. After killing several evil spirits, Wan Jiang suddenly brightened his eyes and spotted his target. It was a terrifying creature over 2 meters tall, covered in flowing blood that twisted across its body, like a bloodied monster with its skin peeled off. Blood demon, demon level, strength comparable to a level 30 epic profession. Recalling the military's record of evil spirits, the blood demon was considered quite powerful among demon-level creatures. But for Wan Jiang now, it was just an opponent to be defeated. Breaking army, his spear shot out like a dragon, with destructive power easily crushing the blood demon. In the next moment, Wan Jiang disappeared. You have met the second-level unlocking condition of the Sealing Demon Tower. Kill a demon-level evil spirit. Automatically unlock the second-level trial of the Sealing Demon Tower. Anywhere in the Sealing Demon Tower is fine, but being suddenly teleported here is a bit frustrating. After complaining, Wan Jiang headed straight to the trial space. Sealing Demon Tower Level 2 Trial. Kill 10 blood demons. Unlike the confusion during his first time entering the tower, Wan Jiang now felt confident. As 10 blood demons emerged from the darkness of the trial space, Wan Jiang held his spear with both hands, inserted it into the ground, and a radiant golden formation rose from beneath his feet. Spearmaster Formation. It is worth mentioning that the top 10 blood demons provide 30% attribute bonuses to Wan Jiang, making battles even faster. Second level trial completed. Reward gained. Talent. Spiritual Convergence. Spiritual Convergence uses spiritual energy to cleanse the body and create an extraordinary physique. After the trial, the Demon Sealing Tower's second level shone brightly, as invisible spiritual energy like clear spring water merged into Wan Jiang's body. Unlike the heavy pressure during body tempering, spiritual convergence feels very refreshing, as if every part of the body is purified. Feels so good. At this point, all of Wan Jiang's senses have been greatly enhanced. His vision, hearing, smell, and touch are all much stronger, even able to sense spiritual fluctuations and predict danger or enemy movements. Talent. 1000 Gene Body Refinement. Perfect, and Talent. Spiritual Convergence have merged, fulfilling the prerequisites for an extraordinary physique. Seeing this new message, Wan Jiang's face lit up with joy. He never expected that the legendary extraordinary physique was already calling to him. In his talent panel, a new attribute appeared. Extraordinary Physique. None. Prerequisite for activating the physique has been met. Need to obtain/activate the physique. Simply put, Wan Jiang has qualified for an extraordinary physique but has not yet activated it. However, from the information in the Demon Sealing Tower, Wan Jiang received a hint. The reward for the third-level trial will directly grant the extraordinary physique. The condition to unlock the third level. Defeat the Demon Spirit Level Evil Demon. Wan Jiang's heart surged with excitement. Demon Spirit Level. He might have a chance if he fights. Boss gave me a legendary profession and legendary equipment. If I don't get stronger, how can I live up to his trust? He decided to go all out. After pondering for a long time, Wan Jiang finally made up his mind to challenge the Demon Spirit Level. A new recruit challenging a Demon Spirit Level Evil Demon. If the team leader finds out, he might be scared. But Wan Jiang wasn't just planning to challenge one. His fighting spirit was unmatched, but the moment he left the Demon Sealing Tower, he suddenly froze. He saw countless crimson eyes staring at him intensely. All around him, evil demons. The city defense command post, including Chong Wei and all the other captains, were stunned. Hasn't everyone already been evacuated from the first line? How is there still someone sneaking behind the evil demons? All the allied soldiers were stunned, and the 2 battalion commanders responsible for retreating were even more confused. Yes, we did retreat just now. Faced with a medium-sized demon surge, the original plan was to hold the second defensive line and have all troops withdraw from the first line. But unexpectedly, someone appeared out of nowhere and was surrounded by demons. Above the city, Wei Yuan looked calm, overseeing the battle, until he noticed Wan Jiang among the demon horde. That's the team member under Tian. What is he doing? At this moment, Wan Jiang realized he was trapped among the demons. He wasn't afraid or scared. He was excited, because he was now incredibly strong. Peerless, ignores all negative effects. When health drops by 1%, all attributes increase by 1%. Each nearby enemy increases all attributes by 3%. The range of nearby wasn't very large, but the demon horde was so dense that there were about 60 or 70 demons nearby. This boosted Wan Jiang's attributes nearly twofold. A feeling of power he had never experienced before surged through him. filling him with fighting spirit. He swung his spear, and with a casual strike, nearly 10 demons were instantly killed. That feels great. A wave of exhilaration spread through him. But Wan Jiang didn't act recklessly. He was not a fool and understood the current situation well. A medium-sized demon surge with Demon King-level demons was a completely different level of enemy for him. Facing them meant certain death. His immediate priority was to seize the opportunity to activate the third-layer Demon Suppression Tower trial. After 2 previous trials, he realized that the monsters in the trial were the same as the demons he had slain to activate the trial. Demon spirits were powerful, comparable to epic-level players at level 50 or 60, making them difficult to handle. It was best to choose an opponent he could suppress. Got it. Wan Jiang's gaze fixed on a goblin-like monster, which was shrouded in black, virus-like mist. Plague Howl, Demon Spirit. Level 55. Attributes: Strength 565, Agility 565, Constitution 600, Spirit 595. Description: Releases a large amount of virus causing numerous negative effects. Contact can infect deadly plagues. The Plague Howl was a very tricky monster for the border army, and many fighters preferred not to face it. Because the virus it releases is very disgusting, once infected, the pain is intense, and treatment after the battle also takes a long time. But for Wan Jiang, it's just a reward level. His talent, Peerless, ignores all negative states. This includes viruses and plagues. Breaking army. With this thought, Wan Jiang acted without hesitation, moving quickly to attack the howling plague. His spear tore through the evil creature's body. With the powerful, Peerless attribute boost, the demon spirit shattered upon contact. In the next moment, Wan Jiang disappeared again. When did he become so strong? Inside the command center, Commander Chong Wei was surprised, but soon looked confused again. Where did he go now? Someone nearby asked suspiciously. Could his class be Space Assassin? Magic Seal Tower, 3rd floor. Wan Jiang was fully focused, his mind tense, facing 10 plague howls. And the high bonus from Peerless had disappeared, so against 10 enemies, he only had 30% extra power. Even though he was immune to negative states, his raw strength was still quite lacking. Without hesitation, Wan Jiang stabbed himself several times in quick succession. His health bar dropped below 50%, and his attribute bonus increased by 50%. At this moment, his strength attribute skyrocketed to 882. Damn, that hurts so much. Wan Jiang grimaced but kept his fighting spirit high. Superhuman physique. I'm ready to fight. Kill. Meanwhile, after Wan Jiang quickly defeated a demon spirit, the border army began clearing the demon tide. The alien tribes of the Yagu kingdom initially wanted to create chaos and sabotage the Daxia defense efforts. But with Wei Yuan overseeing everything and the Red Emperor absent, the other aliens dared not act rashly. The reason Daxia is weak lies in the lack of high-quality professions, insufficient resources, and too many external enemies brought by the alien passage. But once a high-potential, high-quality professional grows up, they are no worse than those powerful aliens. On the 3rd floor of the Magic Seal Tower, Wan Jiang's health has dropped to 20%, but his momentum remains strong. The plague howls in front of him are now down to 3. Even immune to the negative effects of the plague, the demon-level evil spirits are still very powerful, making this the most dangerous fight Wan Jiang has faced so far. I should have let the boss hold a meeting first. Then I could have challenged him. Wan Jiang was thinking this, and suddenly felt disappointed with his current attitude. With a legendary profession, legendary equipment, and even a benefit that makes him immune to deadly damage, he still didn't dare to fight hard. It's because I haven't fought hard enough. Wan Jiang's expression became firm, and his eyes showed an unprecedented fighting spirit. Then, he shot 2 more arrows into his already injured body. His health dropped to 5%, but his attributes reached an all-time high. One man can hold a pass. Wan Jiang swung his spear, leaping into the air, with a power far beyond 3 demon-level enemies. Break the army, boom. A powerful explosion with destructive force caused the trial space to shake violently. 3 plague howlers died instantly, and Wan Jiang's level rose to 23. At the same time, he announced that he had passed the 3rd level of the trial. You have cleared the 3rd level of the trial and received a reward, a random extraordinary physique. Choose one of 3. Choose one of three extraordinary physiques. Wan Jiang sat on the ground, still recovering his strong vitality from his injuries, excitedly checking his reward. An extraordinary physique can be called a very powerful passive ability that merges into and strengthens the entire body. Most of these only exist in alien races. He eagerly looked at his options, with three illusory card-like images appearing in front of him. Mystic Iron Overlord Body, A grade, greatly increases defense and physique, and can convert received attacks into energy for a strong counterattack. Damage related to physique and defense. Such a strong defensive counterattack ability. This is very suitable for a tank role, almost elevating his combat power to a new level. Just the A-grade physique alone is almost comparable to a legendary profession. But Wan Jiang's profession leans more toward a warrior, and he hopes to have warrior-type abilities. He randomly looked at the next option, but was caught off guard. Phoenix Body. S-grade greatly increases agility. Attack deals high flame and light attribute damage, and can be reborn after death. Note: choosing this transforms him into a female and greatly boosts charm. Wan Jiang. He was originally quite tempted. S-grade extraordinary physique. Not only high agility, but also attack with dual attributes. It's even more powerful than a legendary passive skill. But unfortunately, just as I feared, it's going to turn into a woman? Wan Jiang takes a deep breath and quietly looks away. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tian is wandering around the main dungeon centers. Today, he searched through countless dungeons to find a black-robed person with special potential. Unfortunately, the chance of finding someone who can travel between dungeons is very low. But at this moment, Tian has a sudden thought and feels confused. Why do I have a feeling of narrowly escaping a disaster? He notices that Wan Jiang has already met the conditions for an extraordinary physique. Sharing this with himself should be good news. But he finds it strange. Wan Jiang looks at the last option. The icon for the third choice shows a small figure surrounded by lightning. The icon has a description: Thunder Body. S greatly increases attack speed and movement speed. Each attack summons lightning around the body, with the range and damage depending on the attack strength. When lightning hits enemies, there is a chance to cause paralysis. So powerful. Seeing the last physical trait, Wan Jiang finally shows a happy expression, having found his target. He decisively chooses the Thunder Body. Chosen Thunder Body as the reward for the third level of trial. Supernatural physique successfully merged. As the Tower of Demons' voice echoes, a fierce power floods into Wan Jiang's body. The intertwined flashes of lightning, bright and dark, flicker around him. At this moment, he seems to transform into a legendary lightning element class. He instinctively swings his spear. A bolt of lightning, about the thickness of a bamboo pole, strikes down, causing the ground to shake and some stones to break apart. Wan Jiang looks surprised. He swings his spear again, and 3 consecutive lightning strikes follow the spear's path, hitting the ground and creating 3 large craters. Supernatural physique is indeed impressive. While feeling happy, a prompt from the next trial space sounds. The 4th level of trial space can strengthen this supernatural physique or grant a higher rated physique. Unlock condition for the 4th level. Kill a demon lord level evil spirit. S-grade physique is so powerful. I wonder how strong a higher rated physique would be. Thinking of this, Wan Jiang's motivation increased greatly. It's time to leave the tower. At the second defensive line of Dingcheng, the vanguard troops are fighting fiercely against the magic tide. These evil creatures, once triggered by source energy, become almost like madmen, only knowing how to fight. Even after killing several waves with city defenses, they are still quite difficult to handle. At this moment, on the command center's electronic screen, amidst the dark mass of monsters, the friendly forces' lights flicker again. Wow! Who's attacking behind the monsters now? Who else could it be? Seeing Wan Jiang reappear, a few squad leaders are no longer surprised. Anyway, he will probably disappear again soon. But at this moment, Commander Chang Wei shouts, "Wait! What is he doing?" Behind the magic tide, Wan Jiang sweeps with his gun. Wherever his spear points, thunder crashes and rocks split, unstoppable, like a thunder dragon descending. The monsters fear most the thunder that destroys evil. For a moment, Wan Jiang's spear flashes with lightning. With his level S physique boosting his attack and movement speed, His speed of killing enemies rises to a new level. This time, Wan Jiang doesn't plan to escape using the magic ceiling tower. The border defense army has begun to counterattack, and as a guerrilla squad, he should also contribute. Charging behind enemy lines is definitely guerrilla warfare. Gun shadow formation. With the activation of his level 1 profession skill, the thunder in the air gathers with several times the power. The thunder body is stronger with more lightning when attacking and against groups of enemies. The gun shadow formation is currently the strongest attack. Boom! The destructive lightning and the golden light of the gun shadow formation intertwine, creating a war prelude to slaughter the monsters. After 2 demon kings of the magic tide are defeated by border defense experts, the magic tide's rear is miraculously stirred up by Wan Jiang alone, causing chaos. Isn't he a spear fighter? How come he's using lightning magic now? Great opportunity. The monster's rear is in chaos, and their attack rhythm is disrupted. It seems we can end the magic tide sooner. The squad leaders in the command center brighten their eyes. With their rich combat experience, they immediately see the value of Wan Jiang's actions. This kid, I don't know whether to punish him for acting on his own or reward him for doing well. Let's decide after the battle. Main force, charge. You have shared the ability of your employee, Wan Jiang. Extraordinary body, thunderous combat physique. Crack. Purple lightning like a dragon wildly flickered over Yexiu, and his performance during the fusion of the thunderous combat physique was even more intense than Wan Jiang's was at that time. Thunder-type extraordinary physique. Not bad, not bad. Yexiu adapted to the power of this extraordinary physique and approved of Wan Jiang's choice. This S-rank extraordinary physique grants abilities nearly comparable to a legendary profession. After Wan Jiang gained this physique, he could probably compete with a god-level expert like Yexiu and be considered one of the strongest employees. Thinking about this, Yexiu exited the dungeon. Most of the day had passed, but he still hadn't found the man in the black robe, which made him a little frustrated. Maybe I should ask Wei Yuan to put out a bounty tomorrow. The main reason he couldn't find him today was that too many people were trying the dungeon, making the process slow. After all, the college entrance exam was tomorrow. No student would give up a last-minute chance to improve their score. Maybe they'd find a good piece of equipment or skill, or level up a bit more, and get a better ranking. Although Yexiu didn't plan to participate himself, he was also looking forward to the exam. Not just for career advancement, but also for the chance to find talented people. Yexiu left the dungeon center and learned that the medium-sized magic tide had been repelled, and the border defense had achieved a great victory. This wasn't surprising, because he knew Wei Yuan's presence would ensure nothing serious happened. As he was thinking, Wei Yuan, dressed in a green coat, suddenly appeared in front of Yexiu, descending from the sky. You know, your employee Wan Jiang is very strong now. Wei Yuan and Yexiu walked side by side, casually chatting like old friends. Yexiu thought about Wan Jiang's tower of demon ceiling and his potential as a pillar of the nation, and nodded confidently. He will become even stronger in the future. Wei Yuan looked at Yexiu in surprise, not expecting him to be so unfazed by Wan Jiang's miraculous performance today. Is this confidence from the boss in his employee? After pondering for a long time, he set this question aside and spoke about his own purpose. Tomorrow is the college entrance exam. Since you're not participating, why not come and be a special recruitment officer for East China? Sure, Yexiu replied happily. Just like when he was at Qingshan Third Middle School, the special recruitment officer is a position reserved for talented individuals. This matched Yexiu's plans perfectly, giving him an official identity. So he agreed without hesitation. There's one more thing. At this, Wei Yuan's expression became playful, as if he was looking forward to it. Since you have many employees and strong strength, how about you set up a special team base, like the Earthquake Squad? Wei Yuan shook his head. Not a single special team, but like the Hidden Dragon base, which controls multiple special teams. Yexiu was surprised. He really didn't expect for him to establish a special team base. Is this a joke? Special teams are created to handle special missions, respond to urgent threats, or support different parts of Daxia. On average, a new special team is formed every 4 or 5 years. The Special Team Department, the Hidden Dragon Base in Central China, manages all elite special teams. It is Daxia's most unique organization, bar none. In the 200 years of Daxia's history, only one hidden dragon base has ever appeared. Now Wei Yuan says he wants Etian to model it after the hidden dragon base. At that moment, Etian suddenly remembered the fear of being controlled by foolish bosses and the main client in his past life. Seeing Etian's strange look, Wei Yuan smiled slightly. Don't be nervous. I think you can still awaken quite a few people, right? Etian nodded. As long as there was enough funding, he could even recruit 1 billion awakened individuals. In fact, he was quite looking forward to that day, recruiting 1 billion people and seeing how powerful he could become. Then there's no problem. Think about it. What does a special team base need the most? Top professionals. And you can find many top professionals. Wei Yuan was excited, while Etian fell into silence. Cooperating with the government, helping each other for mutual benefit, that's what he wanted. But if he joined or established a government department, he would get resources, yes, but there would also be many more trivial troubles. He didn't want to waste his time on that. He didn't hide his concerns and openly shared them with Wei Yuan, showing a negative attitude. Unexpectedly, Wei Yuan's face looked strange. You don't think Daxia can support a second hidden dragon base, do you? There aren't that many resources. Etienne was surprised. What is that? Wei Yuan placed his hand on Etienne's shoulder and explained. I hope the special team base you set up isn't connected to any government department. Instead, it's a hired team working with Daxia. Etienne's eyes lit up at this idea. This identity seemed promising. Being a mercenary wouldn't involve complicated government matters. The main focus is cooperation. After more explanation from Wei Yuan, Etienne understood. This special team base wasn't something Daxia's main headquarters planned, but was Wei Yuan's suggestion. Currently, Daxia has many urgent missions and threats, but limited resources prevent them from creating a new special department. Etienne and his team clearing the medium secret realm gave Wei Yuan hope. In simple terms, before, Etienne worked alone with the government. Now, he would lead his team, transforming from an individual to an organization working with the government. I'll try to meet your needs, but internal organization matters are up to you to handle, Wei Yuan said with a smile. Would you like to think about it? Etienne felt quite interested. Becoming an organization would give him access to more tasks, meaning more chances to earn rewards. For example, if a medium secret realm appears again, he could send his special team to help other regions, like the Long Dragon base. The only issue seemed to be competition with the Long Dragon base. Since the new special team base has similar functions to the existing department, some rivalry is inevitable. Etienne looked at Wei Yuan suspiciously. Are you unhappy with the Long Dragon base? Wei Yuan stroked his chin and slightly smiled. Not exactly. It's just that the leader of the Long Dragon base holds some grudges against me. Then he suddenly understood Etienne's meaning. You're quite confident. Etienne's question implied that, in terms of special teams, the Long Dragon base probably couldn't compete with him. But Etienne truly believed that. With his team's strength, he couldn't think of any other special team that could compare. He quickly agreed to Wei Yuan's proposal, though his team was still small, so it would take some time to establish the special team. All right. If you need a base location, I can still provide one, Wei Yuan said, then sent Etienne back to Qingshan apartment before leaving. Midnight. It's time to settle the management log again. Management log. Wan Jiang passes the Demon Ceiling Tower trials on the 2nd and 3rd floors, gaining 10 funds. Night Repair and Jiang Che successfully clear the level 40 dungeon, Vengeful Skeleton, gaining 6 funds. Jiang Che submits dungeon strategies and sells new dungeon equipment materials, saving enough money to open a new Spark martial arts school, gaining 1 funds. Jiang Che teaches a new student the 8 Extremes Fist at the martial arts school, earning 0.2 funds. Your experience is full. You cannot level up until you complete the advancement task. Bai Qiuli is taking her college entrance exam tomorrow, so today she spent the whole day practicing various martial arts skills, with no funds gained. What surprised Etienne the most wasn't Wan Jiang passing the Demon Ceiling Tower or Night Repair exploring new dungeons, but Jiang Che starting a new martial arts school? I think I heard him mention that before. Jiang Che was taken in by the old Xingho martial arts school director, and his wish was to open a new school for the old director. But Etienne didn't expect that opening a new martial arts school and teaching new students could also bring in funds? Is this some kind of achievement? Maybe, but Tian isn't sure yet. He needs more examples to judge clearly. The good news is, the funds have increased again, now totaling 114.3. Unfortunately, today he was focused on searching for the man in the black robe and didn't notice the new talent. But luckily, tomorrow is the college entrance exam. In a place full of talented people like Daxia, the exam hall must be one of them. Hopefully, there will be some gains tomorrow. After closing the management log, Tian picked up his phone, planning to play a couple of games, and then sleep. Early the next morning, Tian, with slight dark circles under his eyes, arrived at Qingqing's designated exam site, Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. The protective formation at the school gate was already active. People without exam or invigilation qualifications were not allowed inside. Major guilds and noble families' members were kept several dozen steps away by fully armed guards. The annual college entrance exam officially began. With the special recruitment authority granted to Tian, he moved smoothly and arrived at the exam management office of No. 1 Middle School. As soon as he arrived, his gaze was drawn to a woman in red standing beside Wei Yuan. She was dressed in a special red uniform that highlighted her tall, slender figure. Her wavy black hair draped over her shoulders. Her presence was alluring and dangerous, like a proud red mandala flower standing in the wind. But Tian noticed her not because she was beautiful, but because her eyes kept staring at Wei Yuan with a hostile look. "Come here. Let me introduce you," Wei Yuan said happily, waving at him. In the exam management office, there were more than 10 people, all teachers from top universities in the Great Summer Empire. Seeing Wei Yuan wave to a student-looking person, they became curious. Tian slightly curled his lips, already guessing the identity of the woman in red. Sure enough, Wei Yuan raised his hand and pointed at the woman, smiling. "Here's the boss of the Hidden Dragon Base, your future rival, Officer Ling Luo." Ling Luo, the woman in red, crossed her arms and looked at Tian with cold, sharp eyes. Then she snorted at Wei Yuan. "Huh, a coward. Let a student take on what you're afraid to do." Tian's eyes lit up. Just these two sentences made him curious about the complicated feelings between Ling Luo and Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan chuckled softly, seemingly ignoring Ling Luo's mockery, and continued, "This is Tian, I know. He defeated the ancient Qing dynasty and the Earth Roar squad, and led a team through a medium-level secret realm. After the Earth Roar squad failed in the secret realm, they returned and mentioned Tian to Ling Luo, which made her very curious about him. Ling Luo's gaze was sharp. As the boss of the Hidden Dragon Base and a top-level professional at level 74, she couldn't see Tian's true strength at all. Strange. "The written exam has started," the principal of the exam hall reminded everyone as the time was up. The professional exam for candidates has two parts, the written test and the combat test. The written test covers textbook knowledge and tactical strategies. Some candidates with weaker professional skills only sign up for the written exam to compete for clerical or tactical assistant positions. Tian didn't expect that just the first written exam would reveal his target. Detected golden, potential talent. Most people present were teachers, but they weren't very interested in the written exam. For scholars, the content of the written exam is only a bonus. The martial arts test is the real key. It shows how strong and promising a new person really is. So, except for a few invigilators who left after the written exam, everyone else was waiting for the martial arts test to start. However, Tian went straight to the written exam room. This confused everyone. Only Wei Yuan, who knew about Tian's special abilities, followed without hesitation. The written exam in this world is similar to the college entrance exam in the previous life. People sit in classrooms, answer questions, and do practice tests. Tian arrived at the back door of a classroom and looked inside based on the clues from the resume. He saw a girl who was quick to write, seeming very confident in her answers. The girl looked gentle and quiet, slim, wearing a plain white school uniform that was a bit yellowed from washing, and she looked very focused. Name: Ningjing. Basic info: female, 18 years old, from Qingcheng, Daxia. Profession: dual sword warrior. Potential: gold, ancient civilization explorer. Background: parents divorced, raised by her grandmother, making her shy. has an almost obsessive interest in ancient ruins and history, with a natural talent for exploring ancient civilizations. Investment opportunity, legendary profession, scholar, 20 points of funds, dual sword warrior. Etienne looked at Ning Jing, who appeared delicate and weak, and couldn't help but feel it was a bit exaggerated. After reading her resume, Etienne noticed that Ning Jing's family was not well off. In fact, most high-potential talents seemed to come from average backgrounds. Etienne thought for a moment and shook his head. It's not that talented people come from ordinary families. It's that most families in Daxia are struggling nowadays. Under the double invasion of demons and alien races, how many wealthy and warm families are there? In the corridor of the exam hall, a patrol teacher saw Etienne sneaking in through the back door and instinctively moved to chase him away. But then, seeing Wei Yuan also approaching Etienne, the teacher decisively turned and looked elsewhere. Any new talents? Wei Yuan stepped forward, and Etienne took the opportunity to ask, "What do you think of the scholar profession?" The scholar is clearly not a combat profession. Since it's not a combat role, Etienne doesn't know much about it and isn't sure if it's worth recruiting. Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan immediately became interested. For Daxia, scholars are much rarer than combat professionals. Oh, scholars' abilities lie in discovering and studying, Wei Yuan explained, also giving Etienne a quick overview of the ruins. Do you know about ancient ruins? They are lost sites containing the heritage of various alien civilizations. These include ancient war sites, places where natural phenomena originated, and remnants of ancient, extraordinary civilizations. Endless opportunities. Scholars can explore these lost ruins and interpret their contents. A ruin with a heritage is incredibly valuable. Hearing Wei Yuan's explanation, Etienne was impressed, but a bit confused. After all, Daxia hadn't had news of ruins for a long time. The last time a secret realm appeared was over 10 years ago. However, Wei Yuan clearly understood the value of ruins and scholars. Scholars do more than just discover. They also research. Back then, when the portal to another world appeared, the language of the alien race was unknown. It was scholars who studied their language, allowing Daxia to establish contact. Some of the common beast languages and dragonborn languages you learn are results of scholars' research. Besides that, scholars also contribute to developing special tools and materials. After listening to Wei Yuan, Etienne realized for the first time that non-combat roles could be just as important. In discovering ruins and studying languages, scholars are truly irreplaceable. It seems like a real treasure. Wei Yuan also mentioned that the quality of a scholar's profession matters a lot. Although, from ordinary to legendary quality, scholars don't change their names like other professions do. But some ruins or alien scripts require higher quality scholars to decipher. Lower quality scholars simply can't understand them. Scholars are truly ranked by their level. If East China had an additional legendary scholar, they might discover an ancient ruin someday. Thinking about Ning Jing's potential evaluation as an ancient civilization explorer, Etienne was convinced this girl would have a bright future after being recruited. After the exam, arrange for someone to take her to the meeting room. This girl? No problem. Ding ding ding. As the classroom loudspeaker urged students to finish their exams, all the test takers left the room. Ning Jing, dressed in plain white school uniform, stepped out of the building and took a deep breath. I think I did well. It should be enough to apply for a clerk position. Although her awakened profession was a top-tier dual-blade warrior, which many envied, she had no plans to take the martial arts exam. She knew her personality wasn't suited for fighting, and her awakened profession couldn't change that. Ning Jing even felt afraid of small animals like chickens. Because of this, she often felt guilty and disappointed in her profession. As she walked out of the building, a bright figure flashed past her. It's Bai Qiuli. Ning Jing's eyes seemed to sparkle with tiny stars, the legendary sword fairy. I wish I were as powerful as her. Bai Qiuli had completed many difficult first-time clearances of dangerous dungeons and won a medium-sized secret realm, making her very famous. Ning Jing stared blankly, when suddenly Wei Yuan's secretary approached and said, "Student Ning Jing, please come with us to the meeting room." Huh? Ning Jing froze in surprise. She wondered wildly, did I forget to write my name on the test paper? Or forget to fill in the answer sheet? Surely not that careless. Ning Jing followed uncertainly. They led her into a small conference room inside the building. After politely inviting her in, the secretary left and closed the door. Ning Jing immediately saw Wei Yuan, the person in charge, which made her feel very nervous. But what puzzled her more was that Wei Yuan was just standing by the window silently. Instead, a young boy sat on the sofa in the room. He looked like he was more like a bodyguard than a boss. Wei Yuan then spoke. "This is our special recruitment officer, Etian." Etian had noticed that whenever Wei Yuan was involved in hiring, the process was very simple, and the other side trusted him a lot. As the head of East China and a top professional in China, his reputation was well known. Sure enough, after Wei Yuan spoke, Ning Jing's nervous expression turned into surprise. Am I being recruited?" Etian handed her a contract and said confidently, "Yes, sign this, and you will become my employee. Then, Director Wei will arrange your placement." Ning Jing, who was not suited for combat, was not suitable for joining a special team base. Etian handed her over to Wei Yuan for arrangements. After all, she was a legendary scholar, someone that every major research institute in Daxia would fight to recruit. Ning Jing pursed her lips and quietly studied Etian. She never expected that this young man, about her age, wanted her to work for him. Could he really be trusted? She asked carefully, "Excuse me, what would the monthly salary be after joining?" 200,000. Wei Yuan answered for Etian. He didn't mention other combat professions, but for a legendary scholar, proper treatment was a must. Since Etian had entrusted her to him, he couldn't let her be underpaid. Bonuses are separate. Before he could finish, Ning Jing's expression turned serious the moment she heard the number. She immediately picked up a pen and began signing the contract, eagerly writing her name everywhere she could, afraid Etian might change his mind. 200,000. That was nearly 2 years' salary for an office worker. Etian couldn't help but sigh. Having a salary really makes a difference. If Jiang Che found out about a 200,000 monthly salary, he might start a chain of Xinghome martial schools himself. As Ning Jing finished signing, Wei Yuan snapped his fingers and a starlight barrier appeared. In the next moment, golden light filled the room. Employee, Ning Jing, profession, scholar, tier 1, quality, legendary level, 10 attributes, non-combat details omitted, talent, absolute focus, greatly enhances mental strength, allows complete concentration during study or research, unaffected by outside distractions, skills, universal language knowledge, ancient ruins exploration, ruins decoding, civilization scholar. Seeing Ning Jing's legendary scholar skills, Etian was pleasantly surprised. The universal language knowledge skill allowed her to learn the languages of 10,000 different races from other worlds, including ancient texts and secret scripts, instantly filling Etian's gap in foreign languages. In addition, ruins decoding granted 3 key pieces of information about any ruin entered, an ability of immeasurable value for future explorations. Even though Wei Yuan had seen this transformation before, he still couldn't help but marvel at the golden light of her advancement. If other countries found out that they could easily awaken the legendary professions that others fight over, it would cause a huge shock. No, at that point, it might even lead to war. Meanwhile, Ning Jing was lost in thought for a long time. When the golden light appeared, her mind seemed to freeze. It wasn't until Wei Yuan briefly explained the situation that she was pulled back from her dazed state. Then, he called his secretary to arrange a place for Ning Jing. The martial arts exam is starting. As soon as they left the meeting room, Etian saw the recruitment teachers walking quickly toward the martial exam site. Even Ling Luo, the head of the Hidden Dragon Base, was among them. Such an important person from the Special Department's Hidden Dragon Base coming to our small Qingqing to recruit, Wei Yuan teased, while Ling Luo, who looked cold and elegant like a mandala flower, slightly lifted her chin and snorted coldly. Hearing this, Etian seemed to guess the other person's goal. It was probably the legendary profession Bai Qiuli. But trying to steal employees from Etian was almost impossible. The martial exam site was much larger than the literature exam classroom, like a big arena for fighters. However, fewer people participated in the martial exam than in the literature exam. Only those with strong abilities would come to take the test, as it would be a waste of time and money otherwise. Before the exam started, The recruitment teachers from major universities had already begun to act. It seemed they had already identified their targets and were talking to some candidates. Among them, a boy named Sun Yi even caught the attention of the National Martial Arts University. The big three top universities in Daxia, Guowu, Jingda, and Huaxing, each have top mentors and resources and are the dreams of many students. Sun Yi's resume showed he was a talented person with great potential. His profession was an epic quality, Battle King. He also seemed to come from a good family, with all his equipment being epic or rare level. My goal is to rank first in East China and get into the National Martial Arts University, Sun Yi said proudly, which made the recruiter from the university feel pleased. Very ambitious. Your father has chosen Xiao Feng as your mentor, and he will watch your college entrance exam remotely. Show your best, Sun Yi responded with high spirits. Before she finished speaking, everyone's attention, including Ling Luo's, was drawn to a stunning figure behind her. Bai Qiuli, someone called out, and suddenly, the recruiters from Guowu, Jingda, and Huaxing, three top universities, all rushed over eagerly, not wanting to fall behind. Even Ling Luo was quite interested. Last time, Bai Qiuli refused to join the Diming team, but this time, Ling Luo planned to personally recruit her. She was a legendary professional with a record of clearing medium-sized secret realms, and she was a hot favorite for the college entrance exam top scorer. Many students looked at her with envy. Sun Yi silently regarded Bai Qiuli as her biggest rival. However, Bai Qiuli ignored the special recruitment offers from various universities, even paying little attention to Ling Luo from the Longtian base. To everyone's surprise, she walked straight toward Tian. Why is the boss out here working today? Bai Qiuli smiled gently, her tone playful like teasing, but others saw it differently. Countless male and female students began to guess about the relationship between Tian and Bai Qiuli. Tian chuckled. Of course, I came to see you win the top score. This was true. Tian's second stage advancement task depended on Bai Qiuli ranking high in the college entrance exam, and winning the top spot would be perfect. Bai Qiuli's lips curled slightly, showing a subtle pride. She gently turned her wrist, drawing a cold, sharp sword through the air. With the Ice Soul sword given by the boss, I will definitely win. Tian was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. The legendary equipment blind box he gave Bai Qiuli opened up a legendary ice sword. Luck was indeed on his side. The Ice Soul sword paired with the Cold Moon sword was almost like a dedicated weapon. Nice, Tian praised, and then told Bai Qiuli about forming a special team, which she happily agreed to. From a distance, Ling Luo's displeased gaze fixed on Tian. She never expected that, despite being the head of the Longtian base, her attention wouldn't even be noticed by a young man. Her eyes then shifted to Bai Qiuli, and she said unhappily, "This girl is also a romantic. She's willing to give up her future for her boyfriend." No one came to explain this misunderstanding because almost all the recruiters and students shared the same opinion. The only person who knew the truth, Wei Yuan, silently watched from nearby, a smile creeping on his face as he saw Ling Luo's embarrassment. At 3 p.m., the martial arts exam officially began. The exam has three main parts: fighting robot battles, dungeon challenges, and simulated demon confrontations. These parts test students' fighting skills, dungeon strategies, and their performance against demons. All students started with the first part, the fighting robot challenge, and each faced 3 levels. Their final speed in completing all levels determined their exam score. All students enter the trial levels. I declare the martial arts exam officially open. Wei Yuan's calm voice echoed across the square as he announced the start from the podium. Tian stood beside Wei Yuan, experiencing the perspective of an invigilator. Everyone's performance in the martial arts levels was clearly displayed in front of the podium. However, no one expected that less than 10 seconds after the exam began, someone would instantly pass the first level. What? Bai Qiuli defeated the fighting robot in seconds. That's equivalent to the strength of a second-tier professional. Such damage is terrifying. The teachers from various schools were all shocked. Wei Yuan and Ling Luo also looked surprised. Wei Yuan silently looked at Tian and said, "With a legendary weapon, your skills are really impressive." Even Sun Yi, from a wealthy family, didn't have any legendary equipment, showing how rare such gear is. Etienne casually replied. It's right to be generous with employees. Moreover, Bai Qiuli's level was beyond everyone's expectations. Level 23. Thanks to Nightshade's efficient dungeon farming, her level was 6 levels higher than the second highest, Sun Yi. With her high level, gear, and overwhelming power, defeating opponents instantly was natural. 3 minutes. Bai Qiuli cleared the dungeon too. Her speed is too fast. She's in a different league from the other students. Bai Qiuli has the potential to be top scorer. The teachers from various universities, experienced and familiar with the college entrance exams, had seen many students take the test. But someone who finished so quickly, like Bai Qiuli, was truly the first. Even Sun Yi, who was second in progress, had only just reached the second challenge, the dungeon challenge. Meanwhile, Bai Qiuli had already reached the final level, the simulated demon confrontation. Her opponent was a simulated demon-level evil spirit and dark giant. For most examinees, demon-level opponents are already quite challenging, so the martial arts test mainly depends on performance in combat. But now, Bai Qiuli was not falling behind at all. Cough, cough. Classmate Etienne. At this moment, a recruitment officer from Nanda quietly approached Etienne and said, Classmate Etienne, Bai Qiuli is your girlfriend, right? How do you feel about Nanda? Seeing this, the recruiters from the top universities, Guowu, Jingda, and Huaxing, widened their eyes and thought inwardly. How mean. They wanted to recruit Bai Qiuli through special channels, but now they're trying to win over her boyfriend instead? However, the teachers also realized that judging by Bai Qiuli's obedient attitude toward Etienne just now, if any university could recruit Etienne, Bai Qiuli might come along too. Although they didn't know Etienne's abilities, Bai Qiuli's current performance, close to a top candidate, was impressive. If they could recruit her, giving Etienne a special admission spot wouldn't be a problem. Understanding this, the recruitment teachers gathered around Etienne. This made Etienne feel a bit amused and helpless. Trying to recruit me? Honestly, these recruitment teachers had quite strange ideas. Before Etienne could speak, Wei Yuan, standing nearby, couldn't help but cough lightly and said, Are you still trying to poach someone from me? This young man, Etienne, belongs to East China. Don't even think about it. Not only the recruiters from these universities, but even officials from other regions wouldn't want to let Etienne go. Everyone was surprised at how much Wei Yuan valued this young man. Seems extraordinary. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly laughed and said, Sorry, that was abrupt. 2 more minutes passed in the martial arts test. Bai Qiuli was currently gaining the upper hand in her fight against the dark giant. This made Wei Yuan and Ling Luo, 2 top professionals, look at her with great approval. Wei Yuan said, Bai Qiuli might become a top contender in the race tournament. Ling Luo added, Second place, Sun Yi, is also quite good. She could consider participating as a race competitor. The race tournament still referred to the new student competition of the Yaga Kingdom. Every 5 years, there is a team dungeon race and 5 one-on-one elimination matches. The Daxia must be participated in by newly awakened professionals, and the Yaga dynasty can only send newly born foreigners or dragon descendants. This means Daxia needs at least 5 contestants. Sun Yi, who has an epic profession and epic equipment, is considered a good choice in Ling Luo's eyes. After all, 5 people are needed to fight, and even with Bai Qiuli, that's not enough, not to mention that the dungeon race requires teamwork. Wei Yuan smiled, but said nothing. Sun Yi is indeed quite good, but if Ling Luo knew that there are 3 others as strong as Bai Qiuli here in Etienne, it wouldn't just be good. Right now, besides Bai Qiuli, no one else has reached the 3rd level. Bai Qiuli's figure is swift like a swallow, and her sword aura is as cold as frost. The icy sword cuts out waves of cold light, fully suppressing the dark giant. Until Bai Qiuli sheaths her sword, and her cold voice falls, Cold Moon's sword dance. Defeated. Actually killed the demon-level evil spirit. So easy. On the judging platform, the teachers from admissions were prepared for this result, but when it actually happened, they couldn't help but be shocked. The dark giant falls, meaning Bai Qiuli has finished her trial. This achievement has been recorded by the Invigilator and uploaded to the National Assessment Management System. Once the scores are evaluated, the high school ranking will probably be announced tonight. Looks like she's probably first. Etienne is somewhat predictably happy. Once the ranking is out, he will get another bonus and a chance for a career upgrade. About 5 or 6 minutes after Bai Qiuli finished, Sun Yi also finally passed the martial arts exam. But when he saw the gap between himself and Bai Qiuli, his confident face suddenly became hard to believe. More than half an hour later, the martial arts exam was completely over. The end of the martial arts exam also means the high school entrance exam is finally over. All students are returning home to wait for their results, and the teachers are starting to approach promising candidates for special recruitment based on their performance in the trial. However, Etienne did not automatically detect high potential, so he did not participate. He was being taken by Wei Yuan to the city lord's mansion. After confirming the formation of a special team base, which is Etienne's mercenary base, Wei Yuan decided to give him a base location. Is that all? Etienne looked up and saw an office about the size of a conference room in front of him, and he asked with doubt. As an office, the space was quite large, even located right next to Wei Yuan's office. But the problem was, a special team base only had this small office? It was too shabby. Wei Yuan smiled and explained, "The base will have more facilities, but your team is still too small right now. This office is just a place for you to handle affairs in Daxia." Etienne agreed with this. In a strict country like Daxia, having a proper identity makes things much easier. Otherwise, every time you leave the city, you need permission. You can't always call Wei Yuan to pretend to be a fool in an emergency. Wei Yuan also promised that once his team grew to 2 special squads, he would immediately get him a separate base. That's good. Wei Yuan pointed casually at the sign on the office door. Come up with a name for your office. This can also serve as your base office in the future. This question made Etienne think deeply. As a base similar to the Long Dragon base, it should have a strong, impressive name. Make it bigger and stronger. Etienne raised a finger, a decision made after careful thought, and Wei Yuan fell silent. So, the name of this office was decided. Make it bigger and stronger office. Later, Etienne added Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yexiu's names to the special team member list. They were now under the office's command. The special team was theoretically 5 people, and if Etienne was not counted, 1 spot was still empty. Around 7 p.m., the college entrance exam rankings were announced. Bai Qiuli ranked first in East China. Within minutes of the news, media reporters from all over the country rushed to Qingcheng. Fortunately, Qingshan apartment was discreet and well-guarded, or else Etienne's apartment would be flooded with reporters. Losing their target, the reporters simply gathered at the gate of Qingshan No. 2 Middle School. Principal Ji Chonglin greeted the reporters with a full smile. Bai Qiuli personally met with Jiang Yuan Shuang at the city lord's mansion. Jiang Yuan Shuang, a professional swordsmanship instructor at Huaxing University, a level 74 cloud sword saint, one of the top professionals in Daxia, and the mentor Bai Qiuli has long wanted to study under. After confirming her top score in East China, Jiang Yuan Shuang came directly from Huaxing University to personally interview and accept disciples. As for her top score, it's not because Bai Qiuli couldn't rank nationally. Since the invasion of foreign tribes, Daxia has divided into 5 regions, each fighting their own battles. The college entrance exam was also reformed to test separately in each region, so there is no longer a national ranking. Of course, perhaps the headquarters still has a ranking, but it is not made public. The title of East China's number 1 already made Etienne very happy. The second-level advancement task was finally completed. Bai Qiuli achieved first place in the East China College entrance exam. Reward: 15 funds and the Star Guard array. Level 2 professional task completed. Your professional rank has increased from level 1 to level 2. Future employees you recruit will start with a level 2 professional rank. New employee benefit added. Gain the exclusive boss skill. Promotion. Indeed, the college entrance exam's value is high, and there are special rewards. Etienne first saw the Star Guard array among the rewards, a legendary quality array device. An array, similar to a barrier, is a special and rare ability. Even during the college entrance exam, arrays are used to protect and monitor the exam hall's safety. This Star Guard array can detect hostility and defend against all dangerous attacks. When activated, others cannot see anything unusual. It only takes effect when triggering the defensive function. Not bad, not bad. A legendary quality array is hard to find. It can be placed in the base to improve department security in the future. He knew that rare arrays are only used during the college entrance exam, but Etion already has a legendary one. He then looked at other gains. After advancing to level 2, more employee benefits were unlocked, but when he saw the details, he couldn't help but gasp. Employee benefits. 1. Insurance. Spend 3 times the funds per employee to generate a life shield for all employees, capable of blocking a fatal attack, lasting 3 days. 2. Year-end bonus. Spend 10 times the funds to give all employees a legendary quality equipment blind box. At the end of the year, each person received a bonus of 10 points of funds. Etion calculated that, with the current number of employees, distributing bonuses would cost 50 points each time. Wow! After hiring Ning Jing, he initially thought his fund balance of 109.3 was quite large. But now, it seems money is still not enough. Although each employee gets a legendary quality blind box, which is valuable and greatly helps improve their skills, he still can't afford it right now. Employees need to work harder. The last item, the boss's second-tier exclusive skill, is very useful. Promotion can upgrade an employee's level, e.g., from regular employee to excellent employee, and gain another special investment opportunity. Current promotion slots available. 2 excellent employees. After a career upgrade, the number of promotion slots increases, and employees can be promoted to roles like core staff, secretary, etc. Currently, all employees, including Bai Qiuli, are at the regular employee level. Promotion can upgrade a regular employee to an excellent employee, and there are 2 promotion slots available. After promotion, there will be special investment opportunities. Etion stroked his chin, noting that each profession's exclusive skill is quite useful. At this moment, he silently decided on his first candidate for promotion, Bai Qiuli, without a doubt. Among so many talented people, Bai Qiuli is the hardest working, with outstanding talent and limitless future potential. Moreover, Bai Qiuli is about to enter university, which means more chances for awards and future dividends for him. Promote Bai Qiuli. Etion made up his mind, and he saw the employee panel update. Excellent employee, Bai Qiuli. Then, a new special investment panel appeared. Excellent employee investment opportunities. 1. Career promotion. Upgrade from legendary to divine level profession. 20 points of funds. 2. Exclusive weapon. Obtain the Cold Moon Sword Immortals exclusive weapon. 5 points of funds. 3. Just promotion, no investment. He immediately ruled out the third option. Just a title upgrade, and empty promises are not worth it. Having experienced a career as a hard-working salesperson in his past life, he hated empty promises the most. Achieving the divine level in one's profession is undoubtedly the greatest upgrade. He didn't even expect that there was a skill to improve his profession's quality. But it costs a lot, 20 points. Fortunately, Etion is still relatively wealthy right now, investing in profession upgrade. Wait, hold on. He almost forgot that the appearance of a divine-level profession is so extraordinary that it might bring trouble. It's better to ask Wei Yuan for help first. In the City Lord's Hall, Bai Qiuli and a beautiful woman are having a lively conversation. The woman wears a moon-white long dress, has a tall figure, and her long hair is tied up with a flowing cloud hairpin. Her face is gentle but also sharp. This is Jiang Yuanshuang, known as the top sword master of the Great Xia. Seeing Bai Qiuli's extraordinary talent and swordsmanship, Jiang Yuanshuang considered taking her as a disciple. Qiuli, since that's the case, you should join my sect and come with me to Huaxing University. Bai Qiuli happily agrees, but suddenly looks apologetic. Senior Yuanshuang, I need to talk to some others first. She plans to leave Qingcheng and go to university, so she wants to inform her boss. But she didn't expect Jiang Yuanshuang, with a look that seemed to see through everything, to tease her with a smile. Are you telling your little boyfriend? Before coming here, she had already learned from Huaxing's admissions officer about Bai Qiuli's situation during the exam, including her close relationship with Etion. Bai Qiuli's pretty face stiffens, and she quickly waves her hand. No, that's my boss. Your boss? Jiang Yuanshuang's eyebrows furrow slightly, showing some displeasure. Qiuli, you are a legendary profession. You will surely reach the top of Great Xia in the future. How can you stay beneath others? Couples are one thing, but how can a legendary profession work under someone else? Before she could explain, the door of the hall was pushed open by Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan, dressed in a green robe, walks in and uses his star spirit power to create 3 starry sky barriers around Bai Qiuli instantly. Once the barriers appear, Jiang Yuanshuang smiles softly. What's wrong? Wei, the great leader, is reluctant to let Qiuli come with me. Bai Qiuli also looks confused. She knows her grades are good, but Wei Yuan has many talented people under him, so he probably wouldn't stop her from leaving. Wei Yuan's lips curl into a smile, and he spreads his hands. The great leader is just doing his job, nothing special. Jiang Yuanshuang looked surprised. Although Wei Yuan's words were a bit teasing, it was clear he was called here to do something. Could it be the headquarters? However, Wei Yuan looked at Bai Qiuli with a strange expression and said, "Your boss said they want to promote you." Bai Qiuli and Jiang Yuanshuang both looked confused. Promote? What's that? Suddenly, a brilliant rainbow glow burst out from Bai Qiuli's body. A dazzling beam of light shot straight into the sky, reflected in Jiang Yuanshuang's wide eyes. From the light, a clear sword sound rang out. Bai Qiuli's robes fluttered as her sword intent grew stronger and sharper. You have been promoted to excellent employee. Your current profession has upgraded from Cold Moon Sword user to the divine level, Cold Moon Sword Sovereign. Your ultimate profession has upgraded from Cold Moon Sword Immortal to Cold Moon Sword God. You have gained a divine level skill, Sky-Splitting Sword Domain. Bai Qiuli's face turned slightly red with excitement. Her profession has become divine level. My boss promoted me. Next to her, Wei Yuan, who had witnessed the second divine level profession, felt deeply moved. Jiang Yuanshuang's mouth opened wide in shock. Her usually composed expression was now uncontrollable. Is this the ability of that boss? She turned to look at Wei Yuan in disbelief. He placed a finger on his lips, signaling her to keep it secret. No wonder. Jiang Yuanshuang's chest heaved with emotion. No wonder Bai Qiuli is under that boss. If it were her, she might even want to join that boss's team. A single promotion created a divine-level profession. On the other side of Qingqing, Ning Jing, accompanied by Wei Yuan's secretary, bid farewell to her grandparents and left a month's salary in advance for her family. Wei Yuan's secretary also arranged for someone to secretly protect Ning Jing's grandparents' safety. Then, the secretary drove Ning Jing along a hidden mountain trail. As a legendary scholar, Ning Jing arrived at the only ancient civilization research institute in East China. This institute is a hub for scientific talent in East China, and its goal is to find and decode relics of alien civilizations. This is where Wei Yuan arranged for Ning Jing to go. There are so many stone tablets from different alien civilizations. Entering the research institute, Ning Jing's eyes became very excited. Slate tablets are a common way for different cultures to record their civilizations or secrets. After passing through many ages, they have been passed down to this day. Ningjing was very interested in them. Welcome, Ningjing. Inside the institute, professors and researchers dressed in white lab coats came out to greet her one after another. The director of the institute kindly signaled to her. He had been told early in the morning by Wei Yuan that she was a legendary scholar. Across Blue Star, the strongest scholars are only at the epic level. A legendary scholar appearing for the first time. This has a big impact on the current archaeological discoveries in East China. Hello, Ningjing politely greeted, her gaze drifting toward the slate on the distant testing table. Is this the legendary relic slate? The director wanted to chat a bit more, but saw Ningjing so fascinated that he quickly got to the main point. Yes, this slate records clues about a nearby relic in East China. Once we decode the clues on the slate, we can learn about this ancient site. Unfortunately, our decoding speed is too slow, and the content is very complex. Ningjing's eyes lit up. Can I try? Of course, the director agreed happily. So far, we can only confirm that the slate is related to the Yaga kingdom. It seems to be about dragons or dragon descendants. He took Ningjing to the relic slate. Its surface was covered with mottled marks, looking very old, but it was well preserved with little wear. On its deep gray-brown surface floated symbols and complex characters that seemed almost alive. Ningjing held her breath and focused intensely. Absolute concentration. With her legendary decoding skills, even this slate posed a challenge, showing that it was one of the most difficult among many similar relics. I can't fully decode it yet, I need a little more time, Ningjing said apologetically. However, the director and the researchers looked at each other in confusion, feeling a bit lost. Do you think you can decode a relic slate just by looking at it? Any research institute around the world would need at least 2 months to decode a single relic slate. That's okay. The director was about to advise them. I listened as Ningjing continued, but I have uncovered 3 key points. Director and all researchers. Are you serious? Everyone's eyes quickly focused on Ningjing's words. Ningjing pointed to a specific part of the stone tablet and said seriously, the forbidden area of the dragon ancestor's secret realm. The betrayed, world-destroying dragon. Before she finished, everyone, including the director, was shocked. Some of the words, content, and their translations were completely correct. She really figured it out. But it wasn't over yet. Ningjing slowly moved her finger, her eyes very focused, and her lips moved as she silently recited, the Black Emperor, Hog. The next day, at Qingshan apartment, Etian woke up, washed up, and as usual, went downstairs to the cafeteria for breakfast. It was not only tasty but also free, so it was hard to refuse. Yesterday, after promoting Bai Qiuli, he also shared the high attribute boost from the Cold Moon Sword Sovereign and the Divine Level Pure Attack skill, Ling Tian's Sword Domain. Compared to Yexiu's scattered skills, Bai Qiuli, now focused on attack as the Cold Moon Sword Sovereign, was like a sharp sword, ranking first in combat power among the staff. And the other excellent staff position. Etian was thinking about it, but hadn't used it yet. However, if he could upgrade his profession quality, he was quite curious to see what Yexiu's divine level scattered skill would look like after advancing. After spending 20 on Bai Qiuli, his remaining funds were 89.3. Adding yesterday's log settlement of 6 points, his balance was 95.3. He kept such a high amount of funds because Etian still couldn't forget that man in the black robe, such a special talent. So he kept more than 60 in reserve, but unfortunately, he hadn't encountered him again. Today, Etian planned to continue exploring dungeons and try his luck. Suddenly, Wei Yuan called. Etian, hello, what? The man in the black robe has appeared. Etian couldn't hide his surprise and immediately put down his fried dough stick. 2 minutes later, Etian arrived at Wei Yuan's office and learned the situation. Yesterday, you asked the military to put out a bounty, and today someone encountered the monster you mentioned in the dungeon, wearing a black robe, not like ordinary dungeon monsters, moving quickly and unpredictably. Wei Yuan told Etian, isn't this the characteristic you described? Exactly. Etian's eyes shone brightly. Where is it now? Wei Yuan replied. The Qingqing Guard army found it in the wild forest at level 35. They didn't fight it, just left to report. Good. Etian couldn't help but feel excited. It was true. Having someone else do the work was much easier. Relying on himself to find it was like searching for a needle in a haystack, but Wei Yuan offered a bounty for the whole army to hunt it down, which made things much simpler. After thanking Wei Yuan, Etian immediately set out for the dungeon's center. Level 35 dungeon, wild forest. The sun was high, trees tall and thick, casting shadows on the ground. Etian entered the dungeon alone, feeling a bit nervous. Did it run away? He slowly moved forward, but didn't hear the usual automatic detection sound, making him feel more helpless. After a long while, he saw a monster corpse with a sharp wound on its body. A new dungeon usually wouldn't have monsters that had just died. Ding! Detected special potential talent nearby. Just as I thought. Etian's eyes burned with excitement, and a smile appeared on his face. Death Fight Prison, open, on the other side of the dungeon. The familiar figure in a black robe precisely and sharply placed a short dagger on the head of a dungeon monster. As the monster fell, its body turned into a blue experience light that the black-robed person absorbed. Level 24. The black-robed person's voice was emotionless. Currently, I can only hunt small monsters. Leveling up is still too slow. The boss in this wild forest, the wild gorilla, has a simple mind. It can't be reasoned with. In fact, with her special status, she faced great survival pressure. She had to deal with challenging dungeon adventurers, but was not accepted by the dungeon itself. If the dungeon boss disliked her, it would relentlessly hunt her. If not for that, she wouldn't have to pretend to cooperate with those dungeon bosses. Right now, this level 35 dungeon still posed a big threat to her. I don't know when I will be able to leave this dungeon. The man in the black robe slightly raised his head and looked up at the sky. Under his black cloak, a strange, dark pattern like a black lotus appeared on his left cheek. He put away his short sword and quickly moved to look for other monsters. But at this moment, a young man in black appeared in front of him. The young man stared directly at him, smiling as if he was seeing an old friend, and greeted him. "Long time no see." His friendly words made the man in black suddenly tense up. In an instant, he was ready to fight or run away. "Is it you again?" The man in black never expected to meet Etion again after the Beast King dungeon and the Sky Island's secret realm. Why does it have to be you? Etion is probably the person she least wants to see right now. This is because Etion's strength is too abnormal. Even though the man in black has upgraded to the level of an elite monster, she doesn't think she has any chance of winning. She even feels that Etion's attributes are clearly above level 50, but he can still enter a dungeon limited to level 35. Is there justice in this world? Etion's voice was calm. "Don't be nervous. I'm not here to kill you. Only a fool would believe that." As soon as the man in black finished speaking, she immediately prepared to use her space teleportation ability to escape. She reached out to open the void gate, keeping her eyes on Etion to prevent him from suddenly attacking and interrupting. But Etion remained indifferent, which made her secretly happy. "I can't beat you now, but sooner or later I will be stronger than you." However, in the next moment, her proud void gate did not open, and the entire space did not respond to her command. This area is affected by the item Deadly Duel Prison. All creatures cannot leave until the owner of the Deadly Duel Prison dies or actively releases it. What? The man in black's heart sank to the bottom. Seeing Etion with a full smile, she knew at a glance that it was his doing. "To kill me, you went to such lengths?" She was experienced enough to know that this space-affecting item was extremely precious. She simply couldn't understand what she had done to offend this person in front of her. The man in black's eyes turned cold, and only one thought remained in her mind. Etion stood still, hands in his pockets, confidently saying, "I guess you won't give up." Before he finished speaking, a figure filled with murderous intent swept over with a strong wind. The cold blade suddenly sliced toward Etion's throat. The black-robed person's fierce aura almost solidified. No matter how strong someone is, if their throat is cut, they will die. She is currently a monster in the game, and although she can revive after dying, her level and abilities are reset. This is the strength she has worked hard to build over half a year. From level 0 to now, she refuses to start over. She didn't aim for the heart because tough bodies have very hard skin, making it difficult to cause serious injury. But the throat is often overlooked in defense. She poured all her strength into this strike. But in the next moment, Etion disappeared from the spot. With a quick, 3-stage teleport, he appeared behind the black-robed person. He lightly tapped 2 fingers on her body. Boom! A mountain-like pressure crushed the black-robed person to the ground, stripping her of all strength and means. There's really no hope. The black-robed person collapsed on the ground. The pain didn't change her indifferent expression, but a sense of helplessness was spreading inside her. Without strength, she was at the mercy of others. Without power, she couldn't do anything. She must become stronger. The black-robed person's despair was swept away, and her fighting spirit for the next battle grew even stronger. However, Etion just sat beside her. "Now, do you believe I don't want to kill you?" The black-robed person was stunned by his words. Indeed, she was no match for Etion. If he wanted to kill her now, he would have done so already. Could there be even more vicious methods? At this moment, she supported herself and revealed her face beneath the black robe to Etion. It was an extremely enchanting and strange face, half of it cold and stunning, with a beauty that could be called a snake and scorpion woman, the other half covered in blackish blood-red patterns, exuding evil. Etion was slightly surprised because the black patterns on her half-face were not tattoos. They were the mark of an evil demon. She was a person corrupted by evil demons. In theory, she should have already become one of them and lost her sanity. Etion then opened the resume. Name: Alice. Basic info: female, 33 years old, from the Yuangu world. Profession: Yuangu warrior/elite monster in dungeons. Potential: special, dungeon bug. Background: the top female warrior in the Yuangu world. During an exploration of the abyssal wormhole, she was contaminated by the abyss. With strong willpower, she resisted the pollution and became a half-human, half-demon creature, awakening the ability to travel through space. Later, the abyssal wormhole was shattered by an unknown entity, destroying it into several dungeons. Alice, after becoming a dungeon monster, did not lose her memory. Instead, her half-human, half-demon form awakened a monster template, allowing her to kill enemies and evolve, but she has been trapped inside the dungeon ever since. Investment opportunity. Hidden profession, Blade Queen, 60 points of funds. This resume contains too much information. The Yuangu world, abyssal nests, half-human, half-demon creatures, dungeon bugs. Each term is outside Etienne's knowledge. The only expected part is the hidden profession brought by special potential. Yuangu world. After experiencing many different worlds through various portals, Daxia also learned that besides Blue Star, there are many other similar worlds like the Yaga Kingdom. The Yuangu world is probably just one of countless different worlds. As for other abyss-related content, it's not recorded in Daxia's textbooks. It's probably not that I forgot, Etienne thought silently. The black-robed Alice looked alert. What do you want to do? Help you. Help me? Alice snorted coldly. Can you reverse the dungeon rules and help me leave the dungeon? Etienne shook his head. Although I can't help you leave the dungeon for now, I can help you become stronger. He then used a skill, and a contract appeared in Alice's hand. Alice read it and sneered. Even if I die, I will never serve others again. Huh? Etienne chuckled softly. As a former salesperson, he was not anxious about others' refusals. Alice, what is your dream? How do you know my name? A little bit of insignificant ability. Hearing Etienne's words, Alice's expression became uncertain. Dream. Thinking about it, Alice's expression turned fierce, her eyes resolute. Revenge. Those scoundrels who told us to explore the abyssal wormholes and then sealed them off to prevent our escape when evil contamination was discovered. Many people haven't been infected. There's still hope. All enemies blocking my revenge must die. As Alice spoke, her anger reached its peak, almost solidifying into reality, and she nearly forgot about Etienne's presence. Etienne felt a chill. The story briefly mentioned in her resume was actually so tragic. But this was very helpful for his next words. It seems your will to take revenge isn't very strong. Impossible. Alice's strange eyes stared at Etienne. I would do anything for revenge. Etienne smiled calmly. Then, for revenge, can't you temporarily abandon your principles? Alice was stunned. Her mind was filled with conflicting feelings, fighting within herself. That principle of never risking my life for others again was being attacked by her rising desire for revenge. After a long pause, Alice shook her head. It's useless. I've already been contaminated by the abyss. I can't accept any other power, unless your power is stronger than the abyss's corruption, which is impossible. Hearing this, Etienne fell into thought. Which is stronger, the abyss's corruption or the power of his unknown profession? He pointed at the contract in Alice's hand. Why not give it a try? Try it. Alice looked at the contract in her hand, her eyes showing a mix of hope and self-mockery. Then she pressed her hand to sign it. In the next moment, a bright light burst forth. The light shone brightly, impossible to look at directly. Countless runes transformed into star-like rivers, flowing into Alice's body. Immediately, the virtual world was dyed blood red, a deadly aura enveloping the entire scene. Alice's body radiated sharp, terrifying energy, as if invisible blades were slicing through everything, guided by her will. Etienne couldn't help but feel excited. Success at last. The resume check had indicated that hidden professions differ from gold or illusionary colors. Each talented person with special potential shows different abilities when changing jobs, and their powers vary greatly. This might be the special trait of hidden professions. With one more member added to the employee panel, Etienne felt happy. At last, he had recruited his first special potential talent. Although spending 60 points of funds was a bit costly, reducing his balance to 35.3, seeing Alice's attribute panel made Etienne feel it was worth it. Employee, Alice, Professional Panel, Blade Queen, Level 2, Quality, Hidden Level, 25 Strength, 575 agility, 600 constitution, 518 spirit, 550 professional talent. Demonization, dark battle god, 12-wing light wheel blade professional skills. Final judgment, cold-blooded executioner, monster template, void walker, elite monster. Ability, void shifting, opens a portal to other spaces, allowing teleportation to different locations, currently only within dungeons, up to 6 times per day. 2 panels. This was the first time Etion saw such a thing, and both panels had very powerful abilities. The hidden profession, Blade Queen, is comparable to a divine-level character, but her talent skill, demonization, is an extremely strong transformation ability. Everyone knows that transformation skills are inherently powerful. Besides, the monster template's ability also explained why Alice is called a dungeon bug. The ability to freely shuttle through dungeon spaces is incredibly useful. It means she can silently eliminate enemies inside dungeons. Even during dungeon raids, she can help when the team is limited to 5 members. Etion immediately thought of the recent race tournament. The first round was a team dungeon race, with the Great Summer and the Ancient Kingdom each sending a 5-person team to race through the dungeon. Now that Alice is here, Etion couldn't imagine how the Ancient Kingdom would win. How could they fight with cheats? And there's the globally troubling 75-level, 4-star dungeon. Once Alice grows stronger, clearing dungeons will be a breeze. Spending 60 points was truly worth it. You have recruited employee, Alice, sharing skills, void shifting, demonization, dark battle god, 12-wing light wheel blade. Shared attributes. A long list of feedback was sent to Etion. And Alice, now, her appearance has changed dramatically. Her long silver hair flows freely, like flowing liquid metal. Faint dark patterns appear beneath her skin, showing a more complete transformation into a demon. Her left eye narrows into a vertical slit, with thin dark lines extending from the corner, resembling a demon's tear marks. Her black cloak flutters in the wind. Behind her float 6 pairs of 12-bladed light wheels, decorated with metallic silver energy patterns that can be controlled by her will. This is the passive manifestation of the 12-wing light wheel blades. An unprecedented power fills Alice, making her almost unable to believe it is real. After a long moment, Alice sheathes the 12 light wheel blades hidden under her black cloak and walks slowly to Etion. She kneels on one knee. Her enchanting face leans forward slightly, her right fist placed over her chest, as if performing a traditional gesture from a martial arts world. No matter what your identity is, Alice pledges loyalty to you, Master. Her voice is hoarse and magnetic, with a seductive charm, especially in the last 2 words, which sound almost deadly. Etion waves his hand and says, "Get up. From now on, call me boss. My identity is just an ordinary person from the Great Xia race." "Okay, boss," Alice responds with a teasing tone, standing up and gazing intently at the young man. It's incredible that such a handsome young man has infused her with such strong power. Her ability is truly astonishing. At the same time, it gives her hope to become stronger. With the power of the Blade Queen, she no longer has to struggle between life and death like before. Thinking of this, Alice moves closer to Etion, her voice dangerous and tempting. "Boss, are you worried that once I have this power, I might threaten you in the future?" Etion's expression turns strange as he looks at her, unsure how to respond. Alice silently purses her lips, feeling that Etion's gaze is like looking at an idiot. "Alice, what level can this monster template reach? How much can it be upgraded?" "Alice, the levels of dungeon monsters are divided into small monsters, enhanced monsters, elite bosses, lord bosses, ultimate bosses, and world bosses. Elite bosses and lord bosses are what players often call small and large dungeon bosses. The latter are usually the strongest monsters at the end of a dungeon. As for the ultimate boss, it is said to appear only in special locations, such as legendary ancient ruins or large secret realms. The world boss has only been seen once globally, during a super-large secret realm event, which was developed by the American Empire, and no one survived. Alice continued, "In theory, I could also reach the level of a world boss. That has always been my goal because my ability to traverse the void improves as the monster's level increases. I believe I might be able to leave the dungeon right here. Etienne was also a bit excited. Currently, the space-shifting ability can only be used inside dungeons. If someday it can be used outside, the effect would be even better. Curious, Etienne asked, can the condition for leveling up monsters only be hunting dungeon monsters? Or can I kill anything? You can kill any creature. The stronger, the better, Alice replied. But since I am human, I won't actively hunt humans. Suddenly, Etienne had an idea. Hey, then you could go to the Yaga Dynasty dungeon and hunt non-humans and dragonkin. It's time to increase the strength of the non-humans. Hunting non-humans? That sounds good. Alice was excited. With her monster template, killing dungeon challengers gives her more experience than killing dungeon monsters, especially the naturally powerful non-humans. She used to avoid them when her strength was low, but now, with her hidden profession, hunting non-humans will help her grow quickly. But then she thought of a problem. I've been inside the dungeon all along, so I don't know where the non-humans are or where their dungeons are. The Voidwalker ability, Void Shifting, allows her to travel between dungeons freely, but without a location guide. It's like walking blind. In fact, Alice, living inside the dungeon, cannot determine external directions. Every time she shifts, she's gambling on luck. But Etienne had a solution. You should be able to sense my location now, right? Alice closed her eyes and gently sensed with her mind, then nodded happily. After being hired, Etienne and Alice automatically formed a boss-employee relationship. Just as Etienne could view the employee panel, Alice could also subtly feel her boss's presence. This was the source of her ability. To Alice, this feeling was like being in a vast, dark sea suddenly illuminated by the light of a lighthouse. I've found the location of the alien dungeon for you. When the time comes, just teleport directly to my side, Etienne said. Hearing this, Alice's face lit up with joy. Finally, her life of wandering blindly inside the dungeon was over. She gracefully bowed to Etienne. Alice follows your guidance. After leaving the dungeon, Etienne was quite satisfied with this trip. He gained a special talent and acquired a strange ability to shuttle between dungeons. The special potential is indeed impressive. As Etienne was admiring this, he suddenly noticed that there were far fewer professionals at the dungeon center. Some teams of professionals, after whispering among themselves, started running out of the city. What's happening? The receptionist girl at the dungeon center, who remembered Etienne's successful dungeon clearance and secret realm opening well, explained. The medium-sized secret realm outside the city has somehow mutated and is now completely sealed off. The secret realm outside the city? Isn't that the Tianyu realm that Etienne and his group recently seized? Frowning slightly, Etienne realized that the mutation and total closure meant the resources inside the secret realm could no longer be mined. A good medium-sized secret realm, but if they can't access it to gather resources, it's just a waste of effort. It's as if their previous struggle was all for nothing. Strange. With this thought, Etienne quickly headed to the secret realm outside the city to investigate. As soon as he arrived near the secret realm, he found that the entrance was already guarded and blocked. Over 100 onlookers, all professionals, were kept outside the blockade, unable to approach the entrance. The situation looked quite serious. Everyone stepped back. Do not approach, the guard shouted. Seeing this, Etienne stepped closer and took out his identification badge, a certificate belonging to the big and strong office. A guard saw the situation and frowned slightly. What is this? Wait, no. Sorry, sir. I didn't recognize you earlier. His expression changed from anger to confusion. Then he respectfully raised his hand to signal that Etienne could pass the blockade. The name on the ID was abstract, and its power was significant. According to Wei Yuan, this ID's authority was as great as that of the city lord, allowing free passage through most of the Daxia region. Why can he go in? Who is he? Onlookers outside the barrier voiced their displeasure. The guard angrily said, he works for a special organization that can solve problems. Why are you going in? Are you just going to be sacrificed? After hearing this, the onlookers' angry voices gradually quieted. Etienne arrived near the secret realm entrance and saw a swirling purple vortex, emanating a dangerous aura. At that moment, Wei Yuan was not there. Instead, Bai Qiuli and another elegant woman were standing nearby. Boss, I was about to send you a message, Bai Qiuli happily called out when she saw Etienne. The other beautiful woman with a sword looked at Yi Tian curiously, and he returned her gaze with interest. Bai Qiuli quickly introduced the two. So, this is Senior Jiang Yuanshuang, little boss of Qiuli. Jiang Yuanshuang examined Yi Tian carefully. She was surprised that the boss who promoted Bai Qiuli to a divine-level profession was actually a young, handsome man. Yi Tian was puzzled. If Jiang Yuanshuang, a top-tier level 74 professional, came here, it must be a serious matter. Bai Qiuli explained to Yi Tian. This morning, the secret realm suddenly changed. The entrance was sealed, and all the miners inside were trapped. We suspect evil spirits appeared in the secret realm, and a small team was sent to deal with it. Then, the exploration team led by Yexiu and Jiang Che went in. It's been 4 hours, and they haven't come out. Since they entered, the secret realm entrance has been completely sealed. No one can go in. Yexiu and Jiang Che also went inside. Yi Tian frowned slightly. He knew Yexiu and Jiang Che's abilities. If it was evil spirits, they wouldn't be trapped for so long. Unless it was a demon king or a heavenly-level demon. But if such a powerful demon appeared, it wouldn't target just a secret realm. It would threaten the entire Qingqing. Jiang Yuanshuang looked at the purple mysterious entrance with a serious expression. This method might be used by some strange race. Bai Qiuli quickly said, Boss, why not try to contact them through a meeting or communication? Otherwise, no one knows what's inside right now. Yi Tian looked at the status of Yexiu and Jiang Che on the employee panel. He saw that both were still fighting, with their health above half, so they weren't in immediate danger, but if it went on, it might become risky. No need. I'll go save them. As Yi Tian finished speaking, Bai Qiuli was slightly surprised, and Jiang Yuanshuang shook her head helplessly. The entrance is blocked. No one can get in. The purpose of this strange race is probably not simple. Although she said this, Yi Tian still walked to the entrance of the mysterious realm. The mysterious realm is locked and cannot be entered. A message like this stopped Yi Tian's steps. Jiang Yuanshuang and Bai Qiuli looked at Yi Tian with confused eyes. At this moment, Yi Tian raised his hand and pinched the entrance, his palm flickering with unstable energy, causing the purple vortex to almost tear apart. Void teleportation. Next, Yi Tian stepped into the torn gap and directly entered the mysterious realm. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuanshuang and Bai Qiuli were both stunned. What kind of ability is this? Jiang Yuanshuang's elegant demeanor gradually became disordered as she whispered, When did Daxia produce such a terrifying person? She then turned to Bai Qiuli and asked, What kind of strength does your boss have? Bai Qiuli's delicate face looked a bit confused. She carefully recalled in her mind, but her tone was uncertain even to herself. Boss. He should be very powerful, right? A flash of purple light, and Yi Tian appeared inside the mysterious realm. The familiar world of Tianyu was now covered with countless barriers like black webs, spreading decay and emitting a foul smell. It seems this level of blockade can still be broken through with void teleportation. After sharing Alice's void teleportation, Yi Tian also mastered the ability to teleport into dungeons or mysterious realms. It seems that not only can you travel between instances, but you can also go from the outside world into an instance. Yi Tian looked around and saw two Tianhen gold mines. In resource secret realms, many such mineral veins are born. After miners extract them, they can obtain a lot of materials. Tianhen gold contains wind spirit power and is suitable for making equipment for agile professions. However, now, a few pieces of Tianhen gold are left on the dark surface. These hard minerals are full of bite marks, with many gaps on their surfaces. It looks like there are quite a few different races. Yi Tian's gaze fell deep into the realm of the Sky Island, and he felt a bit of anticipation. Then he spoke. Alice, swish. As he finished speaking, the space in the secret realm beside Yi Tian tore open, and a strange figure with long legs stepped out. The Blade Queen, Alice. She walked to Yi Tian's side, her cold face full of curiosity. Isn't this the same secret realm as before? Yes, it's not a copy of the Yaga dynasty, but there should be many different races here too. Hearing Yi Tian, Alice instinctively licked her red lips, her eyes full of expectation. Let's go. Yi Tian quickly charged toward the deep part of the Sky Island. He could sense where Yexiu and Jiang Che were. When they entered the second floating island, A barrier like a black web finally made sounds. It was made of bugs swimming on the barrier, buzzing painfully. Etion looked up. The small bugs had fierce faces, shells glowing with dark purple light, and 6 insect-like legs. Void insect race? Alice's eyes sharpened immediately, recognizing them at once. Etion casually glanced and found that these, void insect race, aliens were only about level 2 in strength. Behind Alice, 12 shining blades appeared instantly. The long sword cut through the wind with a whooshing sound, slashing at several void insects. Each strike created dazzling light trails. These 12 wings of light, a natural talent, passively added 500% extra attack damage. A normal attack was enough to kill instantly. Swish, swish. The sharp sword light cut through fiercely, and the bugs in front were instantly killed, turning into experience orbs that Alice absorbed. Alice was happy. It's definitely better experience than from instance monsters. We're close to the level of an elite boss. At this moment, Etion directly headed toward the 3rd giant floating island. The atmosphere here was even more rotten and harsh, with dense swarms of insects crawling over a web-like barrier. In the corner of the giant floating island, dozens of mining workers huddled together. Yexiu, Jiang Che, his brother and sister, and a professional dressed in the Xingho Martial Hall uniform, under Yexiu's command, protected the workers while fighting against the void insects. It seemed the battle had been going on for quite some time. "Boss, why are you here? The secret realm was supposed to be sealed off. How did you get in?" When Yexiu and Jiang Che saw Etion, their faces showed shock. They had a connection with Etion and could sense that the person in front of them was truly Etion, not an imposter. This made them even more confused. "I'm here to save you." In front of them was a huge, dark green crawling creature, like a spider, constantly swallowing prey. Obviously 2 elite members of the void insect race. Void rhinoceros beast, level 40, void web weaver, level 40. These are probably the strongest 2 creatures they brought this time. They're tough to deal with. "Boss, be careful," Yexiu and Jiang Che quickly warned. Etion remained calm. "Alice." Next, 2 energy blades, shaped like mantis blades, shot out from Alice's wrist, combined with the 12-winged light wheel blades, their edges sharp as a whirlwind. The 2 void insects weren't very strong. Yexiu, with his divine-level profession, could handle them. But he still needed to protect the dozens of workers behind him, so he couldn't go all out. Jiang Che was slightly surprised. "Wow, boss. That girl is so fierce. She seems to have divine-level fighting power too?" Yexiu nodded as well. Alice's current combat strength was completely on par with his. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Alice hadn't yet activated her demon form, or she could easily kill these 2 void insects. Yexiu took a breath and reminded Etion, "Boss, I think the void insects' plans are not small. I remember their portal to another world came from the neighboring Han state, but a few days ago, Han state was destroyed by the void insects. Now they're targeting Daxia. Destroy Han state?" Etion was slightly surprised and said, "Although the cold nation is weaker, it's still a country. How could it be so easily destroyed?" Yexiu shared the information he knew. The void insect race has 2 types of insects, void insects and parasites. Void insects are like these around us. They are not the strongest fighters among alien species, but have the ability to invade dungeons, and their methods are cunning. Parasites, on the other hand, are said to be able to live inside other creatures with low mental strength and control them. Honestly, these 2 abilities are quite strange. Destroying a country is not surprising, but I always feel that the abilities of the void insects somehow relate to Alice's space teleportation. Is there also a parasite type? Outside, Wei Yuan was near the secret realm, but his driver suddenly had glowing green eyes and a strange, frightening expression. Playing tricks, Wei Yuan looked at his driver's changing face and remained very calm. "Tell me what you want to say, quickly." With Wei Yuan's strong mental power, he sensed something had entered the driver's body, but the other person didn't attack impulsively, clearly wanting to speak. Soon, the driver's voice was hoarse. "Honorable Queen of the Insects, greetings from Daxia. Stop wasting time." From this, Wei Yuan immediately understood that the visitor was the void insect race that destroyed the cold nation, and their ruler was the void insect queen. After receiving this information, He also realized that the secret realm was sealed by the void insect race. The insects parasitizing the driver's body spoke coldly. Sir, since you are so impatient, I will be brief. Our race can help Daxia solve the problem of the unexploited Tianyu realm. We can also help release the few outstanding humans trapped inside the secret realm. And all we ask for in return are 2 small secret realms. If they disagree, the medium-sized secret realm will be sealed off, and no one can enter, making it useless. The void insect race can repeat this process over and over again. This is the disgusting part of the void insect race. Invasion of dungeons is a power most countries cannot defend against, and Daxia is no exception. Wei Yuan will not compromise, but Daxia needs time to find a way to deal with this ability. At this moment, his phone vibrated. Wei Yuan glanced slightly and saw a message from Jiang Yuanshuang. Etian has entered the sealed secret realm. Etian, Wei Yuan is well aware of the situation in the secret realm. After Yexiu, Jiang Che and the others entered, the secret realm was completely sealed off by the void insect race. No one could get in. Invasion is a racial ability of the void insect race. Dungeons and secret realms are essentially small, closed spaces. Usually, only one group is allowed inside at a time, and then the space closes. But the void insect race can erode space, breaking down the walls of the closed space, and invade in groups. Once they enter, they can use special methods to seal the space again, aiming to monopolize the secret realm. Countries around the world, and even many alien races, have no way to counter this. Otherwise, Han State wouldn't have fallen so quickly. But Etian actually broke through the void insect race's blockade? How did he do it? Seeing Wei Yuan's thoughtful expression, the parasite on the driver's body spoke again. As the leader of Daxia, you surely understand the principle of sacrificing the small to protect the big. Just 2 small secret realms, exchanging for a medium-sized secret realm and the lives of 5 Daxia talents is very worthwhile, isn't it? The parasite's voice was hoarse and creepy, but Wei Yuan's mood gradually calmed. Since Etian has the ability and dares to enter the sealed secret realm voluntarily, he must be confident that he can handle it. Moreover, at this point, only Etian probably has the means to deal with the tricky methods of the void insect race. The parasite urged, if we delay any longer, I can't guarantee what will happen inside the secret realm. Wei Yuan chose to trust Etian and smiled faintly. I don't think so. Inside the secret realm, within the Sky Isle, Alice's combat power truly shocked everyone. The 12-wing light wheel blades split into 6 to defend against small insect enemies, while the other 6 teamed up with Alice to fight 2 level 40 void insect elites. Alice single-handedly fought hundreds of void insects. Her figure flickered as the 6 light wheel blades shot like streaks of bright light, attacking the 2 elite void insects. Die? Crazy girl. The void crab beast was startled, not expecting her to dare face his attack head-on and fight back. But he saw this as a chance. He spat purple acid from his fierce mouthparts, covering Alice with highly corrosive attacks. But in the next moment, a long black light flashed through the acid, cutting through it and creating ripples. It instantly sliced half of the void crab beast's body. The void crab beast screamed and shrank all his nerves to defend, wailing in pain. What? In just a moment, 2 exchanges happened so quickly that the void web weaver's pupils shrank suddenly. Her ability leaned toward control. The black web covering the area was her masterpiece. She didn't expect that her damage-dealing teammate would be seriously hurt so fast. She immediately spread black spider webs all around her. The webs covered the sky like a giant black hand, reaching toward Alice from behind. This was her strongest control method. If she could control Alice, she could save her teammate and maybe turn the tide of the battle. But facing the overwhelming black webs, Alice didn't even turn her head. She reached her right hand back and made a gesture in the air. End of day's judgment. Dozens of blood-red slashes shot toward Alice from behind. The red slash marks tore the webs apart instantly, then cut through the webs and exploded on the void web weaver's body. Her body was hit by countless slashes, tearing her into countless pieces in an instant. Boom! With a loud explosion of blood and water, the web weaver was killed before she could even scream. She acted. She was instantly defeated. All of this happened in just a moment. Blue light appeared on the corpse of the Void Web Weaver, transforming into experience points that Alice absorbed. In front of Alice, the Void Crab Beast was now even more stunned. Next moment, Alice summoned all 12 light will blades at once. In the large pupils of the Void Beast, the reflection of Alice's left hand gently raised could be seen. Immediately after, 12 shining blades pierced into its shell. The dark purple shell emitted a harsh cracking sound, like crystal breaking, destroying all vitality of the huge Void Beast's body. At this moment, Yexiu, Jiang Che, and others, including the mining team members, were all stunned. For a moment, they couldn't tell who was more terrifying, Alice or these void insects. Employee, Alice has defeated the Void Beast and the Void Web Weaver. You share experience. Alice has absorbed enough hunting experience, and the monster template has upgraded from Elite Monster to Elite Boss. Void teleportation ability improved. Usage limit increased from 6 times daily to 10 times daily. As the panel notification sounded, after Alice was promoted to an Elite Boss, her body became more slender and tall, and the 2 mantis blades on her arms were greatly enhanced. Although called a small boss, an Elite Boss is still a boss, completely beyond the category of small monsters. It also comes with the privileges of a boss in the dungeon. Alice gains Elite Boss privileges, can change dungeon terrain/weather, can impose a capability restriction during battles. Seeing this, Etion was suddenly a bit surprised. He didn't expect Alice to already be able to impose ability restrictions. In the eyes of professionals, this is also called a boss mechanism. In dungeons, some powerful bosses can impose restrictions, such as prohibit healing near the boss, disable fire attribute spells inside the dungeon, disarm all enemies, etc. These are abilities unique to dungeon bosses. As long as in the dungeon, the boss can impose ability restrictions on any target. This is the special power of a boss. In the globally stuck 75th level, 4th stage dungeon, there is an extremely abnormal restriction. Dungeon challengers' attributes decrease by 90%. But such restrictions come from an ultimate boss. The higher the level and the stronger the boss, the greater the ability restrictions it can impose. Although Alice is currently only an Elite Boss, since she has gained the authority to impose restrictions, it proves that her future is promising. Shoo. 2 elite void insects fell, and countless small void insects around them let out panicked cries. The 2 groups hesitated, almost trying to run away. Since even the 2 elites were easily killed, the remaining small insects had no chance of defeating Alice. Moreover, the invasion ability of the void insect race in the dungeon is limited. Invading the dungeon is like entering the main camp of the dungeon boss, which can be detected and targeted by the boss unless they are defeated or teamed up with the boss. Once the secret realm is cleared and the boss disappears, these small void insects can invade easily. As long as the dungeon boss exists, the small void insects will sense they are in someone else's territory and may face danger at any moment, making them instinctively want to escape. Trying to run, but Alice was in the middle of a fierce fight, so how could she let them escape easily? This is all based on her monster template experience. Alice, issue a restriction to prevent them from leaving, Etion said, and Alice was about to do just that. In theory, the higher the boss level, the greater the authority. High-level bosses override the abilities of lower-level bosses. Therefore, in the dungeon, most players are limited by the main boss's mechanisms, often ignoring the smaller boss's mechanisms. And this secret realm only has Alice as the boss. Prohibit leaving the secret realm. Alice used her boss authority to give this command over the entire secret realm. Suddenly, the whole secret realm seemed to be covered by an invisible force, applying a restriction to all creatures. As an elite boss, the prohibit leaving the secret realm restriction lasts only 1 minute. Command issued. All targets within the secret realm cannot leave for 1 minute. 1 minute is enough? Alice's half-morphed eye turned bright red, and her 12-winged light will blades unleashed full power under her control. Etion looked at his status and found that even players were restricted from leaving. As a boss, her authority within the dungeon is truly terrifying. It's easy to imagine that if Alice grows to become an ultimate or even a world boss, no dungeon would be impossible to conquer. Forget about the Yago Empire competing in the race of dungeons during the race of races. Even if 10 different races joined together, they would still be slaughtered indiscriminately. Kill, kill, kill. She leapt into the air like a wolf attacking a flock of sheep. Compared to the hesitant void insects, Alice looked like a fierce demon descending from the sky, with 12 shining blades cutting through monsters' limbs and blood everywhere. The scene was extremely bloody. Ha ha! Alice's wild laughter echoed in everyone's ears, making E.T. and I, Jiang Che, and others break out in cold sweat. Dozens of rescued miners, seeing the void insects that trapped them being killed, initially felt happy. Now, seeing Alice's frenzied slaughter, the workers looked at each other with fear. Does she seem more ruthless than those bugs? Compared to those insects, she's more like a boss. Just watching her gives me chills on my back. Hey buddy, your back is cold because you're leaning on the bug corpses. Whoa. 1 minute passed. Inside the dungeon, only Alice's sword flashes remained. The giant floating island and the void insect's dark web barrier were covered with cuts and scars, along with the remains of small void insects. Although there were many small void insects, Alice's incredible agility and her 12 independently controlled shining blades made her kill speed terrifying. Jiang Che and others wanted to help, but Tian stopped them. These void insects were invaders of the secret realm. Killing them greatly sped up the upgrade of monster templates. This was one reason why Alice was considered a dungeon bug. Besides the dual templates of players and monsters, as dungeon monsters, she could infinitely upgrade her level, even from small monsters to bosses, which was impossible for other monsters. Players can level up by killing dungeon monsters. Dungeon monsters can level up by challenging players. With her dual templates, Alice's future potential is limitless. Hundreds of small void insects turned into experience points absorbed by Alice, bringing her closer to evolving from an elite boss to a main boss. Wonderful. After the slaughter, Alice licked her lips, looking very satisfied, as if she had just enjoyed a delicious meal. It's over, Etienne said to Jiang Che and others. You guys take the mining team and leave first. Night Repair nodded and said, Understood. The weather on the floating island changed from cloudy to clear, and the dark web barrier covering the secret realm gradually disappeared, indicating that the secret realm had returned to normal access. Alice felt a bit disappointed and turned to ask Etienne, Boss, since there are no monsters or alien races in this secret realm, where should I go next? This was probably Alice's only weakness. She had been in an independent dungeon space and had no sense of direction, so she couldn't accurately find suitable targets to hunt. This killing machine needed Etienne to activate it. Ancient Kingdom of Yagu. The ancient kingdom of Yagu was the destination Etienne had originally planned. Since he could hunt enemies in the dungeon, he definitely couldn't miss the alien races. He said this, then stepped away from the secret realm and ordered Alice, Wait for my call. Outside, Jiang Yuanshuang and Bai Qiuli were nervously watching the entrance of the secret realm. Etienne entering the secret realm meant the problem was escalating again. If Etienne couldn't come out, the loss would be even worse than losing a medium-sized secret realm. Fortunately, the purple ghostly entrance to the secret realm gradually returned to normal, and the blockade was lifted. Night Repair, Jiang Che, and others, along with dozens of mining teams, left the secret realm unharmed. That's a relief. Bai Qiuli and Jiang Yuanshuang breathed a sigh of relief. The latter, surprised and a bit amazed, said, Qiuli, your little boss is really powerful. Bai Qiuli was stunned for a moment. Honestly, she rarely saw Etienne make a move, so she couldn't judge his true strength. But from the few times Etienne had shown his ability, it was clear that his power was indeed mysterious. She nodded slowly, affirming this. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan looked across the distance toward the secret realm. The parasitic insect on the driver urged, Don't waste time, Your Excellency. There won't be any miracles. Before he finished speaking, the parasitic insect was shocked. Hundreds of void insects from the secret realm suddenly vanished completely. What's going on? Did they all retreat? The parasitic insect was confused. He hadn't even considered the possibility of their defeat. Because this is a level 2 secret realm, the level is limited to below level 25. They sent 2 elite void insects at level 40, which is already a crushing force. Dealing with at most 5 people from the Daxia profession, how could there be a problem? Moreover, hundreds of void insects wouldn't die so quickly. The parasite was furious. Damn it! How can they disobey Queen Mother Insect's orders and retreat without permission? Wei Yuan felt the alien aura in the secret realm disappear and showed a satisfied smile. Etian, you really are someone who can create miracles. Next, he reached out toward the parasite, and a powerful star spirit force formed an invisible giant hand, crushing the parasite's mental thought. Tell your Queen Mother Insect, if they dare to enter Daxiao again, I will come to pay them back. Ah. The parasite's dull green body screamed painfully. The parasite's method of parasitism is through the void insect, which remotely releases a mental thought, using it to take over a weak-minded person's body. Although the main body isn't in danger, if the mental thought is destroyed, the parasite's main body will suffer a painful backlash. It was in a land corroded to gray and black, with a sky covered in dark web-like barriers. Beneath the broken walls and ruins, countless disgusting insect eggs were hatching. This place is the destroyed Cold Nation. The traces of humans in the ruins were ruthlessly trampled by the insect race. Collapsed buildings, shattered vehicles. There was no sign of human life. This tiny piece of land had become a nest for the void insects, with strange, twisted bugs crawling over the fallen buildings. Ignoring the pain in its mind, the parasite angrily rushed to the Queen Mother's nest, wanting to ask why the void insects had suddenly retreated. But as soon as it arrived at the Queen Mother's nest, the silent atmosphere made it feel an inexplicable chill in its heart. And the result made it even more shaken. All the hundreds of void insects sent to Daxia have not returned. They all perished. I am the only survivor. It couldn't believe it, and even dared not believe it. The coldness in its heart made it feel very scared. It thought its teammates abandoned it. But who would have thought that all the teammates had been killed? In the darkness of the mother insect's nest, a deep and commanding voice echoed, "Great Summer." Indeed different from the Cold Nation. When the Void Insect clan attacked the Cold Nation, they faced no such setbacks. In their first attack, they lost hundreds of Void Insects and gained nothing in return, just a pointless loss. The Void Insect clan, which had taken the Cold Nation so easily, felt defeat for the first time in human territory. Great Summer has such vast lands. It makes sense. The mother insect's voice grew more intense. But we, the Void Insect clan, need even larger territory. The small Cold Nation couldn't satisfy their hunger. Great Summer. The Dragonborn of Yagu seemed to be their match. The deep, hollow voice of the mother insect came again from the darkness. Find the Yaga dynasty and unite to conquer Great Summer. The problem with the secret realm was solved, but Etian's way of dealing with the void insect invasion made Wei Yuan very curious. Wei Yuan talked privately with Etian. The methods of the void insect clan were strange, and many countries had been harmed by them. If there was a way to prevent their attacks permanently, it would be a big relief for Great Summer. But Etian shook his head. I don't have a way to prevent the void insect invasion. My method is to directly enter the instance and eliminate all the void insects. Entering the instance sounds simple, but Wei Yuan knew this was Etian's special ability. Still, he was glad. Although they couldn't prevent the invasion now, at least Etian was there, and they had a temporary way to deal with the void insects. It seems we need the Research Institute to work on a large barrier spell, preferably one that can prevent the void insect clan before they strike. Etian was only one person, and Great Summer couldn't rely solely on him to do everything. Wei Yuan nodded seriously. But this time, it's thanks to you. At least today, if it weren't for Etian's action, Great Summer wouldn't have many good options. They might have had to abandon a medium-sized secret realm. Etian smiled in response and had a favor to ask. Brother Wei, could you take me into the Yaga dynasty's instance? As long as it's an instance they control. Wei Yuan was surprised. Entering an instance of the enemy faction, especially an alien one? This was the first time he had seen such a strange request. However, Wei Yuan knew that Etian was not someone who acted without purpose. He must have his own goal. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, All right, I will take you there, in the eastern border of Daxia, Ding City. This city is where the border armies of Daxia and the Yagu Empire are stationed together. They often have small fights and competitions. Because Daxia took a small secret realm from the Yago Empire, given by the Red Emperor, the border soldiers from both sides have become more aggressive and competitive. Hurry, hurry, we're about to rush. Nice. We just beat the little dragon's record. Bring over their bets. What's so proud about leading by a few seconds? Humans just haven't seen enough of the world. Alien race. I'll deal with you. In the city center, Daxia border soldiers and alien troops are gathered around a dungeon entrance, betting fiercely. Wei Yuan drove Etian over, and the latter, curious, asked, "What's going on here?" On this border, besides fighting, they also race to clear dungeons. It's another kind of competition. After Wei Yuan explained, Etian quickly understood the rules. Daxia and the Yago Empire send people to race through dungeons, competing to see who can finish faster. They also bet on each other. The winning side's bettors will get a share of the losing side's bets based on the betting ratio. Like fighting, this direct strength contest is common in cities where both clans are stationed. The only problem is that dungeon, which both sides keep running through again and again. Wei Yuan pointed to the dungeon and asked, "Can this dungeon be your goal?" "No. I can take you to invade the Yaga continent. I guarantee you can still clear a dungeon there. The Yaga continent is on the other side of the portal in Ding City, the homeland of the Yago Empire." Etian immediately stopped him. No need for that. This dungeon is enough. Anyway, his goal was to bring Alice near the Yago Empire, so she could do as she pleased once she arrived. The two got out of the car and walked over. At this moment, a Yago envoy was racing, and Etian recognized him. He was Yedra, a half-dragon man from the last medium secret realm. It seemed he was demoted to the border army after losing the secret realm competition. "Boss!" As Etian approached, he heard a cheerful voice shout out. Wan Jiang jogged over happily, looking excited after not seeing Etian for a long time. "Hello, Commander." "Wei Commander is also here." Wei Yuan nodded slightly. Etian noticed the shoulder insignia on Wan Jiang. He had been promoted to team leader. "Are you also participating in the dungeon race?" Wan Jiang chuckled. "Just playing around during my break." Then he leaned in mysteriously and whispered to Etian, "Boss, you'll never guess. I've gained a super powerful ability." Etian casually guessed, an extraordinary physique. Wan Jiang's eyes widened suddenly, like bells ringing. His secret, hidden until now, was unexpectedly revealed. Etian cleared his throat and patted his shoulder. "Good job. Keep working hard." After that, Etian headed toward the dungeon challenge area. Wan Jiang looked on in disbelief. Boss really is the boss. He can even see through an extraordinary physique. But he probably doesn't know that my super ability can keep getting stronger. Yedra, clear time 8 minutes and 35 seconds. New record, soon. Yedra, a half-dragon from the Yaga Kingdom, finished the dungeon and beat the previous record by over a minute. The Daxia border troops had all their bets won by the Yaga Kingdom in the last round. "Hurry up, Daxia. Send someone out. Come on." It was the turn for Daxia to send someone to compete in the race. Wan Jiang couldn't wait anymore. "Boss, I'm in. Watch me crush this little dragon." "No, let me do it," Etian said, ignoring Wan Jiang's surprised look, and walked straight to the dungeon entrance. The Daxia border soldiers were stunned. "Who's this guy? Which team is he from?" Meanwhile, the outsiders from Yaga Kingdom mocked him. "Just a rookie. Does Daxia have no one else?" But seeing Etian really enter the dungeon, the outsiders didn't blindly bet. After all, these days, many pretend to be weak but are actually strong. Daxia's border troops had played this game many times, so the outsiders became more cautious. This round, only a few people placed bets. The dungeon was level 35, so for Etian, it was almost no challenge at all. However, his goal wasn't just a quick clear. Alice. As soon as the words were spoken, the alluring figure of Alice, cloaked in black, appeared swiftly. Her figure, now 182 centimeters tall under the dark robe, looked even more slender. Her eyes shimmered with a golden glow and a mysterious, enchanting gaze, full of anticipation. "Boss, is the prey here?" "Yes, soon there will be a steady stream of different races coming through." Etian smiled and said, "And this place is near the Yago Empire. In the nearby dungeons, you'll find plenty of different races." Bringing Alice to the Yago Empire also helped speed up her monster evolution process. Those with strong innate bloodlines, like the dragon descendants, are the best nourishment for Alice's evolution. Yi Tian ordered. First, clear out this wave of dungeon monsters. Finish within 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Alice nodded obediently and activated her 12-winged shining blade, beginning her attack. Yi Tian, record time, 8 minutes and 30 seconds. New record. Huh. I thought he was hiding some real strength. Only 5 seconds ahead. Just a few seconds difference isn't much. It's probably just luck. Humph. I haven't even used my full power yet. Beating 7 minutes is no problem. Seeing Yi Tian's clear time, the monsters of the Yago Empire looked unimpressed. The half-dragon Yedra, who spoke last, was even ready to make another move. Place your bets. Place your bets. This round, the monsters were eager to wager. They bet with equipment, materials, coins, anything valuable. They knew Yedra's strength. Being sent to clear a medium-level secret realm meant he was no ordinary half-dragon. The Daxia border troops also understood this. Few dared to bet, except Yi Tian. Boss, you're betting too? Wan Jiang whispered in confusion. Yi Tian not only bet, but also placed a lot, throwing in all the gear he had gained from previous dungeon runs, which encouraged more bets from the monsters. Yi Tian just smiled and said, just for fun. Wei Yuan looked thoughtful, suddenly recalling the black-robed man Yi Tian mentioned in the dungeon, and began to suspect something. Yedra entered the dungeon. Before he even saw the scene inside clearly, he had already placed many bets. If he went all out, breaking the record would be easy. Come on. Yedra, the half-dragon, had just entered the dungeon, and the scene inside was still unclear to him. A figure in a black robe was soon seen standing nearby, with 12 glowing blades floating behind her, looking strange and dangerous. Wait a moment. Why didn't I see this strange person last time? While I was still thinking, Alice's figure flickered forward at an impossible speed, approaching so fast that I could hardly see her clearly. Cold light flashed before my eyes. This isn't right. This is a boss. Such a strong boss. In just one glance, I could tell I was no match. The terrifying pressure from the opponent almost overwhelmed me like a tidal wave. Yedra's heart nearly exploded. Damn. How can a boss be blocking the entrance to the dungeon? Soon, Yedra realized he was wrong. This wasn't just a boss blocking the entrance anymore. The black-robed woman in front of him was much stronger, probably many times more powerful than the final boss of a level 35 dungeon. This boss is suspicious. It's too late now. I have to withstand her attack first, then figure out how to leave the dungeon. Feeling the sharp cold light rushing toward him, Yedra decisively gave up on fighting. He summoned all his strength, his arms glowing with blue light from the dragon Bloodscale's armor, crossing his arms in front of his chest. In the next moment, the cold light flashed again. He used all his might to defend, but Alice tore through his defenses as easily as slicing tofu. Yedra, a mid-level hybrid among the alien races of the Yaga Kingdom, was no match for Alice, the Blade Queen with dual templates and a hidden profession. The shining, cold-bladed spinning blades seemed to mock him. Your defense is just as laughable as you. Next, 12 glowing blades like arrows pierced into Yedra's body, as if piercing his heart. Yedra died instantly. Alice looked pleased. The boss was right. As long as you wait here, someone will come to deliver themselves. Yedra failed to clear the level. Outside, when everyone saw the dungeon entrance become challengeable again, all the people and alien races present were stunned. If they failed, and he hadn't come out, the only possibility was that he had died inside the dungeon. How is that possible? The aliens couldn't believe it. He was a half-dragon. How could he die in a level 35 dungeon? Could it be that the dungeon was completed so many times that it evolved or awakened? While everyone looked at each other in surprise, Yi Tian smiled and collected all the bets from the other races from the last round. He took all sorts of equipment, materials, and a large amount of bets, even though they weren't very valuable. No one would refuse free stuff. Seeing this, Wan Jiang laughed loudly and said, "Is this all your Yaga Kingdom can do? Is this your level? Can't even beat the dungeon, and your soldiers are so weak." Hearing this, the other races became furious, especially because they had bet heavily in the last round. Yedra is useless. No wonder he couldn't conquer the medium secret realm. He's so weak. Bring in someone else. Soon, the Yaga Kingdom sent another half-dragon warrior. This half-dragon also carried a military rank. indicating he was quite important among the other races' armies. This made the other races get more excited and bet even more money. Half a minute later. What? Failed again? The dungeon reset, and the new half-dragon also died inside. Could it be that the dungeon really evolved? The other races looked at each other in confusion, while the Daxia border troops sneered mercilessly. What made the previous people angrier was not only losing many bets, but also being mocked by Daxia, which made them feel embarrassed. They were all stationed in the same city, so they couldn't stand this humiliation. A giant scorpion from the other races, over 3 meters tall, stood up angrily. I'll do it. 20 seconds later. The dungeon failed again, and the giant scorpion died. The other races were confused. Yexiu looked at this with a helpless smile. Alice was too eager. Who would dare to challenge now? Wan Jiang suspiciously looked at Yexiu, finally understanding that the boss must have done something incredible inside the dungeon. Although the Daxia border troops didn't know exactly what happened, they felt happy seeing the other races fail and kept challenging. The other races looked like they had been splashed with cold water. 3 defeated races, all below level 35, were top fighters, yet they couldn't win, let alone the others. Suddenly, a huge dragon appeared in the sky. The massive dragon landed, creating a shockwave that spread outward, making the other races step back in fear. Compared to half-dragons, this giant dragon's size and appearance show more obvious dragon traits. Its powerful presence is overwhelming, and its golden vertical pupils prove it has a purer dragon bloodline. Prince Nos has come in person. The foreign tribes look at him with respect, and Wei Yuan and Wan Jiang recognize his identity. It's actually a royal dragon descendant. The ancient dragon bloodline in the Yaga dynasty determines strength and status. Royal dragon descendants have the strongest bloodlines among dragon kin, earning the title royal. If a half-dragon's bloodline level is 3, then a royal dragon descendant's bloodline level is at least 20. In terms of attributes, their strength surpasses legendary warriors, and their physique exceeds legendary tanks. That is what makes them royal dragon descendants. Wei Yuan warns, this is probably one of the opponents in the race competition. In the race between the Daxia and Yaga dynasty, both sides need to send new fighters. This giant dragon, Nos, is clearly one of the top new dragon descendants. Wan Jiang stares at Nos with a fierce fighting spirit. Yexiu looks hopeful. He probably wants to join the dungeon, right? If he joins the dungeon, Alice would probably be very excited. As he finishes speaking, Nos snorts coldly. Humph, a small dungeon. Is there really a need to compete? His voice is deep like thunder, causing the Daxia border guards nearby to look wary, while the tribes of the Yaga dynasty become excited. But then, he looks at the tribes with even more disdain. You can't even beat a mere human. A bunch of useless trash. For royal dragon descendants, these weak-blooded tribes are even worse than their subordinates, barely worth being minions. Nos had just completed the trial of the Crimson Emperor and was about to return to the Yaga continent when he passed through Ding City and saw the race competition between the two tribes, so he decided to join for fun. Seeing Yexiu's record of 8 minutes and 30 seconds, Nos's face shows utter disdain. A level 35 dungeon? 1 minute is enough. Although Nos just reached level 2, around level 28, his dragon bloodline gives him extraordinary fighting power. Hearing this, the tribes of the Yaga dynasty cheer and boost their morale, their fighting spirit instantly reaching its peak. Prince North is unbeatable. People of Daxia, take a good look. North looked at the betting spot with a confident expression and casually tossed down 10 crystals that shimmered with blue light. Suddenly, everyone in Daxia was amazed. Wow. Dragon marrow crystals. Legendary materials. This group of dragons is really rich. If we could conquer the ancient continent, our army would never lack money. Even Wei Yuan was quite interested. Dragon marrow crystals seem to only be produced in the dragon ancestor secret realm on the ancient continent. Top-tier forging material for legendary equipment. Dragon ancestor secret realm? Yexiu had never heard of this name before. Wei Yuan explained. It's said to be a mysterious space left behind by ancient dragon ancestors, containing endless dragon treasures and legacies. Only dragons with strong bloodlines can enter, and inside the dragon ancestor secret realm, there's also a relic called the Forbidden Ruins. Hearing that only dragons could enter, Wan Jiang felt a bit disappointed. That's a pity. I remember the Red Emperor said we could challenge the secret realm at will. Although the dragon marrow crystals are very valuable, no one from Daxia placed a bet. After all, the mighty dragon North was clearly powerful enough for everyone to feel, and breaking records was no challenge for him. Only Etion. After North entered the dungeon, he placed another big bet, becoming the only one from Daxia to do so. Wei Yuan and Wan Jiang both looked at him with suspicion. Wan Jiang lowered his voice and asked, "Boss, what exactly did you do inside the dungeon?" Wei Yuan had already noticed that ever since North decided to enter, Etion's expression had become very strange. Etion smiled innocently. "I think one of our competitors in the race might be about to lose." The great dragon North stepped into the dungeon's space, his golden vertical pupils calm and indifferent. Even a 1-minute clear of the dungeon was no big challenge for him. It was just entertainment. He didn't care about the dungeon battles or competitions, including the race of tribes. Only competing with other alien races mattered to him. Suddenly, a lively voice came from behind him. "I thought no one else would come. Looks like the appetizer is finished. Now it's time for the main course to be served." When the words reached North's ears, each one sounded dangerous. In an instant, his muscles tensed, and he suddenly turned around to face Alice eye to eye. The half-human, half-demon appearance made North feel intense pressure. Meanwhile, Alice was delighted to see such a perfect prey. Her monster template grew faster the more powerful creatures she hunted. Coincidentally, the progress bar for the elite boss was almost full after absorbing many different races today, just half a step away from evolving again. This giant dragon came just at the right time. "Don't even think about running away." Alice issued another command for the dungeon. "All targets are forbidden from leaving the dungeon. 1 minute is enough," she said. As she finished speaking, North's dragon eyes shone with golden light, and his face was full of anger. "It's just a special boss with a bit of intelligence. Do you really think you can beat me?" With a thunderous roar, North, over 4 meters tall, spread his wings and took off, his dragon wings beating loudly and creating deafening noise. Accelerating rapidly, North charged at Alice like a missile. Alice and North were about the same level. Even more amazing was that North was a high bloodline dragon, while Alice had a hidden profession combined with a monster template, making her attributes equally impressive. Both of them, in the outside world, would be considered extremely dangerous at the peak of early Tier 2 strength. If someone witnessed this battle, they might call it a true match of the aces. This was also what made the giant dragon North angry. "I do fear you because we are evenly matched, but why do you think you can kill me in 1 minute?" Alice's expression was too relaxed, which made North a little angry. His huge dragon claw shadow covered Alice, and his sharp claws, like steel blades, seemed ready to tear her apart in an instant. "Since I have only 1 minute to defeat you, I will give it my all too." Alice was surrounded by a cold, ruthless black aura. Her left face, with a demonic flower pattern, seemed alive, flowing and releasing endless dark power. Just as North's claw was about to crush Alice, she suddenly shouted with wild, fierce energy, "Darkness War God!" In an instant, the scene in the dungeon changed dramatically. Dark powers surged into the sky, covering the entire sky. Fear, like an invisible heavy weight, pressed down on North and his dragon claws, forcing him to stop moving for a few seconds. North's dragon eyes suddenly shrank, as if a very dangerous presence had appeared right in front of him. The power of the abyss. "Are you a demon corrupted by the abyss?" "Who?" Behind Alice, a pair of huge demon wings spread out. Her body was covered in black scales, and 12 glowing blades floated around her, merging into a long, black sword with red veins. She slowly opened her eyes. Her left eye turned bright red, glowing with a fierce and savage aura. This was the power of the abyss. Since Alice was contaminated by the abyss wormhole and became half human, half demon, this was the first time she used it. Normally, it was very hard for her to suppress the abyss's pollution in her human form. Using her powers actively would only speed up her death. But after transforming into a hidden class called Dark Battle God, she could use the abyss's power to change her form voluntarily. This form, the Dark Battle God, was her demonized form from her previous warrior state. It's too late to run now, Alice whispered. Then she moved incredibly fast, slashing out 7 or 8 strikes, leaving black and red explosive trails. In the blink of an eye, the dragon claw North was about to catch had already been cut into pieces. North let out a scream as his severed claws spilled hot dragon blood. Demonization, Dark Battle God, transforms the user into a Dark Battle God form, increasing damage, attack speed, movement speed, skill damage, and reaction speed by 5 times for 3 minutes. Powerful attack and defense penetration are included in the damage boost. At the moment of demonization, Alice's combat power was completely crushing. Goodbye. Alice flapped her wings and suddenly released a huge wave of dark energy with her demon sword, tearing North's body apart like a wrecking ball. No, I am a royal dragon descendant. I will become the Dragon King. North's dragon eyes widened, struggling weaker and weaker until his body fell to the ground, creating a deep crater. The large experience points from the royal dragon descendant were absorbed by Alice, raising her level to 26. Her monster template also improved. The monster template has upgraded from Elite Boss to Lord Boss. The ability to teleport through the void has been improved. The usage limit has increased from 10 times a day to 15 times a day. All areas traveled through can be marked, allowing for instant return at any time. Gaining Lord Boss privileges. 1. Ability to change the environment mechanisms of dungeons. 2. Stronger command capabilities. 3. Can command all monsters within the dungeon. Alice couldn't help but feel a bit intoxicated. It took her half a year to upgrade from an ordinary monster to an elite monster. But after meeting Etion, she was promoted twice in just 1 day. Following the boss was definitely the right choice. At this moment, only half a minute had passed outside. The alien creatures of the Yaga dynasty looked excited. Prince Nos had said the dungeon would end in 1 minute, and it did. But a few seconds later, the dungeon indeed ended within that minute. However, Nos did not come out. What? Half-human, red sand scorpions, giant lizards, and other aliens all looked shocked, their expressions almost crazy. Nos, a dragon descendant from the royal family of the Yaga dynasty, one of the most pure-blooded dragon descendants and a seed player in the race competition, had actually died inside the dungeon. For a moment, the alien officer's heart sank, reporting this to the Red Emperor. Even if they had done nothing wrong, they would surely be punished. All the aliens panicked and scattered like birds and beasts, no longer daring to discuss the dungeon duel. This made the Daxia Border Defense Army laugh heartily, feeling more proud than ever. Some people quickly reacted. What exactly did that young man do inside the dungeon? So impressive, yeah? I believe he threw a demon king into the dungeon. Where is he now? After confirming Nos's death, Etion had already taken the 10 dragon marrow crystals he bet with Wei Yuan and left with the car. Wan Jiang saw Etion leave and waved to everyone. What do you mean by cheating? The aliens are just too weak. Hearing this, the border guards immediately nodded in agreement. Exactly. Such trash. And he's a dragon descendant too. During the journey back and forth, Etion played with the shimmering green dragon marrow crystal. As expected of legendary material, just looking at it is very tempting. Wei Yuan smiled and said, because it is also an ingredient. Dragon descendants usually eat it directly to strengthen their bodies, but human teeth and stomachs can't bite or digest it. Along the way, Etion learned from Wei Yuan's explanations and deeply understood the value of these dragon marrow crystals. In fact, anything mined from the dragon ancestor's secret realm is quite valuable. This made him very curious about the dragon ancestor's secret realm on the Yaga continent. Wei Yuan added, unfortunately, there are only 10 dragon marrow crystals here, which isn't enough to make equipment. If we had more, we could craft some top-tier legendary gear. Hearing this, Etion immediately thought of numbers. Nos was killed by Alice, and the spoils of battle on his body should also be in Alice's hands. As a royal dragon descendant, being able to use 10 dragon marrow crystals as a bet, who knows if the spoils might hold some surprises. On the outskirts of Qingqing North City, a high-level floating car was heading out of the city. On the floating car, Jiang Yuanshuang was taking Bai Qiuli to Huaxing University. Huaxing, one of the 3 top universities in Daxia, is located in Xingqing, the only large city in East China. I heard Huaxing has a solo trial secret realm that can help improve skills. Bai Qiuli was excited and said, the race tournament starts in 3 days. I hope I can become stronger. Jiang Yuanshuang smiled slightly. She had seen many talented newcomers with strong skills, but someone like Bai Qiuli, who is talented, hardworking, and skilled, is truly rare. During the race tournament, she believed Bai Qiuli had a good chance to defeat the royal dragon descendants. Just as she was about to speak, her eyes suddenly sharpened. An urgent alarm sounded inside the floating car. Warning! Enemy attack! Warning! Enemy attack! Boom! From the wilderness between Qingqing and Xingqing, 3 missiles with long tails hit the floating car, causing a fierce explosion. Amid the thick smoke of the explosion, Jiang Yuanshuang gathered a blue sword intent to form a shield, protecting Bai Qiuli as she safely landed. However, at the moment of landing, several figures approached quickly in the dim light. Jiang Yuanshuang's expression turned cold as she held her sword and looked around. There were about a dozen people dressed in purple church robes, with strange symbols carved on their faces. They were all around level 50, with many at the 3rd-tier profession. There is even an epic profession, the mechanical reformer, whose large cannon barrel emits gray smoke and is responsible for shooting down floating cars. The divine arrival cult. Jiang Yuanshuang's tone is cold and full of killing intent. It is obvious at a glance that this is the notorious anti-human terror organization on Blue Star, the divine arrival cult. They usually operate in the wilderness, never daring to step into the great summer city, and avoid attacking top-tier professionals directly. They use their ridiculous ideology to hunt down the best new talents from various countries. The mechanical reformer and the members of the divine arrival cult all stare intently at Bai Qiuli, speaking with a very devout and sacred tone. Anyone who hinders the arrival of the 10,000 races on Blue Star must die. At this moment, Wei Yuan is driving to send Etian back to Qing City. Suddenly, his expression turns serious. Through the barrier he set up in Qing City, he senses the battle aura of high-level professionals nearby. Jiang Yuanshuang and Bai Qiuli are under attack. Etian is stunned upon hearing this. He instinctively opens his staff interface and notices Bai Qiuli's status bar constantly changing, indicating she is in combat. Senior Jiang Yuanshuang is there, and someone dares to attack them? Wei Yuan senses deeply, frowning slightly, the divine arrival cult. They are a group of madmen who will do anything to achieve their goals. Probably, Bai Qiuli's recent performance has caught their attention. This organization, the divine arrival cult, is often mentioned in class. They specialize in hunting like hunting dogs. They believe that, among the 10,000 races, there are divine beings. Only by relying on the 10,000 races and allowing divine power to descend upon Great Summer can the city survive the end of evil monsters. Etian finds this absurd. Whether there are gods at all is uncertain. If the 10,000 races really descend on Blue Star, can Great Summer still be called Great Summer? But the divine arrival cult is eager to act. As long as it's against the 10,000 races, they target it. However, if they can't defeat top-tier professionals, they only focus on new recruits, which is extremely disgusting. Although Bai Qiuli wears a shielding ring, after changing jobs and completing the Hell Dungeon for the first time, clearing a medium-sized secret realm, and ranking first in the East China College entrance exam, she will participate in the race competition, which threatens the divine arrival cult. These beasts. Etian feels disgusted. Wei Yuan's tone quickens. I must support them as soon as possible. The flowing cloud sword saint is good at attacking, but not at protecting. If the divine forces of the church are willing to kill Bai Qiuli at any cost, Jiang Yuanshuang might not be able to save her. I'll go, Etian said, attracting a strange look from Wei Yuan. Don't worry, I can protect my staff. Senior Jiang, don't hold back. Just eliminate all the enemies. After speaking, Etian snapped his fingers and activated his skill, meeting. In the next moment, Etian's figure vanished into thin air, as if he had traveled to another dimension, summoned invisibly by his boss, reaching every employee. Wei Yuan's expression froze. On the other side of the battlefield, although, in theory, Jiang Yuanshuang and some members of the Divine Church were all third-tier professionals, But a top-tier legendary profession at level 74 was far stronger than those just over the third-tier threshold at level 50. However, the Divine Church was truly a group of madmen, risking everything for the so-called will of the gods. A level 55 third-tier assassin sneaked invisibly to the two women's side, then exploded directly. He carried a destructive device created by a mechanical engineer, using all his professional power to detonate, sacrificing his life to cause destruction. Crazy! Jiang Yuanshuang had already noticed, but faced with such a reckless opponent, she could only stop attacking and release all her sword intent to defend Bai Qiuli. As humans, fighting for other races instead of our own. What a bunch of good dogs. The mechanical engineer of the Divine Church laughed loudly. Wrong. We are fighting for humanity. Only by summoning the gods of all races to Daxia can we bring hope for peace. Jiang Yuanshuang's green sword glow shone brightly. If that's the only way to peace, I'd rather die in the hands of demons. But her attack couldn't continue. Another assassin sneaked nearby and exploded himself again. She could only give up attacking to protect Bai Qiuli. At this moment, despite each explosion being potentially deadly, Bai Qiuli's face remained calm, her tone extremely steady. Teacher, I'm sorry. It's my fault that I've caused you trouble. Her combat strength was already quite strong, but in front of third-tier professionals, she still fell short. Jiang Yuanshuang smiled with relief. Such a child with excellent character. If she could survive, her future achievements would be limitless. Don't worry, Wei Yuan will come. Your teacher will keep you safe. A feeling of helplessness filled Bai Qiuli's body, but it did not make her give up. Instead, it sparked her fighting spirit. I'm not strong enough yet. At that moment, a prompt appeared in front of Bai Qiuli, and her eyes lit up. Teacher, don't worry about me anymore. The followers of the Divine Church launched another attack. Attack. Don't let her escape. But as soon as the words finished, Bai Qiuli's figure disappeared into thin air. The followers of the Divine Church were stunned. What's going on? The intel didn't say they had space abilities. Space abilities are very rare. Even in Daxia, they are uncommon. Could she be invisible? The lead mechanical reformer was also confused. Their main goal was to eliminate Bai Qiuli. Otherwise, how could they dare to hijack Jiang Yuanshuang's floating vehicle? Now, the target had vanished into thin air. Jiang Yuanshuang was slightly surprised, but considering Bai Qiuli's words before she disappeared and the fact that the Divine Church seemed unaware, she guessed. Bai Qiuli was probably rescued. Is she the little boss? Although she didn't know the full situation, it was good news overall. Jiang Yuanshuang drew her sword and stood up, her eyes cold and fierce. The killing intent of the flowing cloud sword instantly enveloped the entire scene. That sword intent, as solid as substance, shot straight into the sky, causing the followers of the Divine Church to feel a biting cold. Who will escape now? Jiang Yuanshuang's tone was icy. The flowing cloud sword intent cut through the night sky, forming a curved sword aura on the battlefield. The sword intent was unstoppable, sweeping everything away. Wherever it went, wind and clouds surged, filled with a fierce, pure killing intent. What? No? No. Her sword intent first struck the mechanical reformer, who was also a third-tier professional. The latter was instantly killed by a single sword. Two other third-tier followers of the Divine Church were also affected by the residual sword intent and lost their lives. A one-sided slaughter had begun. Inside the dungeon space, Alice, who had just become the boss of the main quest, was moving through nearby instances. As Etienne had said, this was the territory of the ancient Qing dynasty, and there were plenty of prey in the dungeon. However, at this moment, a prompt appeared. Boss invites you to join the meeting, making her pause slightly. A meeting? Could it allow me to leave the dungeon? After a moment of thought, Alice accepted the invitation and disappeared instantly. It was as if they were in a meeting room high above the starry sky. Bai Qiuli looked relieved. Luckily, boss, you called the meeting in time. Now teacher Yuan Shuang should be able to handle the enemy easily. Etienne nodded. He also realized the power of the meeting ability, which is like a super strong life-saving skill that ignores distance. Since meetings have no time limit, they can last as long as needed. This means that if employees face danger, Etienne can always bring them to the meeting room to stay safe until the outside crisis is over. He warned everyone. If you encounter danger, tell me immediately. Ning Jing was not in the meeting, so Tian planned to send her a message after it ended. During the meeting, Tian noticed he was in a state of absolute focus, studying something, so he didn't disturb her. The other employees nodded in understanding. No one expected that holding a meeting could also be a way to stay alive. But at this moment, Bai Qiuli, Yexiu, and all the staff suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous aura. It was a demon. Everyone's spirits tensed up as they clearly felt the terrifying aura coming from the abyss. They quickly looked over and saw Alice appear at the 5th seat at the long table in the meeting room. Alice looked very surprised. I really came out of the dungeon. Unfortunately, I can't use any abilities here, and I can't teleport through space. Everyone, don't be nervous. Tian raised his hand to reassure everyone and introduced, "This is our new colleague, Alice." He briefly explained Alice's situation. When everyone heard that Alice was also under Tian's command, their expressions relaxed a lot. After all, they are all Tian's employees, so calling her a colleague is fine, and they can accept each other more easily. Tian added, "Alice's situation is special. She can only act inside dungeons. If you encounter danger in a dungeon, you can call her directly." Alice nodded. "If there's prey, just call me anytime." She sensed that she had some subtle connection with everyone present, probably being colleagues, enough for her to find each of them in different dungeons. Suddenly, Wan Jiang realized something and exclaimed, "Boss, the one who killed North inside the dungeon. Was it Alice?" As Tian nodded in agreement, Wan Jiang finally seemed to find the answer. A royal dragon descendant was killed in less than a minute by Alice, which surprised Wan Jiang about her strength. Tian asked, "Alice, did that royal dragon descendant leave any spoils?" "Only these." Alice flipped through her items and took out a token and 30 crystal stones. She placed them on the long table in the meeting room, and the items floated into the boss's position with Tian's thoughts. The crystal stones were the legendary material, dragon bone crystals. Tian's face lit up with joy. With these, he should have enough to forge equipment, 40 dragon bone crystals in total. Equipment forged from dragon bone crystals is among the best in legendary quality. However, the other item, the token, made Tian frown slightly. Dragon Ancestor Secret Realm token. Use this token to open the entrance to the Dragon Ancestor Secret Realm. It disappears after use. The Dragon Ancestor Secret Realm? Although Wei Yuan said it was rich in high-quality resources and countless treasures. But isn't that on the ancient continent? How am I supposed to use it? After thinking for a long time, Tian decided to put the token away for now. On the ancient continent, at the Crimson Emperor Palace, the 8 blue stone pillars supporting the palace had already been broken by the furious Crimson Emperor, who had smashed one with a wave of his hand. "Norse is dead? Then how can you still have the nerve to come see me?" The Crimson Emperor kicked the broken pillar, and the stone fragments flew toward the officer reporting the news. The officer didn't dodge and was hit hard, nearly dying. If it were half-dragons or other alien races, the Crimson Emperor wouldn't care how many died. But royal dragon descendants are the future pillars of the ancient kingdom. Nothing must happen to them, especially with the race competition coming soon. This means one less contestant. What made the Crimson Emperor angrier was that the Dragon Ancestor Secret Realm token he rewarded Norse with was definitely lost too. Each token is extremely valuable. Only with the token can one access the secret treasures inside the Dragon Ancestor Secret Realm, or even gain special abilities from ancient Dragon Ancestor inheritance. The entire ancient kingdom only gets 5 tokens each year, and now one is missing. The lower half of the Dragon Mage Advisor on the throne spoke. "Lord Red Emperor, it must be the treacherous humans who did something in the dungeon, causing it to turn into an abyss, which led to Lord North's." The Red Emperor looked coldly and replied, "Do I need you to tell me?" The Red Emperor is wise. Of course, the Red Emperor knew that the Great Xia had manipulated things, but he couldn't catch the other side. At this thought, he became even angrier. Just then, a messenger arrived and reported, "Lord Red Emperor, the Void Insect Tribe envoy has come to discuss cooperation to conquer Great Xia." Upon hearing this, the various alien races inside the palace looked at each other in surprise and whispered quietly. It was common for different alien races to cooperate, but the Void Insect Tribe was dark and cunning, and the Yaga Kingdom had a poor impression of them. The Red Emperor scoffed coldly. A crawling insect from the gutter dares to think of uniting with dragons. Let them go away. Even though they lost north, with the strength of the Yagu kingdom, the Red Emperor still didn't see Great Xia as a threat. A small place like Great Xia didn't need to team up with others. The Red Emperor snorted and said, "Tell the Blue Emperor to send someone. The race competition isn't my personal matter." In the northern wilderness of Blue City, the followers of the Divine Presence cult faced the full firepower of Jiang Yuanshuang, suffering countless casualties. The losses were greater than all previous missions combined. If the followers had simply fled, perhaps so many wouldn't have died. But they still guessed that Bai Qiuli was just hiding in some space and would come back after a while, so they waited to hunt her down then. As Wei Yuan said, the Divine Presence cult is just a bunch of lunatics. With this idea, the cult persisted for a long time, from firm belief at the start to collapse and nearly wiped out, until someone finally got scared and fled. By then, most of the cult's followers had fallen under Jiang Yuanshuang's sword. It was a good opportunity to eliminate an anti-human organization. The meeting ended. Tian's body returned to Wei Yuan's car, which made the latter curious. Bai Qiuli is indeed safe now. Your way of protecting people is quite unique. Tian's ability to pull people into space was truly rare. Wei Yuan even thought it was a bit sneaky. Tian smiled, then took out 40 dragon marrow crystals and asked, "Brother Wei, are these enough to make equipment?" Wei Yuan looked thoughtful and said, "You actually managed to bring back the loot?" He guessed that Tian had somehow killed North, but he didn't expect Tian to also retrieve North's leftover items from the dungeon. This large amount of dragon marrow crystal is truly valuable. It's enough to make 2 legendary pieces of equipment. I will find a blacksmith for you. Which part of the gear do you want? Wei Yuan didn't waste words. He took the dragon marrow crystal and agreed. Legendary materials require at least an epic-level blacksmith to craft into equipment, and many auxiliary materials are needed. But for Wei Yuan, this shouldn't be a problem. Tian thought for a moment and said, "Let's go with accessories. Compared to armor or weapons, items like necklaces and rings are rarer and more precious." Wei Yuan nodded in agreement, and then took Tian back to Qingshan apartment. Night fell, stars dotted the sky, casting a cold glow. Before leaving, Wei Yuan said earnestly, "Tomorrow is the race selection for the tournament. I leave it to you guys." Tian waved his hand and said, "Don't worry." Back at the apartment, it was late at night. Bai Qiuli followed Jiang Yuanshuang to Huaxing University, so she had already reported in advance. Now, only Tian was left alone in the apartment. After switching to Alice today, his funds shrank significantly, from nearly 100 to only 35.3. Fortunately, Alice's strength and dual template abilities made Tian feel it was worth it. And soon, midnight arrived, and the new management log refresh was due. Management log: Night Repair and Jiang Che team up to clear the held dungeon, Heartless Valley. Reward: 6 funds. Bai Qiuli challenges Huaxing University's solo trial Secret Realm. Reward: 4 funds. Wan Jiang promoted to squad leader of the new recruits at Daxia Border Defense Army. Reward: 1 fund. Jing deciphered the ancient relic stone slab, reading 3 key clues, increasing the relic decoding rate to 74%. Reward: 2 funds. You shared experience points, killing enemies, trials, first clears, monster farming. With employees, 650,000. Your level has increased from 25 to 28. Funds: 48.3. This management log made Tian realize that there are many ways to earn funds. The first pass of the dungeon and the secret realm trial. Even promotions and deciphering ancient stone tablets are considered part of the bonus achievements. Jing, as a legendary scholar, was surprised by how efficient she was, making great progress in deciphering the ancient stone tablets in just 1 day. On the other hand, Alice, currently the strongest among the staff, was trapped inside the dungeon and had no way to leave. She could only fight enemies, which prevented her from earning any bonus achievements or honors. However, Alice was the most effective at gaining experience through combat. Tian took a final look at a few employees. There's only 1 promotion spot left. Who should I give it to? The race competition is about 2 days away. Before the event, He wanted to allocate the spot to strengthen his team. After some thought, his mind drifted, and he unknowingly fell asleep. The next morning, Tian, along with Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yexiu, boarded a private flying car arranged by Wei Yuan and headed to Xing City. The city is close to the race, and as usual, the top leaders from East China will hold a selection event there to choose participants for the race. Today is the day for talented young people to showcase themselves. The flying car smoothly headed toward the only large city in East China. After the attack by the Divine Presence cult yesterday, Wei Yuan sent the military commander to deploy 4 battalions to thoroughly clean the wilderness again, making this trip much safer. Is this Xing City? It's so luxurious. I've never been to such a big city before. Soon, the only large city in East China appeared before Tian and the others, causing Jiang Che and Wan Jiang to exclaim in surprise. From the air, it was nearly 10 times larger than Xing City, with several towering, high-tech-looking buildings catching the eye. Compared to the first-tier cities in Tian's previous life, this city was more simple and less luxurious due to ongoing wars. They arrived at the East China branch office building. Wei Yuan, Bai Qiuli, and Jiang Yuanshuang were chatting at the entrance. Seeing Tian and the others, Wei Yuan led them directly to the third-floor conference hall, where the selection event was scheduled to take place today. Wei Yuan and Tian arrived last, and the hall was already filled with many influential figures from East China. The race competition concerns the interests and even the survival of all East China. If they fail, many secret realms will be taken away from various cities and departments. Recently, even Huaxing University, a top institution in Daxia, has paid a high price in secret realms for this event, to the point that today, the president, Yu Hua, personally attended. President Yu Hua of Huaxing is an old man with a white beard, dressed in a deep blue robe. When he saw Wei Yuan arrive, he approached with another veteran in military uniform and asked, "Wei Yuan, I just heard that you refused support from headquarters for the East China race competition. Do you want to face the race against the Yaga Kingdom alone? Usually, for races involving other races, headquarters or the Long Dragon base will send support. After all, relying only on one region's strength to fight against a race that dominates an entire alien world is too difficult. Even with support in previous years, most results were draws or failures. And this year, Wei Yuan suddenly announced a few days ago that no support was needed for East China. This naturally angered President Yu Hua, because if they fail in the race, Huaxing University will also lose some of its secret realms. Seeing the aggressive pair, Wei Yuan smiled calmly. Support from headquarters is better left for other regions that need it more. Old Lin, I think starting this year, East China no longer needs support." The veteran in military uniform, Lin Guodong, commander of East China's Defense Army, was as surprised as Yu Hua. Wei Yuan, how dare he be so arrogant? That's the Yagu Kingdom, with its terrifying royal dragon descendants, well known in previous years. Even if Wei Yuan found some promising talents this year, he couldn't be so confident, right? For a moment, they even thought Wei Yuan was about to break the peace treaty with the Yaga Kingdom. At this moment, Tian suddenly spoke. "Support? So, we can also support other regions in their competitions?" Wei Yuan smiled. "Of course. Although Daxia is divided into 5 regions, we are one whole. If we have the strength, we can naturally support our colleagues." Tian's eyes lit up, seeming to find more ways to get funds. President Yu Hua and Commander Lin Guodong looked at each other in shock. East China is already busy enough, and you're planning to support others? How can this young man and Wei Yuan be so different in their boldness? Seeing their expressions, Wei Yuan found it very amusing. He then raised his hand to introduce Tian to the two, speaking calmly. "This is the mercenary leader I found, Tian." Tian looked surprised, and Yu Hua and Lin Guodong felt confused and speechless about the title mercenary leader. However, at this moment, the two felt a strange sense of nostalgia. It seemed as if the old Wei Yuan had returned. In the past, Wei Yuan was young and already the strongest in East China. He was carefree and often liked to joke around. Until he became the leader of East China, supporting the region against alien and evil forces, he became more serious. For a moment, Yu Hua and Lin Guodong felt a faint sense of longing. But then, That feeling was broken by Wei Yuan's next words. I plan to give full control of the race competition's participant spots to Tian. What? No way. You're messing around. Not only Yu Hua and Lin Guodong, but almost everyone in the meeting hall heard Wei Yuan's loud voice, and everyone was shocked and surprised. The reason for everyone's anger was that in the past, choosing participants for the race competition was never so simple. Each city, department, and high-level officials would bring promising new talents. Then, through multiple rounds of selection and battles, the final decision was made by voting. But Wei Yuan clearly intended to let this young man decide the outcome of the race competition. What kind of thing is this? He's already decided one spot, and now he wants to decide 5 more? Or even let a young person decide all of them? The meeting hall was filled with discussion, and Yu Hua and Lin Guodong directly criticized Wei Yuan. Are you serious? The race competition spots are not a joke. Letting such a young and inexperienced person decide such an important matter. Wei Yuan shrugged with a smile, gesturing to Etian. Etian understood and asked Wei Yuan's secretary to give Yu Hua and Lin Guodong 2 freshly made business cards. They looked at the cards in surprise. On the first line, it was simply written, "Grow Stronger, Office of Affairs." Then, Etian raised his hand and loudly declared, "Since everyone opposes, let's decide in the simplest way. You can send your most talented geniuses to challenge my people. As long as you win any one match, the selection rules will be decided by you." As he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yexiu all stood behind Etian, ready to accept challenges. How bold! This was the first impression that President Yu Hua of Huaxing School had of Etian after he spoke. It was obvious that Etian brought far more talented people than anyone else in the room expected. So arrogant. Everyone present was a sharp person. Since Etian could say such things, he definitely wasn't joking or here just for fun. They also didn't believe Wei Yuan came all this way just to tease them. At this moment, Yu Hua quietly stepped back behind everyone. He pulled over Jiang Yuanshuang, who was also attending the meeting, and asked, "That girl, Bai Qiuli, is she your new disciple?" Jiang Yuanshuang, one of the top professional fighters in Daxia and a swordsmanship instructor at Huaxing University, nodded and replied, "Yes, Qiuli is quite talented. Among her peers, I don't think anyone can match her." Then Jiang Yuanshuang hesitated a bit and said, "As for Etian, I suggest you don't oppose him. He's not simple." Jiang Yuanshuang remembered Etian tearing open the secret realm entrance and transforming Bai Qiuli into a divine-level fighter. Even she felt a bit wary. But she had promised Wei Yuan not to spread such things around. Hearing this, President Yu Hua thought for a moment, looked at Etian, and finally said nothing. However, everyone else present agreed to Etian's challenge. It's simple. Let's see if he's a horse or a mule, and take him for a test. Soon, everyone moved directly to the battle arena. Such a serious and formal selection meeting was pushed forward by Etian, and not a single minute was wasted on speeches, an unprecedented event in history. Countless elite talents chosen from various cities and departments gathered in the arena. The commander of the East China Defense Army, Lin Guodong, brought a young man in white sword robes named Yi Bai, a legendary sword fanatic. Standing next to Bai Qiuli in the same exam room was the epic-level fighter, Sun Yi, a duel king professional. There was also a legendary-level warrior, Lu Yuan, with blue hair, black armor, wielding twin blades, a thunderblade expert. In addition, almost all of the epic-level fighters from East China had gathered here. This confirmed what Yu Hua had said earlier. The race competition spots are not a joke. For East China, winning or losing the race competition is very important, especially this year. For the contestants, the race competition is a stage of honor. Almost everyone with strength wants to try. The arena was very tense right now. Etian led by Qiuli and 3 others to one side. Military leader Lin Guodong and other senior officials, along with more than 10 contestants, stood on the other side. Wei Yuan and Jiang Yuanshuang stood at the judge's position. All right, everyone can choose their opponents and start challenging. Etian found a chair somewhere and sat calmly behind the arena, with 4 staff members standing behind him. He looked like a king sitting on a throne, with his 4 great generals standing beside him. As I said before, as long as you can beat any of my people, I will admit defeat. I'll go first. Before he finished speaking, Sun Yi stepped forward first. Sun Jiang, the finance director who looked quite similar to him, patted his shoulder happily. With purple potential, an epic dual king profession, and wearing epic gear, Tian had a good impression of Sun Yi. Sun Yi looked toward Tian's back, scanning Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yexiu. He quickly thought in his mind, I definitely can't beat Bai Qiuli. I accept that. Wan Jiang has made some achievements in the border army, and is said to have killed a demon of the magic spirit level. He's not easy to deal with. The third one, I don't recognize, but I can tell from his steady breathing and calloused hands that he's probably been practicing martial arts for years. Finally, his gaze fell on the fourth person. His face looked slack, his stance is unsteady, his skin is pale. He must be the weakest one. That's you. Sun Yi raised his hand and pointed at Yexiu with a determined look. Me? Yexiu looked at himself with a bit of amusement, but he wasn't surprised that he was challenged first. He took out his 1,000-machine umbrella, looking calm and expectant. Actually, I prefer the feeling of competing with other professionals more than just grinding dungeons. After speaking, he stood up and moved to the center of the arena. In the next moment, a separate virtual space appeared in the arena, specially prepared for professional battles. Even if a player is defeated in this virtual space, they won't truly die. Wei Yuan, sitting at the judges' table, watched eagerly and with a bit of excitement. Very good. The first match begins. Sun Yi continuously gathered faint purple fighting spirit around him and drew an epic sword to face his opponent. Watch carefully, Yexiu replied. I'm watching. He then transformed his 1,000-machine umbrella into a long sword, a mythic-level sword. Fighting spirit shield. Earth-shattering slash. To be safe, Sun Yi first created a protective shield on himself. He swung his sword, causing 3 deep cracks on the ground, attacking Yexiu. Yexiu leapt into the air, dodging the slash and counterattacking with his sword. Soul Wave Slash. Bang. Boom. Sun Yi's face froze in shock. It looked like a very fast, purple illusion flashed past his eyes. The next moment, he found himself outside the virtual battle space. Did I lose? How did I lose? However, the spectators who saw that last strike were all stunned. The damage from that single attack nearly destroyed half of the virtual battlefield. The slash was so fast that it was impossible to dodge. At this moment, many participants gasped in shock. They couldn't fight back, not at all. That strike from Yexiu just now probably had legendary power. It's better not to choose him. Their eyes fell on the other 3 people behind Tian. Maybe they should challenge someone else instead. Yexiu landed smoothly after the wave of the slash, still looking a bit eager. The damage from the skill was too high, and it ended too quickly. This boastful comment drew some complaints from challengers. But it was true. Yexiu's feelings. He wanted a fair fight with a worthy opponent. Perhaps in the race tournament, there might be a chance. Tian unconsciously crossed his legs and called out to the people across from him. Next challenger, please. As soon as he spoke, combined with Night Repair's recent performance, many other challengers participating in the selection felt a bit intimidated. However, there were still quite a few eager ones. I'll challenge. Next to the guard commander Lin Guodong, a graceful swordsman in white leapt into the arena. His target was Jiang Che. He had considered that Bai Qiuli, as the top scorer in the recent exam, was well known for her strength. The achievements of Wan Jiang were also somewhat known, and Night Repair's abilities were obvious. Only one option remained. Night Repair looked regretful as he stepped down, and Jiang Che then appeared. It's worth mentioning that after Jiang Che and Night Repair formed a team to clear dungeons and level up, their efficiency improved rapidly. Now, Jiang Che had already reached level 25 and advanced to the 2nd tier. He had upgraded from a 1st-tier martial artist with Qi energy to a 2nd-tier martial artist, the Tiangang warrior. The young man in white sword robes bowed to him. My name is Bai. Be careful. With that, he drew his sword, and a cold gleam flashed out. His epic profession was sword frenzy. Once he started fighting, he would enter a crazy state where he couldn't distinguish friend from foe, causing great destruction. That's why he warned Jiang Che to be careful. But facing the sharp sword light, Jiang Che didn't dodge or block. Tiangang bodyguard, a layer of golden armor-like energy gathered around him, forming a shield. The sword frenzy's sharpness struck the shield, leaving only a few white scratches. Then, Jiang Che suddenly roared fiercely. Tiangang Dragon Roar. This was a second-tier skill exclusive to Tiangang warriors. To Yi Bai, it sounded like a tiger's roar and a dragon's cry, shaking the soul. When Yi Bai's eyes, which had turned red with blood energy during his sword frenzy state, suddenly cleared. In the next moment, the roar's energy directly stunned Yi Bai, making him dizzy and unable to fight back. Finally, Jiang Che threw him out of the arena. Lost again. Seeing this, the senior officials looked surprised and shocked that the talented challenger they had selected was so powerless before Etian. Yi Bai, who had been defeated in just a few seconds, looked guilty. Sorry, Commander Lin. Lin Guodong patted his shoulder comfortingly. It's not your fault. The opponent is just too strong. At this moment, someone suddenly questioned Etian. Wait, are all these people newly awakened this year? You probably don't know the rules of the big race, do you? In the race, the Yaga dynasty can only have participants born this year, and the Daxia can only have those who awaken new professions this year. But these rules don't really restrict Etian. The secretary next to Wei Yuan on the judging stand responded. The tests have been completed, and all meet the participation requirements. Upon hearing this, doubts immediately disappeared, and President Yu Hua of Huaxing University looked confused. Where did this kid find so many geniuses? On the judging platform, Wei Yuan watched the high-level officials with a blank expression and silently smiled. The fight is still going on. The third contestant is Lu Yuan, with blue hair, black armor, wielding 2 swords, a legendary profession, Thunderblade Master. From the perspective of other high-level officials, he is the most likely to win. But to Etian, Lu Yuan's potential is only yellow, and his performance in battle might be worse than the purple potential contestants Sun Yi and Yi Bai. Also, when choosing his opponent, Lu Yuan thought for a long time and finally chose Wan Jiang. He gave up more versatile and powerful martial arts and chose the one with the highest value. Wan Jiang has an S-level extraordinary physique, thunder battle body, in addition to his legendary profession. Even if Sun Yi and Yi Bai are called back to team up with Lu Yuan, the chance of defeating Wan Jiang is very slim. 1 minute later, it's over. At this moment, the high-level officials across from Etian's side looked from helplessness to acceptance. Even Lu Yuan, a legendary professional, only lasted 1 minute. They clearly knew their limits and gave up on the idea of beating Etian. The upcoming fight is almost like a battle guidance. Some high-level officials even encouraged them, saying they should try to last a few more moves. Great. I lasted 2 moves under night repair. I fought Jiang Che for 2 minutes. As long as I fly high enough, I can die late enough. I want to fight with White School Flower. Dying under her sword would mean I didn't come for nothing today. Of course, Etian firmly refused such obsessive behavior. Etian, I am truly impressed. Lin Guodong, the commander of the defense army, was the first to step forward, speaking sincerely. Including Minister of Finance Sun Xiang, Yu Hua, and other high-level officials, they all expressed their recognition of Etian. In summary, seeing so many talented individuals emerge is definitely a great thing for Daxia. Wei Yuan smiled as he stepped down from the judging stand. How do you all feel? I'm convinced. Then this year's competition will be decided by Etian. At this moment, no one from the East China High officials objected to this decision. The race involves 5 one-on-one matches and a 5-person dungeon race. Theoretically, at least 5 official contestants are needed. In the one-on-one matches, the winner earns 1 point. In the dungeon race, the winning team earns 3 points. The team with the highest total score wins the competition. Etian actually thought that 4 participants were enough to win, but Wei Yuan said there would be special training later, so it was better to choose 1 more. In the end, Etian chose Sun Yi, a warrior of the dual king profession. The selection was finished, and the race would start the day after tomorrow. During this time, Huaxing University would organize a special training camp to give final training to the contestants. The East China and Yaga Kingdom races are coming soon. Before the training camp, Etian had already decided he would give the last promotion spot to Wan Jiang. On one hand, Wan Jiang was one of the first employees to follow him and had performed well in the border army, capable of resisting evil spirits. On the other hand, Wan Jiang still held the demon suppression tower, and the stronger his power, the higher the level he could break through. Now, to reach the next level, he needed to defeat a demon lord-level evil spirit. With his current strength, he still had a gap, so Tian was ready to help him. Before Wan Jiang headed to the training camp, Tian called Wei Yuan to set up a barrier. Promote Wan Jiang. As Wan Jiang's title changed to Excellent Employee, a new investment panel appeared. Excellent Employee Investment Opportunities. 1. Promote to a divine-level profession, 20 points. 2. Exclusive weapon, 5 points. 3. SSS grade extraordinary physique, 20 points. 4. Just promotion, no investment. Compared to Bai Qiuli's promotion, there was an extra option. SSS grade extraordinary physique. This made Tian a bit tempted. An S-grade thunder body almost doubled Wan Jiang's combat power. Naturally, SSS grade would be several times stronger. Unfortunately, only one investment option could be chosen. After some thought, Tian finally decided to go with the divine level promotion. Because of the magic suppression tower in Wan Jiang, as the trial levels increase, there may be opportunities to gain even stronger extraordinary physiques. However, the chance to advance to a divine level profession only comes once. Choose one to advance your profession. As Tian finished speaking, 20 points of funds were deducted. Wan Jiang, who was inside the barrier, looked extremely shocked. From the moment Tian called him over until now, he finally understood what kind of surprise his boss had given him. You have been promoted to Excellent Employee and rewarded with a second-tier divine profession, 9 Suns Dragon Hunt. Your ultimate profession has been upgraded from Dragon Warrior Spear God to Myriad Phenomena Spear God. You have gained divine profession skills, Great Wilderness Starshine Spear, Dragon Hunt Domain. 2 days quickly passed. During these 2 days, because the employees were all in special training, they had no chance to achieve accomplishments or honors and couldn't earn bonus funds. Tian, the boss, felt quite sad. However, he gained a lot of experience, leveling up from 28 to 33 in just 2 days. Besides that, Jing was especially successful in cracking the ancient relic stone slabs. The progress had reached 94%. In just one more day, they would probably fully uncover the relic clues. Tian couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of legendary scholars. The night before the big race, Wei Yuan brought Tian a necklace and a ring, 2 legendary accessories forged from 40 dragon marrow crystals. Originally, these 2 pieces of equipment would have taken at least 10 days to forge. Wei Yuan called in 4 epic-level blacksmiths to work together, and they managed to finish before the race. The necklace, Dragon Soul, a defensive accessory. When activated, it creates a powerful shield based on mental strength to resist damage and intimidate nearby enemies. Tian usually kept defensive gear for himself. The other item made Tian want to give it directly to Alice after seeing it. Blood Dragon Curse, Ring, Effect 1. When the wearer kills a dragon-blooded creature, a blood dragon pattern appears on the ring's surface. Effect 2. After leaving combat, the first attack increases damage by 3% per blood dragon pattern, resetting after killing an enemy. Effect 3. Each blood dragon pattern permanently increases maximum health by 1%. The more dragon-blooded creatures you kill, the stronger the ring's effects become. Whether it is increasing damage or permanently boosting maximum health, both are very useful enhancements. The one who kills the most dragon descendants is definitely Alice. Since placing Alice near the Yaga dynasty, she has been traveling to various dungeons and always manages to catch some dragon descendants and other races running the dungeons and defeat them. Because of this, the Yaga dynasty has recently been investigating the matter and even suspects there might be traitors within their ranks. That evening, Tian held a meeting and handed the ring to Alice. The next day, the race competition officially began. The city was secured. The East China Defense Army sent 3 regiments, led personally by Lin Guodong, to maintain order within the city. The competition was held in a large arena right in the center of the city. Border guards were on high alert. Wei Yuan and Jiang Yuanshuang, 2 of the 8 top professionals remaining in Daxia, came personally to oversee the event. Principal Yu Hua of Huaxing, Commander Lin Guodong, and other senior officials from the Border Defense Forces also gathered here. Today was a very important day for all of East China. Many reporters from newspapers and media outlets, once allowed inside, rushed to the scene immediately. Even Ji Chonglin, the principal of Qingshan No. 2 Middle School, came too. Many people, including Ji Chonglin, did not have high hopes for East China, because in previous competitions, they had all ended in failure, which greatly affected East China's economy. But today, it seemed, things were different. Over the city, a massive, shadow-shrouded figure approached rapidly. The Crimson Emperor, in his half-dragon flying form, was over 10 meters long. If he didn't shrink himself voluntarily, even the city might not contain him. The Yaga dynasty, the Crimson Emperor, and several royal dragon descendants arrived with a fierce presence. For them, their repeated victories in recent battles had inflated their confidence. But today, besides the Crimson Emperor, the Yaga dynasty had brought another top expert for the first time. She was a tall, elegant woman, standing about 1.90 meters, with a graceful posture. Her skin was as clear as jade, and her blue-green robe was decorated with golden runes, hinting at mysterious magic. Compared to the Crimson Emperor's wildness and recklessness, she appeared very refined and calm. Such a powerful dragon. Who is she? Legendary Blue Emperor. Everyone in Daxia around the arena was surprised and amazed. The Yaga dynasty, the most powerful empire, now has 3 emperors: the Red Emperor, the Blue Emperor, and the White Emperor. Apart from the Red Emperor, the other 2 are rarely seen in the Great Xia Empire and are only known through rumors from other races. However, Wei Yuan seems to be somewhat familiar with them, the dragon of all laws. She has also arrived. As he spoke, his expression turned slightly teasing. It seems the Yaga dynasty isn't so confident this year. At this moment, Yi Tian was sitting at the main viewing platform, alongside Wei Yuan and Jiang Yuanshuang. This position represented one of the highest statuses in East China, but no one found it strange that Yi Tian was seated there today. Yi Tian looked strange. Since the Blue Emperor arrived, his system had indicated that she was a golden potential. This wasn't surprising. Both the Red and Blue Emperors of the Yaga dynasty are golden potential, which is normal. But what was strange was, Yi Tian felt that one of the Yaga dynasty's strongest, the Blue Emperor, seemed to be constantly watching him. Wei Yuan, a loud, arrogant roar suddenly sounded, accompanied by fierce wings flapping as someone took to the air. In such a setting, only the Red Emperor would speak so boldly. This is a classic part before a major race, betting. It's similar to the bets made during the border patrols when Yi Tian was in Dingcheng, but this time, the stakes are higher. East China, if you have the guts, don't be a coward this year. The Blue Emperor of the Yaga dynasty sat calmly at the head seat, her gaze steady and unchanging. She knew that recently, the Red Emperor had accumulated a lot of hatred and was ready to make a heavy bet to seek revenge today. Thinking this, her gaze casually flicked toward Yi Tian again. The Red Emperor's voice was like thunder, and his dragon eyes flicked as he said, "This year's bet, 2 medium-sized secret realms, plus control over half of Dingxing. Do you dare to accept, Wei Yuan?" Hearing this, the high-ranking officials of Great Xia all gasped. Remember, in the last major race, only 7 small secret realms were bet, which was nothing compared to what the Red Emperor proposed now. It's like heaven and earth apart. Sun Xiang, the head of the finance department, looked sharp. This is pushing us to negotiate and bargain. The entire East China region, including the recently developed Tianyu realm, only has 2 medium-sized secret realms in total. Adding the control over the other half of the city, once lost, not only would the border defenses be handed over, but even the vital interests of East China could be shaken. East China cannot accept such a failure. The whole scene was silent, everyone waiting for Wei Yuan's counteroffer or discussion. At this moment, Wei Yuan simply smiled calmly, turned to the left to Yi Tian, and casually said as if chatting in class, "What do you think?" Yi Tian crossed his arms and nodded confidently, saying, "I think it's good. If we win too much, I worry they might just break the peace. But then, it will be your problem." Ha ha. Seeing Wei Yuan laugh recklessly, Qi Di was very annoyed and said, "All right, I agree. Let's go with this bet." At this moment, the whole scene erupted again. Some reporters and media almost forgot to record in shock. Agreed? Controlling 2 medium secret realms and half a city. This is a gamble with East China's fate. Why is Wei Yuan so crazy this year? Everyone was stunned. Even Qi Di was silent for a while. Nearby, Jiang Yuanshuang hesitated a bit. Although she didn't oppose, she still asked a question. Why do you trust Yi Tian so much? Her voice was very soft. Only Wei Yuan could hear. Jiang Yuanshuang couldn't quite understand. Wei Yuan thought for a moment and answered in the same soft, calm voice. Do you remember the prophecy left by the first divine-level professional in Daxia? Prophecy? Among the 8 top-tier level 74 professionals in Daxia, Jiang Yuanshuang was the youngest. Although she was a swordsmanship mentor, she was only 32 years old. The appearance of Daxia's first divine-level professional was 100 years ago. Jiang Yuanshuang didn't remember much about these ancient legends. But soon, she recalled and fell into a dazed expression. 80 years ago, Daxia's first divine-level professional, the Starry Sky Guardian, was besieged by 3 demon kings and was fatally wounded. On the verge of death, he used his final strength to make a prophecy for the Great Summer. When the Great Summer faces life and death danger, a savior will appear, repeatedly reversing the fate of the world, saving the land from disaster, and rescuing humanity from catastrophe. The Starry Guardian, who protected the Great Summer for nearly 20 years, finally disappeared into starlight. This prophecy was then remembered by the headquarters and passed down from generation to generation. Now, only the core leaders know the full content of this prophecy. At the same time, the prophecy indirectly caused 2 factions to form in the Great Summer. One proposed to preserve the country's strength as much as possible, avoid war, and wait for the savior to appear. The other firmly believed that humans can change their fate, dismissing the prophecy as meaningless, and insisted on fighting to break the deadlock. Until now, neither side has convinced the other, and the person in the prophecy has still not appeared. At this moment, Jiang Yuanshuang's face suddenly changed in shock as she looked at Wei Yuan, lowering her voice. Are you saying that Yi Tian is the person from the prophecy? She carefully thought about her impression of Yi Tian, promoting Bai Qiuli to a divine level, solving the invasion of the void insects. His abilities are indeed extraordinary, very much in line with the description in the prophecy. Currently, in the past 10 years, the Great Summer has been surrounded by enemies, with threats from alien tribes and evil spirits. It's no exaggeration to say they are facing life and death. In this context, Yi Tian indeed fits the description in the prophecy. Only that phrase, repeatedly, Jiang Yuanshuang couldn't interpret its meaning. But in response to Jiang Yuanshuang's question, Wei Yuan shook his head. He could only guess, but couldn't be sure. However, he had already decided that after the race competition, he would bring 003 to Yi Tian. That legendary partner of the prophecy's person, considered an extraordinary taboo item by the Great Summer, might confirm the identity of the prophecy's person. After a moment, Wei Yuan's mind returned to the race competition. He floated in the air, exchanging glances with the Red Emperor. 2 medium-sized secret realms, plus control of half of the Dingqing. I'm in for this bet. Hearing this, the Red Emperor's dragon eyes shrank suddenly, filled with surprise. He made such a big bet just to test and scare. After all, in the past, the East China region would never dare to accept such a large wager. Now, Wei Yuan immediately accepted without hesitation, clearly prepared for this moment. However, the Crimson Emperor showed no fear, and his expression changed from surprise to great joy. Ha ha ha, ha! The Crimson Emperor laughed loudly, his laughter wild and free. Wei Yuan, you want to fight hard, but you chose the wrong time. Such a pity. This time, no matter what, you cannot win. Hearing this, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia looked serious, sensing something might be wrong. Wei Yuan only snorted coldly, saying, talking is useless. Let's begin. All right. The Crimson Emperor returned to the spectator seats, leaving the arena space for the contestants of the race competition. At the same time, both races sent 2 judging teams to oversee the match. The competition begins. Single challenge, 1-on-1 elimination, best of 5. First match. A royal dragon descendant from the Yagu kingdom appeared. His scales were bright red, eyes shining gold, and he looked somewhat like the Crimson Emperor. Seeing the first royal dragon descendant, the spectators were surprised. President Yu Hua of Huaxing spoke behind Yi Tian, noting, The strongest royal dragon descendant under the Crimson Emperor. Is he really the first to appear? He's even stronger than Nasus. The second sentence was Wei Yuan's reminder, but Tian was calm. To ensure victory, he spent 18 points of funds, 3 times the number of staff, before the match, giving all employees insurance, an immunity shield. He also activated a tactical buff, tactical meeting. After the meeting, all members' 4-dimensional attributes increase by 30% for 3 hours. If using employee benefits, the boost increases by 80%. Humans generally have lower attributes than royal dragon descendants. Since dragon descendants have bloodline and dragon body bonuses, their initial attributes are dozens or even hundreds of times higher than humans. Only high-quality professions, reaching level 70 or above, can slightly compensate through growth attributes. But now, the situation has turned around. Although spending 18 points of funds reduced Tian's balance to 10.3, his chances of winning increased. Anyway, winning the race competition would bring in a large sum of money. Taking a small risk for a bigger gain is quite reasonable. Night Repair, knowing that Nottingham is the strongest under the Red Emperor, Tian did not slack off and arranged for Night Repair to face the enemy. Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, Night Repair, and Sun Yi all sat in the spectator seats. Hearing Tian's words, Night Repair looked excited and was the first to step onto the stage. In the viewing area, high-level officials like Yu Hua and Lin Guodong were filled with emotion. They wondered whether entrusting the race competition entirely to a young boy was madness or a sign of progress. Night Repair wore silver light armor, and a dark red cloak fluttered loudly. Since I learned some new skills in the special training camp, I might as well test them on you. He held a 1,000-machine umbrella and taunted Nottingham, a dragon descendant from the royal family. Next moment, Nottingham's muscles tensed as he gathered strength. With a loud roar like a speeding train, he charged at Night Repair. Dragon descendants, whose strength is determined by their bloodline, have different power systems depending on their heritage. Red Emperor lineage dragons are naturally strong in power and physique, like war gods, winning through destructive force. Nottingham was such a dragon. Bang! As Nottingham collided, Night Repair's 1,000-machine umbrella transformed into a shield, blocking the attack while releasing waves of scattered energy. Then, Night Repair's head appeared from behind the large shield. Bro, haven't eaten today? Uh-huh. With the sound of wind breaking, Nottingham angrily swung his claws. Night Repair remained calm and said, I really want to fight you more, but the boss said I must win. As he finished speaking, Night Repair silently activated his skill, Chaos Domain. This is a super enhanced form of the taunt skill. In an instant, Nottingham's eyes turned scarlet, as if he had become a mad beast. Wait, is he a shield guard? In the spectator seats, Sun Yi looked at Night Repair's taunt skill and fell into thought. Then suddenly, his eyes widened. No, is this an assassin's invisibility and backstab? In the arena, at the moment Nottingham was taunted, Night Repair used his newly learned invisibility enhancement to adjust his position. His giant shield turned into a dagger, Godslayer Blade, a reinforced backstab technique. Red Emperor lineage dragons have very tough skin, but Night Repair's dagger is myth level in quality. With skill enhancement, he easily pierced Nottingham's back. Yow! With this stab, Nottingham instantly woke up. But Yexiu immediately grabbed Nottingham's back, using both hands with force. Earth Throw, a powerful back throw technique. In an instant, Nottingham lost his balance and was hit by a purple light coming straight at him. Soul Wave Slash, a smooth combo of moves, seemingly using many skills, but all happening within 2 seconds. First round over, Daxia wins, earns 1 point. Cool. Awesome. As the match outcome was announced, the judges declared the result, and the audience in Daxia's stands erupted in thunderous cheers. Opposite Daxia, Chi clenched his fists with a creaking sound, his gaze unfriendly. These people are not simple. Next to Chi, the elegant woman resembling a wise woman, Qing spoke calmly and gracefully. Her eyes looked directly at the competitors' seats, where Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and 3 others sat, finally resting on Tian. Chi looked displeased. Humans are not fools. If they weren't prepared, how could they dare to bet so big? The race of tribes isn't my business. If Bai Di's sneaky guy doesn't come, that's fine. Now it's your turn to act. Qing Di nodded slightly, signaling a female dragon descendant beside her to make a move. But she then countered Qi Di's words, who said Bai Di didn't come. Qi Di looked puzzled. Huh. The second match of the best of 5 begins. Jiang Che, you go. Seeing the blue-green scaled royal dragon descendant appear, Tian was slightly surprised and sent Jiang Che. Not only Tian, but most of the Daxia spectators had never seen a dragon descendant with blue-green scales like this. Most of Daxia had seen powerful dragon descendants from the Qi Di lineage, known for their strength and physique, but royal dragon descendants from the Qing Di lineage were indeed rare. Tian quickly checked the opponent's profile. Alicia, basic info. Female, sub-ancient continent royal family, A-grade bloodline dragon descendant, potential, purple, background, descendant of Qing Di, naturally controls wind and mental elements. After entering the dragon ancestor secret realm, she mastered the inheritance ability of the Black Emperor, speech spirit, soul snatch. Investment opportunity, none, currently unable to invest in non-human races. There are no investment opportunities at the moment. I cannot invest in non-human races yet. It seems I need to be at least half human, like Alice, to do so. Perhaps in the future, I will have the chance to invest in non-human races. Tian's gaze quickly focused on the Black Emperor and language spirit, soul seizure, language spirit. Hearing Tian's murmuring, Wei Yuan asked curiously, does that dragonborn have a language spirit? After Tian confirmed, Wei Yuan frowned slightly. Jiang Che should be careful. What is a language spirit? It is said to be a special ability of ancient dragon tribes, created through resonance between dragon language and bloodline. Wei Yuan explained, from what I know, the higher the bloodline, the stronger the language spirit. Some can even change rules or have world-ending power. Tian was surprised. That sounds too powerful. A single skill that can change rules or even destroy the world. But Wei Yuan added, but those are legends from ancient dragon tribes. Nowadays, in the Yagua dynasty, only a few dragonborn have language spirits. While powerful, the ability is rare. Less than 1 in 10 ancient dragon tribes possess it. I've only seen a language spirit used when I fought the Blue Emperor. Hearing this explanation, Tian's surprise eased considerably. It seems the dragon race has declined quite a bit compared to their ancestors. However, he still couldn't underestimate the current dragonborn with language spirits. At least this Elise, who is now fighting Jiang Che, is on par with him. This made Tian slightly furrow his brow. Tiangang Dragon Roar. The battle had gone on for 3 or 4 rounds. Jiang Che was timing his move, ready to unleash his signature skill and press the attack. But unexpectedly, in the midst of Jiang Che's awe-inspiring roar, the dragonborn Elise did not dodge or evade. Her eyes shone with golden light, and she recited obscure incantations, as if performing some ritual. Soul Lock, Will Enchantment. These were ancient dragon words, which Tian initially couldn't understand. But after sharing the calm, universal language of all races, the obscure words formed clear sentences in his mind. It's time to stop the dragon roar and focus on mental defense. Bai Qiuli kept a close eye on the battlefield, thinking about how to respond. Even without language skills, she understood what was said. Through the spell, it was clear that it was an attack on the mind. Unfortunately, her words couldn't reach the competition space. As for Jiang Che, he couldn't understand. Buzz. An invisible binding covered Jiang Che, activating the speech spirit, soul snatch, spell. Elisa, with her dragon's body, endured the damage from the heavenly wolf roar, then countered with her own speech spell. In an instant, Jiang Che's eyes lost focus, his mind went blank, and he seemed dazed, unable to do anything. It's over. Elisa stepped forward and kicked Jiang Che out of the competition space. The second match ended. The ancient Qing dynasty scored 1 point. Jiang Che, awakened by the crowd, returned to the contestant seat, looking very lost and distracted. Bai Qiuli patted his back. Go back and study more ancient dragon language. Actually, this failure wasn't entirely Jiang Che's fault. Even Tian didn't expect the speech spell to be so powerful. And surprisingly, it was more than 10 times stronger than the ancient dragon speech abilities. As for the ancient dragon language recited during the spell, Not only Jiang Che, but also only Yi Tian, Bai Qiuli, Wei Yuan, and Principal Yu Hua could understand it. The language was too old. Bai Qiuli learned it during a library study session, simply out of curiosity, thinking, learn a language for fun. Next was the third challenge. The ancient Qing dynasty still sent a member of the Blue Emperor's faction. In single combat, once a contestant had fought, they couldn't fight again, so Yi Tian sent Bai Qiuli this time. Another dragon descendant with a speech spell. Yi Tian noticed that all dragon descendants from the Blue Emperor lineage seemed to have speech spells. And, in their resumes, the way they learned speech spells was almost the same. After entering the Dragon Ancestor Secret Realm, they gained the Black Emperor Inheritance ability, Speech Spirit, Ghost of Darkness, Black Emperor. The rulers of the ancient Qing dynasty were only three: the Red Emperor, the Blue Emperor, and the White Emperor. Where did the Black Emperor come from? While Yi Tian was pondering, Principal Yu Hua, standing behind, reminded him, "Be sure to warn Bai Qiuli to be careful with that speech spell." Yi Tian smiled and said, "Don't worry, she knows more about it than I do." At this moment, on the battlefield, the opponent's Dragonborn immediately started reciting a spell as soon as he appeared. In an instant, the air in the arena grew cold, as if invisible spirits were drifting around. Shadow of Death. The spell of the ghostly spirit began to be spoken. Next moment, Bai Qiuli drew her Ice Soul Sword, and a cold sword light instantly filled the entire arena. Sky-splitting sword domain. The space changed color, countless sword energies surged in the void, and the domain's skill destroyed the still-forming ghostly figures. In a flash, before the Dragonborn opponent could finish his spell, Bai Qiuli was already in front of him. Frozen Silent Slash. Within the domain, sword skills dealt double damage, boosted by an 80% attribute increase from Yi Tian. Bai Qiuli, a divine-class professional, fully exploded her attack in 1 second. Sword professionals are among the highest damage dealers. No, wait. The ghostly spirit of the Dragonborn stopped reciting his spell. He realized that with his Dragonborn's durability, he was at risk of being instantly killed. As he thought this, the initial part of the Frozen Silence Slash had already frozen him in place, unable to move. Cold Moon Sword Dance combined with the later damage of Frozen Silence Slash erupted instantly. Bang! Ice crystals shattered, and the body fell. Instant kill. End of the third match. Daxia has 2 points. Was I instantly killed? How could mastering the spell of words lead to being defeated so quickly? Qi frowned tightly, his face full of anger. Those Dragonborn who mastered the spell of words usually had strong bloodlines and equally powerful attributes. He never expected to be defeated so fast. He had already lost 2 out of 3 duels. In past races, such a thing had never happened before. Qingdi was also slightly surprised but quickly calmed down. Ghost Spirit and Soul Snatch are just low-level spells. Losing is normal, moreover. The human girl wielding a sword is indeed very strong. Hearing this, Qi felt especially annoyed. Why are there so many talented people emerging from Daxia this year? In previous races, Jiang Che's strength would have made him the top newcomer of Daxia. But this year, each one is even more formidable. Humans, this tiny race, are truly resilient. The Red Emperor looked angry and said, "Who will fight in the next match?" He knew that the Blue Emperor still had 2 dragon-blooded warriors who could use speech magic, but their strength was not much different from the Shadow Ghost. It wouldn't be easy to win against the Daxia. However, the Blue Emperor smiled slightly and said, "I already told you. The White Emperor is here too. Next, he will be enough to handle it." White Emperor, the Red Emperor asked in confusion. That sneaky guy. Before he finished, a very ordinary-looking dragon-blooded warrior came to their side. "I'll fight in the 4th match." The Red Emperor recognized him. He was an ordinary dragon-blooded named Nora, weaker than noting, who lost the 1st match. But soon he realized that although the person looked like the dragon-blooded Nora, his spirit, speech, and presence were completely different. It was as if a powerful soul was controlling this dragon-blooded body. The Red Emperor understood and showed disdain. White Emperor, using speech magic, King's authority, to forcibly take over a descendant's body. You're still as sneaky as ever. The White Emperor inside Nora's body chuckled softly. Flattery. The Red Emperor snorted coldly. If you had come to Daxia earlier, there wouldn't be any need for this competition. The Yago Empire would have already conquered this place. He then pretended to be playful. Oh, I almost forgot. You're afraid of the Black Emperor's revenge. Even though he's been dead for nearly 100 years, you still dare not leave his burial site for a moment. He said he would come back, the White Emperor said coldly. Do you want to go back to the time when he ruled? He added. After that, the White Emperor stopped speaking, spread his wings, and flew into the arena. The Red Emperor looked disdainful, being scared for nearly 100 years by a last word. What a useless person. Vast Boundaries, it's your turn in the fourth match, Etienne said. Vast Boundaries took his spear and leapt into the fight. Originally, Etienne planned that if the opponent's dragon-blooded warrior was not very strong, he might have a chance to win. But from the first match, the Yago Empire showed no signs of weakness. The fighters this year are also the strongest in history. Even in this fourth match, the opponent's aura was much stronger than in previous rounds. This opponent feels different, Wei Yuan also noticed. Easily, Tian followed by opening his opponent's resume. Nora, deceased. Basic information/potential. Omitted. Life story. Descendant of the Crimson Emperor. Consciousness erased by the word spirit. Royal power. Body occupied and controlled by part of the White Emperor's consciousness. Part of the White Emperor's will controls. Is the White Emperor acting as a substitute? Tian gently stroked his chin, thinking. This method is similar to the parasitic bugs of the void insect race used before. The difference is, the parasite itself is weak. When it controls others, it only relies on their abilities to fight. Once dispersed, it has little impact on the controlled person. But the White Emperor directly erases others' consciousness, which is very similar to the possession in fantasy novels from previous lives. Word spirit, royal power. A word spirit capable of erasing others' consciousness must be very powerful. As for its full effects, they are currently unknown. However, using it this time will cost the life of a royal dragon descendant. Tian immediately classified the White Emperor as a ruthless and cunning opponent. Moreover, as one of the three emperors of the Yago Kingdom, although he has not seen him fight, he is at least on par with the Crimson Emperor. This battle against a substitute puts a lot of pressure on him. Fortunately, Wan Jiang now has an S-level extraordinary physique plus a divine-grade profession, making him the strongest among the Daxia competitors. His chances of winning are also quite high. Battle begins. The arena instantly entered combat mode. Wan Jiang immediately activated his exclusive skill, 9 Luminaries Dragon Hunt. Dragon Hunt Domain. In an instant, the sky above the arena changed color, and a pair of huge golden eyes appeared. All enemies' movements and attack states within the domain could be clearly detected by Wan Jiang. Seeing this, the White Emperor sneered, mayfly shaking a tree. He opened 2 pairs of dragon claws, and his eyes emitted white light. An invisible, terrifying mental force surged like a raging wave toward Wan Jiang. The White Emperor is the strongest dragon race master of mental elements. Although he now only partially controls his will, occupying the body and only able to exert a small part of his strength, even a dragon of at least level 80, with just a little strength, can crush others. But this overwhelming mental pressure did not crush Wan Jiang. After undergoing the baptism of the 1,000 calamities body, his ability to withstand pressure has become even stronger. Oh, the White Emperor looked surprised. With a swing of the long spear, Wan Jiang summoned several bolts of lightning from the sky. The power of the thunderous battle body made his slightly bent body straighten instantly, as if the god of thunder had descended. Supernatural physique. The White Emperor narrowed his eyes. Recognizing it immediately, his expression changed. How is this possible? Human physiques are so weak. How can someone have a supernatural physique? There are many things you don't know yet. As Wan Jiang finished speaking, he moved like lightning. His spear tip skated rapidly across the ground, sparks flying. Breaking army, he suddenly thrust the spear tip upward, like a dragon emerging from the sea, unleashing a burst of stored-up energy. The White Emperor clearly sensed danger from this attack. His fragile body, now weakened, would be killed instantly if hit. Get away. He raised his hand. An invisible mental energy radiated outward, creating a repelling force. But Wan Jiang reacted quickly. At the same time he felt the repelling force, he changed his move, Spear Shadow Array. Countless phantom images of long spears formed a golden light formation and stayed in place. Even if Wan Jiang was pushed back, the Spear Shadow Array still surrounded the White Emperor. Hundreds of spear phantoms seemed ready to pierce him at any moment. Interesting. Faced with the threat of the Spear Shadow Array, the White Emperor had to sigh. If the original owner of this dragonborn body, Nora, had been here, he probably would have been killed in 2 or 3 moves. Even if he was a royal dragon. The combination of S-level supernatural physique and divine-level profession was terrifying. If I had known I was facing this kind of opponent, I would have carefully chosen a body to possess. The White Emperor was quite frustrated. The most important thing was that the release of the spell was related to bloodline. With this body's bloodline, he couldn't use this spell of kingship. Looks like I have to destroy this body now. In the next moment, the pressure on the dragonborn body kept rising. The air suddenly solidified, and cracks like a spider web appeared on the ground. Is he self-destructing? Jiang Yuanshuang wondered, confused. Wei Yuan's expression grew serious. His mental power is increasing constantly, but this body can't hold so much energy, so it's about to explode. It's like a small balloon filled with too much air. It will burst. The dragon descendant's body now looks like a small balloon. The increasing mental power of the White Emperor is like a gas. But how terrifying must the mental strength be to make a royal dragon descendant's body burst? Die. The White Emperor swings his dragon claw into the void. The space around Wan Jiang seems to collapse and vanish, causing the ground to shake and crack. Boom. With the added power of Thunder Battle Body, Wan Jiang barely dodges the deadly attack by rolling at the limit. After the White Emperor forcibly enhances his mental power at the cost of destroying his body, Wan Jiang's situation is very dangerous. How do you think you can still hide? The White Emperor shows no sign of playing around. Since his body is damaged, he must kill Wan Jiang immediately. The audience holds their breath. Their opponent is too strong now. Wan Jiang has to keep dodging the White Emperor's follow-up attacks until his body is destroyed to win. But if he fails to dodge even once, he will be instantly defeated. Hide. Wan Jiang snorts coldly, holding a long spear that shines with dazzling starlight. Why should I avoid your attack? He stabs the spear into the ground. Suddenly, countless stars burst out from beneath his feet, like a splendid display of light and shining stars. The surrounding light gradually dims, and everything becomes silent. Above, a huge star-shining spear appears. Great Wilderness Star-Shining Spear. This is the second special skill of the Nine Suns Dragon Hot. There's no time to delay even a second. Now, only a decisive attack will do. The White Emperor is shaken mentally and emotionally, feeling a bit regretful. It would be perfect if you joined my followers. Though he says this, the White Emperor keeps moving his hands without pause. When he can no longer hold back, he unleashes all his mental power. 2 incredible attacks collide. The entire arena erupts with a blinding white light. Everyone inside finds it hard to see what's happening, and the Red Emperor stands up. Suddenly, the white light shoots into the sky, causing a huge explosion. Boom! The whole arena is destroyed. This was originally a battleground built with great effort by the Summer Dynasty and the Ancient Qing Dynasty. It could withstand high levels of attack. But under this strike, it collapses and is ruined. That, Wan Jiang, Bai Qiuli, Jiang Che, and others quickly entered the arena and carried the severely injured Wan Jiang back. Originally, in the arena space, neither side would suffer real harm, but their attacks destroyed the arena, so Wan Jiang was badly hurt by the explosion shockwave. Yexiu used the Holy Healing Revelation to restore Wan Jiang's health. Thank you. Wan Jiang was checked by the Daxia medical team and found to be fine. On the Yagua dynasty side, although the White Emperor was unharmed, at least one royal dragon descendant had died completely. The Red Emperor stepped forward with a frown and asked, "The arena is destroyed. Who wins now?" The 4th match is over. After a heated debate among the judges from both sides, a decision was made. Because the arena was destroyed, the result of the 4th match is a draw. After the announcement, everyone discussed it, most accepting the result. Only the Red Emperor scoffed and said, "The White Emperor is truly useless. He personally fought and couldn't even beat a human boy." As soon as he finished speaking, another ordinary dragon descendant approached the Red Emperor and said coldly, "That human isn't simple." From the sound, it was the White Emperor quickly switching to another body. Exceptional physique and at least a legendary-level profession, this boy. The White Emperor stared at Wan Jiang's back with a hostile look. Meanwhile, the judges began asking their higher-ups. The arena is destroyed. How do we proceed with the fifth match? Since a draw earns no points, the current score remains 2-1. It can be said that whether the fifth match is played or not no longer affects the final outcome. After all, the 5-person dungeon race awards 3 points for victory. This means the success or failure of the dungeon race determines the final result of this race between the races. The fifth match is cancelled. The second major event, dungeon race, will be held early. After Wei Yuan and the Red Emperor confirmed, the judges announced the result. The race will be a 50-level dungeon, Howling Abyss. The team that clears it first wins and earns 3 points. At this moment, the competition's pace was pushed to a new climax. The decisive moment for victory had arrived early. Jiang Yuanshuang reminded Tian, "The fifth contestant from the ancient kingdom hasn't appeared yet. Someone who can hide until the fifth round is probably not simple. Be careful." Tian nodded with a smile, but he wasn't nervous. At the Daxia team's seat, Sun Yi patted his chest secretly, seeming to breathe a sigh of relief. As a contestant, he was an epic-level duel king. In other places, he might be a top player. However, here, Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, the dragon descendant with the spirit of speech, and others, they all seemed eager to destroy the arena. Sun Yi felt like a husky mixed into a wolf pack. He was worried that Tian had learned some trick like Tianji's horse racing, sending the weakest to face the ace of the fifth round from the ancient kingdom. In fact, he was overthinking. If it came down to the decisive round, and the ancient kingdom had a hidden card, Tian would personally take action. Let them see what a real hidden card looks like. Single combat focuses on individual strength, but dungeon racing emphasizes team efficiency. Each side sends a team of 5 players to compete. Tian truly discovered that among the 5 contestants from the ancient kingdom, besides the dragon descendants like Noding and Elisa from the first 3 rounds, and the White Emperor, who possessed a body, there was also a strange dragon descendant hidden beside the White Emperor. The Daxia team consisted of Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, Yexiu, and Sun Yi. The medical team was checking their conditions. Sun Yi, being the weakest among them, clearly looked a bit anxious, as if worried about his performance. If the opponent's strength was still manageable, Tian believed that their team, with Alice, could win easily. But the ancient kingdom had the White Emperor, possession plus a hidden killer move. The chances of winning for either side were very uncertain, making it hard to guarantee victory. Tian thought for a moment, then finally stepped forward, patted the somewhat nervous Sun Yi, and said, "Let me do it." "What? The head coach is warming up?" Seeing Tian ready to enter the game, the senior leaders of Daxia all looked puzzled. Then, Yu Hua, Lin Guodong, and others looked at Wei Yuan, as if they couldn't believe it. Tian had many talented people under him, but was he also very strong himself? Is this still an 18-year-old young man? However, Wei Yuan just shrugged, indicating he also didn't know Tian's true strength. He didn't say much, only asked Tian to confirm. "Are you confident? Don't worry. Since I took on this big competition, I will do my best." Tian appeared relaxed on the outside, but inside he muttered, "I spent 18 points of resources on the big event. If I can't win, it will be a big loss." Sun Yi hesitated for a long time, then finally nodded and gave up his spot in the dungeon. In the end, Tian led by Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and 2 others, to face the White Emperor leading Nottingham, Elisa, and 4 other dragon descendants. The second event of the big competition, Dungeon Race, officially begins. Level 50 Dungeon, Howling Abyss. The Black Valley was bottomless, with broken ground covered in gray-white snow. Cold winds howled, like the mournful cries inside the valley. "Alice." As Tian finished speaking, Alice's tall figure stepped out from the void beside him. Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and the others looked surprised. They had heard of Alice's ability to move through dungeons, but this was the first time they saw it with their own eyes. "Boss." Alice was very excited. When the boss called her, it meant there was a suitable target. As the leader boss, she found it very difficult to advance to the ultimate boss. Over the past 2 days, she had hunted many dragon descendants, but her progress was only a little. Upgrading the monster template not only grants stronger boss authority and the ability to teleport through voids. Even her talent, demonization, after becoming a leader boss, increased her combat power from 5 times to 8 times. This made her very eager for the monster template to upgrade. Alice, you and I will go to another dungeon to block the ancient king dynasty. Etion gave orders to everyone. Yexiu, you lead the team to quickly clear this dungeon. The appearance of the White Emperor was a major destabilizing factor, and Etion had to personally deal with it. Understood, Yexiu nodded and signaled. Without wasting time, he led Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and others straight into the depths of the Howling Abyss. Etion and Alice then activated their void teleportation, heading to another subspace of the Howling Abyss. Another sub-instance space is the one where the Yaga dynasty is located. At this moment, the Yaga dynasty is smoothly passing through the 50-level dungeon under the leadership of the White Emperor, making very fast progress. As the top expert of the Yaga dynasty, the White Emperor cannot fully unleash his strength, but his skills and techniques are far superior to other dragon descendants. Spirit pressure, boom. His mental power surges out, instantly defeating all monsters in a large level. With this speed, Daxia definitely can't compare to us. Still, Lord White Emperor is very strategic, Elisa praised him. But just as the other dragon descendants prepared to move forward, they found that the current level was sealed. The path that was originally passable was blocked by terrain, trapping them here. What's going on? The White Emperor was stunned. His experience told him, changing the level terrain. Only a boss lord can do that, right? Why would a boss lord delay their progress? Never mind. The White Emperor was about to act. Just destroy it directly. But in the next moment, the dragon descendants voiced their doubts again. A new ability restriction has appeared in the dungeon. Lord White Emperor. Noticing something was wrong, the White Emperor frowned and looked at the new debuff on himself. Dungeon restriction. Mental element damage reduced by 60%. What? The White Emperor, who only masters mental elements, asked in disbelief. Such a level of dungeon restriction can only be done by a boss lord. But this is a low difficulty dungeon, so a boss lord usually wouldn't appear. Moreover, only restricting mental element damage seems a bit targeted at him. The White Emperor was very confused, first changing the terrain to affect the speed of passing, then restricting mental damage. Could the boss lord really be sent by Daxia? Of course, these were all arranged by Alice using the dungeon permissions, as instructed by Etion. From a solo challenge, he saw that the White Emperor only uses mental attacks. He initially wanted to try directly banning them within the dungeon, but the boss lord's permissions weren't enough. So he had to settle for reducing mental damage as a second choice. This way, Alice's hunting moment has arrived. Dark Battle God. Deep in the valley, a demonic figure surrounded by overwhelming demonic energy charges out. The demon spreads its wings and soars into the sky, looking strange and dangerous, like a solid force pressing down on the White Emperor and other dragon descendants. What monster is this? Power from the abyss. Has this dungeon been corrupted by evil spirits? The dragon descendants are all shocked, except for the White Emperor, who remains. What monster is this? Power from the abyss. Has this dungeon been corrupted by evil spirits? The dragon descendants are all shocked, except for the White Emperor, who remains calm and confident. The corruption is caused by the abyss infecting both the dungeon and its monsters. But right now, the dungeon is fine. Only this demonized boss is a problem. This is a trick from the Great Summer. The White Emperor is naturally cunning, so he easily sees through the opponent's trick. What monster is this? Power from the abyss. Trying to stop us with this trick? The dragon descendant, who controls the ghost spirit language, says angrily. Next, Alice's demon sword slashes through the air, drawing a dark red arc with terrifying destructive power. Watch out. The White Emperor quickly dodges sideways, and Elisa rolls to avoid the strike. The demonized form's damage is multiplied 8 times, plus the damage boost from Blood Dragon's Wrath. It's terrifying. The dragon descendant who controls the ghost spirit language is injured by the aftershock and loses an arm. Noting doesn't dodge. His huge body is split in two by the strike. He is instantly killed. Noting's body shows a faint blood-red glow, merging into the ring, Blood Dragon's wrath in Alice's hand. Each dragon descendant she kills increases her attack by 3%. So far, Alice has killed 15 dragon descendants, including Noting, 16 in total, with a 48% damage boost. The dragon descendant, Elisa, looks shocked. Why can such a strong boss exist in this dungeon? Outside the arena, among the spectators from both clans waiting for the result, the Crimson Emperor's expression changes, filled with anger. Noting is dead, just like during the recent fight for the medium secret realm. Not long after the battle started, a dragon descendant was already killed. Damn it! Why is this happening again? Since seeing Etion enter the dungeon, the Green Emperor nearby has never relaxed her expression. Over at Daxia, Wei Yuan is accompanied by two powerful professionals. One is Ling Luo, the head of the Hidden Dragon base, dressed in red. The other is a thin man in blue combat clothes, with his hands and feet wrapped in gray cloth, looking pale. Old Zhou, you're here too. He and Wei Yuan are true peers. Zhou Yuan is the overall leader of North China District and one of Daxia's top 8-level, 74 professionals. Now, half of Daxia's top professionals are present. Ling Luo was called over by Wei Yuan, but Zhou Yuan's presence was arranged by headquarters. I heard you bet 2 medium-sized secret realms with the ancient god kingdom. The headquarters thought you might go all out and risk everything. Ling Luo was called over by Wei Yuan. 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 But Zhou Yuan's presence was arranged by headquarters. I heard you bet 2 medium-sized secret realms with the ancient god kingdom. The headquarters thought you might go all out and risk everything to play with them. Wei Yuan still smiles casually and says, then you came just in time. Inside the dungeon where the ancient god kingdom is located, Alice, in her dark combat form, is preparing for a quick and decisive fight. In a short time, the dragon descendant who mastered the Yin Ghost speech spirit is easily cut down by Alice with another swift strike. A mere demonic boss dares to be so arrogant. The White Emperor is furious. Even though his damage was reduced by 60%, if he fights with all his strength, he can still kill Alice. Both he and Alice have poor defenses but strong attacks, typical glass cannons, each capable of killing the other instantly. In an instant, his mental power keeps rising. But next, a shadowy figure of a young man in black steps out. So old and still involved in the competition? Has the ancient god kingdom run out of successors? The White Emperor is startled. His rising mental power suddenly stops. He cautiously eyes the young man. With his mental strength, he didn't even sense the other's appearance. Etion just stands there, and this alone makes the White Emperor extremely wary. Because the latter immediately used mental power to investigate Etion, the result was deep and unfathomable. Both in attributes and abilities, it was like an endless abyss, impossible to measure. White Emperor even felt that, even if his true form personally appeared, he might not be able to kill this young boy. This is too strange. Clearly just a young boy with a childish appearance. Yet his strength is so terrifying. White Emperor pondered for a moment. Could it be that he is also possessed by some existence? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, White Emperor couldn't explain why Etion appeared in the dungeon. Moreover, Alice, as a demonic boss, might have someone behind her related to the Abyss. Could it be that a terrifying being from the Abyss is personally nurturing a descendant? Very possible. It seems he's definitely not from the Great Summer. Could it really be just a coincidence that I met him? Because White Emperor knew that among the top experts of the Great Summer, no one had a profession that allowed them to possess others' bodies. And there was no such young, powerful person. Lord White Emperor, save me. A desperate cry for help sounded, and Alicia was being chased by Alice, struck down and heavily injured. But Etion was present, making White Emperor unable to act rashly. To be precise, the moment White Emperor detected Etion's strength, he realized that this dungeon might be coming to an end. Sorry to disturb the Abyss. I'll take my leave. White Emperor's voice was very humble, as if afraid of causing some big trouble. After saying this, his consciousness directly dissipated from this body. Before leaving, he took a strand of spiritual essence from the dragon descendant hiding nearby, causing the latter to fall into unconsciousness as well. The killer move White Emperor prepared was not used. He was taken away by Etion as he escaped. Abyss? Etion's expression was strange, completely unsure what White Emperor was thinking. However, he didn't expect the attack on the Argus Empire to go so smoothly this time. He didn't even have to make a move, and White Emperor was scared off. Thinking about it, someone who doesn't dare to show their true form probably isn't very brave. Meanwhile, Alice struck down the last dragon descendant, and several streams of experience flooded into her body. The progress of her monster template upgrade increased by a small part. At this point, the 5 dragon descendants from the Yaga dynasty entered the dungeon. 3 were killed by Alice, and 2 lost consciousness. The attempt had failed in advance. Outside, it seemed as if the Yaga dynasty had completely exploded with shock. The Red Emperor's 2 dragon eyes widened like copper bells. Even though he couldn't believe it, the outcome of the dungeon was unchanged. The dungeon team from the Yaga dynasty had directly failed. How is this possible? How is this possible? Not only the Red Emperor, but even the calm and intelligent Blue Emperor looked incredulous. This meant that the Yaga dynasty had completely failed in this year's big competition. Even though the Daxia team's dungeon attempt also failed, with a current score of 2-1 in single challenges, Daxia was still leading Yaga dynasty. Moreover, Daxia did not fail. Led by Yexiu, they cleared the Howling Abyss in less than 5 minutes. The score was now 5-1. Daxia was crushingly victorious. Wow! Amazing! This year is the most hopeful. The rise of East China. Etion, how did you do it? Wei Yuan, how did you find such a genius? At this moment, the Daxia spectators erupted in cheers, their shouts almost shaking the heavens. They couldn't help but be excited. In the past, East China rarely won, and never with such a big victory. People hugged, cheered, and cried tears of joy. Etion, upon entering the dungeon, was also affected by this passionate scene, and several team members felt the same. But what he looked forward to most was the honor of victory. The judges from Daxia quickly announced, all members of the Yaga dynasty are defeated. The dungeon attempt failed. Daxia successfully completed the challenge and earns 3 points. The total score is now 5-1. Daxia wins the big competition. Wow! Even some Daxia judges couldn't help but cheer. They had heard many times about Yaga dynasty's victories, but this time, it was Daxia's turn. At the moment of the announcement, a long-awaited notification finally popped up in front of Etion. Employees, Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, Yexiu, have earned the honor of big race winners. Reward bonus, funds 25 for, legendary equipment selection, gift box 4. 100 points of funds credited. So far, the most generous amount of money was quickly added to Etion's treasury. But before Etion could even look at the gift box, he heard a cold voice from the opposite side, the Red Emperor. Wait. The cheers gradually quieted down, and Wei Yuan's gaze was already fixed on the Red Emperor. The latter openly said, I suspect that your Daxia contestants have issues and do not meet the competition requirements. Hand over those people so I can personally inspect them. As soon as the Red Emperor finished speaking, the air seemed to warm up a bit. The high officials of Daxia stood up one after another. Jiang Yuanshuang said coldly, the contestants have already been checked, and there are no problems. The Red Emperor looked displeased. I said, I want to check myself. The people of Daxia looked angry. Checking personally? Sounds nice. Handing over the geniuses who defeated the ancient kingdom to the Red Emperor. What good outcome could that bring? Wei Yuan's eyes sharpened. We signed a contract agreement. Do you want to break the contract? Before each race, the leaders of the 2 races, the Red Emperor and Wei Yuan, sign a document called the duel contract. If either side breaches the contract, they will face serious backlash and punishment. The Red Emperor said nothing. His golden pupils turned bright red, as if he was ready to explode at any moment. From the moment the score appeared in the arena, he knew he had lost. But he couldn't accept it. Both the Red Emperor and the ancient kingdom had never suffered such a crushing defeat. The stakes were 2 medium-sized secret realms, vital to Eastern China's economy. But to the ancient kingdom, they were nothing special. They controlled the ancient continent alone, with 14 medium-sized secret realms. Losing 2 wouldn't cause serious damage, but he simply couldn't accept losing to humans. The dragon race was proud. Since the race competition began, they had hardly lost and almost forgot what failure felt like. Most importantly, not only would they lose the secret realms, but they would also lose control over half of the city. This meant they would find it hard to hold Daxia's territory or share resources on Blue Star. Thinking about the uniqueness of this planet, the Red Emperor grew more unwilling. The Blue Emperor nearby also stood up, slowly spreading his blue dragon wings, ready to fight. At the Daxia spectator stands, some media reporters looked angry. Daxia has lost for so many years, and everyone accepts it. Yet the Yaga dynasty can't even lose once without giving up. They took out their cameras, trying to record the reckless actions of the Yaga dynasty. But soon after, the guards entered quickly, urging all spectators to leave. For everyone's safety, please evacuate immediately. It was clear to everyone that the situation was becoming tense. Whether to fight or not depended on the decision of the strongest people involved. From the fact that Ling Luo, the leader of the hidden dragon base, was called in early by Wei Yuan, it was obvious Wei Yuan had anticipated this situation. Ling Luo turned to Wei Yuan, expressionless, and asked, "Should we retreat with our people?" She was ready to escort Tian and others to safety. She believed Wei Yuan wouldn't attack because she knew Wei Yuan was a firm conservative. According to the prophecy about the savior, Daxia was gradually splitting into 2 factions, the conservative faction and the pro-war faction. Avoiding war and saving the country's strength until the savior appeared was the common belief of the conservative side. This was also why Ling Luo and Wei Yuan, who had been comrades for over 10 years, later grew apart and even disliked each other, because Ling Luo didn't believe in the prophecy at all. She couldn't understand why Wei Yuan trusted such vague predictions. But what Ling Luo didn't know was that Wei Yuan's conservatism had little to do with the prophecy. It was because East China and Daxia were too poor. 200 years of war with foreign tribes and demons had drained Daxia's resources every time, especially when they couldn't end the war alone and fell into a long stalemate. So, after Wei Yuan became the leader, he rarely initiated external wars. Another reason was that Daxia's future was very uncertain. Tribes surrounded them, and demons watched eagerly. With professions completely random, Daxia was short of talent, and no one knew when the next pillar of support would emerge. It was like standing in a fog where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, and no one dared to act boldly. But now, it seemed things were different. Tian's appearance made Wei Yuan finally believe that Daxia's future was promising. Wei Yuan took a deep breath and said, "Tian, you did very well. Please leave now to avoid getting involved." Upon hearing this, Tian quickly led Bai Qiuli and others to stand far behind Wei Yuan. As the leader, what is most important? Of course, safety. Wei Yuan's words drew surprised looks from Zhou Yuan and Ling Luo. The fight among the younger generation is over. Now it's our turn to act. Ling Luo looked approving. That's a real man's decision. Zhou Yuan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. Wei Yuan anticipated that the Yagu kingdom wouldn't admit defeat, so he called Ling Luo early, meaning he was ready to start a fight before the big competition. Zhou Yuan gasped, "You're not a conservative?" He thought the pro-war side was too cautious. Pushing back an alien force from the Daxia territory is what every regional leader wants. Zhou Yuan also wanted that, but it's not so simple. Especially the Yagu kingdom, where the dragon-descended race is very strong among the aliens. Because of his special profession, Zhou Yuan is also part of the conservative side and fell into deep thought. At this moment, Jiang Yuanshuang whispered nearby, "It seems the child of prophecy has appeared." The child of prophecy. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened. Then his gaze became firm as he looked at the Crimson Emperor. "There's nothing more to say. Let's do it." Wei Yuan floated in the air, dressed in a blue robe that fluttered in the wind. Several star spirit energy spheres hovered behind him. He looked coldly at the angry Crimson Emperor. "Admit defeat. Hand over the 2 medium-sized secret realms and the control of the city, and return to your Yaga continent." The Crimson Emperor spread his wings and rose into the air, proud. "You humans think I will admit defeat? Huh. Dream on. All right, then the ceasefire agreement between Daxia and the Yagu kingdom is over. Wei Yuan spread his arms, his robes fluttering wildly. Suddenly, the sky changed, day turned into night, and endless star power surged to increase his strength. I hereby declare war. As he finished speaking, star power in the sky formed into a long spear falling from the heavens, shining brightly. Under Wei Yuan's will, it shot down like a meteor toward the Crimson Emperor. The bed where he lay could not allow others to sleep soundly. The alien forces had occupied the area for a long time, and today marks the end of that. He was determined to give the younger generation a safe, protected East China that wouldn't be invaded by aliens. Since Wei Yuan's full-strength attack was still far away, he had focused most of his energy on developing in East China after signing the race competition agreement with the Yaga royal family. At this moment, Jiang Yuanshuang, Ling Luo, and Zhou Yuan looked surprised. Years of hiding had not weakened Wei Yuan's strength. Instead, he had become even stronger, almost able to be called the number one in Daxia. Wei Yuan, just you? The Red Emperor roared loudly. His wings wrapped around his body, glowing with red light, transforming into a huge, fierce red dragon hundreds of meters long in midair. This is a special ability for dragon descendants after reaching level 50. Only after transforming does he become his true form. Not only do his attributes greatly increase, but his resistance also becomes stronger. The Red Emperor spat out a burst of blazing fire, clashing fiercely with the starry spear falling from Wei Yuan. The sky was dyed in dark blue and red. Seeing this, Jiang Yuanshuang, Ling Luo, and Zhou Yuan all charged forward at the same time. Daxia's top combat power includes 8 legendary level 74 professionals, and now half of them are gathered here. In the Yaga royal family, except for the oldest White Emperor who is above level 80, the Red Emperor and the Blue Emperor are stuck at level 74. But dragons are dragons, especially after transforming into true dragons. Against ordinary legendary professionals of the same level, fighting 1 against 3 is not a problem. Unfortunately, the 4 people present are all extraordinary. Wei Yuan fought fiercely with the Red Emperor in the sky, where star spirit power and red dragon breath collided, causing the world to change color. The Red Emperor controlled fire elements. His advantage was strength and physique. When the dragon breath exploded, he quickly approached Wei Yuan through the smoke. More accurately, he charged recklessly. Wei Yuan, die. Humans' physiques are no match for dragons. As long as the Red Emperor gets close, he can tear Wei Yuan apart in just 1 or 2 seconds. However, Wei Yuan, the Star Soul Master, was a master of control. Starry net, several star spirit power spheres floated behind Wei Yuan, rapidly weaving in front of him to form a starry sky net. Multiple control effects made it difficult for the Red Emperor to advance. Relying on his control and pulling abilities, Wei Yuan single-handedly challenged the Red Emperor. The other 3 had no plans to support him. They focused their powerful attacks on the Blue Emperor across from them. As the Dragon of All Laws, the Blue Emperor was even more dangerous in large-scale battles than the Red Emperor, and they had to be careful about her destruction of Daxia's cities. Ling Luo's red dress fluttered as she crossed her hands in front of her, creating a blood-colored domain. Red Sky Disaster Realm. As the leader of the special team base of the Great Xia dynasty, Ling Luo's strength is unquestionable, second only to Wei Yuan. The blood-colored domain enveloped the Blue Emperor, and in an instant, it seemed as if countless deadly intents focused on her. The Blue Emperor did not dodge or evade. Of course, she couldn't really avoid it. As an expert in elements and magic, the Blue Emperor's speed was not her strong suit, but she had her own ways to respond. Deep in her pupils, runes seemed to gather, and with a ripple of magic, her true dragon form in blue-green appeared instantly. In her true form, her wings were wrapped in a semi-transparent shadow, shimmering with rainbow colors, an expression of her control over elemental power and magic. Wind, fire, water, earth, lightning. These elements were constantly released by the Blue Emperor within her domain, fighting against Ling Luo's deadly domain. Each skill seemed to have no cooldown. Jiang Yuanshuang and Zhou Yuan attacked from the sides, one wielding a sword, the other throwing punches. Together with Ling Luo's domain attack, they aimed to break through the Blue Emperor with all their might, creating a mighty scene. The clouds churned into a vortex, and spells danced wildly like dragons and snakes. Their attacks collided ceaselessly, causing ripples that shook the sky and earth with a terrifying impact. For the first time, the battle among the top experts on Blue Star unfolded before Etion and others. Even from a great distance, the incredible power could be felt. Everyone looked on with shock. Bai Qiuli's expression was full of admiration. This kind of strength is the goal I strive for. Wan Jiang also felt his own insignificance. To become this strong, I need to work even harder. Etion nodded silently. If his employees all thought this way, he would be very relieved. Yes, my team members need to work even harder. They stood alert at the edge. Under the three-person assault, the Blue Emperor released a speech spell, barely managing to fight 3 against 1. But Zhou Yuan, who looked thin and ordinary, after removing the gray cloth wrapped around his hands, became more aggressive with each attack, and his damage was even stronger than Wei Yuan and Ling Luo. After removing the cloth, Zhou Yuan struck with both fists, and a layer of blood mist appeared on his fists. His killing intent was restrained, and each attack hitting the Blue Emperor felt like piercing armor, causing real damage. However, Etion's eyebrows slightly furrowed as he saw the situation. He could feel that Zhou Yuan seemed to have paid a price for something, but the effect was very good. With Zhou Yuan fully unleashing his power, the Green Emperor quickly fell behind. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Red Emperor, who fought straightforwardly without fancy skills, resembled a berserker among fighters. He kept using various methods to get close to Wei Yuan. Strictly speaking, he was in the lead. As soon as an opportunity appeared, he could defeat Wei Yuan instantly. However, Wei Yuan was very good at controlling the distance and using his skills, so he didn't give the Red Emperor any chance. Instead, he kept fueling the Red Emperor's anger. Wei Yuan, don't run, the Red Emperor shouted angrily. At this moment, Wei Yuan suddenly smiled. Then, the sky darkened, and a thunderbolt, like a divine punishment, struck down with a loud crack of thunder, hitting the Red Emperor directly. Ah! The Red Emperor let out a miserable roar. With his strong body, enduring this strike was especially painful. It was a contract. The gambling duel contract was punishing him with a backlash. According to the contract, he had to give up control of the city and offer 2 medium-sized secret realms to fulfill the agreement. He didn't want to admit defeat and led the charge to fight Daxia, which naturally caused the worst backlash and punishment. Damn it, the Red Emperor's face twisted in anger. Wei Yuan, on the other hand, smiled, as if he had expected this. If I lose the big competition, it really would be a problem. But luckily, our people are quite capable. You should just go back quietly. The backlash pain tormented the Red Emperor, making his bloodshot eyes even crazier. He wanted to kill Wei Yuan, but he couldn't do it now. If he didn't fulfill the bet, he would face more contract punishments. His eyes nearly burst with rage, and he had to retreat to the portal to another world. Good. Wei Yuan, Daxia, you are very good. The 2 medium-sized secret realms I lost are in the Yaga continent. If you dare, come and take them. He stared fiercely at Wei Yuan, showing a hint of disdain. Although he lost the medium-sized secret realms, they couldn't be moved. To claim the bet, they had to enter the Yaga continent. If they didn't come, it meant Daxia was giving up the bet, and it had nothing to do with the Red Emperor. With Wei Yuan and the others' strength, daring to come to Yaga continent is almost certain death. The city is yours now, but I will take it back myself sooner or later. The Red Emperor was furious. If not for the backlash from the contract, he would fight another 300 rounds. But now, he could only turn around and enter the portal to another world, returning to Yaga continent. At this moment, seeing the Red Emperor leave, the stationed troops of the Yaga dynasty in the city quickly retreated. The Blue Emperor decisively gave up the fight and also left. Did we win? Zhang Yuanshuang let out a small sigh of relief, but Wei Yuan shook his head. It's not quite that simple. We just temporarily took back the city. Soon, we will be at war with the Yaga dynasty officially. Seeing the Red and Blue Emperors enter the portal to another world, Wei Yuan immediately signaled everyone to stop the pursuit. The Red Emperor was right. It is almost impossible to invade Yaga continent at this moment. Inside Yaga continent, there is the strongest White Emperor, though Wei Yuan doesn't know why he hasn't come out. But if an invasion happens, the White Emperor would definitely not stay on the sidelines. Moreover, the portal to another world is the Yaga dynasty's main territory, and the pressure to face then would be even greater. The two medium-sized secret realms won in the race between races now seem out of reach. Eventually, we will invade Yaga continent again and make those troublemakers even more arrogant. Ling Luo stared fiercely at the portal to another world. Wei Yuan immediately threw out two magic array tools and activated their abilities, setting up a 6-layer magic array at the entrance of the portal. The 6-layer array is interconnected with functions of defense, control, and attack. Once the dragon descendants pass through the portal again, the array will trigger an attack. Wei Yuan knew very well that once the backlash from the contract ended, the Red Emperor might come back again. But for now, at least the city has been reclaimed from Huadong. Defense troops, clear out the northern part of the city. Do not let any remnants of the Yaga dynasty escape. Commander Lin, take over all the small secret realms that the Yaga dynasty has occupied in Daxia. Although they didn't win the medium-sized secret realm, the Yaga dynasty had occupied many small secret realms in Daxia in recent years. Now that they have failed and fled, Wei Yuan immediately sent people to take over. Counting carefully, there are 11 small secret realms, which can help boost Huadong's economy. But at this moment, Jiang Yuanshuang helped support Zhou Yuan, who looked pale and thin, with only a little blood color remaining on his face, which was fading quickly. It seemed that after fighting the Blue Emperor and breaking his limit, something was continuously draining his life force. Wei Yuan gave him a bottle of medicine and said with a helpless smile, "Please don't die on me, or I will bear a big responsibility." Zhou Yuan stood up and said, "I'll do my best." This Zhou Yuan, the North China leader, was a talented and legendary professional with golden potential. But after reviewing his resume, Etian found that his current profession was quite special. Legendary profession, life-devouring martial saint. Nearby, Yexiu, who knew about various professions, sighed upon hearing this. Life-devouring martial saint? This profession has appeared many times in Daxia, but each awakener has died early. Why? Because this profession uses life force to increase fighting power. After each battle, it consumes part of the life force. The more intense the fight, the more life force is drained, until death. Unless they avoid fighting, their life will keep being drained by this profession's power. A profession that burns life to gain strength explains why Zhou Yuan's injuries were so severe when fighting the Blue Emperor. Unfortunately, with Zhou Yuan's current state, only in his 30s, he seemed to be running out of time. At this moment, Etian suddenly thought of a solution. He approached Zhou Yuan and Wei Yuan and said to Zhou Yuan, "Senior, do you want me to help you change your profession?" Hearing this, Wei Yuan's eyes lit up. Yes, if Etian could help Zhou Yuan change his profession, it would almost be like saving his life. Zhou Yuan was stunned, quickly trying to understand Etian's meaning. Can this young man not be so calm when talking about such terrifying things? Change a profession? Is it really that easy to switch professions? Seeing this, Wei Yuan quickly explained Etian's abilities. In just a few seconds of explanation, it seemed to overturn Zhou Yuan's worldview built over decades. His mind went blank for a moment. Then he looked at Wei Yuan with a shocked expression. The child of prophecy? He is the child of prophecy, right? At this moment, he seemed to understand Wei Yuan's determination to go to war with the Yaga kingdom. However, Wei Yuan shook his head, not yet certain, but it no longer mattered. Even if it wasn't true, with Etian's abilities, Zhou Yuan would still see him as the child of prophecy. Child of prophecy. Etian looked confused. What is that? The ability to change others into legendary professions is incredible. Zhou Yuan swallowed hard and sighed, looking at Etian with emotion. If this had happened 5 years ago, he would have begged him to help without hesitation. The sacred warrior of life, Zhou Yuan awakened as a young man, feeling invincible and fearless. But in middle age, after having a child, he realized his life was almost over. He started to worry and even hesitated in battles. Now, with only a month or two left, Zhou Yuan felt at peace. Forget it, There are too few pillars holding up Daxia. My profession's power is gone, and North China is in danger. Daxia's geniuses are not just me. Let me use my last strength to protect Daxia for a little longer. That's enough." As he finished speaking, Wei Yuan patted his shoulder silently. Tian was moved and looked up with respect. Maybe, because of people like Zhou Yuan, Daxia could resist for over 200 years. "Save this precious opportunity for others who need it," Zhou Yuan said quietly. But in the next moment, he suddenly changed his tone. Like a flash of light, he quickly grabbed Tian's hand, hope shining in his eyes. "In North China, there are many who need help." Wei Yuan covered his face, unable to watch. "No, you. Did you plan all along to lure Tian to North China?" Tian just barely managed a smile. The serious mood he had just built up disappeared. Cough, cough. Zhou Yuan cleared his throat and explained. "This year, North China has no legendary professions at all. I had to be anxious. As the leader of North China, Zhou Yuan even asked Tian for help to awaken a legendary profession there. Actually, he didn't need to ask. With enough funds, Tian was eager to recruit talented people. Plus, Zhou Yuan had helped push back the ancient Qing dynasty. "No problem. Great. Let's go now." After Tian agreed, Zhou Yuan looked excited and immediately called for the flying car. Wei Yuan couldn't help but feel speechless. On the floating vehicle, Zhou Yuan enthusiastically introduced North China to Tian. With just one word from Tian, he immediately decided to transfer his household registration from East China to North China. The floating vehicle entered North China. Tian was visiting North China for the first time and noticed that the buildings here looked more strict and fortress-like. It was clear that the threat from other races seemed more serious here. "Senior, where should we go first?" "No rush. Tian, since you've come all this way, come to my house for a meal first." Zhou Yuan prepared a welcoming dinner for Tian. Although he was a rough martial artist, he knew how to be a good host. Besides, no one expects a guest to start working as soon as they arrive. Zhou Yuan's house was small, located on the edge of Nantang City in North China, covering about 100 square meters. As soon as you entered, you could feel the warmth from every detail in the home. "Dad, you're back. Are there any guests today?" A gentle voice came from the living room, making Zhou Yuan smile sincerely. "Back already." He turned to introduce Tian. "This is my daughter, Zhou Maiyao." He looked up, and a quiet, cute girl stood up. Her light yellow dress made her face look very simple and elegant. But in the next moment, Tian frowned slightly. The girl's eyes, which should have been bright like stars, were now covered with a faint mist, and her pupils were gray and dull. "Hello." Zhou Maiyao bowed slightly toward Tian, based on the sound of his voice. Her eyes were blind. Seeing Tian silent, Zhou Yuan explained in a voice only he could hear. 5 years ago, Maiyao was attacked by the Shadow Moon Wolf clan in the wilderness. When I arrived, her eyes had already been destroyed. Zhou Yuan's voice grew heavy. Losing sight was a heavy blow to anyone. Someone who might have had a bright future lost their sight. And in this era, even survival became difficult. Tian didn't mind and responded with a smile. "Hello, I am Tian." His panel displayed an automatic message. Detected golden, potential talent. Hello. I won't bother you anymore." Zhou Maiyao said shyly, then groped her way back to her room. She knew that anyone who could return with her father must have a high status, so it was better for her not to be involved in discussions about important matters. At this moment, Tian's expression changed as he opened her resume. Name: Zhou Maiyao. Basic information: female, 18 years old, from Nantang City, Great Xia. Profession: melody healer. Potential: gold, spirit visionary. Life: innately has mental strength far beyond ordinary people, with natural spiritual sensitivity, able to see things others cannot. At age 13, encountered the Shadow Moon Wolf clan, and was deprived of sight after directly gazing at the shadow-devouring crescent moon. Investment opportunity: legendary profession, Sangwan Spirit Summoner, 20 points of funds. Gazing at the shadow-devouring crescent moon? What kind of thing is that? The Shadow Moon Wolf clan is a different race neighboring North China, with an interdimensional passage located in the wilderness at the border of North China. It seems this is closely related to the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. Moreover, Etienne was surprised to find that Zhou Moyao's mental strength was naturally so strong that she could see with her spiritual eyes even before changing her profession. Some people are born with great strength, others are naturally fast. Compared to these obvious talents, having strong innate mental power can easily be overlooked. If she changes to a mental-type profession, she would be much stronger than ordinary people. Etienne was quite interested. Senior, your daughter is actually very suitable. Currently, Etienne's team includes Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yexiu, just one person short of forming a special 5-member team. They also happen to be missing an auxiliary profession. Zhou Yuan was stunned, thinking about his daughter's situation, and sank into grief again. No, it's impossible. Her eyes, for some reason, just can't be cured. Even if she becomes a professional, she can't fight without her sight. In fact, Zhou Moyao's awakened profession was quite good, a legendary support profession, melody healer. Becoming an excellent support in a team was her only small wish in life. But after losing her sight, walking became difficult, and she couldn't accurately use skills to assist teammates. How could she become a qualified professional? Etienne pondered for a moment and said again, "It's okay, let's try my profession." His confidence came from the fact that, as a boss, every profession he invested in fit well with his employees. Although he didn't know exactly which profession would suit someone who was blind. But he wanted to try. At least, every talented person shouldn't be easily given up on. Failure was just 20 points of funds. Etienne now had a balance of 110.3, enough to give it a shot. Zhou Yuan looked at Etienne's confident face, thought for a long time, and finally nodded. As a father, he naturally wanted his daughter to achieve her dreams, so she wouldn't have to spend every day curled up in her room, feeling hopeless. Mo Yao. Zhou Yuan knocked on his daughter's door and stood outside to talk about the situation. Etienne's gaze glanced toward a corner of the room, where a few small bluebird dolls and wind chimes hung by the window, swaying gently in the breeze and making tinkling sounds. Change your profession? Zhou Miaoyao hesitated a little. But it's okay, give it a try. Maybe you'll become the top helper in Daxia. Etienne's cheerful voice made Zhou Miaoyao chuckle. Top helper is a bit much. Just being a qualified professional is good enough. As he spoke, Etienne activated his skill, and a contract fell into Zhou Miaoyao's hand. Sign here. Seeing Zhou Miaoyao's quick decision to press her hand on the contract, Etienne teased, "Want your dad to check it first?" "Are you afraid I'm a bad person?" Zhou Miaoyao smiled brightly and softly said, "Since I went blind, whenever I get close to someone, I can feel their heart. I can also sense others' good and bad intentions. Big brother, your heart is very kind." "You're a good person." Etienne was surprised. He could sense others' good and bad intentions? Could it be that his spiritual sight ability, after going blind, turned into telepathy? While he was thinking, Zhou Miaoyao pressed her hand on the contract. Suddenly, golden lights spread out, phoenixes and dragons danced, soaring into the sky. Employee, Zhou Miaoyao. Profession, Azure Phoenix Spirit Master, Level 2. Quality, Legendary, Level 25. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Constitution, 50. Spirit, 1080. Profession Talent, Azure Phoenix Remote. Transforms into an untargetable, damage-immune Azure Phoenix Spirit form, possessing allies, increasing their agility and damage by 40%, and their movement speed by 70%. Can be cancelled or transferred at any time. Skill, Tracing Light. Activate a luminous magic array to create a shield around allies, absorbing 500% of their mental power. While the shield is active, it can block 3 control effects and increases defense by 60%. Wind of Spirit. Heal nearby allies for 10% of their maximum health each second. When used actively, it clears negative status effects and refreshes all their skill cooldowns. Azure Cloud Ultimate. Apply a buff to nearby allies. During attacks, a phantom of a blue phoenix appears to chase the enemy, dealing an extra 15% true damage based on mental power, along with a 70% slow effect and marking the enemy's position. Note: some skills with obvious effects are not explained in detail. For skills like these, detailed descriptions are provided. Over. Etienne looked at Zhou Miaoyao's skills, feeling quite pleased. This support role is very strong. not to mention the terrifying 1080 mental power at level 25. Having a possession skill effectively compensates for the biggest weakness of a support class. They cannot be targeted or harmed. Moreover, with this, even if Zhou Moyao cannot see the way, teammates can guide her to move. Increased agility, damage, and movement speed make even ordinary people feel like superheroes. Both shields and group buffs are highly valuable support abilities for the team. Etienne thought the most powerful skill was Wind of Spirit, refreshing all skill cooldowns, which doubles the team's damage output efficiency. You share Zhou Moyao's attributes and gain Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 50, Mental Power 1080. You share Zhou Moyao's skills and gain Azure Phoenix Remote, Tracing Light, Wind of Spirit, Azure Cloud Ultimate. At the same time, Zhou Moyao, perceiving the skill effects in her mind, looked slightly stunned, her face flushing with excitement. This, she stammered excitedly. I want to try. Etienne stepped forward, placing his hand on hers, signaling her to possess him. Zhou Moyao activated Azure Phoenix Remote, her body transforming into a semi-transparent phantom of a blue phoenix, with glowing wings made of star-like particles. Her body quickly shrank, from 160 centimeters to less than half her original size. She looked like a delicate, fairy-like figurine. Now she could float around Etienne within about 10 meters, and the feeling of flying freely was very novel and exciting for her. Although she couldn't see the road clearly, she had formed a strange connection with Etienne, which allowed her to return to his side at any time without worrying about getting lost. Zhou Yuan looked a bit dazed. It had been a long time since he saw such a happy smile on his daughter's face. Zhou Moi was naturally very happy. With these skills, even if she lost her sight, she could still be a good helper. No, with her current abilities, she might even become the top helper in Daxia. Zhou Moi released her possession and stood in front of Etienne, shyly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, benefactor brother. Etienne refused this strange title and corrected her. Call me boss from now on. Okay, boss. Then Etienne turned to Zhou Yuan and said, Senior, your daughter will join my team. She will be one of my helpers from now on. With Zhou Moi's help, along with Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yexiu, the first special team was finally complete. Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment, then thought about his situation and finally nodded. All right. As soon as he said that, Zhou Yuan's previously relaxed face suddenly turned into a look of confusion and suspicion. Wait, something's not right. Didn't I ask Etienne to help North China awaken a legendary profession? Why does it seem like my daughter is about to be taken away now? Zhou Moi was extremely excited. This was the first time since losing her sight that she felt hope in life. Boss, Etienne turned around and replied. Can I touch your face? Huh. Etienne was a bit surprised, then saw Zhou Moi's face turn bright red instantly. I just want to remember what boss looks like. People with visual impairments often use touch to understand facial features and build a mental image of others, similar to how sighted people remember appearances. Etienne understood her meaning, but being touched on the face for the first time was naturally a bit strange. Go ahead. Zhou Moi's delicate fingers gently touched Etienne's side face. Before Etienne's expression could change, her face was already flushed from the first time touching a boy's face. Zhou Yuan's mouth twitched, and his eyes suddenly became unfocused, as if he suddenly remembered 100 urgent things, glancing around nervously. Suddenly remembered, I haven't cooked dinner. He turned and strode toward the kitchen without hesitation. Zhou Moi was pursing her lips, touching her hands back and forth a few times before withdrawing them. She suddenly thought of something else. Boss, should I follow you from now on? She wasn't talking about joining Etienne's team. Instead, as a blind person, combined with her job that required her to bond with a teammate, she was destined to need a partner. Not just for fighting, but also for daily life. Being together as a man and woman can be inconvenient, so Etienne helped her connect with Bai Qiuli. And Zhou Moi, being of college age, could share a dorm with Bai Qiuli. Plus, with the Sword Immortal and Sangwan Spirit Mage professions, their teamwork would be very flexible, with high mobility, damage, and survival skills. They would likely make a very good team. I've arranged for you to meet someone else, a girl your age. You can go to college together. Thank you, boss. Zhou Moi knew Etienne had thought this through for her. Going to college was a very happy thing for her. At this moment, Etienne looked at Zhou Moi's pale, white eyes, and confirming Zhou Yuan was far away, asked in a deep voice, "Moi, 5 years ago, what exactly did you see? Even your father refuses to tell me." Hearing this, Zhou Moi's body trembled, as if she had frozen. Etienne remembered that when Zhou Yuan explained why Zhou Moi was blind, he said it was because they were attacked by the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. But her resume clearly stated that Zhou Moi saw something that caused her to lose her sight. Obviously, she hadn't told Zhou Yuan. What could it be that just one glance could cause her to lose her sight? Even the advanced medical techniques of Daxia today, and various priestly professions, couldn't cure it. Zhou Moi didn't expect Etienne to discover her secret. She froze for a long time, speechless. Etienne spoke gently. "You're not telling your father because you're afraid he'll act impulsively and seek revenge for you, right?" Zhou Moi instinctively shrank back, feeling like her little secret had been exposed. After a long silence, she nodded slightly. "Don't worry, your father isn't here." At this moment, Etienne was very curious. Zhou Yuan's strength was considered top in Daxia, especially with the profession of the life-devouring martial saint. What kind of encounter could make Zhou Mo Yao feel that even Zhou Yuan couldn't handle it? Zhou Mo Yao hesitated for a long time. Encouraged by Etienne, she finally spoke cautiously. "There is a shadow on the moon." Etienne was surprised to hear this. He instinctively looked at the sky outside the window. "The moon," Zhou Mo Yao added. "It's not the moon of Blue Star. It's the moon of the Shadow Moon Wolf clan." Etienne frowned slightly. He didn't know much about the Shadow Moon Wolf clan and was in a knowledge-blind spot. But he still encouraged her. "A shadow." And then, Zhou Mo Yao spoke with some fear. "That shadow is lying on the moon, and the shadow's size keeps growing, as if it's polluting. I only remember seeing this." And then, Etienne gently patted her head to comfort her, while his heart was filled with turmoil. A shadow, pollution, the moon, related to the Shadow Moon Wolf clan, or perhaps something else. Whatever it was, it felt beyond his understanding. Zhou Mo Yao was born with the ability of spirit vision, which allowed her to see these strange things. Others might not even see them, let alone solve them. Fortunately, the pollution was not on Blue Star's moon, but on the Shadow Moon Wolf clan, which eased Etienne's mind slightly. Not long after, Bai Qiuli sent a message. Etienne called out to Zhou Mo Yao. "Let's go. Your partner has arrived." He arranged for Bai Qiuli to take Zhou Mo Yao directly back to Huaxing University, so he simply called her over. Before that, Etienne also had a gift box to give Bai Qiuli. Legendary Equipment Selection Gift Box. Note: after opening, you can choose any piece of legendary equipment suitable for your profession. This was a special reward for the race competition. Etienne planned to give one to each of the 4 participants as usual. The boss had received enough rewards, so he couldn't neglect his staff. Only Alice, who could only be in dungeons, had fewer high-level equipment, so she would be taken care of later. "Thank you, boss." Bai Qiuli's eyes lit up. Getting a legendary piece of equipment at once was truly impressive. She even wondered if the boss had looted the East China Logistics Department. No, the East China Logistics Department probably doesn't have such legendary equipment. With this legendary gift box, I can just fill in some equipment gaps. After entering Huaxing University, my combat power will surely improve a lot. "Boss, is this your partner?" Bai Qiuli saw Zhou Moi beside Etienne. Her misty eyes looked a little sad. "Hello, my name is Bai Qiuli." Bai Qiuli. Could she be the top student of East China, the powerful female sword fairy? Zhou Moi suddenly became excited. Etienne never expected that Bai Qiuli's fame had already spread to North China. But people who are both good-looking and strong tend to become well-known easily. So, the two girls quickly became familiar with each other, saving Etienne some time on introductions. After learning about Songluan spirit skills, Bai Qiuli was even more shocked. Wow, her attack power is much higher than before. She didn't think the person Etienne chose was ordinary, but she didn't expect her to be so strong. The two girls officially decided to become partners and enter Huaxing University together. At this moment, Zhou Yuan also called everyone to have a meal. "Time is getting late. Let's all eat together." Before he finished speaking, an urgent alarm sounded in Nantan City, and the red lights of patrol aircraft flickered across the city. "Oh, the Shadow Moon Wolf clan is attacking again. The alarm echoed throughout the city. Zhou Yuan looked at the table of prepared dishes and sighed. But soon, he changed into a combat suit and headed straight to the city defense front line. Tian naturally prepared to go with him. Zhou Moi activated Sungwan remote, transforming into a small spirit form, and possessed Bai Qiuli to follow along. Are attacks from the Shadow Moon Wolf clan frequent? Zhou Yuan nodded. Any wolf clan is inherently fierce and greedy. The Shadow Moon Wolf clan attacks almost every 2 or 3 days, or rather, raids. They occupy the wilderness and specifically attack the exploration teams of secret realms to steal resources. Different alien races have very different habits. For example, the hostile Yaga dynasty in East China, the dragon descendants rarely engage in raiding or ambushes. They mainly rob openly. They even team up with other races, and the Yaga dynasty looks down on fighting with fewer people. This is a pride flowing in the blood of the dragon race. Compared to others, the Shadow Moon Wolf clan is more ruthless. Along the way, Nantang City quickly entered a state of readiness. The city defense troops cleared the streets and guarded the walls, showing they had much experience in handling attacks. Many members of the mining team who were attacked lay on stretchers, their bodies covered with fierce, torn wounds. At this moment, Tian and Zhou Yuan stepped onto the defensive structures on the city wall. Looking up, their expressions changed suddenly. They saw a strange, dark red moon hanging in the sky, very eerie. It contrasted with the bright silver full moon on the other side, creating a scene of 2 moons shining together. Tian suddenly remembered what Zhou Mo Yao had said, and his pupils shrank. Is this? This is the Shadow Moon of the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. Zhou Yuan looked down at the city below. It is the territory of the Shadow Moon Wolf King's gift. Under this Shadow Moon, the wolf pack can hide their shapes and move much faster. They even won't reveal themselves when attacking. Sure enough, Tian clearly heard the howls and rushing sounds of the wolf pack below, but he couldn't see any trace of wolves on the ground. The soldiers protecting the injured inside the city suddenly faced a powerful attack on their shields, leaving rows of bite marks. But Tian didn't see any shadows or figures on the red moon. Bai Qiuli frowned and said, if this were outside the city, such attacks would be deadly. Enemies that are invisible and move so quickly are very troublesome just to think about. But inside the city defense troops still had some strategies. Following the orders of the city defense commander, the mages on the wall cast area spells. Flames roared, and thunderclouds gathered. Yes, as long as they cast area spells toward the wolf pack, it would definitely have an effect. Even if the Shadow Moon Wolf clan was invisible under the Shadow Moon, these spells would still harm them. However, Tian quickly saw a problem. Even so, continuing the attack or retreating temporarily, the initiative still lies with the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. Exactly. As long as we can't make them reveal themselves, we can't gain the upper hand, Zhou Yuan agreed. The Research Institute has developed some items to reveal invisibility, but they consume a lot of high-quality materials and aren't suitable for city defense. After all, the Shadow Moon Wolf clan attacks too often, and each defense costs too much. The Great Xia cannot afford it. At this moment, the Shadow Moon Wolf clan saw that the city defense army's attack was fierce, so they temporarily retreated. The city defenders lost a few skills but couldn't cause much damage. Once the skills stopped, the wolves would attack again. The steel city wall, about 10 meters high, had a few elite wolves leap from the ground directly onto the wall. Fortunately, the city defenders were experienced. Close combat soldiers quickly intervened with wind-breaking sounds to prevent the wolves from jumping into the city to plunder again. Usually, only Zhou Yuan would take action to kill or drive away the Shadow Moon Wolf King, making the Shadow Moon disappear and reducing casualties. But at this moment, Zhou Mo Yao, in spiritual form, quietly raised her hand. I think I have a way. Huh. Zhou Yuan, who was about to act, paused in surprise. Tian reached out to stop Zhou Yuan. As a life-draining martial saint, he knew that acting would shorten his lifespan, so it was better not to act unless necessary. Zhou Mo Yao then asked Bai Qiuli, who was possessed by her, Big Sister Bai, could you please take me to the place where the mages are most concentrated? As her personal driver, Bai Qiuli immediately set off. The spiritual form of Zhou Mo Yao on her also moved along. They arrived behind the mage group. It's here. The city defense commander was confused but turned to see Zhou Yuan nod slightly, silently approving their actions. Zhou Mo Yao, feeling unfamiliar, raised her hand and cast Azure Cloud Absolute. Azure Cloud Absolute buffs nearby allies, causing a blue phoenix illusion to chase and attack, dealing an extra 15% mental damage, with 70% slow and marking enemy positions. A blue-green divine bird phantom spread its wings proudly. Its clear phoenix cry rippled through the sky and earth, projecting a feather-like silver rune over everyone around. The buff range of Azure Cloud Absolute actually covered hundreds of meters, but Zhou Mo Yao couldn't judge the distance precisely. To be safe, Bai Qiuli helped her adjust her position. At this moment, over 500 mages of the city defense army were all under this buff. This time, they released area skills one after another. But the Shadow Moon Wolves hit by the skills had a blue-golden pattern of heron feathers floating above their heads, outlining their shapes. In the dark night, such a conspicuous blue-golden mark was like an arrow pointing downward in an online game, telling the Daxia army, "Attack here." Wow, they are visible now. I can see them, and their speed has slowed down. It's not so easy to retreat now. Such a great buff. The city defense soldiers exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Yuanyao was a bit stunned. He didn't expect that his daughter, even with her eyes blind, could still play such a big role as a fighter on the battlefield. She even managed to counter the Shadow Moon Wolf clan effectively. With waves of area skills cast, almost all the Shadow Moon Wolves were marked. It was no longer easy for them to attack or retreat. No, the city defense army could even take the opportunity to counterattack. Bai Qiuli couldn't help but praise. Well done, Mo Yao. Excellent. The cheers around reached Zhou Yao's ears. She shyly smiled and said, "Yes, I will be a good helper." Tian watched the battlefield silently, surprised himself. They actually found a parent for the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. No, a mother. Thanks to Zhou Yao's help, this wolf attack ended very quickly. The Wolf King behind the pack couldn't understand why they lost so many wolves this time. The Southern Tang City Defense Army took advantage of the situation and scored a great victory. Employee, Zhou Yao made an important contribution in repelling the Shadow Moon Wolf clan attack. Reward, 5 funds. Tian felt a bit of unexpected joy. Defeating an alien race also gives rewards. Is this a kind of honor? In that case, defeating or even counterattacking alien races in the future might bring rewards not much less than a major race competition. The future looks promising. The Shadow Moon Wolf clan retreated, and with their losses this time, they probably wouldn't dare to raid recklessly again. Meanwhile, above the sky, the dark red shadow moon still hadn't dissipated. Tian stood on the city wall, looking up at the moon, lost in thought. The wolf attack was over. That night, Bai Qiuli took Zhou Yao back to Huaxing University. Tomorrow was the registration day, so they entered the school together. With Zhou Yao's identity and abilities, Jiang Yuanshuang easily found her a suitable mentor. Tian then returned to Qingshan apartment. Since Bai Qiuli joined Jiang Yuanshuang's class, she has been living in the dorms at Huaxing University. The 2-bedroom apartment now belongs entirely to Etienne. It took several hours to travel from North China to East China by flying car. When Etienne got home and took a shower, he finished settling today's management log. Today mainly involved a large race, and not many other things happened. Management log, Wan Jiang promoted to scout leader of the East Border Defense Army Vanguard Group. Reward, 3 funds. Ningjing decoded an ancient relics stone tablet with 100% success, revealing the location and clues of an ancient site. Reward, 5 funds. Yexiu and Jiang Che completed the Hell Dungeon, Heartless Valley 4 times. Reward, 0.8 funds. You shared employee experience. Level increased from 33 to 34. Funds, 102.1. Wow. Wan Jiang was promoted directly from new recruit to official army captain. Most new recruits usually train for at least half a year. But given Wan Jian's performance in the competition, an early promotion makes sense. Etienne also heard that after reclaiming the city, the border defense army was split into 2 parts, one guarding the border against demons, and the other guarding the interdimensional portal against the Yaga Kingdom. It's a good time to promote people, so Wan Jiang's promotion is understandable. Besides, Ningjing discovered the location and clues of an ancient relic, which made Etienne quite excited. Ancient relics are the sites of old civilizations from different worlds. They contain treasures and legacies passed down from ancient times, offering endless opportunities. On Blue Star, the number of ancient relics found is very small. Etienne really wants to see one. Tomorrow, I'll ask for more details, Etienne thought as he lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, at the Central China headquarters, the headquarters conference room was still brightly lit late at night because of Wei Yuan's unexpected arrival today. Wei Yuan, you managed to win the race and even repel the Yaga Kingdom. That's truly impressive, the energetic old man in a Zhongshan suit reminded him. But the threat from the Yaga Kingdom in the future will be even more dangerous. Be cautious. Wei Yuan nodded. Beating the Yaga Kingdom isn't just my achievement. The old man then changed the subject. By the way, during the East China race competition, several outstanding talents caught your attention. In recent years, the United States has recruited many talents from other countries. The competition for talented people is common among the nations of Blue Star. The U.S. is doing everything possible to strengthen its new national power. Wei Yuan nodded, feeling it was necessary to remind Etienne. I will do that. Then Wei Yuan explained the purpose of this trip. Old son, I want to take away the extraordinary forbidden item 003. The old man named Old Son's face suddenly changed. What? The child of prophecy has appeared. The extraordinary forbidden items are mysterious and dangerous unknown objects discovered over the past 200 years in the Great Summer's extraordinary history. They have some very special effects, but often come with dangerous side effects or are not fully understood yet. Therefore, they are classified as forbidden items. Number 003 is a special entity brought back by the divine-level professional who makes predictions. It is said that only the child of prophecy can use it, as it can protect and greatly assist the child of prophecy. It is essentially the exclusive weapon of the child of prophecy. However, Old Son advised Wei Yuan carefully. Are you sure? 003 only approaches the child of prophecy. If ordinary people get close, they might face unpredictable dangers. Wei Yuan pondered for a moment, then said, Huadong won the race competition, and it's all thanks to him. Even when I defeated the Yaga dynasty, he contributed significantly. I believe it's very likely to be him. Old Son nodded slightly. All right, you can try, but make sure to stay safe. Understood. Wake up in the morning, embrace the sun. The next day, Etienne got up, opened the curtains, and hummed a little tune while washing. Suddenly, his phone vibrated sharply. Bai Qiuli sent a message. When Etienne saw the message, his brow furrowed immediately, and his song stopped. Soon after, not only Bai Qiuli but also Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yexiu, for employees participating in the race competition, sent messages. Etienne immediately pulled all four into the meeting space. That's exactly it, boss. This morning, when I woke up, there was a letter on my dorm desk. Bai Qiuli said, the above is the offer from the American military. If you agree to immigrate, they will provide very generous benefits. Etienne looked at the letter's contents and couldn't help but be amazed. The offer from the American side is simply unbelievable. Just looking at these benefits, most people would find it hard to resist. Bai Qiuli's face looked a little serious. I don't know how they placed the letter on my dorm desk. I didn't notice anything. Yexiu chewed the lollipop in his mouth casually and said, it's not difficult. This is a special job in America called a messenger. As long as the messenger remembers someone's face and then burns the letter, the message will appear near that person. Maybe they saw photos or videos of us at the big competition. All four of them, including Yexiu, received letters inviting them to join. At this moment, Jiang Che's head was resting on the table, and he sounded almost overwhelmed. Why? Why are the benefits offered to me so much worse than yours? Etienne was silent. I must work harder, Jiang Che said with a new, fierce determination in his eyes. Although this motivation seemed a bit strange, it was clear that none of Etienne's employees would accept offers from other countries. This was obvious from the moment they received the letters and told Etienne right away. Not only did Etienne give them jobs, but they also had legendary equipment meeting buffs, promotion chances, and other benefits that they couldn't get elsewhere. In recent years, the American military has also been reported to have recruited talented people from many countries, even making several attempts on the Great Xia. Under the threat of evil spirits and alien invasions, America has used all means to deal with countries around the world, especially when they targeted Etienne, which made him very annoyed. They didn't talk for long. The meeting ended. Everyone had their own tasks to do. Etienne was about to go out and inquire about the details of the ancient ruins. But just as he reached the door, he saw Wei Yuan and a flight case in Wei Yuan's hand. Yes, a flight case, like the kind used for cats, but this one looked specially customized. Inside the case was a black cat. Are you saying that this black cat is the extraordinary forbidden object with the number 003? Exactly. Etienne and Wei Yuan sat on the sofa in the living room. After Wei Yuan explained the extraordinary forbidden object to Etienne, Etienne looked at the black cat inside the flight case with surprise. The black cat was quite small, with shiny black fur that was very smooth. Its pupils faintly shimmered with a golden color. Wei Yuan continued, "You also know about the prophecy, right? I think it might be able to help you. When Daxia faces life and death danger, there will be a savior who repeatedly reverses the situation, saving Daxia from disaster and rescuing the world from catastrophe." After hearing this prophecy from Wei Yuan, Etienne began to doubt himself. Am I the prophesied one? But I came from another world. The prophecy appeared 80 years ago, when I hadn't even been born or even arrived in this world. If it could really be predicted, that would be too unbelievable. Etienne thought for a long time and finally decided to open the flight case. Anyway, just release it, whether he is the prophesied one or not. Wei Yuan said it could be judged by this black cat. Wei Yuan nodded slightly, then focused all his attention to prevent any accidents. If Etienne was not the prophesied one, he also had to prevent the black cat from harming him. Meow. The door of the flight case was opened, and the black cat lazily meowed. Etienne and the black cat stared at each other. In Wei Yuan's mind, he imagined two possibilities. Either Etienne was the prophesied one and the black cat was affectionate toward him, or Etienne was not the prophesied one and the black cat would reject him, leading to danger. According to Daxia's records, only the prophesied one could be accepted by the black cat. Even Wei Yuan was no exception. But at this moment, Wei Yuan looked at the black cat, which took 2 light steps onto Etienne's leg and simply lay there. Etienne tentatively reached out to pet it. The black cat didn't resist and obediently lay down, allowing Etienne to touch it freely. Etienne, while petting, looked at Wei Yuan and asked, "What's going on here?" Wei Yuan looked a bit confused. Yes, I also want to know what's going on. The black cat's attitude right now wasn't friendly or rejecting. In Wei Yuan's view, it seemed more like obedient submission. Yes, it was submission. The current situation far exceeded Wei Yuan's expectations. Etienne calmly stroked the cat while casually looking at its resume. To his surprise, it actually had some content. Time cat, background, the destined partner of the prophecy child in the Great Summer Era. It grows stronger as the prophecy child's abilities increase. At its peak, it could travel through the river of time, but currently, it is very weak. The resume was very brief. After reading it carefully twice, Etienne confidently said, "Looks like I'm not the prophecy child." His conclusion was quite bold, since this time cat gets stronger with the prophecy child's abilities, and Etienne now has 1 hidden, 3 divine level, and 3 legendary professions, plus an extraordinary physique. With such strength, if he were the prophecy child, this cat could not possibly be very weak. Wei Yuan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement with Etienne's conclusion, because 003 clearly showed no signs of closeness or partnership ability. But this obedient attitude still puzzled him. Etienne suggested, "I'll keep this cat for myself. Maybe I can take it to find the prophecy child. Since this time cat can identify the prophecy child, it's actually a kind of help for Etienne. The prophecy child is undoubtedly a person with great potential. Once found, he could recruit him." Wei Yuan didn't refuse. "Since it doesn't reject you, you can keep it. But just don't let it contact others, or it might be dangerous for them." Etienne agreed. "Got it." He put the black cat back into the airline box. Etienne then asked Wei Yuan about the ancient ruins. "Yesterday, Ningjing had deciphered the location and clues of the ruins, but he didn't know the details yet. Wei Yuan happened to want to mention it too. That ancient ruin is said to be the remnant of the ancient dragon race. The ancient dragon race is almost considered the ancestor of the sub-ancient kingdom. But Wei Yuan looked regretful as he spoke. The entrance to that ancient ruin has been found, not far from Dingqing. Unfortunately, the interior of the ruin is located within the dragon ancestor's secret realm on the Yaga continent. In other words, although we found the entrance, to get inside the ruin, we need to enter the dragon ancestor's secret realm. Etienne was confused. So what? Wei Yuan. To enter the dragon ancestor's secret realm, you need the dragon ancestor token. That token is only awarded by the Red Emperor and the Blue Emperor to their descendants. We can't get it. Now that they have retreated to the Yaga continent, it's even less likely we will obtain the token. So, although we found the entrance to the ruins, we can't go in. What a pity. Wait, is this what you're talking about? Etienne pondered and took out a long-forgotten dragon pattern token from his backpack. When Alice defeated Norton in the dungeon, she dropped 30 dragon marrow crystals and 1 token, which Etienne had kept for a long time. Wei Yuan looked at the token with a strange expression and blurted out a curse. Wow, you have everything. What do you mean? Etienne tilted his head and gestured. Let's go. Very quickly, Wei Yuan led Etienne to the entrance of the ruins. The entrance is a phantom-like passage. Without the clues from the ruined stone plate, even if someone stands here, they wouldn't find the entrance. Beyond the entrance lies an unknown place. Unlike the small, self-contained space of the secret realm, the ruins might be hidden corners of various worlds, possibly existing for countless years. For example, a long time ago, Daxia entered the sacred spirit forest of the Elven royal family through a ruined entrance in South China. This ruined entrance is located in the wilderness outside Dingqing and has been sealed off by the army. Members of the research institute are racking their brains, trying other ways to access the ruins, but all have failed. A woman in a white lab coat, appearing calm and intelligent, was at the core of the research team. She was surprised to see Etienne, brought by Wei Yuan, and said, "Boss." Her words drew the attention of nearby researchers, who looked over. Etienne responded with a smile. Wei Yuan spoke. This time, only Etienne can probably enter the ruins. Ningjing, please explain the clues about the ruins to him. Hearing that Etienne could enter the ruins, the researchers around were surprised. Ningjing was also very surprised. She told Etienne, "Boss, this secret realm is in a forbidden area of the dragon ancestor's secret realm. The forbidden area is designated as a no-entry zone by the Yaga dynasty. There might be dangers." Etienne knew well that ruins are full of both opportunities and risks. However, he didn't mind trying. At worst, he would use the void teleport to escape. At this moment, Wei Yuan took out a golden rope-like tool. This is a one-time legendary item called Soul Summon. Tie the rope to your body and the other end outside. Whenever you need, you can pull the rope to pull yourself out. A one-time life-saving tool. Having an extra layer of safety is always good, so Etienne used it without hesitation. After learning all the clues about the ruins that Ningjing had uncovered, Etienne took out a token, ready to go. He stepped into a nearly transparent passage at the entrance, and with a flash, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Dark, gloomy, and cold. This was the first feeling Etienne had when he arrived in another space after passing through what seemed like a void-like passage. The dragon ancestor's secret realm token in his hand had disappeared. In theory, Etienne had officially arrived on the ancient continent, even reaching the most mysterious part of it, the forbidden land of the dragon ancestor's secret realm. This place was inside the ancient ruined space. It looked like a cave, but it was too large. Dark red rock formations formed stalactite clusters high in the sky, hundreds of meters tall. Human-sized figures appeared tiny in this vast space. Ding! You are inside the ancient ruins. Skill, Ruins Deciphering activated, automatically obtaining 3 core pieces of information about the ruins. Only then did Etienne remember that ruins deciphering was a skill of the scholar profession, and its effect was as the prompt described. Ancient ruins are generally divided into 3 types. 1. War relics of ancient civilizations. 2. Birthplaces of natural phenomena. 3. places of ancient, extraordinary inheritance. Etion pondered and began to check the deciphered information, using it to judge which type this ruin belonged to. 1. White Emperor, bloodline entry results in death. 2. Traitors entering will die. 3. Those favored by the gods will die. Ugh, this is too brutal. These rules were formed within the ruins. Any target entering these ruins would surely die. Such brutality suggested it was very likely a war relic site. From the clues Ning Jing had deciphered, Etion learned that the White Emperor seemed to be the current White Emperor of the Yaga Kingdom, and the main character of this ruin appeared to be related to the legendary Black Emperor. Aishin was sure he did not belong to any of these three groups and confidently stepped into the depths of the ruins. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Yaga continent, inside the Red Emperor Palace, the Red Emperor, still irritable after losing to Daxia in a big battle, was accompanied by the Blue Emperor, who remained calm. The White Emperor had also taken over a dragon descendant's body to be here, but his true form had not moved. It was rare to see the three dragon emperors of the Yaga dynasty gathered together. The Red Emperor spoke angrily. We shouldn't have agreed to Daxia's big competition proposal. We should have just used force to conquer them directly. The Blue Emperor replied coldly. Do you want us to fight Daxia to the end? Since the death of the Black Emperor, the Yaga dynasty's strength had been limited. They could have easily taken over Daxia through the competition, but this year, The Red Emperor turned angrily toward the White Emperor. If it weren't for you guarding outside the Forbidden Land, protecting a corpse for nearly 100 years, we wouldn't be facing such chaos from the human race. The White Emperor's face was expressionless, neither happy nor sad. I told you, the Black Emperor won't truly die. His body may have lost its life, but his soul will not be destroyed. The Forbidden Land prevents entry, so he has no chance to be revived. The White Emperor looked coldly at the Red Emperor. Otherwise, we would all be doomed. The Red Emperor snorted but did not reply. What about Daxia? I won't stop until I have fought back Daxia. Your contract backlash will fade in 5 days. The Blue Emperor commanded. In 5 days, we will transfer our main forces entirely to Blue Star. It's best to establish a stronghold there in one go. This time, the White Emperor will lead the main effort. The White Emperor agreed with the Blue Emperor's plan. No problem. We must fight for the territory on Blue Star. I've never seen a world with so many resources from secret realms and ruins like Blue Star. Rich in resources, and with many portals to other worlds, Blue Star is definitely a place worth fighting for. That was also the reason the Red Emperor was reluctant to give up the territory of Blue Star initially. Like the Yaga continent, which held many secret realms, the entire continent's resources were limited. Once exhausted, there was nothing left. Most worlds were like this. Only on Blue Star do endless copies and secret realms appear frequently, from small to medium-sized dungeons, and large secret realms often show up as well. There are also ancient ruins and hidden treasure troves, among other things. It can truly be described as a vast and rich land. This is also why even the White Emperor is willing to take action. I will choose a suitable body to maximize my bloodline and combat strength. For those troublesome people in Daxia, I will kill them if I can. The Red Emperor sneered. The main body still won't move. The Blue Emperor advised. The matter of the Black Emperor really can't be taken lightly. In the Dragon Ancestor secret realm, a forbidden area, Etion couldn't help feeling a bit surprised. After just a few kilometers of walking, he had already gained a lot. Along the way, he found over 60 pieces of legendary material called Dragon Marrow Crystal inside the caves. He also saw countless dragon bones and scales, apparently because they broke the deadly rules of the ruins, leaving a battlefield of dragon remains. When he reached a wide open space, Etion discovered a huge stone tablet with ancient dragon writing. It recorded the glorious history of the dragon race, including ancient times dragon kings, the one emperor, and 4 lords. Something must have happened to change their current configuration into the 3 emperors of the Yaga kingdom. Etion continued forward. Soon, he left the cave and found himself in a bright, open area. But it wasn't really bright. Even after leaving the cave, the sky above was dark and murky, as if the light was being absorbed. Looking into the distance, Etion's eyes widened in shock. There was a dark mountain range made of giant dragon spines, with countless dragon skeletons lying around, like a burial ground or a land of the dead. On both sides of the dark mountain range, faint shapes of dragon wings could be seen. From above, it was obvious this was the corpse of a supergiant dragon. The sheer number of dragon remains around showed how huge and devastating the dragon war must have been, but Etienne didn't think too much. He kept his eyes on the dragon marrow crystals and bones on the ground, pondering how to gather them more quickly. Wait, what's that? Etienne's gaze sharpened. On top of the Black Mountain range, he saw a cross. Before he could get closer, a huge mental force enveloped him. After a moment of confusion, the scene suddenly changed. It was like a dream or a brief fragment in my mind. He arrived at a ruined palace. Deep inside the palace, in the darkest place, stood the cross that Etienne saw. On the cross, a young boy was nailed, dressed in black formal clothes, with a blood-stained tie and faint golden pupils. His face showed nobility and elegance beyond his age, like a gentleman. A weapon, resembling a branch or a spear, pierced through the boy's chest, pinning him tightly to the cross. "You're finally here." The noble young boy, barely alive, looked up and gave Etienne an elegant smile. Etienne suddenly smiled and asked, "Do you know me?" "No, but you will help me, right?" Since being pulled into this church, Etienne received a positive detection alert. Ding. Detected special potential nearby. Interesting. Etienne almost couldn't help but applaud. This was the first time he met someone like this, who seemed to be able to read minds. If it were an enemy, he would be very cautious. But now, this was a recruitable employee, and Etienne started to look forward to it. He didn't answer immediately. This was the forbidden area of the dragon ancestor secret realm, the deepest secret of the dragon race. Yet, there was a young boy nailed to a cross. Betrayers die upon entry. The only emperor of the ancient dragon race, the betrayed destroyer dragon, that legendary Black Emperor. In just a moment, countless thoughts flashed through Etienne's mind, and he came up with an exaggerated answer. His gaze fixed on the boy on the cross, who looked like an ancient noble, and suddenly he felt a sense of absurdity in staring at history. Next, he tried to open the resume. Black Emperor, Nidhogg, Soul Entity. Basic information, Soul Entity, 480 years old, potential, special, destroyer dragon. Life, the sole ruler of the dragon race, at the peak of his power, rivaling gods and demons, ruling all dragons in the name of emperor with absolute strength, suppressing enemies with blood and violence, and commanding obedience. Until the god of the Yago continent, the world tree Yggdrasil, felt the danger of being killed by the Black Emperor, he bestowed the White Emperor with a divine artifact, an eternal spear made from the branches of the world tree, commanding the White Emperor to take his place. The White Emperor deceived 3 rulers, betrayed the Black Emperor during a war, resulting in the deaths of the 3 rulers and countless dragons, ending the Black Emperor's reign. He used the eternal spear to destroy the Black Emperor's body, bound his soul, and nailed him to the dragon bone cross for nearly 100 years. Investment opportunity, none. Before the 3rd stage, non-humanoid races cannot be invested in. Black Emperor Nidhogg. It really is him. Etienne narrowed his eyes. From just a few lines of his resume, he could feel the end of this generation of rulers. Although he appeared as a gentle, boyish gentleman, he was already 480 years old. However, Ningjing once told him that being a few hundred years old is not considered old among dragons. This Nidhogg might not even be the first Black Emperor. Besides, seeing the word, God, made Etienne sigh, so there really are gods. The world tree is actually a kind of divine being. But the original Black Emperor was so terrifying that even gods feared him and felt threatened. Unfortunately, heroes grow old, or rather, tyrants fade away. To this day, the Black Emperor, Nidhogg, has even lost his physical body, leaving only his soul. But when Etienne looked at the last line of the resume, he felt a bit speechless. To invest in non-humanoid races, you need to be at the 3rd stage and level 50. He looked up at the boy's clear face and asked, "What do you want me to do for you?" The boy's pupils shimmered with a faint gold color, and he smiled. "It's very simple." He nodded toward the spear stuck in his chest, happily saying, "To set me free, you just need to do one thing. Pull out this spear. Once successful, you'll also get a divine artifact, Pretty simple, isn't it? He chuckled. Etion twitched the corner of his mouth. The Black Emperor's personality was quite different from what he imagined. Maybe because only his soul remained, he now looked like a clever little devil. What surprised Etion even more was that, when communicating with other dragons, he used the dragon language. However, this little devil kept speaking in human language and even seemed to know a lot about human culture. As for his request, was it simple? Yes, it was quite simple. Just pull out a long spear. But if that spear wasn't made by a divine being, capable of destroying the Black Emperor's body and piercing his soul, if it wasn't the legendary eternal spear of the world. He didn't know exactly what the legendary spear was, but he could tell it was definitely not ordinary just by thinking about it. He shook his head decisively. Forget it. I suddenly don't feel like helping you anymore. Hearing this, the little boy burst into a cheerful laugh, as if a prank had been uncovered. Huh? You won't even try, and you already see through me? That's so cold. Etion silently watched the happy little devil laugh. Suddenly, he thought, he must have been very lonely during the 100 years he was nailed to the cross, right? The little boy laughed for a while, then spoke more seriously to introduce himself. This spear was made specifically to kill me. As long as my soul exists, I can't pull it out. The legendary spear of the world, the eternal spear. If this spear is thrown, it can ignore any obstacle, cross any distance, and hit the enemy I want to target. Even the soul can't escape. Etion listened quietly, still unsure how this could help, until the next sentence made him slightly startled. The little boy continued smiling and said, the target of this spear is the Black Emperor, Nidhogg. But now, I only have my soul body. I've lost all my strength and physical form. If I change my final soul ability a bit, I will completely transform into a different form, and then, the eternal spear can no longer target me. Changing my abilities, you can do that, right? The little boy looked at Etion with anticipation. Etion was slightly stunned. Hiring employees, investing in careers, and helping others awaken new abilities. These are all ways to change abilities. All his employees did this. Thinking of this method to avoid the eternal spear, Etion couldn't help but feel amazed. Unfortunately, he said, not now. The little boy was also stunned. Why? What are you here for? Are you looking for treasure or seeking revenge against the current dragons? I can help you with that. There are 2 reasons for this. He is very eager to recruit this special talent because it will be a powerful weapon against the Yaga dynasty in the future. Etion explained the main reason. Because he is a dragon race, he can only recruit non-human races after reaching level 50 and the 3rd stage. Of course, he skipped over the details about the profession's characteristics. Etion planned to wait about half a month or a month, level up to 50, and then come back to recruit him. But unexpectedly, the little boy chuckled lightly after hearing this. Not human? Then what's wrong with me joining the human race? What? With a body, of course, I can't do that. The little boy happily laughed, his tone gradually turning low and soft. But the soul has no race. Etion's expression grew curious. Indeed, in the information on his profile, only his soul state was marked, with no mention of any race. After saying this, a blue soul light continuously surged around him, seemingly causing some invisible change. Although he spoke casually, it looked quite difficult. For those who control the mental realm, changing the soul form is as easy as molding clay. As he finished speaking, although he still looked like a little boy, it seemed some subtle change was happening. He transformed his soul into a human shape. Etion indeed noticed that the investment opportunity section had changed. Investment opportunity, hidden profession, Black Emperor, soul, 60 points of funds. Etion was amazed and looked at the little boy, asking, can you shape a cat girl for me to see? The little boy, hey, try a few more times, I might really break apart. His tone was very serious, not joking, as if his soul was about to shatter. Etion smiled and said, all right, but don't call me hey, call me boss. Then he activated his skill, pressed his contract, and had the little demon stamp his hand. In the next moment, the ruined palace scene suddenly collapsed, darkness spreading around, as if falling into eternal night. In a hazy moment, behind the dragon bone cross, it seemed a pair of enormous, pitch-black dragon wings unfurled, covered with the corpses of traitors, soaring toward the blood-red sky above, announcing the return of the apocalyptic destroyer. Employee, Nidhogg, Soul. Profession, Black Emperor, Soul. Quality, Hidden, Level, 25, Strength, 0, Agility, 0, Constitution, 0, Spirit, 1600, Profession Talent, Dragon Supreme. Possesses a bloodline that surpasses all dragons, allowing it to ignore and suppress all dragon language abilities. Can activate language skills instantly without a mediator. Profession skill, Sin and Punishment. Execution domain. Judges and executes sinners within the Black Emperor's domain, with effects doubled against dragons. Gift of Blood. Causes a single target to enter the blood-boiling state, boosting overall strength up to twice the maximum. The boost depends on the strength of the Black Emperor, Soul form. Descent/Fusion. The Black Emperor, Soul, can descend into any creature's body, taking control and using some of the Black Emperor's own abilities. Does not require the host's consent during descent. When facing opponents with strong mental power, a contest is needed. If the host voluntarily sacrifices their soul, the Black Emperor can unleash greater power from its true form. The strength of the power after descent depends on the target's body strength and how much soul is sacrificed. Language Spirit, Emperor, cannot use due to lack of dragon body. Language Spirit, World, cannot use due to lack of dragon body. Etion looked at this new hidden profession and couldn't help but feel surprised. This was his first time seeing a soul-type profession. He casually teased the little demon. Is it just a support role? At the moment the class change was completed, the eternal spear dropped from the boy's chest, seemingly without a target or strength. The boy finally stepped away from the cross, brushing dirt off his slightly dirty clothes. Do I still have to fight with just my soul? Boss, you're really exploiting people too much. His current state was truly just a soul body. From the data panel, it was clear he had no physical form, existing only in the soul dimension, invisible to the naked eye. Only if he actively reveals himself or uses abilities like spirit sight could others observe him. Etion couldn't help but marvel. This form reminded him of the medicine old from the previous world's sky realm. Although it wasn't as fiercely offensive as Alice's Blade Queen, the hidden class was still truly extraordinary. Just the dragon's sovereign ability to ignore and suppress all word spirits had already crippled half of the Yago Empire's fighting power. Moreover, the stronger a dragon's bloodline, the more it could suppress those of weaker lineage, truly a nemesis of dragons. In addition, the descent/fusion ability was especially unique. It allowed one to descend into any living being's body, even without their consent. After descending, the user could channel the Black Emperor's original powers through that body, essentially the strength Nidhogg once had when his physical form still existed. The fusion effect, which involved offering part of one's soul, made Etion think that the nickname Little Devil was quite fitting. Unfortunately, since only the soul remained, the two most powerful word spirit abilities couldn't be used for now. They could likely only be activated once a strong body was obtained or Nidhogg's original body was revived. Overall, compared to the Blade Queen, the Black Emperor's soul form had more unusual abilities. As for combat strength, it seemed to grow stronger when facing stronger opponents. After all, it was more of a support role. How do you feel, Black Emperor? Etion looked at the young boy, who quickly sensed his new powers and nodded with satisfaction. It's even stronger than my previous soul abilities. I like it, but I'm still far from being an emperor again. I need a new name. Oh. Following the boy's gaze, Etion looked behind him. The scene had returned to the Forbidden Land. The dark, mountain-like ridge of dragon bones was reflected in the boy's pale golden eyes. Etion now understood that the Black Mountain Range was actually the destroyed body of the Black Emperor. When he had been bound to the cross, he had been forced to look at his own remains every day. In a solemn, almost ceremonial tone, the soul form spoke. When this body is revived in the future, the Black Emperor Nidhogg will return to this world. Without a body, even if Nidhogg regained his strength, he could not yet reach the full power of the Black Emperor. So he wants to keep the name, Black Emperor. When his body is revived and his soul merges, that will be the day the Black Emperor reclaims his time. Etion suddenly had an idea. Why not call him Black Crown Prince? The little boy snapped his fingers. Good idea, Etienne said. Actually, Little Devil also suits him a bit. You are the boss, of course. You can decide what makes you happy. The Black Crown Prince's voice turned back to that flirtatious, lazy tone. He stretched lazily and looked in a good mood. Although he is a soul body, he doesn't seem unable to be chosen like when Zhou Moyao possessed him. Instead, he looks just like an ordinary person. Only when he doesn't want to be seen does he seem to exist on a different level from normal people. But I don't think I can leave right now. Why? The Black Crown Prince playfully pointed outside the forbidden area. Outside, there's a little white guarding. Etienne suddenly realized. The White Emperor. He just now understood that the White Emperor is guarding outside the forbidden zone. So, if NID Hog leaves, the White Emperor will definitely sense it. At that time, he might go completely crazy. If Etienne takes the Black Crown Prince back to Daxia, the White Emperor might sense it, and it could even affect Daxia. After all, facing the White Emperor now, they might not be a match. But he can't leave the Black Crown Prince here, because he can't level up or grow stronger. It's no different from being imprisoned. Etienne quickly thought of a solution. Alice, the Black Crown Prince raised an eyebrow slightly. Boss, you can call someone here even now? This is the forbidden area of the Dragon Ancestors' secret realm. Since the White Emperor is outside guarding, the Black Crown Prince hasn't seen a living thing in decades. Etienne waved his hand to signal the basic operation. But after a few seconds, Alice still didn't appear. Until Etienne called out a second time, the familiar void door opened, and Alice stepped out with long legs. Boss, I just entered a dungeon and got caught up with another Lord Boss. He's level 60, so it's a bit tough to handle, Alice explained to Etienne, glancing at the Black Crown Prince beside her. Etienne nodded. Alice is now less than level 30, so fighting a level 60 Lord Boss is a bit too much for her. But he clapped his hands and said, Perfect, let me introduce you to a new partner, Black Prince or Nidhogg. Any name works. He's like an assistant, Etienne explained to Alice and the Black Prince. The latter suddenly pulled out a white hat and bowed like a gentleman. Alice nodded slightly in response. Yes, Etienne planned to have the soul form of the Black Prince team up with Alice to level up in the dungeon. His soul form could act like Yao Lao, partnering with Alice. Two hidden classes working together. One is the Supreme Dragon Soul. The other is a half-human, half-demon hybrid. Etienne even considered that the first special squad of 5 members was already assembled. Could the second squad be formed with 5 talented individuals with special potential? No, probably a team of 5 super powerful monsters. Just thinking about it, Etienne realized how chaotic such a team would be. Alice and the Black Prince's eyes met in the air for a moment. Even the Black Prince had to admit that, even when he was alive, he was only on par with Alice at her level. Now in his soul form, he clearly sensed that Alice's body hid an even more terrifying form. And this was an ancient relic. She could freely travel through it. Nidhogg had never heard of such a skill. Thinking that Etienne was leading such a person, the Black Prince's image in Etienne's mind became even more mysterious. Alice also observed this strange soul of the Black Prince. After Etienne explained his abilities, she accepted him as a partner. Very good. Now we don't have to worry about the White Emperor finding the Black Prince. Since he was only level 25, if the White Emperor discovered him, it would be a dead end. At the same time, Etienne had another reason for pairing Alice with the Black Prince: balance. With his personality and abilities, if the Black Prince entered human society without oversight, he might do something reckless. After all, he was a real tyrant, even if he was younger. It was perfect for Alice to watch over him. Just as Etienne was giving instructions and preparing to leave the relic, his expression suddenly froze. Because he noticed that the automatic skill detection prompt on the resume still hasn't disappeared. Ding! Special potential detected nearby. That's right, the detection prompt hasn't gone away, which means there is still special potential nearby. Black Prince. Etienne's voice became strange. Are there other creatures here? Other creatures? The Black Prince, dressed in a noble high-collared suit, blinked his golden eyes twice and suddenly produced a dragon bone staff from nowhere. He pointed the staff toward the Black Mountain behind Etienne and confidently said, If we're talking about creatures, it's probably only him. He was pointing to his own corpse. Etienne moved closer, following the Black Prince. Alice looked surprised and said, "This dragon corpse looks like it has been repeatedly destroyed by someone, but its strong body still retains some vitality." The Black Prince floated with his hands on his hips. "Impressive, right? This is my body." Alice rolled her eyes silently. The Black Prince then explained to Yexiu, "The eternal spears separated my soul from my body, but dragon bodies are not easily destroyed, so he should also be considered a creature." Indeed, Yexiu also noticed an astonishing point. Black Emperor, Nidhogg, dragon corpse. Basic info: male, dragon race, 480 years old, body without a soul. Potential: special, calamity, and despair. Life history: the sole ruler of the dragon race. Investment opportunity: none, cannot invest in non-human races before stage 3. His life history is the same as the Black Prince's, and it is indeed Nidhogg's dragon body. But Yexiu never expected that even with both soul and body separated, just a body could be rated as having special potential. How strong must that be? This Black Emperor's corpse, even after losing power, having all blood drained, life ended, and the soul separated, still has a chance for investment. Yes, you can invest in this corpse, meaning there's a chance for him to be revived. Initially, during the Great Race competition, the dragonborn body occupied by the White Emperor showed no signs of consciousness after death, indicating no chance of revival. But in Nidhogg, he has a chance. Is this the power comparable to gods and demons? Yexiu muttered to himself. It seems I really have a chance to save him. As soon as he spoke, the Black Prince's pupils suddenly widened, shock causing a ripple in his soul. This is his true body, and no one wants revival more than he does. Only by merging his true body with his soul can he become the real Black Emperor, Nidhogg. But he knows how difficult this is. His body was very strong in life, and reviving it is extremely hard. Reviving a Dragon King's corpse that has only a faint life left. In the Black Prince's plan, he was even prepared to spend decades or even over 100 years on this. The Black Prince stared intently at Yexiu, his golden pupils swirling with magma-like patterns, as if suppressing his anticipation. "If you can revive my body, I will help you destroy the Algu continent." Hearing this rare, serious tone, Yexiu raised an eyebrow. "So, you were just joking when you said you'd help me find treasures and kill dragons?" The Black Prince sighed. "Actually, at first, I was planning to take over your body directly. Unexpectedly, your human abilities are so impressive that I feel a bit overwhelmed." With this statement, it showed that the Black Prince had completely changed his view of Yexiu. From someone unwilling to be subordinate, he was now showing signs of wavering. Well, you really are a devil." Yexiu thought back to the scene where he was first asked to pull out the eternal spear, and couldn't help but click his tongue. "If it's just helping you deal with the dragons, that's fine." The Black Prince seriously explained the biggest problem. "But with human strength alone, even if we deal with the dragons and the White Emperor, we still can't shake the Algu dynasty. Because the gods of Algu continent, Yuck for hell, the world tree." When mentioning this name, Yexiu clearly sensed a trace of anger in the Black Prince's tone. "The existence of gods won't allow you to threaten the dragons, nor will they allow you to attack the Algu continent." His voice was like a drawn sword, steady and unwavering. "But as long as you revive my body, I will handle the gods. The world tree, Yggdrasil, is the real reason behind the death of the Black Emperor. Even the eternal spear was created by it. The reason is that the gods believe the Black Emperor cannot be controlled." Yexiu suddenly smiled, as if he had just sentenced the Yaga dynasty to a delayed death penalty. But he was very happy. It settled then. Unfortunately, the Black Emperor's body cannot change form like a soul, at least not until Yexiu reaches level 50 in the 3rd stage. However, when Daxia has the strength to fight back against the other world, he can use the Black Emperor's divine killing bomb. Before leaving the ruins, Yexiu tried to touch the world's divine weapon, the Eternal Spear. But unfortunately, the Black Prince told him he needed the World Tree's permission to take it, so he gave up. He simply left the ruins. Alice also took the Black Prince through the void and left. But the moment the three of them left the Forbidden Land, in the White Emperor Palace, the White Emperor, in his clone form, was planning with the Blue Emperor and the Red Emperor to attack Daxia. Suddenly, The White Emperor's pupils shrank sharply, and his face showed extreme shock. It seemed he had discovered something. The whole person appeared struck by invisible lightning, standing still, unable to speak as if his throat was constricted. Where did it go? Why did the target of the eternal spear disappear? The Blue Emperor and the Red Emperor looked at each other in surprise. They had never seen the White Emperor like this, panic-stricken, almost going mad. The White Emperor panicked. What disappeared? The Red Emperor and the Blue Emperor exchanged a glance, feeling inexplicably tense. Nidhogg is gone. The White Emperor left this sentence. Then his consciousness detached from his clone and returned to his main body. He left the possessed dragon descendant lying on the ground. Hearing this, the Red Emperor and the Blue Emperor both stood up in shock, their eyes narrowing sharply, full of confusion and panic. Especially the Red Emperor, whose emotions nearly spiraled out of control. He roared as he rushed toward the Forbidden Land. How is that possible? The White Emperor stayed outside the Forbidden Land to prevent any creatures from entering. In this way, the Black Emperor would always be sealed inside, with no external force able to free him. Now, not only has the soul of the Black Emperor disappeared from the Forbidden Area, but even the target locked by the Eternal Spear has vanished. This leads to a very frightening conclusion. The White Emperor brought a dragon descendant and gave him a secret token of the Dragon Ancestor realm, instructing him to immediately enter the Forbidden Area to check. According to the rules of the Forbidden Area, the White Emperor is considered a traitor, and entering means death. This was a domain of rules activated by the Black Emperor just before his death. Even after over 100 years, the White Emperor dared not try to enter. Soon, the dragon descendant returned with the results. Lord White Emperor, the dragon bone cross has disappeared. The long spear you mentioned also fell to the ground. The White Emperor's breath caught. The Black Emperor has truly vanished. Immediately after, he went completely mad. The White Emperor knew how terrifying the Black Emperor was. The traitor's fear made him very anxious, so he quickly began to think about where the Black Emperor might have gone. There aren't many portals connecting the ancient continent to other worlds. If I had to guess, humans. The Great Summer, since they had just entered a state of war with the Great Summer, and the Black Emperor disappeared the next day, it was hard for the White Emperor not to think along these lines. In the next moment, he crazily charged toward the interdimensional portal. Outside the city, in the wilderness, Yexiu emerged safely from the ancient ruins. He described the ruins to the research team, showing them the dragon bones, dragon marrow crystals, and other treasures he found. He also brought a few dragon language steel as gifts for Ningjing. However, Wei Yuan looked a bit disappointed. Such a pity. This ruin only has some materials, no secret treasures or inheritance. For a ruin, Yexiu's harvest was indeed modest. But he knew that his biggest gain had already gone into the dungeon to level up with Alice. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from within the city. Wei Yuan's expression changed instantly. He sensed that a very powerful target was emerging from the interdimensional portal. Not only him, but everyone around the city, including Jiang Yuanshuang and Yu Hua from Huaxing University, were alarmed. Boom! Near the interdimensional portal connecting to the ancient continent, north of the city, Wei Yuan had already set up a 6-layer array and many trap mechanisms. As soon as the White Emperor appeared in a hurry, explosions and array activations followed one after another. As a trap set by Wei Yuan for the Red Emperor, he first let the White Emperor fully consume himself. Roar! The White Emperor roared, spreading his sky-covering dragon wings. His scales shimmered with cold silver light, and his starry dragon eyes emitted an invisible mental storm that swept everywhere. He didn't want to waste words. He had to find Nidhogg. In an instant, ancient runes seemed to appear in his dragon eyes. His dragon might turned real, unleashing the power of his speech magic without restraint. The air almost froze, and his mental strength formed a giant hand, suppressing the city defenders who came to investigate. Only some high-level professionals and Wan Jiang could barely hold on, their veins bulging. Speech magic royal power. The moment his true form appeared, this speech magic belonging to the White Emperor took control of all the professionals in the city, regardless of rank, in just one breath. All living beings felt a spiritual pressure, making resistance very difficult. Within the speech magic domain, action seemed slowed by more than 10 times. Is this the White Emperor? Why is such a powerful dragon only appearing now? Wei Yuan frowned, using his star spirit power to block the speech magic for those around him. Even he was suppressed by at least 1/3. But suddenly, he glanced at Tian nearby. Tian stood straight, his black clothes fluttering as if nothing was happening. He even completely suppressed the speech magic affecting Ningjing. Ningjing silently was protected by Tian, looking at her boss with surprise, someone who could ignore speech magic like that. Boss, your current performance doesn't seem human at all. Tian, if you can't speak, then don't. Ningjing silently pursed her lips. Oh, sharing the Dragon Clan supreme talent of Black Prince. Tian naturally gained the ability to ignore and suppress speech magic. Wei Yuan didn't pay much attention to Tian. Instead, he quickly took out a special communicator and said urgently, "Activate Level 1 emergency plan. Hurry." Then, Wei Yuan stared fixedly at the White Emperor's direction. What is he trying to do? Until the White Emperor descended, the Great Xia realized that the White Emperor hidden in the Yaga Kingdom was incredibly strong. He was even stronger than the combined strength of the Red and Blue Emperors. But the White Emperor did not attack the city. Instead, he expanded his mental power's range endlessly. It seemed that, with one move, the White Emperor could calm an entire city, impressive and mighty. But in truth, only he knew how panicked he was inside. Nidhogg, where are you? Come out now. His mental energy covered an area of 60 million square kilometers. Yet, he still couldn't find any trace of Nidhogg, because Tian had already solved this problem. Now, the Black Prince was traveling through the copy world with Alice, possibly even slaughtering dragon descendants in the Augu continent's copy. Is he really not on Blue Star? The White Emperor Dragon's eyes flickered with doubt. He couldn't have left the Eternal Spear on his own. Who helped him? As a traitor, he knew very well that once the Black Emperor gained power, the first to seek revenge would be him, the White Emperor. So, he was especially eager to find the Black Emperor. Faced with the sword hanging over his head like Damocles, anyone would feel anxious. Could it be other alien races? Who has such courage? The White Emperor's breath grew slightly hurried. After a long pause, his dragon eyes showed determination. It seems I must seek divine guidance. The White Emperor didn't dare delay even a moment. He immediately returned to the Augu continent, preparing to meet the world tree, Yggdrasil. As the White Emperor returned through the portal to the other world, the city's defenders recovered, but they were still very confused about the current situation. Outside the city, Wei Yuan sensed the White Emperor's aura disappear. He was stunned for a moment, then took out a special communicator, cancel the emergency plan. On the other end of the communicator, Wei Yuan ended the call immediately. The sudden appearance and disappearance of the White Emperor in Daxia made him quickly realize that it was probably related to Tian just entering the Dragon Ancestor's secret realm. He turned to look at Tian, who appeared harmless and innocent. Wei Yuan had previously thought Tian only obtained some materials and had little gain. Now, judging by the White Emperor's reaction, he believed Tian had even dug up the ancestral tomb of the dragon race. Wei Yuan, what exactly did you do in the ruins? Tian smiled calmly. Just found an interesting opponent for the Augu Empire. Emerging from ancient ruins, it was just the replica of the Yaga continent, saving Alice time searching for enemies. Snick. Alice controlled her light wheel blade and swiftly beheaded a level 40 dragonborn. She teased the Black Prince beside her, seeing your kind die. Do you not care at all? The Black Prince lay sideways in midair, his young face calm, even smiling slightly. They are just traitors. During my reign, killing 100,000 a day was nothing to worry about. With a casual tone, the two of them eliminated all 5 dragonborn squads in the dungeon, and Alice leveled up to 30. Alice turned to leave. All right, let's go. The Black Prince smiled slightly. Finally, a worthy opponent. With the Black Prince as her partner, Alice prepared to seek revenge on the level 60 boss lord who had defeated her not long ago. At the ruins, Alice was being held back by this boss. The Black Prince was very interested in revenge, and they quickly agreed to work together. They used void teleportation. After becoming a boss lord, Alice gained a new ability from void teleportation. She could return to any place she had visited. Even on the Yaga continent, she could teleport freely. Next moment, they arrived at a mutated small secret realm. It was because the secret realm boss was mutated that Alice misjudged the boss's strength, leading to her defeat. Meanwhile, a team from the East China Defense Army, led by Lin Guodong, was moving through the secret realm, preparing to reach the boss area. This was a top elite team personally led by Lin Guodong, aiming to seize this small secret realm. As a major resource source globally, even small secret realms were highly contested. Didn't expect this secret realm to have such a strong small boss. Lin Guodong, a level 55 third-class player, frowned slightly, sensing something was wrong. The other team members nodded, unaware of the mutation issue in this small secret realm. At that moment, a void gate opened not far from the boss area. Alice's tall, blade-like figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. They were all startled and immediately prepared for battle. What the heck? What is this? Even the seasoned guards had never seen such teleportation techniques. Lin Guodong and the others kept a wary eye on Alice, their brows furrowed. Alice glanced at them lightly, her voice emotionless. You're no match for the boss. Don't get in the way. Not a match for the boss. But aren't you the boss? At this moment, a sharp-eyed elite guard looked confused. What does she mean by that? The other team members shook their heads, equally puzzled. Alice had no intention of explaining further. Behind her, 12 glowing blades floated and merged into one. With a swift strike from the sky, a slash descended. In an instant, a wide crack appeared in front of everyone, like a heavenly abyss. Retreat. Feeling the power behind this strike, Lin Guodong and the others looked shocked and quickly backed away. However, the attack didn't hit them. Instead, it struck the ground, nearly cutting off the path to the boss's lair. That's so terrifying. She doesn't seem to be targeting us. What is she trying to do? While Lin Guodong and the others looked confused, suddenly a figure appeared in front of them, a young boy dressed in a gentleman's black suit. The Black Prince appeared harmless, floating in the air, but it made everyone more cautious. In his spirit form, the Black Prince was invisible to the naked eye. Only when he wanted others to see him would he become visible. Please don't go forward. Just follow the instructions. The Black Prince mockingly pointed at Alice and whispered, After all, she's not as patient as I am. Thank you for cooperating. After saying that, the Black Prince took off his black hat, made a farewell gesture, and in the blink of an eye, disappeared before everyone's eyes. When they finally recovered, Alice had already entered the boss's lair. Only Lin Guodong and the others looked at each other in shock. What exactly are those two? Inside the boss's lair, in a deep ancient pool. Splash! A giant black dragon, over 30 meters tall, leapt out of the pool. Small dragon horns appeared on its head, and its large, dark eyes fixed on Alice. It's you, it sneered. You're daring to enter my territory. Do you seek death? The Lord Boss has a special trait. In the same scene, if two Lord Bosses appear, they will see each other as their top enemies. After all, only one Lord Boss can control a dungeon or secret realm. Like the saying, two tigers cannot share the same mountain. When Alice appears, it seems like she is invading someone else's territory. However, Alice herself is not a good person and doesn't feel guilty about this. Her partner, Black Prince, is even less so. Hey, a little brat. Black Prince looks calmly at the black dragon, not insulting but simply stating the facts. Because of his calm tone, the Black Dragon King suddenly gets furious, with his hatred meter filling up instantly. You're asking for death. The Black Dragon King roars loudly, causing the air to shake. The level 60 Lord Boss, Black Dragon King, is an epic beast. Especially in boss fight scenes where the environment favors him, his strength increases significantly. Plus, due to the dungeon's special changes, Alice says that Lin Guodong and others are no match for him. After all, even Alice herself was at a disadvantage in the beginning. But now, the situation is different. Let's finish this quickly. Alice is somewhat angry. Since being promoted to Blade Queen by Etion, she has never been overwhelmed in battle, not even driven away. Black Prince slowly raises his right hand, with dark red blood glow swirling at his fingertips, merging into Alice. Gift of blood. In an instant, dark red veins wrap around Alice's body, making her half-human, half-demon form even more eerie. Her overall strength doubles. This isn't just a boost to her attributes, but also a comprehensive increase in damage and other aspects. Previously, when Alice was at full power, she could only fight the Black Dragon King evenly, given the level gap. But with the blessing of Gift of Blood, Alice's eyes turn crimson, her fighting spirit surges, and the scene completely turns around. Dark Battle God. Wow, what's going on? Outside the boss scene, Lin Guodong and others are a bit stunned. From the sounds of the battle coming from inside, neither the boss nor Alice seems to be able to win. Each one is more terrifying than the last. At this moment, the guards realize that the boss's strength is unusual and can't help but feel a bit scared. The elite defenders were stunned. Boss, should we leave or stay? Lin Guodong kept a close eye on the boss's door. Wait a little longer. Since it was a small secret realm, he didn't want to give up easily. But just a few seconds after he spoke, the activity inside the boss's area disappeared. Alice, whose overall strength had doubled, unleashed her full firepower. In just 3 strikes, she killed a level 60 epic boss. It was incredibly exaggerated. Her dark combat god form, already powerful, became even more terrifying with the blood gift bonus, making it more destructive than a nuclear weapon. The experience for the monster template is finally full. This wave of killing monsters beyond her level not only raised Alice by 2 levels, but also filled the experience needed for the Lord Boss to advance. However, Alice found she couldn't level up anymore, because, in a large region, there was only one ultimate boss. In other words, only one ultimate boss could exist in the entire Great Xia and surrounding areas. The power and bonuses brought by the ultimate boss were very strong, even capable of merging with secret realms and doubling the attributes of monster templates. Alice sensed that the ultimate boss of Great Xia was inside a level 74 dungeon somewhere in central China. If Etian were here, he might realize that this was the level 4 dungeon blocking Great Xia's advancement. If it were another Lord Boss, the promotion path might be blocked here, because ordinary Lord Bosses couldn't leave their dungeons. Only after the previous ultimate boss died could they have a chance to advance. But Alice was different. She had the Void Shuttle. If the ultimate boss's life was still long, she wouldn't mind making him die a little early. An ultimate boss? Actually, if you're willing to pay a little soul, we could try to see how strong he is right now, the Black Prince whispered slyly nearby. Alice ignored him and coldly said, if there's nothing to do, tell those outside to transfer the ownership of this secret realm to the boss. The original boss of the secret realm was dead. As long as Alice left, the secret realm would become available for mining. Although Alice thought the boss wouldn't lack money, she figured the secret realm wasn't something to be wasted. The Black Prince snapped his fingers. Good idea, but please tell me, what's the boss's name? Alice. As she finished speaking, the two of them fell into an awkward silence. After the White Emperor left through the portal from another world, the city immediately began to strengthen its defenses. Although there was no major damage this time, Wei Yuan and everyone present still felt uneasy. No one knew if the White Emperor would come again and cause another disaster. Wei Yuan stared at the entrance of the portal, deep in thought about how to deal with the White Emperor's threat. He couldn't let him act recklessly anymore. Meanwhile, Etian was thinking about the 3rd tier problem. He needed to reach level 50 and promote his profession to 3rd tier to revive the Black Emperor's main body and then counterattack the Yaga continent. Besides that, he also needed more funds. Although the hidden profession had great potential, hiring someone for it was quite expensive, 60 units, to be exact. Etian's savings, which once exceeded 100, had now dropped to 42.1, and reviving the Black Emperor would cost another 60. At this moment, Wei Yuan suddenly mentioned to Etian, by the way, 2 other things happened internationally while you were in the ruins. The first one is related to you. The second one, you'll find very interesting. As he spoke, Wei Yuan's tone became a bit playful, making Etian feel unexpectedly eager. Do you remember the Void Insect race? The United States, near Jiazhou, had 2 medium secret realms that were attacked by the Void Insect race. The medium secret realms couldn't be mined and were then extorted by the Void Insect race. United States? Etian was still annoyed by this country trying to undermine him, but he didn't expect retribution to come so quickly. However, after facing setbacks in Daxia, The void insect race would surely change targets. Their innate abilities were particularly disgusting, and since the United States lacked the ability to traverse dungeons, dealing with them would be quite difficult. Sure enough, Wei Yuan chuckled. They're completely incapable of handling it. After learning that we solved the void insect race problem, they reached out to ask for our help. Now Tian understood why Wei Yuan's tone was playful. The United States, which had been recruiting talents from Daxia for years, now had the nerve to ask for assistance? But for them, it was indeed impossible. If they couldn't deal with the void insect race invasion, it would be an endless pit they couldn't fill. They claimed to seek help from Daxia, but Wei Yuan knew that only Tian could solve the void insect race problem now. Tian clicked his tongue. What conditions did they offer? Wei Yuan mocked. They want ongoing help from the Great Summer, so they offered a small secret realm and some resources in exchange. Tian was amused. They only offered a small secret realm to get the Great Summer to help them solve the void insect race forever? It's not like Tian was asking for too much. You should know, the American Empire charges other countries openly. International aid usually starts with at least 2 or 3 small secret realms. No matter if the crisis is solved or not, they pay that much. Over the years, the American Empire's secret realm resources have been the most on Blue Star. Now, for the offer to the Great Summer. Is it because they look down on the void insect race, or on the Great Summer? Tian became quite interested. Let them wait and see. Let's see if the void insect race can wake them up. If the void insect race can't wake them up, Tian was ready to send Alice over. Wei Yuan also smiled, clearly thinking the same. This kind of offer from the American Empire shows they don't respect the Great Summer, but the void insect race should make them realize this. Second thing, you will find very interesting, Wei Yuan continued. A trial secret realm has appeared in the international public area. Oh? A trial secret realm. Unlike resource secret realms, which produce resources directly after clearing, a trial secret realm only confirms ownership when cleared. Rewards depend on how well you perform in the trial. However, the rewards for trial secret realms are often more precious than resource realms. Some say there are even mythic-level rewards. Huaxing University has a single-player trial secret realm, which keeps it among top-tier universities. Tian was very interested. Even without considering the trial rewards, just clearing the secret realm would be a significant investment. Interesting. Where did it appear? He asked. Wei Yuan. Dongdu. In the international public area, there are lands that were early destroyed by foreigners or evil spirits, now left without owners. In over 200 years of extraordinary history on Blue Star, many countries have fallen. Other nations, when able, also try to drive away or eliminate these dangerous enemies who have lost their countries. Success varies. Today, in an environment surrounded by external enemies, no country willingly takes over these unclaimed lands, as it only increases their defensive burden. As a result, the territories of these fallen nations become unclaimed and are called international public areas. The old site of the island nation's capital is one such area. The island nation was not very strong and was destroyed long ago by a ghost tribe, leaving its land in ruins. In the international public area, if there are dungeons, secret realms, or ruins, all countries have the right to compete for them. Of course, while all countries have the right, only a few powerful nations actually dare to compete there. Daxia is one of these. The most frequent and intense competition in the public area is between Daxia and the United States. Other countries, over the 200 years of extraordinary history, have been strong at times and weak at others, but none have made it to the end. Some weaker nations can't even claim their own secret realms and need help from others, so they are not real rivals. Tian didn't expect that the island nations would be destroyed so early in this world, but he was very interested in going to the public area to hunt for secret realms. Shall we leave now? Tian and Wei Yuan agreed. Just then, Zhou joined, and Tian formed the first special team of 5 members, but they hadn't started working together yet. Today is the day of university registration. I wonder if Qiuli and Moi have time. The trip to the old capital wasn't close, so Tian planned to contact the team members early. Huaxing University. Bai Qiuli and Zhou officially completed their registration and enrollment. Thanks to Zhang Yuanshuang's special approval, Even though Zhou Moi just arrived at Huaxing yesterday, all her enrollment procedures were finished today. At this moment, Bai Qiuli was holding Zhou Moi's hand, taking her around the campus. Having been blind and staying indoors for many years, Zhou Moi felt the lively and joyful atmosphere of the new students and took a deep breath. So warm and welcoming. Hey, there are so many people over there. Although Zhou Moi couldn't see, her powerful spiritual sense allowed her to feel everything happening around her. Bai Qiuli replied, "It's the freshman challenge. Every year when Huaxing University starts, there's a competition where new students from the 5 major regions spar with each other. The winners can earn extra credits. Because the college entrance exams are held separately in each region, many new students want to test themselves against others from different areas. That's why universities hold this challenge." Zhou Moi said, "Sister Bai, why don't you join? If you do, no one will be able to beat you." Bai Qiuli had planned to refuse, since competing with freshmen didn't interest her at all. But then she remembered something. "All right, the boss told me to join some competitions when I have time and try to win a few prizes." The reason was simple. Etian needed to earn more funds. Otherwise, with Bai Qiuli's personality, she probably wouldn't bother competing with her peers all year. "Let's go then." "Okay." Zhou Moi turned into a spirit form and floated behind Bai Qiuli like a little angel. Many students passing by stopped to look, surprised by the sight. Inside the combat arena, a much-anticipated match had just ended. On one side stood Lu Yuan, the Thunderblade Master, whom Bai Qiuli had met once before. His opponent was an elf with golden hair, pointed ears, fine features, and light blue skin, a member of the royal elf family. As one of the few friendly races, the elf royals had an exchange program with Daxia to promote cooperation. Because of this, Huaxing University had hosted elf students in recent years. These exchange students represented their people's honor, so their strength was naturally impressive. "Thank you for the match." The male elf on the stage, Alvd, clasped his hands in a human-style gesture toward Lu Yuan. Both fighters were strong, and the crowd watching was huge. "Wow, it's a draw? That elf actually tied with a legendary fighter? That's not really a draw. Vd clearly had the upper hand. He's from the royal elf bloodline. They're born strong, so it's normal for him to have an advantage." The crowd buzzed with excitement. On the stage, the elf Vd suddenly spoke to Lu Yuan, saying, "Your strength is quite good. You're a legendary professional. Are you the strongest this year in Great Xia?" Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned by the question. Honestly, he was now used to losing. It all started on the day of the race selection for the tournament. Originally, he was proud to have awakened as a legendary professional. The city lord had high hopes for him and even saw him as a future weapon for East China. But that day, his weapon was beaten by Wan Jiang with no way to fight back, like a stray dog kicked to death. And that day, he saw 4 such kicks. Sigh. Lu Yuan sighed and said to Vd, "I'm far from it." Vd chuckled and teased, "Being overly modest is just being fake." He knew that legendary professionals were very rare in Great Xia and thought Lu Yuan didn't want to admit defeat by claiming to be the strongest. Lu Yuan. He wanted to say something but finally just shook his head and stepped away from the fighting arena. Because he saw Bai Qiuli. After arriving, Bai Qiuli first found the host, teacher Jiang Yuanshuang. Then she said to Zhou Moi, "Moi, stay with the teacher for a while. This is a solo challenge match. I'll be back soon." Zhou Moi nodded. After meeting yesterday, she and Jiang Yuanshuang had become quite familiar. Jiang Yuanshuang smiled and said, "I thought you wouldn't join this new student competition, but it's good you came. It will stop other new students from being so proud." Bai Qiuli stepped onto the fighting arena. The new student challenge has simple rules. You can enter the arena anytime, and the goal is to get the most wins or fight until no one dares to challenge anymore. Then you are the top. Her opponent was still the elf Irvd, who was on the stage. Below, the other new and senior students cheered again. Bai Qiuli, the top student of East China, and Jiang Yuanshuang's direct disciple, had an unmatched reputation among the new students. Vd looked surprised and bowed gracefully, asking, "So, are you the strongest in this year's Great Xia? The strongest?" Bai Qiuli thought carefully for a moment, then shook her head. Regarding the strongest in this generation, neither Yexiu nor Wan Jiang is confident they can win. Moreover, there is Alicent, the boss. She answered coldly, "No, we're still far from being the strongest in Daxia." As she finished speaking, the battle start signal lit up in the fighting arena. Almost at the same time, Bai Qiuli unsheathed her ice soul sword. Sharp sword intent instantly covered the entire arena, and the icy glow made people shiver. Then, she struck with a single sword, almost destroying the entire arena. Feeling the overwhelming sword intent, Vidi's pupils shrank. His whole body trembled, as if he were truly close to death. By the time he reacted, he had already been teleported out of the arena. Vidi's pupils widened in shock. This isn't even the strongest in Daxia? This power, you say it's from a newcomer? With this strike, not just him, but even 10 of him would be instantly defeated. Seeing this, Lu Yuan stepped forward and patted Vidi on the shoulder to comfort him. Then he explained, Bai Qiuli means, among her peers, she's still far from being the strongest in Daxia, but she's not far from the world's strongest. Vidi? Seeing Vidi's frightened expression, Lu Yuan felt a bit of empathy. A few days ago, when he was kicked to death, he looked the same. Do you believe me now? Vidi seemed drained, as if his strength had been taken away. I believe. At this moment, another proud-looking silver-haired elf approached, teasing Vidi. What's wrong? You look so dejected after not seeing me for a while. I've already won 8 matches in a row. He and Vidi volunteered to be exchange students this year. Because they heard that the competition in Daxia isn't strong, and top professionals are rare, they came with the mindset of wolves entering a sheep herd. From the very beginning, Vidi actively sought out Daxia's strongest fighters, which shows his boldness. Vidi tugged at the corner of his mouth and pointed to the stage. Nual, why don't you challenge her? That's Daxia's strongest. No, the world's strongest. Hearing this, the silver-haired elf became excited, his eyes shining. Oh? I must try then. He stepped onto the stage. The match began, one sword, then he stepped down. Half a minute later, the silver-haired elf was deep in thought. Why do we always encounter such monsters when we become exchange students? Seeing this, Vidi immediately smiled. I heard he's just the strongest in the world, not the strongest in Daxia. The silver-haired elf was confused. With Daxia's current situation, we must report this to our clan. At this moment, everyone cheered loudly for Bai Qiuli, their enthusiasm intense. The suppressed emotions from the elf royal family's winning streak suddenly surged. However, Bai Qiuli's face remained calm and expressionless. Among her peers, compared to those close to level 30, with divine-level skills and legendary weapons, it's really hard to find a worthy opponent at school. It was like adults bullying children. Soon, no one dared to challenge her anymore, and Bai Qiuli easily took first place. She returned to Zhou Moi's side amid the cheers. Zhou Moi was quite excited. First place. Sister Bai is really amazing. Bai Qiuli smiled slightly. Just now, the boss sent a message saying there's a trial secret realm in the international public area, and we should go together. Boss. Zhou Moi suddenly became excited. When are we leaving? Right now. Bai Qiuli asked her mentor Jiang Yuanshuang for a day's leave. Although taking leave on the first day of school was a bit unusual, Jiang Yuanshuang approved immediately upon hearing about Etian's message. Employee, Bai Qiuli wins first place in Huaxing University Freshman Challenge. Reward bonus. Funds 6. Oh, an unexpected surprise. On the way to Dongdu with Wei Yuan, Etian received good news from Bai Qiuli. They connected with Wan Jiang, while the other 4 arranged a private flying car for them, which Wei Yuan's secretary would pick up later. At this moment, Wei Yuan also received an amusing message. I heard you went over there. The Longting base's original plan to send the Diming team has been cancelled. Wan Jian scratched his head. Are our reputations really that intimidating? The Diming team was the only new team at the Longting base. They had suffered a setback during a mid-level secret realm competition, and this time, they decided not to come. Wei Yuan said, after all, this trial secret realm is only at level 2. In level 2, competing with you would be a bit of a waste of time. With this time, the Diming team might as well do other tasks to gain some experience. Wei Yuan then said, the Hidden Dragon base only has a second-tier small team called the Earth Roar. Since they are not coming, it means only you will be going. Be very careful. Wan Jiang prepared himself carefully. Understood. Etian nodded and casually sipped the juice he took from Wei Yuan's car. After contacting Bai Qiuli and others, he suddenly felt like he had forgotten something important. At this moment, Wei Yuan received a phone call. While listening, his expression suddenly became strange as he looked at Tian. The commander of the defense army, Lin Jun, said they were threatened inside the secret realm. They were told to hand over a small secret realm to the boss, but they weren't told the boss's name. Commander Lin suspects that a more terrifying organization than the Divine Arrival sect has appeared. Hearing the word boss, Wei Yuan's expression tightened. He looked at Tian and asked, "Do you have any idea what's going on?" Tian's mouth twitched as he finally realized what he had forgotten. He could communicate with Bai Qiuli and others via phone, but he had no contact methods with Alice and the Black Prince. Apart from meeting once during a conference, they couldn't contact each other again. "It seems I need to give them some communication tools." Tian coughed twice, saying, "It's just me, not some scary organization." Although a bit awkward, Alice and the Black Prince did a good job this time. They managed to secure a small secret realm and pass it to him. It would have been better if he could contact them earlier. Wei Yuan chuckled and teased, "Your reach is really long. Can you even control secret realms remotely? Where does that end?" Tian raised an eyebrow. If Wei Yuan knew that he had already reached the Yaga continent and recruited a dragon sovereign, he probably wouldn't know what to think. In the eastern capital, there was a silent ruin. Buildings were broken and leaning on the ground, with dry vines crawling over the ruins. The land looked stained with deep brown blood, full of decay and desolation. This was an island nation that had been destroyed for decades. As a public international area, many international mercenary groups often wandered here. But at this moment, in front of Wei Yuan's well-trained soldiers, not a single figure appeared. They were afraid that Daxia might wipe them out during the secret realm conflict. Etienne and the others arrived in the eastern capital, just in time to meet Bai Qiuli and the others. He introduced Zhou Moyao to the others, saying, "Her name is Zhou Moyao, and she is a very skilled support among the 5 people, for we're fighters, so having a support was really necessary." Zhou Moyao happily greeted Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yexiu, and also thanked Etienne. After all, few teams would accept a blind person, let alone include her in a special squad. Seeing her eyes, Wan Jiang and the others felt a pang of sympathy, but still responded warmly. The 5, Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, Yexiu, and Zhou Moyao, gathered together, and their special squad was beginning to take shape. Etienne and the others reached the coordinates of the trial secret realm, where the entrance was about to form. Someone has arrived so early. At this moment, near the secret realm entrance, 2 groups of people had already gathered. Wei Yuan, who had set up a trap, looked at a fully armed group and said to Etienne, "Yes, this is the Delta Special Base of the American Empire. I don't remember which team they belong to exactly. In the international public area, the most fiercely contested region on Blue Star, only the best of the best are sent. The Delta Special Base is the only special squad base in the American Empire. It is a fierce rival of the Long Dragon Base." Seeing Wei Yuan leading the team, the leader of the Delta Special Base didn't even bother to greet them. Wei Yuan looked at him and said, "Colonel Jack, he's the mastermind behind recruiting people from various countries." Etienne sneered slightly, then turned his gaze to another group of contenders. The leader had blonde hair, pointed ears, and looked very similar to the opponent Bai Qiuli had just fought, the elf royal family. This is tricky. Aren't they in South China? Why are they here? After all, they are a different race. As long as they have a chance to compete for the secret realm's resources, they won't miss it. Since it was the international public area, everyone was free to compete. Everyone wanted a chance to join in. Each member of the elf royal family team carried royal blood. Like the Yaga dynasty, bloodline was a symbol of status and strength, so none of them were weaker than legendary level. Meanwhile, in the Delta Special Squad, the leader, with curly brown hair and wearing a ghost mask, saw Etienne and the others and snorted coldly. "Ha! Even the Long Dragon Base doesn't dare to send anyone here. Are they afraid of us?" The team members all laughed when they heard this. In past international public area competitions, Daxia and the United States usually competed between the Hidden Dragon Base and the Delta Special Base. They are old rivals. When they saw that no one from the Hidden Dragon Base came this time, they couldn't help but mock them. Before competing for the secret realm, Colonel Jack usually didn't argue with trash talk that was meant to boost team morale. But this time was different. He warned sternly, "Martin, Shut up, focus all your energy, and take this team seriously. He recognized that the people in Bai Qiuli's group were some of the top contestants in the Daxia race competition. He knew they were very strong. So he sent them all recruitment letters, offering very high conditions. In other countries, these conditions would be enough to recruit a legendary-level professional with just 1/3 of the effort. But surprisingly, none of these people responded. He couldn't understand why. But this might be my chance. If I can show the strength of the United States, it could help a lot in recruiting them. Colonel Jack was quite confident in his team. The U.S. spends the most military budget each year on the Delta Special Base. Meanwhile, among the Elven royal family, a famous elf with dark blue skin looked at Bai Qiuli with a teasing smile. Could she be the person your brother mentioned? Exactly. I didn't expect to meet her by chance. So, a newcomer wants to compete for the secret realm. Do they have real strength, or are they just brave? Haha. It doesn't matter what they are. Vane, a member of the royal bloodline, floated in the air with his arms crossed, looking very calm. Buzz. A distant sound was heard, and the entrance to the relic appeared. The secret realm entrance has appeared. Be serious. The leader of the Elven royal team, a female elf named Selena, warned Vane. Don't forget, if you want to complete the royal court's assessment, you need to conquer another secret realm. Don't let the royal court down. Don't worry, it's just a tier 2 secret realm. I will win. Elvane waved his hand casually. As the team leader, he led the elf squad toward the entrance of the secret realm. At the same time, Yexiu and others looked toward the entrance. Above the entrance, the landscape of the secret realm appeared in the sky like a mirage. This was the map for the upcoming speed challenge. Are all players racing on the same map? Wan Jiang noticed a key point. In previous medium-sized secret realm races, several small teams entered different sub-trial spaces and competed separately. But this time, it was clearly different. Jiang Che scratched his head. This secret realm looks like a maze. Bai Qiuli explained. It just looks like a maze. Actually, it's not complicated. Each team starts from a different entrance, leading to the boss's location in the center of the map. The elite monsters and mini-bosses along the way are also part of the race. Similar to the mode in the resource secret realm Tianyu realm, the only problem is that all teams are on the same map. Before losing his sight, Zhou Miao had learned many strategies for passing the trials. She muttered, so, besides racing, we also need to watch out for other teams at the boss location. Bai Qiuli nodded. Exactly. 3 teams competing for one boss will make things very complicated. Since all teams are on the same map, reaching the boss area makes it easy to encounter boss snatching or harassment. Whoever kills the boss in the secret realm can claim ownership, adding many unpredictable factors. At this moment, Yexiu stroked his chin and suddenly smiled. Interesting. Everyone, I have an idea for a fun strategy. Although the uncertainty of the secret realm increased a lot, Yexiu decided not to join the main team's attack. He left it to Yexiu to lead freely. On one hand, this was a chance for this special small team to build teamwork. After all, they would need to rely on their own efforts in the future. Yexiu wouldn't always follow them. On the other hand, if 5 employees enter the dungeon, they can share the secret realm's rewards equally, 5 shares. Meanwhile, when the elf royal family saw the terrain of the secret realm, their leader pondered for a moment and said thoughtfully, "This terrain is very unfavorable for us." A member of the elf team said, "That's right. If we face the boss level and the Great Summer Empire and the American Empire team up against us, our chances of winning are slim. The Great Summer and the American Empire are both human factions, so they might join forces against us. Humans and humans don't always get along either." Olvain sneered. Moreover, even if it's 1 against 2, what is there to fear? Flames flickered in his hand, like a jumping fire snake. Leader Selena praised. Good, elemental shaping. Your level 2 abilities are almost at their peak. Elves are born able to communicate with the 5 natural elements: wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder. So, elves can be considered natural magicians. The higher the bloodline within the royal family, the easier it is to communicate with and even command the elemental forces. Some with the highest bloodlines are born with the ability to master powerful, dangerous magic with astonishing power. Vane, while not the highest bloodline among the royal family, is still one of the best. With the captain here, a level 2 secret realm is nothing. A silver-haired elf team member complimented. We already congratulate the captain on passing the royal court assessment. Selena nodded slightly. Her wide-range magical attacks are very effective in racing through secret realms. Meanwhile, the American Empire's Delta Special Base unexpectedly contacted Great Summer. Wei Yuan's secretary, after speaking with their diplomat, said, "The American Empire wants to exchange a small secret realm for our help in capturing the trial secret realm, and they want us to block the elf royal family in the boss area." Etienne immediately said, "Tell them to get lost." A trial secret realm, even if compared to a small one, would require at least 2 medium-sized secret realms to exchange. The American Empire clearly noticed the problem with the boss area and wants to use the excuse of fighting against alien races to force Great Summer to fight for them. Dream on. They haven't even figured out the strength of all parties involved. After we refused, it seems they sent someone to communicate with the elf royal family again. Wei Yuan teased, but also reminded Etienne and others. However, Etienne was completely unworried. He was quite confident in the strength of his subordinates. Soon, the secret realm trial officially began. The Great Summer, the American Empire, and the elf royal family. All 3 teams entered the secret realm at the same time. Each team landed in a different corner of the map. The only way to reach the final boss area was through a long tunnel filled with elite monsters and small bosses. Team 3 and Team 4, go ahead and pull monsters from the next area to speed up clearing, ordered the leader of the American Empire squad. Because the American Empire recruits quickly, their special teams might soon be replaced by stronger ones. Until then, all members use code names to avoid being eliminated. To avoid being eliminated, each team works very hard, pulling monsters, clearing monsters, and pulling monsters again, making their progress very fast. On the elf side, led by E.L. Vane, the team is even more impressive. As a natural mage, Vane has many area spells. Vane, with high magical talent, is a rare opponent among his peers at the 2nd level. One spell can clear a large group of small monsters at once. Our captain is too strong. No matter what, the other teams can't keep up with our monster clearing speed. We can definitely reach the boss area first, Vane proudly said. Yes, as long as we arrive before the others and defeat the boss first, no one can stop us. Meanwhile, outside, in the floating secret realm terrain, the progress bars of the 3 teams are clearly visible. The elf royal family and the American Empire are advancing very quickly. Their speed shows they are trying their best, clearing monsters rapidly. But Selena and Colonel Jack show no signs of joy, because the joy is visible on the faces of the people from the Great Summer. The progress bar of the Great Summer team is soaring like a rocket. There's no pause at all. In fact, when facing large groups of elite monsters and small bosses, some pause is usually necessary to handle them. But the Great Summer team doesn't stop at all. It's not racing. It's more like playing a racing game. Selena's delicate face is full of worry. How is that possible? Aren't they clearing monsters? Yes, they are not clearing monsters. Inside the secret realm, in the passage where the Great Summer team is located, Wan Jiang is leading the charge at the front, rushing toward the boss area at top speed, with the power of thunder roaring around him. Bai Qiuli, Jiang Che, and Yexiu followed closely behind. They didn't even bother to fight the small monsters, elite monsters, or mini-bosses on the way. Following Yexiu's plan, they rushed straight to the boss's location at top speed, no stops along the way. Jiang Che ran excitedly and said, "Wow, you can race through this secret realm like this?" Zhou Maiyao, who was trailing behind Bai Qiuli, looked worried, her face tense as the wind rushed past her ears. Too fast. Still too fast. Let's go back to the moment they entered the secret realm. After looking at the map, Yexiu immediately thought of a new way to play and shared his plan with the team. In this map, both elite monsters and elite bosses are obstacles that slow us down. Using skills to clear monsters wastes time, even if we kill them quickly. So, this time, we ignore the small monsters altogether. Hearing this, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Zhou Maiyao all looked confused. Huh? They had run so many dungeons, but this was the first time they heard of ignoring small monsters. Bai Qiuli quickly considered if it was possible. That's true. Ignoring small monsters is definitely the fastest way to race. No matter how fast they kill, It's quicker than just running straight to the boss. Because this secret realm has no obstacles, it's a straight path from the entrance to the boss. But the problem is, how do we deal with the damage from monsters along the way and the encirclement? To ignore monsters, the damage from elite monsters and bosses can't be underestimated. They are all level 2, and a small mistake could cause serious injuries or even defeat. Yexiu said to Zhou Maiyao, "Maiyao, this is where your time reversal light comes in." As the team leader, Yexiu had already checked each team member's skills before entering the secret realm. Time reversal light creates a shield that adds 500% mental power to everyone, immune to control effects, and increases defense. Most shields can't make the team ignore the damage from mini-bosses. But Zhou Maiyao is different. Her mental power is as high as 1080. That's a trait usually only level 50 legendary classes have. With this shield, the boss can't even scratch them. Zhou Maiyao, no problem. Yexiu continued. Wan Jiang, your thunder body can summon lightning power. Lead the way at the front to prevent small monsters from blocking us. When lightning hits enemies, it can paralyze or immobilize them, making it easier for others to pass quickly. Great idea, Wan Jiang cheered excitedly. Bai Qiuli praised. This way, we can reach the boss area first and avoid the uncertainty of encountering other teams. Yexiu then seriously said to Zhou Maiyao, "Maiyao, the biggest pressure is on you now. Your spirit will fly behind us, moving very fast like a roller coaster. You need to get used to it." Zhou Maiyao clenched her fist. "I will." Back to the present. "I can't handle this much." Zhou Maiyao felt like she was on a roller coaster. Her spirit can't be targeted or hurt, but she can still sense things. Because of the Songluan remote possession ability, she could only stay within about 10 meters of her host, so she was forced to run with Bai Qiuli, who was moving very fast. Right now, she felt like a balloon hanging on a roller coaster. My teammates didn't treat me like a blind person, but they also didn't treat me like a person. Fortunately, this process didn't last long. Since they didn't fight small monsters, they reached the boss area at top speed. What should have been a normal monster clearing was turned into a sprint. Zhou Maiyao's turbulent inner feelings finally calmed down. "All right, Maiyao, add some buffs. We'll take down the boss in one hit." "Okay." Zhou Maiyao sensed her teammate's position slightly. Biyunju, the Phantom of Songluan, appeared among everyone. This boss in the second-tier trial secret realm was a level 55 epic monster, stronger than the boss in a medium-resource secret realm. When Yexiu and others defeated the boss in the Tianyu realm, it took less than a minute. With their current strength, they might not even need half a minute. Just a second-tier secret realm boss. "After I break its armor, focus all fire." Yexiu finished speaking, and a series of skills followed one after another. In just over 10 seconds, the boss was instantly killed. Boss defeated, secret realm ends. The boss was defeated, and the secret realm ended. Multiple notifications appeared in front of each team member inside the secret realm. Suddenly, L1, the Elf Squad, and the 5 members of the American Empire team were all stunned. "What? The boss has been defeated? No way. Impossible. We just quickly defeated the elite boss, and now someone has already finished the final boss?" Elwin stood there in shock, as if he couldn't believe his ears. The 5 members of the American Empire Special Team were even more stunned. 2 of them had been planning to lure out a wave of monsters early, but now their tactics seemed so outdated. The secret realm was over. These 2 teams were simply teleported out in a daze. The quick ending surprised everyone present. Wei Yuan couldn't help but sigh. "Your team is strong, but your tactics are so many." "Of course, I trust my team members a lot," Etienne said, his eyes brightening because a payment had just come in. Employees, Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, Yexiu, Zhou Miaoyao, won the secret realm trial, earning bonus shares, 15.5 funds. A total of 75 funds were added. Now the balance is 123.1, and the treasury is full again. Perhaps because the employees have become stronger, the difficulty of the level 2 secret realm is too low for them, so the bonus isn't very high. But it's good that many people completed it. It must be said that Yexiu led the team, and with everyone's cooperation, they performed exceptionally well, finishing quickly and cleanly. For a moment, Etienne even considered whether to give some employee benefits. After all, during this time, Ning Jing made significant contributions to exploring the ruins. Alice worked very hard, and she also desperately needs high-level equipment. Yexiu and others don't need to be mentioned. They are the first formed special team with a promising future. He still remembered the employee benefit for unlocking level 2. Year-end bonus. Spend 10 number of employees and funds to give all employees a legendary quality equipment blind box. The equipment in the blind box will definitely be suitable for their profession. Legendary equipment is undoubtedly the most attractive benefit. Should he give it out? Currently, there are 8 employees, costing 80 funds. Etienne thought for a moment and finally decided, next time, definitely. Etienne swore that he was not a greedy boss. After giving out employee benefits, there was only about 40,000 left. If a special talent appeared, they might not even afford to hire anyone. It was all for long-term planning. This time, he would owe it, and as soon as more funds came in, he would give employee benefits again. Etienne silently made this decision in his heart. Compared to the excited cheers of the people of Daxia, the faces of the Empire of the West and the elf royal family were very grim. If it had been a normal failure, it would be fine, but this time, the gap was so huge. Especially Captain Elvain, who had made bold promises before entering the secret realm, now looked extremely stiff. Leader Selena sighed and said, I heard that Daxia defeated the Yaga dynasty in the big competition this year. They really have strong strength. Fortunately, we have no conflicts with Daxia. Selena, along with her team members, approached Wei Yuan and others to show friendliness and communicate. At first, Selena didn't think much of Daxia's team this time, but after seeing the results in the secret realm, she realized it was better to be friendly. However, Elvain was still very displeased. If it was about strength, he believed he wouldn't lose. Daxia just used some clever tactics. Who is your team leader? Elvain asked in Daxia's common language, as the elf royal family had been stationed near South China for a long time and naturally learned the human language. Yexiu stepped forward lazily and said, Yexiu, what can I do for you? Vane was surprised. He had thought that only Bai Qiuli, who defeated his brother, was qualified to be the leader. He didn't expect there to be a stronger expert. He snorted coldly, looking forward to fighting you again next time. After saying this, the elves left. Meanwhile, over in the Empire of the West, Colonel Jack scolded for a long time. 2 medium-sized secret realms of the Empire had been invaded by void insect clans. They now needed secret realms to recover losses, but the special team he invested heavily in had failed so directly. Before leaving, he looked angrily at the secret realm belonging to Daxia. Dongdu is not far from the void insect clan's lair. When the void insect clan invades your secret realm, it will just be a waste of effort. The void insect clan's territory in the Han State ruins was not far from the ruins of the East capital on the island nation. According to the nature of the void insect race, they might come to invade this secret realm. Colonel Jack frowned. Suddenly, he remembered that Daxia didn't seem afraid of the void insect race. Damn it! Colonel Jack thought about the difficulties faced by the American Empire. He had to put on a friendly face and come to Daxia. We are willing to exchange 2 small secret realms to help Daxia deal with the void insect race. We hope Daxia will consider this. The translator conveyed Jack's words. Wei Yuan sneered upon hearing this, then glanced at Etienne. Without hesitation, Etienne replied, We will consider it, but you should think about it too. It's best if you think with your brains. After these words, as the Americans left, their faces grew darker, like storm clouds gathering. Quick, check out the details of this trial's secret realm. After the Daxia group was left behind, Wei Yuan told everyone to activate the trial's secret realm. Although the secret realm belonged to Daxia, the trial's secret realm required passing tests to earn rewards. Different trial methods meant different levels of difficulty. Etienne asked curiously, Are the challenges in the trial's secret realm very different? Wei Yuan said, Not always fighting monsters. Some trial secret realms are quite special. Hearing this, Etienne looked excited. He, along with Yexiu and the others, and Wei Yuan, entered the secret realm entrance and activated the trial secret realm. Inside the space, the scene suddenly changed, like a virtual game world. It looked like a virtual reality arena built through digital networks. At the arena entrance, there was a screen like a ranking display. Etienne was surprised. What is this? Wow, it's the Starfield Arena Network. You guys are pretty lucky, Wei Yuan said happily. The content of the trial's secret realm was random, and this time, the result was very good. Starfield Arena Network. Yexiu suddenly became excited, his eyes bright. I heard that you can match with all kinds of opponents for one-on-one battles here. Wei Yuan nodded. Yes, and what's great about the Starfield Arena Network is that its rewards are said to have no limit. No limit? Tian was slightly surprised, and at this moment, a prompt from the secret trial realm appeared before everyone. Welcome to Starfield Glory. This is a matching competition platform connecting thousands of star regions across countless worlds. As the owner of the secret realm, you can log into this Starfield Glory platform with your entry ticket. Based on your rank and personal strength, you will be matched with opponents for one-on-one battles. The winner will earn Starshine points, which can be exchanged for rewards in the Glory Treasury. Increasing your rank will also grant promotion rewards. Starfield Glory has 8 ranks: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Meteor, King, Breakthrough, Immortal, and Blood Sea Azura. Each major rank is divided into 5 sub-ranks, from 5 to 1. Winning a match allows promotion to the next sub-rank. Wow. What? Really? Tian was first shocked, then realized this was a one-on-one competitive fight. Unlike some low blood pressure recovery games from his previous life, as long as your skills are strong enough, the higher your rank, the better the rewards. At this moment, Yexiu's eyes shone brightly, looking very excited. It seems like you can exchange almost anything in the Glory Treasury, even divine weapons. Bai Qiuli saw the rewards in the treasury and couldn't help but marvel. The exchange interface was filled with various items: gear, skill books, materials, rare items, and more. At the very top, a bright label read, Mythical Grade Equipment, required Starshine points, 5,000. Further up, there were even more items needing more points, but now they couldn't even look at them. Unlock next page of exchanges when reaching Silver 5 rank. Wei Yuan said at this moment. It's not just the rewards for exchanging items. The rewards for promotion are also very high. Great Xia previously reached the Meteor rank and received, at least, mythical level rewards. The person he mentioned was the divine professional who left the prophecy. So far, only he has reached the Meteor rank in Great Xia. Boss, I want to try. Yexiu couldn't wait to speak. Although he was very good at dungeon tactics, he loved competitive challenges even more. Seeing Starfield Glory now, he felt like he had found his home. Starfield Glory isn't easy to enter. Each time you want to join, you need an entry ticket. If you lose a match, you are immediately kicked out. The secret realm produces only 3 entry tickets each week, making them very precious. As the owner of the secret realm, Tian immediately nodded and said, Night Repair deserves 1 ticket for his contribution as team leader in competing for the secret realm. Tian handed 1 ticket to Night Repair, who eagerly used it. In the next moment, he vanished into the virtual battle space. Matchmaking. Name: Night Repair. Your current honor rank is Bronze 5, Profession level, 2nd stage, level 30. Matching opponents of similar strength for you. Tian gave the remaining 2 tickets to Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che, while Wan Jiang chose to step back voluntarily. Zhou Moya, being a support, found it a bit difficult to fight one-on-one. Tian said, Once Night Repair fails, you 2 will go. Everyone understood the battle rules. As long as you win, you can keep fighting. If you lose once, you will be expelled and need the next ticket to fight again. Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che nodded, and everyone's eyes focused on Night Repair, waiting for his first experience. Soon, the match was successfully made. Your opponent, Blue Star, America, Malik, virtual opponent. At this moment, the area around Night Repair instantly transformed into an arena, and a glowing blonde man appeared opposite him. Night Repair looked excited, holding his multi-purpose umbrella, which transformed into a long sword. Tian looked puzzled. Virtual opponent? Wei Yuan explained, based on many years of experience in Daxia, we've found a pattern. Bronze and silver ranks match with virtual opponents, which can be seen as projections of fighters with combat instincts. All these projections come from professional fighters who have participated in the Star Domain Glory before. Only at gold rank and above do you match real opponents in real time. Tian understood. AI opponents. Wei Yuan looked a bit Amused, the fighting level of these virtual opponents is just as good as real professionals, so don't underestimate them. And it's said that below the Starfall rank, you only match opponents from your current world. Once you reach the Starfall rank or higher, you can match opponents across star domains. In this star domain glory, the star domain refers to planets and realms. In other words, this trial secret realm can match opponents from other worlds. Etion was surprised. Facing opponents from different worlds and races, with such great power, who could have created the Starfield glory? It felt like a being born solely for battle. At this moment, Bai Qiuli was explaining the battles in the arena to Zhou Moyao, making her feel more vivid and lively. Knight Repair's opponent is a mage from the Empire of America, probably a second-tier Earth mage. Knight Repair teleports, then strikes. It's over. Zhou Moyao. Wow, so fast. It's not that the opponent was too weak. Those qualified to get a ticket to enter wouldn't be unknown in the Empire of America. But within the second tier, unless they are among the top, it's still very hard to withstand a strike from Knight Repair wielding a mythic-level 1000 machine umbrella. At this moment, Knight Repair sheathes his sword and stands. A victory screen pops up in front of him. You won this match. Reward, 10 Starshine points. Rank promoted to Bronze 4. Wow, it's over so quickly. Knight Repair felt a bit annoyed. Next, as long as he wins, he can keep matching opponents. So, with only one limited life, winning streaks are the way to raise his rank. Matching. Everyone was not surprised that Knight Repair easily won the first match. But this he's kept going. Bai Qiuli was still explaining to Zhou Moyao. Knight Repair teleports, strikes again, and kills instantly. Knight Repair creates a storm of metal. Firepower is too strong, and it's over. Knight Repair opens the Divine Punishment Thunder domain, and it's over. Knight Repair, forget it. Zhou Moyao obediently said, I know. He's killed again, yes, in the bronze rank. 5 consecutive matches were all instant kills. Even some legendary professionals who are 10 levels above Knight Repair couldn't avoid being killed instantly. You won this match. Reward, 50 Starshine points. Rank promoted to Silver 5. Reward for advancing from Silver. Title, Glory, Silver Challenger. Knight Repair's eyes lit up. A title as a reward? Titles can be displayed in certain scenes to show identity, and they also provide attribute bonuses. They don't need to be carried to be effective, acting like passive skills. Glory, Silver Challenger. 20% damage to alien creatures. Alien creatures? This is simply a demon and an alien killer. Not only Yexiu, but Etion also felt the same way. You share the employee. Yexiu's earned title. Glory, Silver Challenger. Employee Yexiu has advanced to the silver rank in the Star Domain Glory. Reward, bonus 3. Titles are hard to get. Many veteran strong players don't have one. So, earning a title as a silver rank is a surprising and happy surprise. Of course, Yexiu isn't satisfied with just silver. He hasn't faced any worthy opponents yet. He not only wants rewards, but also craves the thrill of strategic battles among professionals. Again, matching a worthy opponent for you. In the arena, Wei Yuan spoke up. A silver opponent should give him quite a challenge. A second-tier silver opponent is among the top few on Blue Star. But unfortunately, although the next opponent is very strong, even featuring legendary professionals like Colonel Jack and the deadly Marshal Saint Zhou Yuan, the projections show them in their youth, back when they participated in Star Domain Glory, all at level 2. But Yexiu has many skills. When facing Colonel Jack's fiery divine shot, he stealthily teleports behind and defeats him instantly. Against the deadly Marshal Saint Zhou Yuan, he uses the Thunder Domain to control, combined with Saint Healing to hold back the opponent's burst, then finishes him off. He has fought 4 battles, but remains relaxed and confident. Even Wei Yuan can't help but praise. He has so many techniques, and he can use them all perfectly. Etion nods in agreement. That's the charm of a god-level player. You won this match. Reward, 140 Star Glory points. Your rank has increased to Silver 1. Winning a match at Silver 2 gives 140 points. With previous points, Yexiu's total reaches 590, and one more win will directly promote him to Gold. Keep going, but this time, after matching with an opponent, everyone on the scene shows strange expressions, including Yexiu, Etion, and others turned to look at Wei Yuan. Wow, little Wei. No offense. Matching opponent for you. Blue star, Daxia, Wei Yuan, virtual opponent. At this moment, standing in front of Yexiu is Wei Yuan in his youth. He is also seen as a projection of a virtual opponent, appearing in Star Realm Glory as a level 30 second order Star Soul Master. Wei Yuan sees his younger self, his expression blank, then smiles and says, I didn't expect it to be me. The Golden Tribulation Challenge actually matched me with this kind of opponent. Yexiu scratches his head and awkwardly smiles at the audience, saying, Old Wei, can you tell me your weakness? Wei Yuan laughs. You can only rely on yourself. He looks thoughtfully at the stage. Back then, he was fighting against the current Yexiu. At that time, he was also sharp and unstoppable, considered the best among the new talents of Daxia. Unfortunately, when facing evil demons and alien races, he was stretched thin and couldn't fight on multiple fronts. After that, he never had another chance to challenge Star Realm Glory. Actually, even Wei Yuan himself hopes Yexiu will win this match. The future of a country depends on the younger generation. If today's youth can't even match the young people of the older generation, there is little hope for the future. In the past 10 years, due to the randomness of awakening in their careers, Daxia and other countries have faced a shortage of talented young people. Only this year, with Tian's appearance, bringing hope through Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and others, Wei Yuan truly feels that Daxia's future is promising. So, defeat me. In fact, there's no need to say much. Yexiu acts decisively and without hesitation. Even facing Wei Yuan in his youth, his attack remains fierce. Divine punishment, thunder domain. Thunder roars. The sky's voice suppresses everything. Yexiu spins his wrist, transforming the 1,000-machine umbrella into a short dagger, rushing forward at high speed, bringing wind howling. Wei Yuan's Star Soul Master is a magic-type profession, which means he has a weakness called fragile skin. The virtual opponent cannot speak or feel emotions. It only has battle instincts. Soon, young Wei Yuan surrounds himself with a star spirit barrier, protecting himself while resisting the divine punishment thunder domain and preventing Yexiu from locking onto him. Seeing this, Yexiu doesn't hesitate. He changes tactics, transforming the short dagger into a giant gun and firing directly at the barrier. Metal Storm. A dense barrage of fire hits the barrier, almost instantly shattering it. But in the next moment, young Wei Yuan suddenly appeared behind Yexiu, and the starry sky net transformed into a large hand grabbing at Yexiu. Everyone's eyes widened immediately. Bai Qiuli spoke quickly. Is it teleportation? No, it's an illusion technique. At the moment he released the barrier, he didn't stay inside it, but used an illusion to move somewhere else. Tian turned his head and said, Brother Wei, you really have a lot of tricks. Wei Yuan smiled faintly and said helplessly, What a pity. The starry sky net is the strongest control skill of Star Soul Masters. Once caught, anyone at the same level cannot resist. However, just as the big hand of the net was about to grab, Yexiu's mouth curved upward. 3-stage teleportation. He disappeared from the spot, causing the big hand to miss, then suddenly reappeared behind Wei Yuan. God-slaying blade, you won this match. Reward, 160 star glory points. Your rank has increased to Gold 5. Gold rank promotion reward. Ability enhancement count 1. Title, Glory Gold Duelist. Wow, I actually won, Wei Yuan explained to others. This kid saw through my skill, or rather, he understood my tactics. His understanding of tactics and professional skills is better than mine. If Wei Yuan admits this, it means the achievement is significant. Next to him, Tian complimented. You are talent of the nation, and he is full-time expert. They are different. Wei Yuan thought he was being comforted and shook his head to show he didn't care. Actually, Tian was evaluating their potential based on their resumes, which now seemed very accurate. Employee Yexiu advanced to gold rank in the Star Domain Glory. Bonus, 6 funds. 2 rank promotions brought Tian a total of 9 funds. Additionally, the gold rank promotion reward shared the attribute upgrade of his title, Gold Duelist. Damage to alien creatures 60%. But at this moment, Yexiu on stage was looking forward to another reward, ability enhancement count. After use, it can add a missing ability/skill for the current profession. Yexiu looked strange and said, add a missing ability. Wei Yuan also spoke. This ability enhancement is quite good. It will add a top-tier legendary skill. If you're a mage class and your output is strong enough, you will add a survival skill. If you're a warrior class, you might add skills like ranged attacks, defense, or area attacks. The skills he adds are all aimed at increasing combat power. Sounds pretty good. But at this moment, Yexiu and Tian both have the same question. As a solo player, what if I don't lack any abilities? That's right. Yexiu now has 14 skills, covering many areas. He has abilities like priest, assassin, swordsman, mage, tank, gunner, summoner, and more. His ability is that he can learn anything and strengthen anything, so he almost has no missing skills. So, what will they add for me? Yexiu looked curious and immediately used the ability to add a skill. Detecting missing abilities for you. At this moment, Jiang Che scratched his head and said somewhat speechlessly, Boss, I want to report this. Yi Ge is cheating. His skills are already many, and now he's adding one more. Can he still lose? Yexiu won't lose, but Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che don't know when they'll get 2 entry tickets. Tian comforted him. It's okay, he might lose, but this went on for a long time. The detection still wasn't finished. Detecting abilities that need to be completed. After a few more minutes, even Wei Yuan was surprised when the results appeared. Detection complete. Preliminary detection shows that you have no weaknesses in the 8 basic areas of strength, agility, constitution, spirit, attack, defense, speed, endurance. Congratulations. You have achieved the hidden achievement, Omnicompetent Beginner. You have gained a special talent, Omnicompetent. Hidden achievement, everyone exclaimed in surprise, and Zhou Moi was also amazed. Yexiu's pupils shrank suddenly, almost unable to believe the talent attribute before him. Omnicompetent Beginner. Effect. All your mastered skills are doubled in value. Beginner Omnicompetent, keep on the path of being all-round, and you will have unexpected gains in the future. Doubling the values? This means that skills originally boosted by 500% now directly increase to 1000%. You should know that high-level skills are powerful not only because of their unique effects, but also because of their high stats. Now, he is fully utilizing this high stat feature. Is this still just a beginner's, all-rounder talent? Yexiu wondered in disbelief. To keep on the path of being an all-rounder. I am already a full-time player, isn't that simple? Below, Tian gasped in surprise. He patted Jiang Che on the shoulder. Now, we might not lose after all. With this talent, Yexiu's fighting power will increase by more than double. Jiang Che felt helpless and almost cried, because Yexiu was now very excited and ready to continue challenging. Again, gold rank, match. At the gold rank, players can match real opponents in real time. Yexiu was also quite looking forward to it. Meanwhile, in the Elf King court, Vane was explaining to the elders why he failed. Because of this failure in the Secret Realm contest, he needed to complete another Secret Realm task to meet the court's requirements and join the Sacred Elf Royal Court to train. Originally, a second-tier Secret Realm was easy for him, but he didn't expect to lose so simply and cleanly. He lost to a human who was less talented than the Elf Royal family. On the way back, Vane was mocked by many of his kin. Human, Daxia, Yexiu, he was very annoyed and didn't want to take on more tasks. Instead, he went to a trial Secret Realm and took out an entry ticket. So annoying. It's been a while since I played Star Domain Glory. I want to relax. Matching opponent for you. Blue Star, Elf Royal Court, Vane. Seeing this opponent, everyone present, including Yexiu, immediately looked excited. Vane. Isn't he the elf captain who just failed in the Secret Realm competition? The Elf Royal family also holds a place on Blue Star, making him a current world opponent, so matching him is normal. At this moment, in the arena, when Yexiu saw Vane, he was instantly excited, feeling like he had avenged a great grudge. Is that you? I remember your name. Yexiu. Elvane, a Daxia person who caused him to miss a Secret Realm, clenched his teeth in anger. Meanwhile, Yexiu was very calm and relaxed, not caring at all. He said, "Oh, what a coincidence. Coincidence? Huh. I hope you can still say that after this fight." As he spoke, Vane's body surged with natural elemental power, and his strength suddenly increased, as if he wanted to make Yexiu's muscles cramp and skin crawl. Fire! Obey my call. Vane spoke in elf language and immediately launched dozens of blazing flames like falling stars toward Yexiu. Elves don't need special skills. Their natural ability to control elements allows them to cast legendary-level destructive magic. This is their racial talent. Yexiu quickly dodged. Wind, fire, lightning, respond to my call. Vane's face showed madness. It was like a magic machine gun, continuously summoning surrounding elemental forces, unleashing a barrage of spells. With this move alone, Vane had won many battles, reaching the golden rank without losing. His wide-ranging, highly destructive elemental spells seemed unfair in the arena. The arena was a canyon. After using his three-step teleportation, Yexiu reached a cliff. You're asking for death. Vane's lips curled into a smile. He was ready to use this battle to wash away the shame of losing the secret realm. As the team leader, he believed that defeating the opponent's leader meant the loss was just because his teammates were weak. Now, Yexiu stood on the cliff, facing a barrage of spells, making it even harder to dodge. Vane once again cast wind, fire, and lightning spells, focusing fire on Yexiu. Holy Guard! Yexiu activated his shield skill, blocking the spells and covering himself. Just struggling to survive, Vane sneered. He conjured a white light bow and arrow, saying, Arrow of light. He shot dozens of white light arrows toward the shield on the cliff. As long as the shield was broken, Yexiu would definitely die. Vane was thinking this when suddenly, a sharp weapon pierced his body from behind. Thud! Vane's pupils shrank, and he looked down with difficulty. He saw a dagger stabbing out from his chest. You? When did you? Unknowingly, Yexiu had sneaked behind Vane and finished the fight with a simple strike. But everyone below the stage looked surprised, and Etion turned his head in amazement to Wei Yuan. He's copying what he just learned. The move you used just now, he turned around and used it on someone else. Wei Yuan chuckled softly upon hearing this. That's right. When Yexiu opened his light shield, he secretly left without being noticed, making his opponent think Yexiu was still behind the shield. This trick was exactly what young Wei Yuan had used earlier to deal with Yexiu. Yexiu reacted quickly, but Elven didn't. Elven's fight with the elves hadn't become so sneaky yet. You still need more practice, little brother. Yexiu smiled harmlessly and finished off Elven with a single strike. That was sneaky. So sneaky, Elven's eyes nearly popped out of his head. After losing, he was kicked out of the arena and finally realized Yexiu's tactics. Humans are so sneaky. Now, not only was he outperformed in tactics within the secret realm, but he was also beaten in one-on-one combat. Elven looked devastated as he left the trial's secret realm. He had wanted to relax, but now he felt even more annoyed. The Elven guards nearby, seeing this, looked surprised and asked, Already finished so quickly, not fighting anymore today? Because it ended so fast, the Elven guards didn't realize he had already lost. Elven's face was even more frustrated. He muttered, and forced himself to leave. You won this match. Reward, 200 Starshine points. Your rank has been upgraded to Gold 4. Not bad. This was quite interesting. Yexiu swung his dagger happily, looking excited. He casually opened the Glory Treasury. Besides the rank-up rewards, the treasure trove exchanged with points was quite valuable. Now that he's in the gold rank, he could exchange for even more rewards. He glanced at it and was immediately stunned. He quickly took a screenshot and sent it to Etion and others. Wow. Check out these exchange rewards. What is this world artifact? It's so expensive. Etion's mind was shaken. World artifact. The eternal spear that killed the Black Emperor was a world artifact. Without it, it would have been nearly impossible for Bai Huang and others to kill the Black Emperor. But for Daxia, they didn't even have mythic weapons, and they'd never even heard of world artifacts. However, at the moment, among the exchange items for the gold rank, there is surprisingly a label, World Artifact, This World, Required Star Glory Points, 100,000. World Artifact, Other World, Required Star Glory Points, 200,000. Etion's expression grew serious. Although the required points are high, it clearly gives them a goal to aim for. The higher the rank, the more points you earn for a victory. Winning once from Gold 5 can earn 200 points. It's a small chance, but there is still hope. As for the difference between the world artifacts of this world and the other world, they probably won't know until later. But then, Etion saw another item on the exchange list, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Exclusive equipment blind box, required star glory points, 2,000. Exclusive equipment. Like Yexiu's 1,000 machine umbrella, it is highly tied to the profession. He has always wondered what the boss's exclusive equipment would be. Now he finally saw a chance. Yexiu, exchange that exclusive equipment for me. Okay, boss. Yexiu, who has the 1,000 machine umbrella, understands the importance of exclusive equipment even better. Currently, the points accumulated from winning from Bronze 5 to Gold 4 total 950 points. To exchange for the 2,000-point exclusive equipment, he still needs a few more wins. It will be ours very soon. Unfortunately, when Yexiu was matched again, the waiting time was even longer. Gold rank matches in real time. If there are no other challenge star domains on Blue Star, it can be very slow. Etion understood, but he was not in a hurry. The rewards would come eventually. At this moment, Wei Yuan received a call and informed Etion that he planned to leave first. What? The headquarters plans to try the level 74, tier 4 dungeon again? Etion was surprised. This was no small matter. After all, the global challenge had been stuck at level 74 for a long time. The reason they couldn't break through was repeatedly failing in the tier 4 dungeon to obtain tier 4 advancement items. Now, Daxia was gathering top forces to challenge it again, which was quite risky. Wei Yuan explained, Bai Di's arrival in Ding City this time has made everyone see the gap in strength. If we don't challenge tier 4, what will we do if Bai Di comes again next time? Pray that he leaves without doing anything? Indeed, Bai Di's last departure was because his main goal was to find the Black Prince. Next time, it might directly threaten the Great Summer, which would be very hard to handle. After all, that is an ancient dragon king from the old times, with unimaginable strength. Wei Yuan also said in a deep voice, moreover, Zhou Yuan's life is running out. If we can promote his life-devouring martial saint to the 4th level, maybe we can find a way to extend his life. Etion was silent after hearing this. Since the last race competition, Zhou Yuan seemed to have little time left, and now it looks even worse. Etion thought for a moment. The reason why the level 4 dungeon is hard to beat is mainly because of the boss's abilities. The challenger's attributes are reduced by 90%. If Alice also becomes the final boss, using this to counteract the restrictions, the chance of success would be much higher. How much longer does Alice need to reach the promotion? Wei Yuan left the secret realm, planning to tackle the level 74 dungeon tomorrow. Besides Wei Yuan, Ling Luo, Jiang Yuanshuang, and the other 4 top professionals will also participate, and they need enough time to prepare. Etion and the others also left the secret realm together. As long as they don't fail, they can match again after leaving the secret realm in the star domain glory. But if they fail, they have to re-enter the secret realm, so Yexiu also left. Some troops were left behind by Wei Yuan to guard the entrance of the secret realm. In the international public area, all countries' professionals and mercenary organizations can act freely. Although they can't enter the secret realm, they might do something nasty. More than 10 years ago, someone piled a mountain of feces at the entrance of the American Empire's secret realm. A huge mountain of feces blocked the entrance, and just thinking about it was terrifying. It is said that it was done by a country that was excavated by the American Empire, but it was never investigated because too many conditions matched. The flying car returned to its base. Everyone inside was in a good mood. Someone suggested playing cards, while Yexiu was still waiting for a match. Etion leaned against the window. Etion suddenly saw below a group of international mercenaries chasing after someone. His expression suddenly brightened because the automatic resume detection appeared. Most international mercenary organizations are neutral groups living in the chaos of the international public area. Mercenaries follow only one rule. Take the money, do the job. Among 21 countries worldwide, most face some level of crisis, and their own strength often isn't enough to handle it. Seeking help from powerful nations is too expensive, so hiring international mercenary groups seems a good option. Additionally, countries sometimes hire mercenaries when they want to do something that might provoke retaliation. This has led to quite a few international mercenary groups. Sometimes, these groups even fight each other. At this moment, on the eastern border, a man from the Great Summer Kingdom is being chased by a group of mercenaries. Chinemo, you escaped when your family was destroyed. Now you dare to come back for revenge? I think you're just asking for death? How dare you attack and kill my son? I will crush every bone in your body. I will make you regret coming into this world. Over a dozen heavily armed mercenaries quickly surround him. Chinemo, covered in blood and exhausted, remains silent, his cold eyes carefully searching for a way to escape. I can't die. My blood debt hasn't been paid. But the mercenaries, fully armed and surrounding him, don't seem to take him seriously, even as he struggles to escape. Suddenly, a figure leaps down from above, the wind whipping his black clothes. He lands directly inside the circle of enemies. The dozen or so heavily armed men furrow their brows, and their pupils shrink in shock. They notice the floating vehicle above, marked with the emblem of the Great Summer Kingdom, and dare not provoke it. But that vehicle is over 3,000 meters in the air. This person jumped down. Not only these men, but Bai Yuan, Bai Qiuli, and others on the floating vehicle look at the person who just opened the door and jumped out. Etian, with expressions of shock. Sir, I am the team leader of the Black Gold Hand. Who are you? The leader introduces himself, trying to boost his presence, since the Black Gold Hand is among the top 5 international mercenary groups. But Etian just waves his hand. Stay back, and don't get in the way. Hearing this, some of the Black Gold Hand members look upset. Only the leader, full of caution, says, Sir. Before he can finish, a nearby American team member angrily shouts, Who do you think you are, you idiot? The Black Gold Hand has many third-tier professionals, and even the Americans want to show respect. But you come out and tell us to stay back? Do you think you are one of the top professionals in the Great Summer? The moment he said this, the leader of the Black Gold Hand's pupils shrank suddenly, and a sense of danger filled him. He wanted to stop the foolish action of the American team member immediately. You idiot. Jumping from 3,000 meters high. Can an ordinary person do that? But it was already too late. Etian pulled out a long sword, swung it casually, and unleashed a soul-shattering slash. Centered on Etian, a crescent-shaped, invisible slash cut through the air. Bang! None of the Black Gold Hand members could block this attack. They all turned into blood mist instantly. Chinemo looked at Etian's flowing black cloak and was momentarily stunned. Etian turned his head, having already reviewed Chunmo's background, and was prepared. Name: Chinemo. Basic info: male, 19 years old, from Daxia capital. Profession: assassin. Potential: illusory color, undead plague. Life story: his parents were killed by alien tribes during childhood. He was adopted by the leader of the international mercenary group, Dawn, passing by. 3 days ago, Dawn was fighting for a relic in F country when they were ambushed by the Black Gold Hand and remnants of the Divine Arrival cult. Under betrayal by an insider, Dawn was wiped out, and only Chun-Mo escaped. Investment opportunity: God-level profession, undead ruler, 40 points of funds. Etian jumped into the car to rescue because he saw this God-level talent. Undead ruler, a summoning type, God-level profession. This was his first time seeing it. Do you want revenge? He spoke directly. For Chinemo, everything just now was enough to say something important. The person in front of him was terrifyingly strong. He didn't ask why Etian knew about his hatred, nor about Etian's background, because it wasn't necessary. Yes, Chinemo replied simply. You're still far from enough at your level. Etian said casually. Join my team, follow my orders, and I can give you the power to take revenge. Chinemo looked around at the bloodstains left by the bodies of the Black Gold Hand members. He was silent for a moment, and then said, Okay. Revenge was his obsession. As for who Etian was, or whether he was a devil or not, it didn't matter at this moment. Very good. Etian was very satisfied. People with clear goals tend to walk a little faster. After spending 40 units of funds, Chinemo obtained a contract. Suddenly, he asked, What do you want to do? Etian thought for a moment and said, Control all international public areas. Prohibit anyone from approaching the trial secret realm in the eastern capital. Can we become the strongest among international mercenaries? The international public areas are known as lawless zones, where major extreme and dangerous organizations gather. Even remnants of the divine presence cult seem to be there. But because the area is so large and dangerous, managing it is difficult. Although countless dungeons and secret realms appear here every year, countries do not interfere. Etion wants to see if he can use this undead disaster to enforce order through force. Chun Mo agreed without hesitation to 3 extremely challenging conditions for ordinary people. Okay, he pressed his thumbprint on the contract. Note, Chun Mo's ultimate profession name changed from Undead Mage to Undead Overlord. At this moment, the floating car slowly descended, ready to pick up Etion. Everyone was still shocked by Etion's jump from 3,000 meters, especially Bai Qiuli, who couldn't understand why the gap between her and her boss was growing larger. But compared to others, Wei Yuan saw more clearly and fell into deep thought. Jumping from high altitude unscathed is possible for 3 types of people. First, those with the ability to fly. Second, those with a strong enough body to ignore the harm of falling from high places. Third, professional players who have reached the floating realm, allowing them to hover in the air and fly easily. However, reaching this realm requires the body, agility, and spirit to meet certain thresholds. Usually, only legendary professionals above level 70 can achieve this. In all of Daxia, only a few top professionals can reach this level. Wei Yuan thought for a moment and finally shook his head. It was too exaggerated. A boy who just awakened his abilities for 10 days, with attributes comparable to Daxia's top experts? He didn't underestimate Etion, but such a possibility was extremely unlikely. He decisively ruled out this idea. At this moment, a burst of colorful light shot straight into the sky. Wow! A divine level awakening. Boss is really pushing hard again. I also want to become divine level. Everyone on the floating car looked surprised. Wei Yuan's pupils shrank. Another divine level. He instinctively wanted to activate a barrier to block this awakening beam of light. Then he realized, this isn't Daxia. In the public area of the international zone, Dongdu, it's already a quiet place. Even if alien races or extreme groups wanted to attack, they probably couldn't find anyone. Plus, in public areas, people can run away at any moment. Etion thought the same. As Etion's strength grew and after the big competition with the Yaga dynasty, he felt more and more that changing jobs didn't need to be hidden, unless in special cases. Right now, he looked at Chun Mo's profession and couldn't help but marvel. Employee, Chun Mo, profession, Undead Archmage, level 2, quality, divine level, level 25, strength, 435, agility, 435, constitution, 480, spirit, 690, profession talent, undead enhancement. All undead skills are amplified 10 times. Soul harvest, when enemies around die, it absorbs some of their spirit attributes. Profession skills, cursed domain, damage transfer, bone cage, summon undead berserker, summon undead sharpshooter, summon lich mage, summon undead general. Summoning space, 0/1250. Just this undead enhancement alone made Etion feel that it was all about numbers, with no need for complex operations. It truly deserves the divine level quality. The tenfold increase in undead skills includes not only magic spells, but also summoning skills. Any summoned undead creature's attributes and skills are all amplified 10 times. Originally, undead summons were fragile and easy to kill, but after the enhancement, they could truly form an army on their own. Plus, with Soul Harvest, spirit attributes are infinitely increased. It's important to note that the attributes of summoned creatures are related to the summoner's spirit attribute. This means the future strength of the undead ruler is easily imagined. Moreover, with 1250 summoning slots, he can have up to 1250 undead subordinates at the same time. And as he levels up, this number will continue to grow. With this ability alone, it can be expected that in the future, Chun Mo might manage all international public areas by himself. This would probably surprise all countries. Too powerful, Chun Mo finally spoke his first emotional words. He had never seen such a strong professional before. Even the legendary international mercenary, ranked first, was far behind his undead overlord. At this moment, he felt even more respect for Etion. When Chun Mo faced life and death danger, Etion suddenly appeared to save him and gave him the power to seek revenge. In Chun Mo's view, Only legendary demons would do such things. Yes, Etion's power is so strong. He must be a great demon. No, a demon king. Etion didn't know what Chen was thinking. He looked over Chun Mo's resume again and asked, "What's the situation with the relic mission in F country?" The description of the black gold hand and the remnants of the divine cult in the resume didn't concern Etion. He saw it as a stepping stone for Chun Mo's growth. But he was very interested in this relic. Every relic represents endless possibilities, maybe even hidden treasures. Chun Mo didn't ask how Etion knew this information. He thought that with Etion's terrifying methods, knowing this much was nothing. He quickly answered, F country issued a mission to all mercenary groups a few days ago to explore the relic. It said they spent nearly 3 years trying to solve it. The top leaders of F country didn't want to spread the news, but after their own army entered the secret realm, they suffered heavy losses and gained nothing, so they had to ask for help by issuing the mission. They spent years trying to unlock the relic, but failed to conquer it. No wonder they needed mercenaries. And they probably didn't ask other countries for help because they didn't want the relic's treasures to be stolen. Mercenaries are easier to control, Chun Mo added. However, many mercenaries who accepted the mission also went into the relic and never came back. My boss. He paused here. No wonder they needed mercenaries. And they probably didn't ask other countries for help because they didn't want the relic's treasures to be stolen. Mercenaries are easier to control, Chun Mo added. However, many mercenaries who accepted the mission also went into the relic and never came back. My boss. It's a pity he never had the chance to prove it. Chun Mo's voice grew cold. Etion patted his shoulder and said, if you get the chance, try to find out more about the ruins for me. Even if the treasure is a bit evil, Etion is very interested, since he has many employees with questionable backgrounds. Chun Mo nodded. Besides revenge, he also planned to explore the ruins and fulfill the old master's last wish of adopting him. Remember my task. Etion gave him a contact method, then returned to his flying car and left. Watching the flying car depart, Chun Mo was left alone in the desolate ruins of the eastern border. He stayed there for a few seconds, seeming to find it hard to believe this was real. Then, he spoke in a low voice, soldiers. As he finished, several dark energy whirlpools appeared on the ground around him, giving off a rotten, terrifying aura. With a cracking sound, the dark energy turned into bones, which were precisely reassembling and fitting together. Boom. Dozens of skeletons, 2 or 3 meters tall, finished reassembling. Their hollow eye sockets lit up with 2 blue flames, as if they had been given new life. Among the skeletons, some held white bone axes and looked tall and strong. Some carried long bows and moved swiftly. Others resembled spirits or liches, holding white bone staffs, looking eerie and frightening. In front of Chun Mo, there was a mighty skeleton general. He wore a shadow cloak, wielded a long sword, and stood proudly. This is the undead general, the only one he can summon at a time. The other undead, under Chun Mo's tenfold talent boost, each had the attributes of a level 30 epic profession, plus 3 fixed skills. But the undead general was 2 or 3 times stronger than them. Feeling the cold aura around him, Chun Mo didn't feel any chill. Instead, he smiled. These summoned creatures were just the beginning. As his rank increased, he could summon even more powerful undead. Thinking of the nearby small base called the Black Gold Hand, Chun Mo's desire for revenge burned fiercely. His eyes turned cold, and he swung his right hand forward. Soldiers, march. Etienne and the others returned to East China. Bai Qiuli and Zhou Miao got off in Xingqing and went straight to Huaxing University. Wan Jiang returned to the border camp in Dingxing. While Yexiu was getting off in Qingcheng, his figure suddenly disappeared on the spot, as if he had been teleported away. Brother Yi seems to be matched with someone. In the glory of the Star Realm, although remote matching is possible, once matched, players are directly transported to the arena. Jiang Che said and stayed behind. I'll wait for Brother Yi. Etienne nodded and left alone. Since he returned from Dongdu, it wasn't early, so he didn't go home, but came to a dungeon alone. Of course, not to level up, but to contact Alice. He obtained 2 special communication devices from Wei Yuan, made from legendary mother and child crystal stones. As long as a message is sent from one side, the other side can receive it directly. ignoring signals and space conditions. With this, Alice can now contact Etienne proactively. But his main goal was to ask Alice how long it would take her to become the ultimate boss. After all, Daxia was about to start exploring the 4-stage dungeon. If Alice could become the ultimate boss, it would be much easier. Unfortunately, as Etienne received the answer, he fell into deep thought on the way home. Within the entire Daxia region, can only one ultimate boss exist? Alice was also troubled by this for a long time. It seemed she could only take gradual steps now. Not becoming the ultimate boss would make it very hard to clear the 4-stage dungeon. And if the 4-stage dungeon isn't cleared, she can't replace the ultimate boss. Since the ultimate boss of Daxia is inside the 4-stage dungeon, it created a deadlock. As soon as Etienne returned home, his expression suddenly changed. What if I go to other regions to promote the ultimate boss? There's only one spot for the ultimate boss in each area. Could other regions have no ultimate boss? With this thought, Etienne's eyes lit up, as if he found a shortcut. He planned to explore this possibility tomorrow. Meow? Hearing this sharp cry, Etienne was suddenly stunned. At this moment, the black cat in the airline box on the coffee table blinked with bright eyes, looking at Etienne with a resentful cry. Hiss! Etienne gasped in shock, feeling extremely awkward. Today, after leaving the time cat at home, Etienne and Wei Yuan went out, leaving the cat alone all day, hungry and waiting. Sorry, I didn't expect to come back so late, Etienne said apologetically as he gently took the black cat out of its travel box, silently hoping for forgiveness. The black cat seemed more tolerant. It obediently lay on Etienne's lap without making any noise. If the usual caretaker of 003 saw this, they would be amazed. Given 003's nature, even if its usual cat food changed flavor, it would be very angry. Now, in Etienne's hands, it was surprisingly well behaved. It seems it only shows patience with Etienne. Etienne quickly asked Wei Yuan to send some cat food, since he didn't know what it normally ate. Then he gently stroked the black cat's fur and asked curiously, "Where is your prophecy partner?" The black cat weakly meowed, as if saying it also didn't know. Etienne was curious. If it was a prophecy partner, there should be some big commotion in Daxia. Why is there no clue now? This left both the person and the cat confused. Night fell deep. The black cat happily ate the special cat food just delivered. Etienne's management log was also being settled. Today involved a group activity in the international public area, but the other bonus funds were not much. The bonuses from the Secret Realm and the Star Domain Glory level-ups had already been credited. Including today's recruitment of Chun Mo, the funds still had a good balance, 92.8. But in terms of experience, today's gains were quite impressive. Although Etienne spent both meetings focusing on increasing experience, the level-up efficiency was surprisingly fast. Shared employee experience gained. Level increased from 34 to 37. 3 levels in one day. Upon checking, he found that Alice and the Black Prince worked together and defeated 3 level 60 Lord bosses today. Their achievements were terrifying, and the experience gained from defeating higher-level enemies was substantial. No wonder they were close to facing the final boss. Etienne was only a few levels away from reaching level 50, 3rd rank. Additionally, after Etienne fell asleep, the night cultivator knocked on his apartment door and gave him a big surprise. "Boss, I have 4 consecutive wins. My points are enough." Seeing Yexiu's dark circles and his excited face, Etienne, who had just woken up, felt a bit guilty. Clearly, Yexiu had been matching in the Star Realm Glory all night just to exchange for that special equipment. Coincidentally, it was nighttime in Daxia, but daytime in the United States. Yexiu matched and defeated 4 American players all night. His victory points in the gold rank were 230/260/290/320. Adding these to his previous 950 points, he finally exchanged for the exclusive equipment blind box. "Good job," Etienne said sincerely. He even decided that next time he gets a promotion opportunity, he would give it to Yexiu first. He works so hard. Immediately, he opened the blind box to see what kind of exclusive equipment the boss had. A flash of light appeared, and a black card fell into Etienne's hand. Exclusive equipment, black card, Effect 1, can overdraft the credit limit. The funds grow by 5% interest daily. Effect 2, Using the black card, you can buy any item that requires currency. Effect 3. Unlocked at level 3. Effect 4. Unlocked at level 4. Effect 5. Unlocks when completing the full set. An exclusive equipment. Black card. Etion looked at the delicate black and gold card in his hand, feeling surprised. This special equipment has 5 effects, but the last 3 require certain conditions to unlock. However, the first 2 effects are already quite impressive. The 5% daily interest on funds is very friendly to Tun Mouse, as the more money saved, the more it grows. If he had 100 basic points, he would earn 5 points of interest each day. Unfortunately, for Etion, he couldn't save up enough right now. The threat from the ancient Qing dynasty was too serious. He planned to give more employee benefits, increase experience gains, and aim to reach level 50 to launch a counterattack. But the effect, can overdraft the credit limit, made Etion think for a long time. How much can I overdraft? If it's like the highest level credit card in his previous life, then the limit could be unlimited. Unfortunately, Etion's happy dream was quickly shattered after seeing the detailed explanation. Level 2 boss, maximum overdraft limit, 500 funds, alright, it's because my level isn't high enough, Etion thought helplessly. However, being able to overdraft 500 funds was still a considerable amount. At least he wouldn't have to worry about running out of money when encountering high potential talents. Moreover, with the second effect, the ability to use funds to buy any items that require currency. In theory, he could unlock more ways to use the funds. Items that require currency. Breakfast shop buns and fried dough sticks, equipment and skill books from the trading hall, even some special secret realm exchanges. All could be bought with funds. Suddenly, Etion had a bright idea. Night repair. Take this and see if you can exchange it for a world artifact in the glory treasury. Night repair hesitated and took Etion's black card. Boss, isn't this your exclusive equipment? The glory treasury requires 100,000 points to exchange for a world artifact. How can this card be used for that? Although confused, Night repair still followed the instructions, and to his surprise, it actually worked. Wait, it really works. Meanwhile, a prompt appeared on Etion's screen. Black card. Exchange for a world artifact. This world requires 1,000 funds, wow, it really works. And it's even easier than exchanging with points. Etion's face lit up with joy. He hadn't expected the exchange rate between funds and star domain points to be as high as 1 to 100. It seemed that funds were more valuable. And compared to 100,000 points, 1,000 funds didn't seem so far away. After all, this was a world artifact. The former Black Emperor, with a body and soul comparable to gods and demons, was destroyed by the eternal spear of the world artifact. This meant that the world artifact could threaten even gods and demons. Thinking this way, 1,000 funds felt like a bargain. Unfortunately, even this bargain was somewhat expensive. Etion initially wanted to swipe his card again to get another exclusive equipment blind box, but unfortunately, only 1 secret realm exchange was allowed per day. He had to give up. Since I have the black card, I don't need to worry about my current funds for now. Why not take this opportunity to improve employee benefits? At the end of the trial secret realm, Etion decided to give his employees some legendary equipment as a reward next time. Luckily, he now has a black card. But Etion hesitated. If he didn't give out this round of benefits or delayed it a few days, he could earn more interest in the meantime. With a current fund balance of 92.8, giving out benefits for one night could add nearly 5 points to the funds. Not giving out benefits would mean earning even more. Just as he thought of this, Etion suddenly shivered. Damn it, why am I starting to think selfishly now that I'm the boss? In that moment, it felt like a little angel and a little devil inside him were fighting. But soon, Etion ended the internal struggle. Promises, even those made in my heart, must be kept. Plus, the employees were doing very well, which made Etion feel at ease. All employees are currently at level 2, in their career development phase. With the addition of equipment, their growth will be faster and better. Moreover, Etion believed that the equipment given to employees would eventually bring funds back to him. Now, with 9 employees spending 90 points of funds, Etion had no hesitation. All members received a legendary piece of equipment for their profession. Besides that, Tian had another purpose for spending so much on benefits: to gain experience buffs during strategic meetings. After giving out the insurance benefits, the buff would increase to gain 120% experience points, lasting 3 hours. And this time, after the year-end bonus benefit, the effect doubled. All employees gained 300% experience. Ignore fatigue effects, lasting 7 hours. This greatly improved the efficiency of leveling up. Tian was also aiming to reach level 50 and promote to the 3rd rank sooner, to eliminate the threat of the Yaga dynasty. Besides ignoring fatigue, this round of benefits was a real boost for the employees. At this moment, Yexiu's eyes, dark with circles from lack of sleep, were full of energy. I must work hard for the boss right now. Including this piece, Yexiu had already received 3 legendary pieces of equipment from Tian, making his gear incredibly luxurious. Tian looked at the remaining 2.8 points of funds and sighed, waving his hand. Get to work quickly. At this moment, outside East China, a scientific expedition team was exploring the ruins. Tranquil was also there. As a researcher, they found clues about the relic stone slabs and came to explore. Tranquil looked at the brand-new golden staff in his hand with a happy expression. Ancient Scholar's exploration staff. Boss is actually giving out benefits. After a moment of surprise, Tranquil happily approached the team leader. Captain, with this, we can find the relic stone slabs faster. In the public area of the International Zone, in East Capital, inside a small base of the Black Gold Hand, Chen Mo was commanding undead soldiers, fighting fiercely. Chen Mo, you won't have a good ending. You're the ones who won't have a good ending. Chen Mo's eyes were cold, and a black spellbook floated in his right hand, flipping through pages. Without this undead spellbook, it would take more time to avenge the Black Gold Hand and sweep East Capital. But now, things are different. The undead spellbook increased Chen Mo's mana recovery and sped up the summoning of undead, making him much stronger. Hundreds of undead soldiers kept slaughtering under the command of the undead general. Chen Mo looked at the black spellbook, thinking about how easily Tian, who casually equipped a legendary item, earned his respect even more. No wonder the boss is the boss. Meanwhile, on the Yaga continent, the entire Yaga kingdom was now silent and still. After a day and night of searching, the Red Emperor, Blue Emperor, and White Emperor had checked all possible locations. They searched all connected worlds, but found no trace of the Black Emperor. As the Black Emperor's disappearance grew longer, the traitors, led by the White Emperor, became more and more anxious. At this moment, the White Emperor flew alone to the center of the Yaga continent, beneath the world tree that reached the sky. The base of the world tree was shrouded in mist, full of vitality, with roots over 100 meters wide. Although the White Emperor feared the Black Emperor, he still had confidence. This confidence came from Ukthril, the world tree, the creator of the eternal spear, the one who ordered the removal of the Black Emperor, an immortal being. The White Emperor bowed under the world tree and spoke with great reverence. Everlasting gods, I need help. Nidhogg has disappeared. A strong wind swept past, and the world tree standing between heaven and earth did not respond immediately. But the White Emperor was not in a hurry. Because, back then, the one most afraid of Nidhogg was not anyone else, but this very world tree. He knew that the Black Emperor's threats were directly related to his strength and ambition. He even sensed that one day, the world tree might be gnawed and broken by Nidhogg. So, the one most eager to eliminate Nidhogg was not the White Emperor, but the gods. The White Emperor's gaze was fierce, and he thought silently, Nidhogg, the gods want to get rid of you. How do you plan to survive? The world tree emitted an invisible ripple. It made no sound but communicated through mental thoughts, sending its message into the White Emperor's mind. I also cannot find him. The White Emperor's pupils shrank suddenly, and his mind trembled. Impossible? The world tree had existed longer than the Yaga continent and possessed immense divine power. Yet now it couldn't find Nidhogg. The world tree explained. His soul betrayed the Yaga continent. This implied that beings outside the Yaga continent were harder to locate immediately. This involved the divine power's authority. The White Emperor didn't understand, but then the world tree provided an answer, making his eyes light up. He chose the human race. Human race? The White Emperor was furious. Great Xia. It must be Great Xia. Then, the World Tree's words seemed to carry a hint of teasing and mockery. Nidhogg chose to join the battlefield of the multiverse. Having been bound for 100 years, he has become foolish, haha. The emotionless laughter carried an eerie, unsettling feeling. The White Emperor frowned and asked, the battlefield of the multiverse. Does that refer to Great Xia or Blue Star? Even the White Emperor couldn't understand this concept. Perhaps it was something only the gods knew. The White Emperor was eager to capture Nidhogg. I will leave immediately for Great Xia to arrest Nidhogg. Besides that, capturing Nidhogg would also allow him to take over Great Xia's territory, which made the White Emperor quite happy. But the World Tree suddenly changed the topic. In 3 days, the game, in the battlefield of the multiverse, will begin a major change. At that time, your efforts will be twice as effective. If the White Emperor could expand his territory outward, it would also benefit the divine world tree of the Yaga continent. So, he made a suggestion. 3 days until the big change. The White Emperor believed strongly in the words of the gods. Understood. Then I will first retrieve the Eternal Spear. Brother Wei, do you know which areas don't have an ultimate boss? At this moment, Etian was calling Wei Yuan. Since Daxia didn't have a spot for an ultimate boss, he decided to look elsewhere. This was Etian's plan from last night. He couldn't find the answer alone, so he called Wei Yuan. Were there no ultimate bosses? I really don't know. Wei Yuan hadn't studied such rare questions. Etian felt a bit helpless. All right, but Wei Yuan added. However, I can connect you with the East China Scientific Exploration Team. The scientific team? The headquarters allocates many research resources each year to build these teams. They investigate relic clues across the country, record various extraordinary phenomena, including dungeons, secret realms, their locations, distribution, and how many there are. Etian was surprised. There are organizations like that? The headquarters of Daxia had such far-reaching plans. Etian hadn't expected this kind of organization. But it made sense. If such a scientific team existed, their records could save professional explorers a lot of effort. Soon, Wei Yuan transferred him to the scientific team. A deputy leader named Jiang Che answered Etian's questions. Ultimate bosses definitely exist in all regions worldwide. But the void insect race that destroyed the Cold Nation has very special traits. They invade dungeons and ruthlessly steal resources, like bandits. This makes them hostile to all dungeon bosses because bosses are the masters of their dungeons and can block their invasions. So, they will eliminate all bosses within their area. And since the void insect race can invade dungeons and win by numbers, even the ultimate boss can't stop them. The scientific team's words enlightened Etian greatly. Got it. Thanks, Deputy Zhang. Now, the area of the Cold Nation destroyed by the void insect race is the most likely place to have the final boss. Etian hung up the phone and hurried out the door. He got into the floating car assigned by Wei Yuan and got off at a distance from Cold Nation to avoid disturbing the void insect swarm. Etian shared the stealth skill from Night Repair and moved quietly through the ruins of Cold Nation. This was a land corrupted to a dark gray color. Around the broken walls and ruins, every step revealed countless dense insect eggs hatching. It was really disgusting, almost making Etian feel physically uncomfortable. Fortunately, Etian soon found an entrance to a dungeon, although it looked very broken. The moment he entered the dungeon, the surrounding insect swarm suddenly buzzed loudly, as if they had detected an intruder. In an instant, the silent insect swarm around him began to move in a dark mass, attacking the dungeon where Etian had entered. Alice. Etian entered the dungeon just to summon Alice. The next moment, the portal to the void opened, and Alice and the Black Prince arrived together. Alice immediately showed a happy expression. Boss, this place really can promote to the ultimate level. That's good. Etian felt satisfied, proving that all the disgusting things he endured along the way were worth it. At this moment, inside a shattered dungeon scene, dense void insect race creatures filled the black web. A huge void insect, with dark purple eyes, stared intently at Etian. Human, just 2 people daring to invade our territory, seeking death. Etian chuckled. Not to mention that these insects couldn't keep them here. And besides, who told you I only have 2 people? Come out. Looking at the dense swarm of insects, Etion was too lazy to do it himself. As he finished speaking, countless large black vortices appeared on the ground, and then hundreds of undead soldiers appeared around Etion. Undead summons are related to the summon's mental strength. And Etion's mental power, after recruiting Zhou Mo Yao, Black Prince, and Shin Mo, was shared and terrifyingly high. This caused the undead soldiers he summoned to be dozens of times stronger than Chun Mo. In addition, he also shared Night Repair's talent. All-rounder, beginner, all skills you master are doubled in value. As a result, the undead warriors under Etion's command became even more terrifyingly powerful. A group of void insects retreated several steps in fear. Just the flames of the souls in the eyes of a few undead warriors made people feel very cold. Seeing this, Alice didn't waste time and understood that Etion was giving her a chance. Since she already met the conditions to upgrade her monster template, she immediately advanced. Monster template successfully upgraded from Lord Boss to Ultimate Boss. At the moment Alice became an Ultimate Boss, her monster template's abilities and powers also increased. Void teleportation ability improved. Now can be used 30 times a day, allowing instant teleportation to any location within sight or mental perception, ignoring distance. Demonization ability enhanced. Combat power in the Dark Duel God form increased from 8 times to 12 times. Gained ultimate boss level permissions. Can merge multiple dungeons, summon the main body into other dungeons, and issue commands with ultimate restrictions, controlling all monsters within the scope. At the same time, Etion shared all these improvements, except for the boss permissions. He was especially excited, feeling this upgrade was even greater than all previous upgrades combined. The number of daily uses of the void teleportation doubled, and the effect was greatly improved. He could instantly move to any position within sight or perceived by mental sense. Where his eyes saw, he could instantly teleport. For Alice, this might not be as impressive, since she can only operate within the dungeon's limited area. But for Etion, the void teleportation was now completely unrestricted by the dungeon, almost allowing him to teleport anywhere he wanted. It was even more incredible than a divine-level skill. In battle, its usefulness became even broader. Besides, the demonization combat ability was boosted 4 more times, making it clearly more powerful. Etion was curious. If he used demonization, how strong could he become? As for the boss permissions, only Alice had them, and she was much stronger than a Lord Boss in all aspects, especially the ability to merge dungeons and command all monsters within them. Within this control area, the ultimate boss is located. For Alice, this includes the Cold Nation and nearby Eastern Capital regions. The seemingly useful main body descending into other dungeons is actually useless for Alice, since she can naturally travel through the void. When the monster template was upgraded to the ultimate level, it also changed appearance. Boss template. This new template greatly boosts Alice's attributes, especially her health and attack power, which now far surpass those of ordinary professionals. Alice's strength suddenly skyrocketed, making the Black Prince nearby feel a bit envious. The dual templates mean even greater power increases. At this moment, the appearance of the new ultimate boss attracted even more void insect swarms. Isn't the ultimate boss already defeated? Why is there another one? A large purple insect, resembling a rhinoceros beetle, charged into the dungeon, glaring fiercely at Etion and Alice. Another spider-like mother insect moved across the black web covering the dungeon, shouting sternly, "Entering my territory? You must be killed." Etion sneered. "Is this really your territory? This is Blue Star's territory. You aliens will be driven out sooner or later." As he finished speaking, Etion looked at the dense purple insect swarm around him and waved his hand. "Kill." The undead warriors received the order and roared as they charged forward. The soldiers summoned by Etion were almost as strong as level 60 epic professionals. The berserker, like a speeding truck, charged into the swarm, smashing through everything. Etion summoned over 1,000 such undead soldiers. "This undead mage's skills are pretty useful," Etion praised. Of course, this was mainly because Etion's mental attributes were extremely high. The berserker swung his double axes, sweeping away a large part of the insects. The undead general's combat power was enough to instantly kill elite insect soldiers. Alice directly targeted a few insect leaders on the web. Under the blessing of the Black Prince's blood boil, she fought fiercely and slaughtered her enemies. No, is this really the strength of humans? Could it be that the main forces of the Great Xia are coming? Hurry and report to Queen Mother of the Insects. A few void insect leaders sensed something was wrong. They were being completely overwhelmed and crushed. They had no chance to fight back and quickly fled from the dungeon, urgently calling for help. The ground was covered with the bodies of void insects, broken limbs scattered everywhere inside the dungeon, with tens of thousands of corpses. Etion stood there, feeling bored. Too weak to fight, but I gained some experience. Looking at the void insects that once surrounded the entire dungeon, now almost all killed with only a few left, Etion stretched lazily and activated the void teleportation to return to Great Xia. His goal was achieved, and waiting to be avenged by the mother insect would be impolite. Alice, let's go. Etion stepped through the void door. Alice looked up at the dungeon space, suddenly showing a puzzled expression. Feels like this dungeon space is becoming unstable, as if it's about to collapse. After advancing to the ultimate boss, she had better control over the dungeon and could sense things she couldn't before. But she didn't pay much attention now. It's probably just because the void insect invasion is too serious. Thinking this, she also left. After Alice successfully became the ultimate boss, Etion planned to go directly to central China to help Wei Yuan and others explore the level 4 dungeon. But as soon as Etion returned to East China and reached Qingqing, he sensed something was wrong. The city seemed chaotic, with screams and monster roars coming from afar. It appeared to be near the dungeon's center. What's going on? Etion rushed toward the source of the screams against the fleeing crowd. When he saw the dungeon's center, his brow furrowed immediately. It was full of monsters, dungeon monsters. Countless dungeon monsters were fighting at the center, as if the dungeon space was collapsing, releasing all these monsters. Damn, why are these dungeon monsters suddenly in the real world? Hurry. Combat professionals, come help. Don't let these monsters reach the residential areas. Wow. They can even revive after being killed? Fortunately, the dungeon center was usually the place with the most professionals. Once everyone gathered, they quickly surrounded and fought the dungeon monsters. Are dungeon monsters invading the real world? Etion looked at the scene in front of him, feeling confused. But if this was true, with tens of thousands of dungeons worldwide releasing monsters, it would be a huge disaster for Blue Star. After all, some high-level boss monsters are very powerful and dangerous. Usually, we can't defeat them, and if they really appear, it would be a disaster for other countries. Fortunately, this time the monsters seem to be from lower-level dungeons. For the players at the dungeon center, dealing with these monsters didn't cause many casualties. At this moment, Etion suddenly remembered something and hurried back on his way. Soon, he arrived at Qingshan No. 2 High School. As expected, since it has the most low-level dungeons, this high school faces the most monster attacks. What's more dangerous is that most students here haven't changed jobs yet, and only a few teachers and security personnel are fighting back. Quick, notify the defense army. Principal Ji Chonglin, dressed in a blue robe, looked worried with a tired face. He was at the front, protecting the students of No. 2 High School. But with limited strength in his old age, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Some frightened students ran in all directions, making it harder for the teachers to defend. Ji Chonglin cast a spell to push back the enemies, anxiously saying, "Everyone stay calm. The defense army will be here soon." Before he finished speaking, a dark figure suddenly appeared. He reached Ji Chonglin's side and was at the front of all the teachers and students. With a light raise of his right hand, hundreds of undead soldiers were summoned, easily blocking all the monsters. Coming so quickly, Ji Chonglin was surprised. But when he saw the side profile of the visitor, his expression changed to one of surprise and joy. Etion, Principal, long time no see. Etion ordered the undead soldiers to kill all the dungeon monsters, without even needing to do it himself. The hundreds of teachers and students at No. 2 High School looked at these terrifying undead soldiers, feeling fear and panic. But when they saw that the undead soldiers were here to help, they became excited. Ji Chonglin looked surprised and couldn't believe how strong Tian had become. Each of these hundreds of undead soldiers radiated a powerful aura, far surpassing his own. And these were just summoned by Tian casually. Tian, I didn't expect you to be this strong now. Ji Chonglin laughed happily and patted Tian's shoulder. Some teachers didn't even recognize Tian, but Ji Chonglin knew very well how terrifying Tian's abilities were. Eternal Sky, let the students attend classes normally. Nothing will happen here. Ji Chonglin nodded and then reminded Eternal Sky, these monsters are very strange. Even after they die, they can come back to life after some time. Eternal Sky replied, that might be a feature of the dungeon monsters. That makes things a bit more complicated. In the dungeon, even if all the monsters are killed, they will respawn the next time the dungeon resets. If the monsters from Blue Star can also revive, it would be a disaster. At this moment, Alice suddenly sent a message through the communicator. Eternal Sky's expression changed. Since the dungeon was having issues, Alice, as the final boss, must have noticed something too. Principal, I'll be back soon. The safety of the second high school was enough to be handled by the undead. Eternal Sky and Ji Chonglin exchanged a quick word and then held a private meeting with Alice. Eternal Sky's figure disappeared. In the meeting room, Eternal Sky couldn't wait and asked, what exactly is happening with the dungeon? Alice quickly replied, after I advanced to the ultimate level, I felt the dungeon space was starting to collapse. Just now, I received some news from my boss template. All dungeon spaces might disappear completely. Right now, it's a low-level dungeon, but in 3 days, many high-level dungeon spaces will also vanish. Once the dungeon space disappears, the monsters inside will come out. But for Alice, this was actually good news, because she had been trapped inside the dungeon for a long time, and now she could finally return to the real world. Eternal Sky still looked a bit confused. Why would the dungeon space suddenly disappear? Alice said, I don't fully understand. I only know it seems related to a great change. A great change. Eternal Sky couldn't help but think of major events in extraordinary history. Supernatural history has gone on for over 200 years. During the 1st century, the interdimensional portal appeared, and alien races officially arrived in Daxia. Now, it seems the 2nd century is just beginning. Thinking of this, Eternal Sky suddenly smiled. That's kind of interesting. He was really looking forward to seeing what kind of exciting things might happen. Oh, Alice, you should be able to command the dungeon monsters, right? Eternal Sky thought. This was the power of the ultimate boss. With a single command, all the dungeon monsters would have to obey. As long as Alice is here, even if dungeon monsters appear in Daxia, it seems they won't cause much trouble. After all, their boss is still under Tian's control. That's fine, Alice said. But I only control the area around the Cold Nation. To command the dungeon monsters in Daxia, I need to replace Daxia's ultimate boss. Tian smiled and said, that's easy. Just then, the headquarters was preparing to challenge a level 4 dungeon. With Alice able to counter the dungeon restrictions, taking down Daxia's ultimate boss wouldn't be difficult. Tian felt like he could write a novel, real-world dungeon invasions. But the ultimate boss is my employee. After leaving the meeting room, all the dungeon monsters had been killed by the undead and were now in the revival phase. As soon as Tian stepped out, he saw the guards had already arrived and were building defenses. Leading them was surprisingly the city lord of Qingqing. When he saw Tian, his expression immediately became respectful. You're here too, do you know me? We saw you during the recent race and finals of the racial competition. The Qingqing city lord didn't look down on Tian because of his young age. Instead, he showed even more respect. He joked, are these undead soldiers you summoned? Please take them back. Your undead soldiers are now scarier than dungeon monsters. Hundreds of powerful undead soldiers were present, and even the guards didn't dare to act rashly. Tian recalled them into his summoning space. He had agreed with Wei Yuan to go participate in the level 4 dungeon challenge, so he left directly. Meanwhile, almost every country in the world was holding meetings to discuss the appearance of dungeon monsters in reality. The Central China headquarters was the same. In the headquarters conference room, Sun Lao, Wei Yuan, Zhou Yuan, Jiang Yuanshuang, and other top professionals and responsible persons were all present. The first 100 years of extraordinary history saw the appearance of interdimensional portals and the arrival of alien races on Blue Star. Now, a second 100 years has begun. The dungeon space has disappeared. Could there be an even greater crisis? The appearance of dungeon monsters on Blue Star, with their difficult bosses and resurrection abilities, was extremely challenging. However, today's Daxia meeting was not focused on this. Ling Luo has already led the Longting base team to handle the situation. Old Sun spoke in a deep voice, saying, "Let's start with today's main point. The 4th-tier dungeon, our 5th attempt. Daxia is facing increasing danger, and we need to become stronger to handle it. In fact, not only Daxia, but many countries around the world share this idea. However, whether they can succeed is another matter." Next to Wei Yuan, a woman with elegant demeanor and long white hair draped over her shoulders said, "The United States is threatened by void insect creatures, which led them to challenge the 4th-tier dungeon again, but they were defeated. This morning, they offered a medium-sized secret realm as a price and asked Daxia for help to deal with the void insect creatures." Hearing this, the atmosphere around the meeting table became lively. As an old rival, the U.S. was defeated again and even asked Daxia for aid. If this news were released as a report, it would probably cause a big stir. However, the people present did not feel proud. First, Daxia itself was unsure if they could succeed in opening the 4th-tier dungeon. Second, no one present had the ability to solve the big problem of the void insect creatures. "Wei Yuan, you really found a treasure." Chu Chun, the broad and strong head of Huaxi, looked at Wei Yuan with a slightly jealous tone, crossing his arms. Old Sun also asked curiously, "Is it true that someone can become an enemy of the void insect creatures? Wei Yuan, can he still take action again to solve the problem with the void insect creatures? Some powerful abilities have limits, and Old Sun was worried that Tian might have a cap as well." Seeing everyone's gaze, Wei Yuan smiled and said, "Let him answer that himself. By the way, since we're opening the 4th-tier dungeon today, I plan to invite him to join." What? Everyone found Wei Yuan's idea hard to believe. Opening the 4th-tier dungeon? I haven't heard of Daxia producing any top-tier professionals recently. Wei Yuan picked up his phone and saw an incoming call from Tian. Here, he's calling. Even in such a formal meeting, Wei Yuan answered the call directly because he believed Tian's presence would be crucial to the discussion. Wei Yuan left his seat and walked out of the meeting room, softly saying, "Have you finished your task? I'll set up the teleportation array to bring you here." On the other end of the line, Tian replied briefly, "No need to trouble yourself, Wei Gu. Just start a video call. Void travel allows instant movement within sight, ignoring specific locations. So, as long as the place is real, it can be done in videos too." Video call. Wei Yuan was surprised. Although he didn't understand, he still followed the instruction. Next moment, a portal opened behind Wei Yuan. He was startled and quickly turned to look. Tian instantly crossed thousands of miles and arrived at the headquarters conference room in central China. "Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone." As soon as he appeared in the meeting room, Tian showed a cute smile and greeted the senior leaders of Daxia. Although he was not afraid of such scenes, being stared at by so many important people made him a little uncomfortable. Tian's greeting was very calm, like casually asking a neighbor on the street, "Have you eaten?" But this is the headquarters conference room, one of the most secure places in Daxia. How did you get in? Everyone in the room had the same question in their minds. Wei Yuan was also surprised for a moment, but quickly recovered and introduced everyone. "This is Tian, the person I just mentioned." Wei Yuan intentionally brought Tian into the high-level leader's view. The highest meeting at Daxia's headquarters didn't have many participants, only 8 people. Many people knew Tian. Wei Yuan, Jiang Yuanshuang, and Zhou Yuan made up nearly half. The others had also heard of Tian to some extent. Old Sun, sitting at the main seat, looked at him with admiration. "So, Tian, you're the one who solved the void insect invasion problem? Great. A hero at a young age." After receiving Wei Yuan's nod of approval, everyone looked at him eagerly. After some polite exchanges, Old Sun stood up and asked Tian, "Tian, how many times can you use your skill to deal with the void insect invasion? Or what's the cooldown time?" Tian's method for the void insect invasion was to travel into the instance and fight the bugs. He honestly replied, "There are no limits, it's just a small skill." Old Sun hesitated for a moment and was surprised. The void insect race, which greatly troubles the American Empire, was thought to be difficult to eliminate. But it turned out to be surprisingly easy. In the conference room, someone expressed their amazement. At that moment, Chu Chun, the sturdy head of Huaxi, spoke. I guess solving the void insect race is probably one of Etion's most common abilities, right? Oh, everyone looked over. Chu Chin continued. I suspect that Etion has some ability to promote others' professions or transfer their jobs. Am I right? Before Etion could respond, Zhou Yuan suddenly slammed his fist on the table with a bang and looked at Chu Chun with a grim face. You're investigating others? That's enough. His daughter was saved by Etion in the future, and Zhou Yuan was grateful to him. If anyone deliberately investigated Etion, even without malicious intent, Zhou Yuan wouldn't look kindly on them. Unexpectedly, Chu Chun sighed helplessly. Although you've done a good job deleting the files of Bai Qiuli and Wan Jiang, there's still a problem. At the East China race, contestants have appeared who are above legendary level this year. Chu Chun looked at Zhou Yuan, spreading his hands in confusion. When has Daxia ever had legendary level professions in a single year? Hearing this, Zhou Yuan was stunned. Chu Chun continued, and they're all from East China. Tell me, in a large region, when has Daxia ever had legendary professions? Could it be luck? Having two of them is already like a miracle for Wei Yuan's ancestors. Is this even worth investigating? Jiang Yuan Shuang shook her head slightly, and Wei Yuan also smiled. The people present all turned their attention to Etion. Indeed, as more people were recruited, Etion realized his abilities couldn't stay hidden forever. After all, Daxia had never had so many high-quality professionals in a single year. Fortunately, as his strength increased, Etion no longer cared much about exposing his abilities. In terms of attributes alone, he was now on par with any top-tier professional. Moreover, Etion had reviewed everyone's resumes. There were no internal spies. Daxia's internal environment was very clean, with at most 2 factions. Etion nodded and admitted, yes, my ability can change people's careers. Everyone was stunned at his words. A group of high-level officials looked at Etion with admiration, as if they were admiring a national treasure. Chu Chun stood up and swallowed hard, asking, can you change to a legendary level? That was just the beginning. Etion thought to himself and nodded. Before Chu Chun could make another move, a woman with long white hair and a gentle, elegant demeanor quickly appeared beside Etion, her eyes shining brightly. Etion, little brother, South China welcomes you. As long as you visit, sister can fulfill all your wishes. Wei Yuan, there's no need to compete for him here, said Wei Yuan with a slight smile. This elegant woman with long white hair and a light blue dress was Ling Hua, the head of South China. She was also the leader of the Hidden Dragon Base and the sister of Ling Luo. Ling Hua's calm and refined aura was very different from her sister Ling Luo's mysterious charm. She looked like a friendly neighborhood older sister, but when it came to competing for someone, she was very determined. You East China people are happy, but South China has had a tough year. Before she finished, Chu Chin also spoke up. Actually, West China is also facing difficulties with the Dracula Empire this year. Etion, I think you should also consider visiting West China's customs and culture. During the meeting, what was supposed to be a formal discussion turned into a competition to win Etion's favor because of his arrival. Among the 7 people present, besides 4 responsible leaders, Zhou Yuan, Jiang Yuan Shuang, and only Old Sun and another headquarters guard remained. If age were not a factor, Old Sun himself would want to compete for Etion for South China. His ability was simply astonishing. Enough, let me say something fair. Wei Yuan looked at everyone surrounding Etion and said, where Etion goes is entirely up to him. Right now, the most important thing is to explore the level 4 dungeon. Ling Hua rolled her eyes at Wei Yuan in frustration, but she agreed that exploring the level 4 dungeon was very important. She secretly added Etion's contact information and finally returned to her seat. Even after sitting down, Ling Hua still warmly invited Etion to sit beside her. Old Sun suddenly remembered something and asked, Wei Yuan, you mentioned before that you want Etion to participate in exploring the level 4 dungeon. Wei Yuan nodded and replied, that's right. Absolutely not. Ling Hua immediately refused. Exploring the level 4 dungeon is too dangerous. Etienne must stay safe. Chu Chun, Jiang Yuan, and the others nodded in agreement. Even if they failed to clear the level 4 dungeon on their first try, they couldn't let Etienne get into trouble. Wei Yuan smiled and signaled to Etienne, saying, "This is his own decision. I'm just passing on the message." Ling Hua, Old Sun, and others looked at Etienne. Etienne nodded and said, "That's right. I actually have another ability that can greatly help with conquering the level 4 dungeon." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in surprise. How many abilities does he really have? Except for Wei Yuan, who had been told about Etienne's abilities early on, the others were stunned and couldn't understand where Etienne's many powerful abilities came from, and each one was more impressive than the last. At this moment, Etienne spoke again. "I can help with the level 4 dungeon, but I want a special equipment blind box or something similar." He spoke confidently about his needs. After seeing the effect of the black card, he realized he lacked this kind of equipment and that it would be very useful to him. Although special equipment is hard to get, the country might have some in stock. Old Sun, at this moment, Etienne spoke again. "I can help with the level 4 dungeon, but I want a special equipment blind box or something similar." He spoke confidently about his needs. After seeing the exactly, in our South China Logistics Treasury, I happen to have a special equipment treasure chest. Whether the dungeon is cleared successfully or not, as long as Brother Etienne is willing to visit South China, I will give it to you. Hearing this, Etienne's face lit up with joy. Another piece of special equipment was secured. Wei Yuan's face darkened. "My plans are about to fall apart." Ling Hua ignored Wei Yuan and kindly explained to Etienne, "This special equipment treasure chest was brought out from a relic by a legendary profession. Unfortunately, he found that his profession didn't have any special equipment, so he handed it over in exchange for military merit. Whether a profession has special equipment or how many pieces they have is uncertain. Some divine-level professions only have one piece." She was reminding Etienne not to blindly pursue special equipment. Most professions don't have any special equipment at all, so they can't open special equipment treasure chests. And even among those who do, they usually only have one piece. Aishin was not worried at all. According to the black card effect mentioned in the 5th point, collecting the full set would activate. This means his exclusive equipment could even form a set. Aishin didn't blindly increase the number of his exclusive gear. He just felt he didn't have enough yet. At this moment, Zhou Yuan frowned and thought that Sun Lao's decision was not right. "Old Sun, the level 4 dungeon is too dangerous. If a crisis occurs, Aishin might not be able to protect himself. Why not let me join the level 4 dungeon expedition too?" As the death-devouring martial saint, his power far exceeded others at the same level when he unleashed his full strength. He believed he could help keep Aishin safe. Old Sun, who was very old, immediately refused. "You still have less life left than me. Don't try to be brave." Wei Yuan chuckled and said, "That's true." The death-devouring martial saint had already shortened Zhou Yuan's lifespan. This time, the goal was to break through to level 4 and find hope for longer life. Zhou Yuan knew his own situation and had no words to argue. Aishin comforted him. "It's okay. If there's danger, I can run very fast. Teleporting through the void is definitely a skill for escaping." Moreover, Aishin always paid close attention to his safety. If real danger appeared, running away was the best choice. Zhou Yuan finally nodded and no longer opposed. After another round of discussion, the team for the level 4 dungeon was decided. Old Sun said, "This time, the expedition will be led by Wei Yuan, Jiang Yuan, Chu Chun, Ling Hua, and Aishin. I trust you 5. The team for the level 4 dungeon was naturally very strong. Besides Aishin, the other 4 were top-tier legendary professionals. Wei Yuan, level 74, Star Soul Master. Jiang Yuan, level 74, Flowing Cloud Sword Saint. Chu Chun, level 74, Saint. Ling Hua, level 67, Divine Beast Summoner. And Aishin, level 37, Profession, Boss." Aishin found it amusing that Chu Chun, the South China leader, a tough guy with muscles almost bursting out of his clothes, was actually a healer. More precisely, a paladin. His appearance and profession both gave a strong sense of safety. As for Ling Hua, the South China leader and Divine Beast Summoner, her profession was similar to a summoner, and being level 67 was enough to join the expedition, showing her great strength. Everyone headed to the level 4 dungeon, where a dark red vortex at the entrance made people feel uneasy. This is the level 4 dungeon that caused Daxia to suffer multiple defeats, and no country in the world has been able to clear it. Old Sun and others waited outside the dungeon. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but feel grateful and said, "Fortunately, the high-level dungeon spaces haven't disappeared yet. Otherwise, the whole world would be in great danger. Currently, the low-level monsters appearing in reality are manageable. But if high-level monsters appear, humanity's survival will become much harder." Old Sun shook his head and said, "That's hard to say. Now that low-level monsters are showing up, high-level monsters might not be far behind. We still need to think of a plan." Old Sun sighed. "Also, if the dungeon space disappears, our ways to get resources, equipment, and skills will be even fewer. If we can't get resources by clearing dungeons, then secret realms will become more important, and future competition will be even fiercer." Old Sun's words resonated with those around him. He stared at the dungeon entrance and said, "Hopefully, this time, the expedition will go smoothly. You have entered the dungeon, Purgatory Prison. You are affected by the final boss, Purgatory Apostle's negative effect. All your attributes decrease by 90%. As Etion entered the dungeon, a fiery sensation flooded his body. Beneath the dark gray broken ground around him, a sea of blazing lava kept rolling, with waves of fire hot enough to melt everything. This level 4 dungeon lives up to its name, Etion thought. He looked at the negative effects on himself. This is the dungeon mechanic spoken of by adventurers, the ability restriction of the final boss. Reducing attributes by 90% shows how powerful the final boss's authority is. No wonder only one final boss is allowed per area. Wei Yuan and the others looked serious. Their attributes had dropped to just 1/10 of their original levels. Ling Hua waved his staff lightly and called out, "Comling." As he spoke, a ghostly blue divine beast, shaped like a giant fish, appeared above their heads, though it looked very illusory. This is Ling Hua's Divine Beast Summoner ability, which can summon the illusions of divine beasts. Different beasts have different powers. Kuan, the helper-type divine beast. A cool, clear feeling spread out, and the negative effects on the team members were purified from a 90% attribute reduction to a 70% reduction. The limits of the ultimate boss are no joke. This illusion could only do so much, but it still helped everyone relax a little. Having 30% of the original attributes, compared to the previous 10%, made a big difference. During the last time Daxiao attempted this challenge, with 30% attributes, they nearly defeated half of the final boss's health. "All right, let's go," Linghua said. Etienne raised his hand to signal, "Wait. Actually, my role is to dispel the effects of attribute reduction." Linghua looked surprised. "You can too," Etienne replied. "Alice." In the next moment, a portal opened in the distance, and Alice appeared instantly. Wei Yuan, Jiang Yuanshuang, and Chu Chun all looked over curiously. Linghua was a bit curious. "Etienne, are you also a summoner class? Sort of." Etienne thought to himself, then signaled Alice to act. Immediately, Alice activated her ability restrictions in the dungeon and ordered, "The challenge participants' attributes cannot decrease." In fact, what Alice was instructing was less important now. The key point was that two ultimate bosses in the same dungeon issuing commands created a conflict between their permissions. Soon, Alice received a failure message. Conflict. Another ultimate boss has issued conflicting commands. Since your level is the same as theirs, the commands cancel each other out. Although Alice's command failed, Etienne's goal had been achieved. Next, Wei Yuan, Jiang Yuanshuang, and others looked shocked. The attribute reduction effects that had been applied to them suddenly disappeared. "What's going on? Etienne, how did you do that?" Everyone looked at Etienne with disbelief. The mechanism of a 4-tier dungeon, which only Linghua's legendary class could slightly mitigate, was completely countered by Etienne. This is the kind of conflict between ultimate bosses' mechanisms. Even top-tier professionals couldn't fully understand it, because only Etienne has been able to control the bosses for the past 200 years. Though they didn't understand how, the result amazed everyone. They were stunned by Etienne's skill. Chu Chun and Linghua both fell into deep thought, their eyes shining brighter as they secretly thought, This kid must be able to secure a position in Huaxi/Huanan. No wonder you were so confident that you could help with the breakthrough. Jiang Yuanshuang looked surprised. This young boss, her own direct disciple, always brought some surprises. The others also felt shaken. Earlier, with only 30% of their attributes, they could only bring the final boss to half health. Now, they have restored 100% of their attributes. What is there to fear in this 4-star dungeon? Not just the Daxia dungeon. Globally, the toughest 4-star dungeons usually have tricky mechanics, ability restrictions. But Etion can directly remove these mechanics. If other countries find out, they might desperately seek Etion's help. Even if Etion does nothing else, just removing the mechanics makes him the MVP of this dungeon. Since Etion can do this, let's just go ahead and attack. Jiang Yuanshuang waved her long sword eagerly. When they only had 30% attributes, everyone carefully planned their tactics. But now, with full 100%, what's the point of tactics? Attack! Jiang Yuanshuang led the charge, her cloud sword saint like a flowing dragon, easily moving through the monster crowd. As Daxia's top sword saint, she is the main damage dealer. With her full strength restored, killing monsters is like cutting grass. Etion followed behind, as part of the breakthrough team, watching the experience bar rise constantly, feeling secretly pleased. This is just relaxing and having fun. From small monsters to elite monsters, and even elite bosses, what used to require caution now feels like cutting through butter. Meanwhile, deep inside the Hell Prison, at the boss's location, a furious roar echoed. Who? He had set up ability restrictions for decades, but now they were being countered by another boss. Crack, boom. With the sound of chains being pulled apart, a scorched, cracked fireman burst out. His limbs were wrapped in broken chains, his expression furious. This is the final boss, the Purgatory Apostle. But he didn't need to actively come out. Etion's team had already swept through the entire dungeon and reached him. Humans? Why are there other ultimate beings working with humans? The Purgatory Apostle was furious. I understand now. You want to take over my territory. Dream on, Linghua snorted and said, what are you babbling about? Take this, my summoned creature's punch. All along, Jiang Yuanshuang had been making efforts, and Linghua and the others couldn't wait any longer. What surprised Etion was that this time, Linghua summoned a shadow image of a metal-eating beast. The metal-eating beast was small, but every move was full of martial spirit, and it seemed to have the style of a martial god. The metal-eating beast acted like a martial master, attacking fiercely and forcefully, completely suppressing the Purgatory Apostle. Etion was amazed and asked, just a shadow image summoned, and it can suppress the final boss of a level 4 dungeon. This must be a divine beast level. Linghua's divine beast summoner was only able to summon divine beast shadows, yet it was rated as a legendary profession, which was not without reason. The metal-eating beast's fists were destructive, combined with Chu Qin's group blessings and Wei Yuan's control, making it a one-sided crush. The Purgatory Apostle fell, but then stood up again. The first phase ended, and the boss entered the second phase. Roar! The Purgatory Apostle roared loudly, and waves of blazing hellfire spread out, causing burning damage to everyone. Everyone was witnessing the second phase of a level 4 boss for the first time. Etion had no intention of getting hurt, and quickly cast a skill. Time Reversal Light. A shield with 500% mental attribute covered all players, lightly blocking the Purgatory Apostle's area damage. Chu Qin, why is your shield so thick? Did you get a legendary set? Wei Yuan looked at his own thick shield and was surprised. But when he turned around and saw Chu Qin, the paladin, also looking shocked, he realized it wasn't his skill at all. Wait, the skill effect came from Etion? Linghua's beautiful eyes widened instantly. Everyone was shocked and turned to see Etion with an innocent look. The shield value was related to mental attributes, which meant the caster's mental power was incredibly high. Indeed, recently, they had recruited many with a mental attribute, specialty. Even He Taizi had almost nothing but mental power, making Etion's mental attribute seem a bit excessive. When did Etion become so strong? Wei Yuan and Jiang Yuanshuang both had puzzled looks in their minds. However, they realized, maybe it's just that shield-related skills are stronger. They didn't dwell on this problem for long because the boss fight was the most important. All top players in their prime form, even when facing the boss's second phase, fought without much trouble. Until the boss was nearly defeated, Wei Yuan and others stopped and looked at Tian. Did you say earlier that you wanted to kill the boss when it was low on health? Yes, that's right. I have other uses for it. Tian made this request mainly so Alice could kill the boss and replace the ultimate boss of the Daxia region. When high-level dungeons appear, Alice will be able to command all the monsters inside Daxia. Besides, if Alice kills the boss, he can also share the full boss experience. At this moment, the Purgatory Apostle, with only 5% health left, sensed Alice's presence and became furious. Weakling who cooperates with humans, he felt that Alice had cancelled his dungeon permissions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost to Wei Yuan and others. The Purgatory Apostle's fighting spirit grew stronger. With your strength, even I am not afraid now. But Alice, in her black robe, moved her voice coldly. Unfortunately, I have the power to kill. And judgment activated, 12 shining blades of light simultaneously stabbed the Purgatory Apostle, representing a guaranteed kill below 12% health. Swish! The Purgatory Apostle's pupils widened. As he fell, his dying eyes fixed on Alice. Purgatory will not forgive you. At this moment, a small boy in a black suit suddenly appeared beside Alice out of nowhere. He reached out and grabbed the corpse of the Purgatory Apostle. The soul that was about to escape was caught by the Black Prince. The soul struggled violently, full of panic. The Black Prince, looking at the soul of the Purgatory Apostle, chuckled playfully. Now, Nidhogg will not forgive you. After saying that, he crushed and devoured the soul, strengthening his own spirit. But this soul hunt, on the spiritual level, was unnoticed by anyone except Tian. Alice kills the Purgatory Apostle, gains control of the Daxia region's ultimate boss permissions, reward bonus, 5 funds. Alice replaces the Purgatory Apostle, becoming the dungeon boss of the Purgatory Prison. Alice has left the Purgatory Prison dungeon. The dungeon is now complete. Your team has successfully cleared the level 4 dungeon, Purgatory Prison.